Bet Online is the world's most trusted betting platform and your number one source for online betting in 2025. Whether you're a seasoned fan or a first-time bettor, Bet Online is your ultimate game day companion with the largest selection of odds on everything from NBA and college basketball to NHL and UFC. Bet Online continues to be your number one sports betting source for every three-pointer to hat trick. Bet Online has you covered with odds, stats, and more for every game, every play, and every win. Bet Online, the game starts here.
Who that say they gon' beat them say? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them say? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them say? Who that? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shade for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Buggy like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right, shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being in the live, man. Day 3. Much love. Shout out to you guys. We representing the Who Dat Nation. We up in this thing for day 3 of the Saints draft. We up in this thing. So welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports fan. Appreciate you guys for being in the live early Saturday morning. I hope you guys are having a fantastic start of your day, as this is the third and final day. Rounds 4 through 7 will be in the building. The Saints have, I think it's about 5 picks remaining in the draft that they'll have to see about fixing and moving along with the team. And that's a perfect jump point to lead right into our chat question. Is a question, or a poll rather, that's in the chat for you guys. Please feel free to chime in and check it out. Let me know what you guys think. That what should be what's the most important position to draft next in your estimation? Force selections: cornerback, wide receiver, running back, and linebacker. Where do you guys think we need to go next? You know, that is the question. Of course, we're going to have several poll questions to gauge the interest of the mighty Who Dat Nation, to find out what you guys think we should be doing next with it. So big ups to everybody, man. Thank y'all for being in the live. Very interesting day that happened yesterday with the Saints. Ended up getting Tyler Shuck, and we'll see what's going on. He was and I've seen a lot of articles and stuff dealing with dealing with the selection of Tyler Shuck, and the fact that the whole thing with Shedeur Sanders is really interesting. How he is just falling like a rock, and they're not touching him like he's nuclear. You know, it's real fascinating to see how they running this gambit, how they playing these games. But anyway, shout out, man, to you guys. Appreciate you being in the stream on this one. All right. And shout out. All right. Thank you. Appreciate. Hold on. Let me make sure I get this correct. Hold on, fam. I'm sorry. Hold on. Hold on now. Goddammit. All right, big ups to y'all, man. All right, we just got a cash app. Thank you, Jay, man. Shout out to Jay with the cash app. Appreciate you, my brother. Much love. Thank you, man.
I wanna say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, appreciate you, Jay, with the 40 bones, man. Much love to you, brother. I appreciate you with the cash app. Much love, man. Thank you, sir. All right, big ups, everyone, man. Everyone, we up in this thing, fam. Sorry I got a little late, man. I had some stuff to get going and early. You know, it kind of threw my routine off a little bit. I usually broadcast in the evening, better. So it's a bit of a change we hear early morning, but I really love these, man. Especially on a Saturday, we can get up early and talk about the Saints, man. You know, that's something that's really cool, man. That's like a really good thing right there for us. So big ups to you guys. Good to see y'all guys in the chat as well. Big ups, brother OG Jerry. Shout out to you, man. Pelicans Nola in this thing as well. Derek Cropper. What's up, Derek? How you doing, sir? Student. Much love to you, fam. Appreciate you as well. Ed 209 says Loomis must have finally got it. Q. Shot him. Hold on now, goddammit. Now listen, this is my estimation. Hold on. Estimation, that's a big word. This is my thought process. Oh, that's a big word too. Hold on now. Hold on. My thoughts. Okay, there we go. My thoughts on Tyler Shaw is this. He'll listen. He's a good football player. And this just start prattling off generalities and basic stuff most people say that you already know to say because you don't have in-depth analysis. Well, hold on now, goddammit. He is a good football player. He's really tall. He's tall. He can look over the guys. Hold on now. And then he has a strong arm. He can throw the ball. Okay, that's good. And listen, I told you guys on yesterday, that Tyler is a supercharged Joe Flacco. That's right. I said it. Goddammit. He's a supercharged Joe Flacco, and that's good because Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl, didn't he? So listen, goddammit. Yeah, but Mickey, you got any questions about? We got questions. Hold on, goddammit. I'm talking. And hold on, this is a press conference where I only talk about Tyler. I'm not answering any questions about Tyler, just me talking about Tyler. But yeah, Mickey's 26 years old. He has 1 year of playing good college football, and he threw like 23 touchdowns or something like that. You know, he had single-digit interceptions, but he only did it 1 year. He has an extensive injury history, Mickey. Are you a big concern? Well, listen, let me tell you something. Hold on. Did you watch Superman? Superman. Yeah. Superman back in the day, in the 60s. No, in the 70s, in the 80s. Yeah. What about it, Mickey? Well, hold on, goddammit. Didn't Clark Kent get hurt? Oh, okay. All right. Did he get hurt? Well, he at least pretended to be. Okay, Mickey, what's the correlation? Well, goddammit, Tyler Shucks, Superman. No, that's what I'm trying to tell you, goddammit. So, I mean, it just, basic knowledge, basic tenets of what not to do with a second round draft pick. The Saints just violated it all and just said, we're going to throw caution to him. Well, I thought we supposed to be smart here. I know if you like the guy, I'm not mad at it, but taking him with the second round pick when him being 26 years old, by the time the end of his rookie contract, he's going to be 30. People crazy. Come on, man. As the Titans get the fourth round start, and of course, this is going to kind of whiz on through. The Titans make the selection to get Dyke from Florida, and the Titans are doing their thing. They got Cam, they got a wide receiver, they got edge. They're definitely going down and just knocking out all of their little problems, and they get a wide receiver to help them. Shamir Dyke from Florida. He's 6'1", almost 200 pounds. A deep threat for the Florida Gators. 40 time is 4.34. So they got a guy with some speed. He averaged almost 19 yards per catch. And he just blitz. He has a rocket on his back. He just runs through coverage. And he is a force to take the top off the defense. So there's you giving Cam Ward a wide receiver weapon. So there you go. Titans trying to make it pop for Cam so he can get that ball out there, baby. All right, so that's the first one. The Jaguars are on the clock now, followed by the Giants, the Patriots, the Jags. Again, Raiders, Bears, Jets, Eagles, Saints. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks before the Saints are on the board. And remember, in the fourth round, the Saints have 2 picks in this round. They also have pick 131 besides the pick coming up at 112. So there you go. So we'll see what the Saints got going on there as the Jaguars jump and move and do their thing. Cam Ward is still on the board. I mean, Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. Really fascinating to see him still sitting there. And I'm prepared to even say that he might go very well go undrafted. You know, I think it's not beyond my realm of possibility to see that kid, if he goes undrafted. Now, and like I said, man, to me, if Shedeur is on the board in the 7th round and the Saints pass on them, they're a part of this whole little stinking thing that they running with Shedeur. Talking about this kind of foolishness. They had a guy smoking a bong. He had a damn weed mask on, and he still got picked up. You mean to tell me you can be a drug head, but you got a little, he's entitled. That drops you way to. But the weed head, man, he can get drafted later on. I mean, it's just exceptionally ridiculous. What's up, Muse? Shout out to Muse. Much love to you. Appreciate you for being here as well. Nola, what's up, Nola? Baby Kevin Conley, what's up, my brother? 985J in the building. What's up, bro? How you doing, my man? Much love, man. Appreciate you. Kathleen, what's up, Queen? JT in this thing as well, brother. JT, how you doing, sir? Nolans 504 was popping as well. What's up, Bev? Shout out to Beverly and this thing. What's up, Demi? Shout out to my girl, Demi. Much love to you. Brother Darius in this thing. Good to see all of y'all, man. I appreciate y'all being here. What's up, Joe? Shout out to you. All right. How you doing, Mario? Shout out to you. Appreciate you for being in the stream, sir. Antoinette, shout out to the Queens, man. The Queens in full effect. What's up, Knoxville? And shout out to you, brother. Rose, shout out to you. St. John, how you doing, sir? A Camp, big ups to you, my brother. Says Q, you think there's any chance at all we could still take Shedeur? Hey, bro, if you're there if Shedeur is there at pick 7, why not take him? What you gonna do? The guy, come on. What could you miss out on it? Now, if people anticipate him saying, okay, we done did the humiliation ritual. Now you can go ahead and pick him in day 2 or whatever the case may be. You know, we had to humble this kid like they something. But listen, and some of these stupid ass ESPN people, not all of them, because some of them got sense, but some of these national people that's continue to play like they're blind to what's happened because they get paid to be stupid. The reality is you got to look at what happened because there's a pattern to this. Y'all remember in college a couple years ago with Deion Sanders was it this year? Maybe it was last year or this year. Remember they had the coaches colluding against Deion Sanders? You remember that? You know you can't even find that article online no more. They done wiped that up off of there. Or either I'm operating in a different reality from I'm current, because when they turn that damn CERN thing on, anything is possible, right? But in the end, what I'm asking is, do you guys remember when they were working together against Deion Sanders? Remember, Deion Sanders had college football lit. Everybody was watching the Colorado Buffaloes, and a lot of jealous ass, insecure ass coaches were operating and sharing philosophies how to beat Deion Sanders. And Deion Sanders got up there and says, well, that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to go against me and, supposed to, share plans on how to beat me. And I'm like, no, that's not how they're supposed to be. No, what's another coach got to do with another coach with a whole nother team, and they're competing against each other in college, sharing philosophies of how to stop somebody? When you ever heard that happen? They did that to Deion Sanders. And I don't think there's people arguing enough to do that to his son. Come on, man. Get the hell out of here with that. Do y'all remember that? Put 1 in the chat if you remember that. Put it in the chat if you guys remember that. You're like, they ain't doing it against Deion Sanders. You hold on now. Hold on, goddammit. You turned into one of the conspiracy guys. No, dummy. No, dummy. Use your damn brain and use history as an indication. You build that based on the logic that you see. You use these and they're connected to this, supposed to. That's how you gather it from here. They did that. They colluded against Deion Sanders. They were sharing philosophies of how to beat Deion Sanders. They were. Y'all look at all the ones in the chat. The family remember that. Y'all remember that? So why would I not think they'll do that to his son? Come on, man. When people are insecure and jealous, that ain't nothing but the devil running in some of these people. I told y'all that, man, before. Because insecurity don't live in a mind that is confident and strong. It's an area of weakness. It's a insecurity creeps in, and these disagreeable thoughts go with it. And a lot of these guys was insecure. They didn't like the fact that Deion Sanders had everything lit up. Well, you get your ass up. You up your game, because that's what he does. If he's coming in and he's pulling these players, then you need to level up. You need to change your game and your perspective. Problem is, some people know that they done talent out, so they wants to try to grab the man and drag them down to where they are, and that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. So, I mean, use history as an indication, man. You know what I'm saying? But if he's there in the 7th round, bro, what? Even he's there in the 6th round. If he's there in the 6th or 7th round, the Saints got 2 7-round picks in the what 1-6, I want to say. But they got 5 picks remaining. If that man is there in the 6th round, you take him. I don't care what other positions you need. You can do that and fill that out and whatchamacallit. So we're going to see how it goes, man, in the end, man. But it's just ridiculous, man. Yeah, I remember that they were colluding against that man. You can't even find that online. But thank you, A-Camp. Shout out to you. What's up, Barbara? Shout out to you, Booker. I see you, fam. Much love. Knoxville 6Q, you got a wide receiver. You got an eye on it. Well, I mean, okay, Cam Scatterbo is off the board to the Giants. I was looking at Cam like, damn, man, Cam made it to day 3. Cam Scatterbo, the Giants end up with Cam Scatterbo. They got Jackson Dart. Very interesting draft they got going on. And for the pick before, 104 pick, the Jaguars took running back Brashall Tootin. Now, he's an undersized running back, but the guy got a lot of speed with him, and he was incredibly productive at Virginia Tech. And that guy rushed for like 2,000 yards. Wasn't that the guy that ran for like 2,000? Let me see if I can pull up his bio here, because I remember Tootin. If he was like 6 feet or something like that, that dude would be like a day 2 selection. But the size thing. But let me pull him up here. All right, hold on. Here you go. Yeah, he went, and that's interesting because the Jaguars had a chance to get Cam Scatterbo, and the Giants ended up getting him with the next pick. But Brashall Tootin, transfer from North Carolina A&T. He rushed for 2,002 yards and 25 touchdowns in 2 seasons. Because I remember it was something like that. Like, this guy is really good. He had the quickest 10-yard split at the combine, regardless of positions. He hits outside or inside, has a good contact balance, tough to tackle in space, is a threat to pull away as a runner, receiver, and return man. Averaged over 18 yards per catch and returned 2 kickoffs for touchdowns in 2023. Catches the ball well and was a productive receiver in college. So that go to Brashall Tootin. And then Cam Scatterbo. We already know about Cam Scatterbo. The Giants, New York community, they're going to love Cam. I love this tape. I love how he played football. It would have been really cool to get Cam Scatterbo here in the black and gold. But, of course, we probably pick a running back that's not as good as him. But you could say, okay, I like that guy, but there was a guy better that you could have got. I like that guy, but there's a guy that was, you got here is a little bit better than that guy. That's all right. We picking smart players over here. We're picking guys that are good, but there are other guys that are better on the board. Oh, okay. All right. I see what you got going on there. Okay. All right. But anyway, some of the receivers that we're looking at, you want to get big wide receivers. Now, in day 3, Torrey Horton from Colorado State is the one that you look at. He's 6'3", 200 pounds. He's a guy that was productive, averaged over 17 yards per catch. He had over 2,200 some odd yards and 16 touchdowns in 2 years. When he's with Colorado State, he runs his 40 time is a 4.41, pretty good, and catches the ball well. He had some injury history, I think he had, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, matter of fact, they said he has some injury history that you have to watch out for. But whether he's healthy or not coming into the draft, we'll have to maintain that. But it's a big receiver because you want somebody with size. Alec Ayaminer is another dude I told y'all about yesterday. Big wide receiver, about 6'2", 6'3", 206. A guy that can get the 50-50 balls, good route runner, really tough and physical wide receiver. The issue with him is that he tends to have these concentration drops. But when he on, man. When the guy is on, he's on, and he makes plays. All right, the Patriots, they make a move. They get Craig Woodson there, so the Patriots continue to fill out their draft board. They get a good one there as well. With Woodson, who was a safety out of California, 6 feet, 200 pounds, 3-year starter, good size, good speed. He's a guy that they're looking at to kind of maybe be able to play in the slot for some versatility issues, fills gaps, wraps up well, good tackler. Read receiver sometimes and gets, so Craig Woodson there, 6 feet, 200 pounds for California, is the Patriots selection. Next up is the Jags, the Raiders, the Bears, the Jets, the Eagles, and then Saints. All right. So there you go, man. There we go there as we keep this thing moving now. Like I said, we want a big wide receiver. We want some receivers with some size because we got guys we need some guys that's over 6. I know he said 6 feet, 6'2". We need a big wide receiver. And outside Alec Ayamaner, there was Brew McCoy from Tennessee. They got 2 wide receivers from Tennessee, 165, 163. Brew McCoy, 6'3", about 210 pounds. His numbers weren't all that, but he's a big physical receiver that can go up for the 50-50 balls. Big hands, got fluid motion, can get off and press coverage, got enough speed to kind of push out there. But yeah, he's a big wide receiver. What did you expect when you get into day 3? You're picking up a few of these guys. Daquan Felton from Virginia Tech's another guy. I kind of told people about him. He's 6'5", 215 pounds for Virginia Tech. And we just talked about Virginia Tech tooting the running back, who was very productive. But this is another red zone guy, 6'5", big old guy, runs hard, tough to tackle in space, can be a threat to pull away, running the ball, and will definitely win the 50-50 balls that you want. Daquan Felton from Virginia Tech is another guy. I also threw Nick Nash from San Jose State. He's another guy. He had 16 touchdowns over 100 receptions, 1,382 yards. And this another 50-50 ball dude that can help you out as well. So Nick Nash is another dude. Dante Thornton, we talk about him, 6'5", 205, another big wide receiver that's going to win the 50-50 balls. I don't know what his 40 time is, but that's just a few of the guys in terms of the big wide receivers we want to look at. Of course, we know Savion is gone. Savion Williams was picked up by, I forgot who it was, that selected him in 3rd round. Let me go look that up again and see who got Savion Williams. It was in round 3, I want to say, who got Savion. Let me look. I'm looking it up now. The Green Bay Packers. The Packers picked him up in the 3rd round, man. The Saints had an opportunity to get that guy. Savion Williams would have been huge for the Saints. Big physical wide receiver, very talented. That would have been a tremendous addition to the wide receiver room because obviously we need size. We need big wide receivers. Perhaps the Saints are going to go back to free agency after the draft is. I have no idea what these guys, what their plan is and how they doing it. I'm quite confused on a lot of the picks that they're doing right now. All right, the pick is in for the Jaguars, and it's Jack Kaiser, the linebacker from Notre Dame, 6'2", 230 pounds, all-time leader in games played, career high 90 tackles in 2024, quick reads, beats blockers to the point of attack, understands how to slip blocks, tracks the ball well, stays square, and he scraps down the line, wraps up between the tackles. They said Kaiser takes sound pursuit angles and is a good motor. He's competitive, covering running backs on routes, and he closes well when he blitzes. Outstanding special teams player as well. That's who the Jaguars just selected, and the Raiders are on the clock as well, as these picks are going to flow quite fast. All right, thank you, family, for being here. What's up, True Louisiana? Big ups to you, fam. Much love here. Good to see you, Byron, brother Devin. Much love, fam. Appreciate y'all as well. Much love, much love. Y'all hit the like button. What's up, Muse, baby? Shout out to you as well. Debbie. Hey, Debbie. How you doing, Debbie? Shout out to you. Brandon, shout out to you, my man. Appreciate you as well. Much love to all the fam, man. Y'all know y'all always got to give y'all a shout out. What's up, Jason? What's up? What's up, Elite? Shout out to Elite. What's up? There is Revolt. What's up, my boy? Revolt. How you doing, brother? My dog Revolt is in the building, man. Good to see you in there, man. Hopes everything's well. What's up, Philippe? Much love, fam. Good to see all y'all, man. What's up, brother Randolph? How you doing, sir? Shout out to my dog, brother Randolph, man. The Keeping It Real Who Dat podcast is in effect. Much love to you, my brother. All right, thank you, Rich. Rich says, I smell Goodell at the bottom of this QA, bro.
Say thank you
right.
very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, shout out to you, brother. Yeah, Goodell. I wouldn't put nothing past that. I ain't gonna say nothing, but it's ridiculous, man. I mean, this is awful, man. English, what's up, fam? I see you, man. What's up, Tro Blewett? What's up, brother? Man, all the who that's is coming out, man. Much love. I see you, fam. Appreciate you. Trapstar 318. Much love, man. I appreciate you for being here. My dog Low is in the building. Shout out to my dog Low, man. All right, hoping the Saints continue their legendary draft. I hear you, though. All right. You firing shots early, huh, Low? Okay, I hear you, Low. Low firing shots early today. Okay. Low, we ain't even get our breakfast in there good enough, brother. And Low taking shots and throwing shade early. Shout out to my brother Low, man. Much love, Low. Yeah, man. But listen, bro, I gotta give respect where respect's due. My dog Nim Low is having a spectacular draft, man. Listen, Low, you tell those them Atlanta Falcons supporters out there, man, to lay off Fontenot. Fontenot is putting together a hell of a draft. He's building up the defensive side. You can't say squat about Walker. You can't say nothing about Pierce, and you damn sure can't say nothing about Xavier. The Saints should have drafted Xavier. The guy had 13 interceptions in 2 years, and we get Sanker. Like Sanker, but there was a better safety than Sanker. It was the man from Notre Dame, Xavier, but it's all good, baby. But yeah, y'all are having a knockdown, drag out draft right now. Defensively, getting those guys in at those 3 different levels. Man, y'all keep doing you do, bro. Keep doing it. All right. Okay, what's up, Ross? Hey, how you doing, Ross the Boss 17? Much love. Say, Q, you think if Rizzy was still head, do you still think they draft Tyler Shaw? That's a good question, bro. Because it changes, right? If he was the guy, then no, I don't think they would. I don't think they would, because if he was still the coach, then Derek Carr would not be tripping. Because Derek Carr liked Darren Rizzi. And Darren Rizzi would have done what Dennis Allen did. He would have protected him. That's why that was my biggest criticism of Darren Rizzi last year, was that he didn't do a damn thing on that offensive side. He would go over there and chew out the defensive people, make a few moves on the defensive side of the ball, but he was totally stupid about the offensive stuff. He left it alone, didn't do nothing to it. I like, this guy got to go, man. You can't finagle with the defense and not go to the offense and leave the offense. The problem is the offense. The problem was a lot of these players. They just didn't know what to do. They weren't that good, and they needed to be replaced. I don't have time for that. I'm sorry. If I was running the team, listen, man, them guys understand that it's a win now game and you must perform. You're making way too much money to be underperforming and out there not knowing who you're supposed to block. So either offensive line coach, you get this right. If you don't get this right, I'm gonna give you a little time frame. I'm gonna switch it to the next guy and see if he can teach. His method is different, because we all know coaches are not created equally. We know we got some that's better than others. Perhaps the guy we have don't need to be there. Maybe he need to be replaced with the guy up under him. That's all I'm saying. We need to have results. We can't have this losing happen and sit back and tell people to be patient. No, the hell with that. Demario Davis can take that message and flush it. We've been patient enough. You guys keep making these bad decisions, and that is the problem. So no, I don't think that happens, bro. If Darren Rizzi was made the coach, Derek Carr would not be tripping right now. He would be in camp. He would be doing all this other stuff, and he would be all right with that. Because he liked Rizzi, and Rizzi would have done what Dennis Allen would have done. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right. Dudley, shout out to you, man. He says, let's get Jaquez Hunter. All right. So anyway, with that being going on, man, since then, the Kaiser pick with the Jaguars, Dante Thornton Jr. We just talked about Dante Thornton the big wide, one of the wide receivers from Tennessee. We talked about Brew McCoy, and look, big Deontay Thornton Jr., 6'5", 205 from Tennessee. And this is his breakdown. He goes to the Raiders. Raiders get a big wide receiver for Geno Smith. Thornton can get off the press, runs past defensive backs, tracks the ball well, catches passes in stride, runs away from defenders after catch. Thornton drops corners back, sinks his hips, and works back to the quarterback on hitch routes. He's a big target and catches passes away from his frame. So there you go. 6'5", 205 is going to Raiderland. And then in the Patriots had a selection too. They took a defensive tackle, Deion Walker from Kentucky, 6'7", 331 pounds. Deion Walker from the University of Kentucky, 6'7", 331. Damn, big fella. Gigantic defensive lineman who lined up all along Kentucky's defensive front, strong enough to occupy and split double teams between tackles, sets the edges when he plays outside and pulls blockers off the frame in time to make plays. He swims through blocks to get into the backfield, can reach out to tackle ball carriers despite being engaged with blockers. So he got guy arms long enough where the guys have him blocked and he reaches around them and grabs. What you gonna do with that? You know, he pushes the pocket, overpowers blockers, rushes off the edges. Arm length is outstanding, reads the quarterback well, and gets his hands up in passing windows. This kid should have went a lot earlier than that if he can do all that. Deion Walker, 6'7", 331, going to the Buffalo Bills. So there you go. Next up, Jets, Eagles, Saints. That's the next three. All right. Once again, shout out to you, Brother Ross. Thank you, man, for that super chat as well. All right, fam. All right, let's keep it going, man. What's up, Cartel? Shout out to you. Brother Tragic, what's happening, man? Appreciate you as well. Michael Morgan, big ups to you. All right, what's up, Robert? Shout out to Robert Anderson. Brother Nat is in this thing. What's up, Nat? Good to see you, fam. Appreciate you as always, and the rest of the fam. I see you, Mike A as well. Big J, shout out to you, brother. Thank you for that blessing. ED 209 with all the missed tacklers the last few years, a beefed up linebacker would be nice. Yeah, and the 3-4 look. That'd be interesting. We'll see. Poll question, fam. Y'all get y'all word in on that. Over 100 people are on that right now. What's the most important position to draft next? 47, is that 47% of the family members believe is wide receiver. Do you guys agree with that? Get your vote in and tell me in the poll in the chat section. The next biggest one is cornerback, 27%. And 18% of the family members believe is running back. Only 8% single digits on the linebacker. A lot of people figured, hey, man, we don't need that. Brother Robert says, Q, since we can't get an answer out of Mickey, we need you to do a whole interview of Mickey Loomis to just answer all of our questions. Boy, that would be funny. Only thing I need to do is go get a Mickey wig and put that blue, Mickey had that blue jacket on with the squares in it. And then he had a white shirt with squares on it. Look at my shirt and jacket here. Boy, I'm styling and profiling. God damn it. Why not? But that would be funny, man. I'm going to have to do that, man. I'm going to have to do that, fam, because Mickey's not going to give you no answers. I'm going to have to do that. Hey, man, that's some slapstick. I'm going to have to buy a Mickey wig and put the Mickey wig on and then get a blue sports jacket. It look like both of them jackets. That's something you buy from like the old man store. Yeah, the blue jacket with the squares in it. Get a Mickey wig, a Mickey jacket, and a Mickey shirt, and just sit up here for an hour, just answering questions as Mickey Q. Oh my God, damn it! There's only one Mickey that's in God. God only made one of us. Hold on now, guy. I'll pump your brakes there, guy. Hold on. I'll tell you something. God damn it. All right. Jay Survivor says, Will Shepard or Nick Nash it says Will Shepard or Nick Nash available? I think Nick Nash is definitely available. I'm not sure about Will Shepard. Let me check on that, bro. Let me see if he's available here, because the Jets are on the clock next. And man, this is the way that Shedeur thing is happening is totally ridiculous, man. Man, still on the board at the top of the 4th round. People picking like he don't even exist, and they saying, "Oh no, teams just don't want him as a 4th round pick." Just trash. I hate to see stuff like I don't care who it is. That's wrong to do people like that. All right, let me see. Let me see if Will Shepard's available, bro. I know Nick Nash is still there. I'm not certain. I'm looking, fam. I don't know if he's available. I'm not even seeing him on here. I don't know. We're gonna have to, yeah. I don't know if he's available, bro. But I know Nick Nash is still available. All right, Snakebite says, what's up, Q? And the Great Saint Think Tank. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. All right. Bro, in the build. That's right. All right. Much love to you, fam. Appreciate you. Yeah, man, it's interesting, man. Shuck sucks. Praise YJ. Hey, man, listen. I'm going to get a man a chance, man. Because when you take the quarterback, when we talk about them taking the quarterback, man, listen. That guy is a second round draft pick quarterback. They're going to, if Derek Carr is not there, they're going to pencil him in as the starter. And like I said, I believe that they're going to tilt the room in his favor because he's going to be drawing fire this entire time until he can prove himself. He is this, and I've said this before the draft, before they even took him, Tyler Shough is not a second round quarterback. He's a day 3 quarterback. Anywhere between 4 and 7, you got him. He's a developmental quarterback. He's not a guy ready to step in there and start for you and do none of that. This was an incredibly stupid reach to do that at the second round pick. The rest of the draft picks, I understand. I like the first one better than some of the other guys. I like Jonas Sanker a lot. I think he's good. The pick of the defensive lineman was an interesting one because even though I was aware of the brother, I didn't have him rated that high, bro. You could have waited to day 3 to get that guy. I mean, there was nobody beating the doors down to land that defensive lineman we picked up. You could have waited. So in essence, a lot of you look at the ultimate reach was Tyler Shough. That was they violated all kind of logical red flags. In 3 years, not just 1, not 2, but 3 years of an injury history on a 26-year-old quarterback. The guy gonna be 26 in the fall. 1 year of good football. 1 year. So when Kellen stands up there and spins it, yeah, we just watched the player play. I'm like, you learned all that about him in 1 goddamn year because you couldn't do it in Louisville. We went and talked to such and such. You couldn't talk. All you can do is get a character evaluation if you go to Texas Tech or Oregon because he didn't play. And when he did play, he didn't do anything outstanding. He didn't. He's statistics there. The guy was in college for 7 years. Yeah, at 3 of them, he was hurt, not just like piddle-paddle injuries, a broken collarbone, but he had a busted shoulder, and on top of that, he had a broken leg. And he's a second-round pick, but Shador's still on the board? Yeah, okay. But we going to see. But if Derek Carr's not there, and more chances are Derek Carr's not there, this guy is going to be the starting quarterback. They're going to put him on top of the QB room. And it'll be him against Spencer Rattler, but that's okay. Spencer's used to that. Spencer will get a guy a run for his money. All I want Spencer to be aware of that if it's close, they're going to go with Tyler. You got to beat them out thoroughly. You got to outclass the man. You compete with them, you're going to have to outclass them. I mean, outclass them because if it's close, they're going to give the leverage to the guy. They're going to tilt the room in the man's favor. So you have learned from what happened last year with Jake Hayner when he destroyed Jake Hayner in the competition, and that funky possum put that guy over the top of him because he was scared that he would be an issue for Derek Carr insofar as to who that nation turning around doing what they did. So Arian Smith is the pick for the let's see, hold on. Arian's pick is the pick for Georgia. Hold on, DC. Hold on, DC, goddammit. Hold on. All right, so Arian Smith is the pick at 110 as the Saints are getting up to the Saints are on the clock right now, and the pick is in. Arian Smith, the wide receiver, was for the from Georgia, is the pick for the Jets, and Ty Robinson, the big defensive tackle, 6'5", 288, was the pick from the for them out of Nebraska for the Eagles. So the Eagles continue to get defensive linemen. Saints on the clock, fam. Y'all put in the chat. Let me know who you think it is. I guarantee you one person it won't be Shador Sanders. I promise you that. Even though that'll be the biggest bargain right now in the draft, the Saints just say, you know what, the hell with it, man. We're gonna take Shador here. And then have Tyler, they ain't gonna do it. The biggest bargain on the board. And the Saints gonna say, oh, we're gonna go with this guy here. All right. All right, Big Sean says, all jokes aside, Q, we are literally the dumbest team in the league, dumber than the Falcons, dumber than the Cowboys. Oh, that hurts so much to be dumber than the Falcons. And Lo is in here listening, and we're saying that, and he's laughing right now, doing a big low laugh right now. You're probably going to clip this too and read this and play this during this broadcast. Dumber than the Falcons, dumber than the Cowboys. Oh, my God. And Tasha's listening too. And we saying that she's going to clip this and record this. And dumber than the Browns. Seriously. Thank you, bro. And the pick is in, and it's Danny Stutzman. This is a solid pick. I like Danny Stutzman. Linebacker from Oklahoma. There you go, fam. So Danny Stutzman is the guy. 6'3", 233 pounds from Oklahoma. His pre-draft analysis is Stutzman's made. He got over 340 tackles and 34 and a half tackles for a loss as a 3-year starter for Oklahoma. He's taller than most inside linebackers with quick reactions and a strong ability to track the ball. Stutzman's quickness lets him shoot gaps, disrupt plays in the backfield. His hands are active, and he has the lateral quickness to slip blocks and sift through traffic between the tackles. He's a sideline to sideline player with good range. He has the skills to improve in pass coverage. Stutzman can read the quarterback and break on the ball, and he can get home when rushing the passer. 6'3", 233 pounds, Danny Stutzman is the Saints' first pick in the 4th round. This is a good move, and this potential could be a guy that replaces Demario Davis. Danny Stutzman is good, and a lot of people thought Stutzman was good enough to go in day 2. DC, I'm going to send a link to you. What's up, Carlton? Shout out to Carlton, man. All right, yeah. So what y'all think about the linebacker here? What y'all think about Danny Stutzman's a good linebacker. A lot of people thought he was a day 2 guy. And the Saints end up getting him in day 3 in the 4th round with one of the 4th picks. So that I can respect this pick. What y'all think, man? Let me know in the comment section. Saints pick up a linebacker. All right, so we talked about it in the poll, and only 12% of the people believe that was an important position. A lot of people say the wide receiver is a position. So Stutzman's high on the board. I'm not mad about that. What do the Saints do with the next move here? Danny Stutzman. Let me pull up his profile here so you guys can see his NFL profile. So Danny Stutzman goes to the Saints. Yes. All right. So a possible Demario Davis move here. So hold on, fam. Let me pull up his his profile card on Danny Stutzman. All right. Not a bad move. I kind of wanted a wide receiver there, but to be honest with you, I think some of the guys that the bigger wide receivers could be available as we kind of move down into the draft. And the Saints still have the next time the Saints select and the 49ers on the clock, they get CJ West right there. So they pick up West, 316-pound lineman. And then the Carolina Panthers on the clock. So CJ West, defensive tackle from Indiana. So yes, indeed, Stutzman. Not a bad pickup for the Saints. Eventually, they were going to address the linebacker position. They did it with Danny Stutzman. All right. So yeah. So we still got another Carolina, Arizona, Miami, Indianapolis, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, Carolina again, Pittsburgh, Green Bay, San Diego, Los Angeles Chargers, Browns, Rams, Commanders, Ravens, Eagles, and Saints. So the Saints are back on the board at 131, and it is currently we're picking at 114. So it's quite a whiles to go before the Saints pick again with their second 4th round pick. So not a bad pick. The Danny Stutzman pick is not bad at all. We had to take a look at the linebacker position there. Like I said, there are guys there that's just simply they're good, but Jalen Ford, he potentially, he was pretty good at Texas. He one of those Texas guys. Interesting. You don't know exactly what he can do. He's had some moments. Anthony Orgy, the undrafted guy out of Vanderbilt, love what he is. Uh, DeMarco, what's his name? The linebacker, DeMarco. I think his time has passed, man. He hadn't developed into what I thought that he could be, and we really don't know. So it's a lot of question marks behind guys like Demario Davis and Pete Werner. Pete Werner, I think last year was his first year that he was actually played a full year, and Demario was out of here after this year. So the Saints getting Danny Stutzman there could be a potential player that you use to replace Demario Davis. He definitely could serve as good depth for the Saints. So Jalen Ford and Stutzman, that could be a pretty decent young linebacker tandem right there of the future. We'll see. All right. So anyway, as the Carolina Panthers are on the clock, the 49ers just took Indiana defensive lineman CJ West, 6'1", 316-pound defensive tackle from the University of Indiana. We'll see what Carolina's been having a pretty solid draft too. Jason says, Q, you got to do a Mickey with Reverend Saint asking them questions. I got to put the Reverend Saint outfit on and then find me just dress up like Reverend Saint and just be talking back and forth. Y'all think I'm playing? I'm gonna put some of this stuff together, man. I'm gonna put some of this stuff together, man. I'm telling you, we're gonna put it together, baby. Kevin Collins says, Q, the best thing about 2025 draft is how wonderful the supporters boo Roger Goodell. Yeah, they've been booing him, bro, for I don't know how many years now. How long has it been since they just boo him when he walks up? He's so used to it, and then the owners don't care. They don't care that people don't like the guy that's representing the organization. They don't care. They don't freaking care. As long as he's making the money, they're good with that. All right, Trevor Etienne is the pick for the Carolina Panthers. It's the brother of the other Etienne that's currently playing, and he's a little smaller than him, but a lot of people still like his game. Runs behind the pads, accelerates through the line as inside runner, makes late cuts between tackles, and makes defenders miss in space without losing much. Makes cuts late between tackles and makes defenders miss in space without losing much forward momentum. Etienne ran well in the combine as a threat to rip off long runs when he gets a crease. He flashes as a route runner and is dangerous after the catch. He follows his blocks and explodes upfield on screen. So they add some speed to go in once they're give me about 5 minutes, DC. I'm gonna send it to you through X. Okay. Check in about 5 minutes, brother. Inside of 5 minutes. All right. I'm gonna give DC the link right now. So all right. So anyway, that's the thing as well, man. And we're gonna keep this thing moving along, man. But what's really interesting is the fact that I like what the Carolina Panthers are doing, right? Carolina Panthers are doing a good job. They're building up and putting talent where talent belongs behind Bryce Young. They added Ted McMillan, then they turn around and add this kid as well to add more speed to the room. So very interesting how we got going on, how they're doing it. So it's very interesting, man, to say the least as well. So much love to y'all, man. Give me a second, fam. I'm kind of doing multiple things at once here. But yeah, we'll see what happens. So Carolina doing a good job. They put in Ted McMillan, and then they add Etienne as a running back to help out. Arizona's on the clock next. They have some, like I said, there's some good players the Saints to add, but then you look around to other people's drafts and you be like, man, how the hell, you don't want to be looking at somebody else's stuff, but you're going to be competing with these guys. You're going to be competing against these people, and you want to make sure that you're on par with your game, that your stuff is where it belongs. You get me? Very interesting, man. Very interesting. Like I said, we got a very interesting draft. Although I do like Stutzman. I think Stutzman was a guy that was supposed to go yesterday, and we got him today. All right, next pick, 115. The Arizona Cardinals take Cody Simon, the linebacker from Ohio State, 6'2", 330 from Ohio. So they get another linebacker to go there. And Cody Simon, he had 112 tackles last year, quick reaction time, ability to rapidly change direction, and the way he changes speeds make it difficult for blockers to fit him up in the run game. Stays square when slipping blocks. Simon shoots gaps, splits double teams on run blitzes. So they look like they got a good little linebacker, and Cody Simon is going to join the Arizona team. Dolphins up next, followed by the Colts and the Falcons. It's the next 3 picks. All right. All right. Let me shoot this email here, fam. Just a second. All right. All right. All right. Thank you, fam, for being patient. All right. So we're here, man. Shout out to the family members for being in the stream on this one, man. Y'all hit the like button for me. We're going to be here all day talking Saints talk, man. We're going to have different guests chiming in. Pops Q will be chiming in a little later on. DC will be chiming in as well. We'll have Kyle T. Mosley of the Saints News Network. Shout out to that brother. We're going to have him reach out to brother Kyle. He'll come in and give his word on what he sees going on. So, and then of course, will have you guys later on in the broadcast. We'll open up the phone line to get thought process from you guys. Revolt, Uncle Paulie, Brother Byron, OG Jerry, all my queens out there. Y'all can be able to jump up here and spit some game about how you feel about the completed Saints draft. Do you like what's going on? What do you think about the whole Shador thing? Is he is currently, and this news all over the place, is that it's utterly ridiculous that Shador Sanders is just going down. If you're the New Orleans Saints and and they don't have a 5th round pick. They don't have a 5th round pick, but you can't justify this. Even the dumbest paid off national reporter or TV personality understands what this is. They can't justify this. I heard a stupid Orflarski up there. Oh, some 13 teams didn't want him. He just they know that it is not possible for teams to collude or to work together for an end. What are you talking about? They have league. These guys do this all the time. In the world, this happens. Sports is not outside of what happens in the world. It happens all the time when people come together and they collude or decide on what they're going to do or not do, and they do it as a group. That's how they get away with it. It happens all the time on the political side of things, doesn't it? They can't pass most of them laws without the other team, both of them working together. But then when it goes bad, they pointing at each other. And you saying they don't they the same damn team. They pretending on your ass. They're the same team. And they work together to keep other people out. Because you only get 2 charges. You get the red man or the blue man. What are we going to do here? Y'all, that's all you got. That's the choice. That's the freedom of choice. Nah, that's somebody giving you 2 things to choose from. Where the other people at? Why we don't hear from other groups? Why we always got these 2 people? Man, get out of here with that. They collude all the time. That's how life works. And for people telling you that ain't the case, you need to be looking quite suspiciously at them. Because it works all the time. It works all the time. If you don't agree to get down, I will economically sanction you. And my buddies who rocking with me will work against you. They will not buy or sell. What you call that? And like I talked about on a smaller level with Deion Sanders, they remember the college. I told y'all the college coaches were colluding against Deion Sanders. They were working together, bunch of college coaches, to formulate game plans to beat him. They were giving the game plans to the next team, the next coach. Where you seen that happen at? When you got time to help another coach and you supposed to be coaching the team. And remember Deion spoke about it. You can't even find that. He spoke about that. You can't even find that online. I'm like, oh, okay, that's how we doing it. The AI told me it didn't exist. There is no evidence, even though I seen it happen. Like, what? No, hell no. You know what you're talking about. So it is what it is, man. All right. What's up, Darius? Shout out to you, man. Nat, I see you, fam. All right. It's very interesting, man. We'll see. V Griffin, shout out to you. Yes, he says, okay. Civilian Hall says Shiloh might go undrafted. I think Shiloh might go. He might get drafted before Shador. Wouldn't that be crazy? If Shiloh gets drafted before Shador, he's still on the. I'm like, what? It's crazy, man. All right, Titans. The Texans are on the board right now. They're on the clock. We'll see what happens there. Shazam, shout out to you, man. All right, truly, Shador is about to be this year's mystery. Wouldn't that be something? They take him with the last pick. Hey man, it don't matter. He gonna get in there, whether it's undrafted or drafted as a 7th-round pick. He gonna get in there. You can't stop him from. He gonna get in there. Somebody gonna take a shot at him. All right. Cartel says ETN is not as good without a solid line. Hopefully Carolina can build it for him. Yeah, Carolina spent a lot of money on its. It spent a lot of money on a line on guards last year, and they felt pretty good about that. You know, they felt pretty good about the line, and they have done it. Fam, listen, they're building around Bryce Young. At first, there was a lot of hubbub about him not being a guy. And I told those people, I said, man, listen, Bryce Young is a good quarterback, but not too many quarterbacks. I said, even if you put CJ in that position that Bryce was in, he would have struggled in that. They fired that whole coaching staff in 1 year. Anybody would have struggled in that type of environment. You know, he's a rookie quarterback coming in. You know, you got veterans they'll take us to the Super Bowl. He's like, what? What? I'm a guy. I'm just a rookie. And I told you, man, when the game, when they start, just allow him to play, and when they were out of playoff contention and they was just playing football, watch he thrive. And that's exactly what happened. The man thrived. So in the end, like I said, fam, just have to be able to follow what we got to do. And we'll make stuff happen on that end. But yeah, Carolina's definitely a team that we have to be able to compete with in terms of keeping up with talent. And Carolina Panthers have had a pretty good draft. The Atlanta Falcons, who pick coming up next after the Rams picks Jarquez Hunter from Auburn. And the Falcons will be on the clock next as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how all this works and goes, man. So, all right, DC finally makes his appearance on the show. DC, welcome on in.
You took 30 minutes to send me a link. How you gonna blame me?
That's right, brother. That's right. We kind of moving and shaking, my brother. Yeah, well, goddamn right. You're lucky. If it was me, it'd have been an hour. Goddamn it, because I don't know how to send an email.
Y'all look like y'all drafted my cousin.
I sent your ass a smoke signal. I tell you what, goddamn it, DC, I would have sent your ass a smoke signal.
Say, Mickey, why you drafted my cousin Danny Straussman, bro?
Excuse me?
Why you drafted my cousin Danny Straussman, bro?
Your cousin?
Yeah. You ain't see the picture?
Yeah. DC, you got a lot of cousins, bro. If that's the case, bro, you got a lot of cousins.
Q replaced me with Danny Straussman. He popped up on the show.
He do look like you, DC. I ain't gonna lie, brother. I wanted to say something when I see him.
It's like what the D lineman, man, that we used to have him. It's like him all over again.
Oh, yeah, Tyler. Tyler. What's the name? DC Tyler.
Tyler Davidson. We drafted a slim Tyler Davidson, man.
He did look like you, bro. That dude looked exactly like DC, man. But yeah,
not exactly, but he looked like he could be. He could be a brother or cousin or something. He looked exactly like me.
He did look just like. That's the closest cat that actually.
Well, you don't look like Bob Marley, so you got to pick one, man.
No, bro, hold on, Bob. You just got the help out. But DC makes many appearances. He was in the movie. But nah, bro. Yeah,
I like Danny though, man. But my analysis on him when I was looking at him, just the pass coverage thing. Like he got some work to do there. That's why I wasn't picking him. But I think he could make a real good pick. Be that second linebacker in case Pete or DeMario get hurt. You know, we still got the brother. Damn, what's the other linebacker we got, man? They say he was actually getting pretty good.
Jalen Ford.
No, not Jalen Ford. I'm intrigued to see what he can do too. He might be the third linebacker in the rotation starting.
Ford, they're really high on Ford, bro. So yeah, we're gonna see what. But yeah, you talking about Anthony Orji?
Not Anthony Orji.
DeMarco.
Anthony Orji is an intriguing one too.
DeMarco Jackson. Yeah,
DeMarco.
Isaiah Stallbird too. DC is another guy you need to pay attention to. He's another guy too.
He's coming on.
Yeah, a lot. They had a lot of.
I like Origin and DeMarco though. Forward, I like what I saw in college. He ain't really show me much last year, but it's a rookie year. Late round draft picks, I don't get too down on them based on their rookie year because you draft in the fourth, fifth round and stuff, you don't get a lot of opportunities. Or when you do, it ain't really meaningful minutes all the time. The game probably was way out of hand, and he might have been out there, wasn't paying attention to him as much. The Saints season last year was very depressing. But nonetheless, I think this is probably one of the picks that, okay, we could finally take a breath. Like the Saints actually made a good pick that we can all see. It is a good pick. It meets the value. You get a good player at a position to need. Fifth ranked linebacker on the board here in the fourth round. I don't think anybody can be mad at this pick.
All right. And it's a couple of things. The Bengals made a selection. Barrett Carter from Clemson has been added to the squad. So two picks since then. The Falcons pick. They got Billy Bowman Jr. from Oklahoma. So the Falcons Billy Bowman. That's the country guy there. Billy Bowman Jr. is added there. 4-year starter, intercepted 11 passes at Oklahoma. Kind of on the smallish size, 5'10", 192 safety. They said his hands are small, but he tracks the ball well. Good hand and eye coordination is impressive. Dangerous with the ball in his hands. He returned 3 interceptions for touchdowns in 23.
Oh, wow.
Fluid and changing direction and explodes out of breaks. Bowman can also stop and start on a dime. He has the instincts and range to play out of the center field, and attention to film study shows up in the way he reads and reacts on tape. Bowman is undersized, but he's tough and closes well when he fills in run support. He beats blockers to the point of attack. So this is who the Falcons are adding to it. Remember, also they picked up the safety from Notre Dame, Xavier Watts. So they kind of building up on the defense. They know exactly where they need to go. And then the next pick was the Cincinnati Bengals, Barrett Carter, 6 feet, 231 from Clemson. Reads, reacts, and gets downfield quickly. That blockers can't have. They have a difficult time reacting to him on the run, on the zone. He slips blocks through traffic without taking his eyes off the ball carrier. He ran well at the pro day, shows up on film when he's chasing inside out. In pass coverage, he gets up with tight ends and can pick up the running backs in the flat. Carter effectively spies the QB2 with 12 and a half sacks over the past 3 seasons. Quick and closes well when rushing off the edge or between tackles. So that's the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. They get another defensive player. And the Titans give a young tight end to Cam Watts and Gunnar Helm, 6'5", 240-plus pound guy. He broke the Texas Longhorn single season record for catches and receptions by a tight end last year. He's a long strider with speed to make plays down the seam. He gets north to south, break tackles after the catch. Helm is efficient and crafty route runner. Yeah, this dude is, he's not as athletic as you would like, but he's a solid player. With the frame to box out defenders and give a quarterback a big target in the middle of the zone defenses, he can catch away from his frame or high point the ball, and Helm can cover up linebackers as a blocker. So Helm is the pick for that goes along with Cam Ward. So the Titans, man, are making some good moves. I'm liking a lot of these draft picks, to be honest with you, DC.
Yeah.
Dealing with Gunnar Helm off the board.
It's a lot of solid players in the draft, man. I think it's going to be a real good draft.
Buccaneers, Panthers, Steelers are the next 3 picks. Saints are up at 131. We're currently at 121. So we got 10 selections to go. Gunnar Helm, DC. What do you think about Gunnar and Cam Ward, bro?
Before we get to that, say Q.
Yeah, bro, go ahead.
Is this the real Nightbot in here? I almost shot his ass again, bro. It's daytime, and you got Nightbot running around up in here, bro.
Sorry, DC. Go ahead, bro. What's the question?
You couldn't hear me?
No, I didn't hear you. Go ahead, do it again.
Oh, I asked you if this the real Nightbot up in here. It's daytime right now. I almost shot his ass again. That what I asked you.
No mess with Nightbot, bro. The Nightbot is good, bro.
You ain't got no cousin. What Daybot at?
No, brother. There's no day bite, bro. It's Sunday night bite. So yeah, he's on the
Okay.
prop. Usually I'm
Hey,
broadcasting all night anyway, so he up early too.
people be making fake accounts and stuff, bro.
Nah, brother.
Uh,
Night bite's good.
all right, I'm just making sure. But I think this is an
You
excellent
shot him,
talk.
but he respawns. You can't hurt. You can't hurt
Hey,
night bite, bro.
man, that was days ago, man. Let bygones be bygones, man. But
Days ago it was yesterday. What you talking about, man?
actually, that was Thursday.
Okay, it was a couple of days, but there you go. All right, you're right. Okay, all right.
I think
All right.
this is excellent for Cam Ward, man. You seen what he did with what was Arroyo over in Miami? Big target for him. That can high point the ball. Cam can run around and do his stuff. He can't find nothing. He probably can always have a security blanket right here. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is an excellent pick for Tennessee. It would have been a nice pick for us too. Gunnar Helm is one of the tight ends that I did like. My guy went to the Browns though. That was one of my favorites that I thought was within reach for us. But I think they setting themselves up pretty nice with a nice little combination here. I'm trying to remember who their receivers are, man. Who he got over there to throw the ball to? Calvin Ridley, right? Is in Tennessee.
Let me look that up, bro. Give me a second. I'll pull up this stuff.
I think it's Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley. I know. We all know about the running back, so we know who's over there.
Yeah, Calvin Ridley, Tyler Lockett. They just signed Tyler Lockett.
Tyler Lockett, okay.
Van Jefferson. Yeah, and then they added Shamiri Dyke. They added him at the top of the 4th round. But yeah, they got quite a few guys, a lot of unknown guys. Yeah, but the most well-known DC is Calvin Ridley and Tyler Lockett.
You want to get a quarterback like Cam, a tight end, man. So this is an excellent move because
it was really good move.
You need that safety blanket with the way he played the game. He gonna need a safety blanket, man. When he trying to make stuff happen, you need somebody to bail him out.
Yeah, the Titans, man, from an offensive standpoint, they look very exciting. I'm not gonna tell you anything wrong, man. Cam Ward's on top of the team. Tony Pollard's there. Tajay Spears is there.
Yeah.
Kelvin Ridley's there. Tyler Lockett was signed. They added Gunnar Helm at the tight end position. The offensive line is decent. They might need a little improvement there. Defensively, right? But the defensive side of the ball, DC, they got a few players there. So they might have to work on that. Tavontre Sweat's over there. Jeff Simmons, a few guys they have over there. Arden Key's there, and then Xavier Woods. So they got some work to do. But yeah, offensively speaking, they're going to be very exciting, man. With Cam Ward swinging the ball around, man. So we'll see what they got going on. Very interesting. All right, the other picks, family, that just happened. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Carolina Panthers just picked David Walker. Was the pick after the Gunnar Helm pick. 121, David Walker, an edge guy from Central Arkansas, 6'1", 263. He had 63 tackles for loss and 31 sacks in his 3 seasons with the Bears. Explosive edge rusher, great off and closing bursts. He shakes blockers, weave moves, and knock hands off of them. He gets under blockers, drives them back, gets off block at the top of his rush. Walker fights through double teams, chases until the whistle. He's a disruptive run defender who slips, blocks, and knives in the backfield. He's quick, has a quick first step, low center of gravity, and size make it tougher for blockers to get under him and move him off the ball with one blocker. He closes well from the backside. So 6'1", 263 from Central Arkansas. David Walker was the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Latham Ransom, the safety from Ohio State, was the pickup by the Carolina Panthers. Ransom reads the quarterbacks. They just got ETN, then they come back with a safety to help out the defense. Reads the quarterback, tracks the ball that time. He hits well when playing high. He's fast, strong enough to compete with tight ends in coverage. He's quick to trigger and takes sound angles, breaking on passes. Ransom is an aggressive run defender who shoots into the backfield. Made 9 tackles for a loss in 24. He fills gaps, meet backs in the hole when he plays in the box. He's a big hitter and punches the ball out. He forced 3 fumbles last year. 6 feet 206. Latham Ransom, and I know about Latham Ransom. I watched him play pretty decent safety for Ohio State. So you got him: Steelers, Packers, Chargers, Browns, Colts, Commanders, Ravens, Eagles, Saints. That's the order. All right, fam. So what are y'all guys thinking what the next selection should be? All right, and then as the Steelers, they check. Oh, that we talking Ohio State. Two guys leave. The Steelers get Jack Sawyer. That is a Pittsburgh player right there. Jack's even sound like a guy the Steelers would draft. Even sound like a guy the Steelers would take. Jack Sawyer, 6'4", 260. Remember JT, his compatriot, was drafted by the Colts. And now we got Jack Sawyer off the board in the 4th round to the Pittsburgh Steelers. 6'4", 260. This guy's a football player. Made one of the biggest plays of college football season when he got a strip sack and returned the fumble 83 yards for a touchdown to secure Ohio State's win over Texas in the college football playoff semifinals. He swipes and knocks hands off him when rushing the passer, getting under the pads of the offensive tackles to drive them back. Sawyer fires off the ball to get blockers on their heels before redirecting them inside. He's relentless chasing the quarterback and pursuing the run. He sets the edge, locates the ball, and sheds in time to make plays as a run defender. So Jack Sawyer, who I watched Jack Sawyer tape, him and JT out there. Jack Sawyer is a football player. He really impressed me how he played the game. They talk about his lack of athleticism, but he got a high motor. The guy's tough as nails, and he doesn't quit from the whistle to the end. He's just that's the kind of guy you want on your team. Steelers get him. This is a Pittsburgh Steeler type player. So they're going to love Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. 2 Ohio State's guys gets drafted, Lathan Ransom and Jack Sawyer. The Packers are on the clock. So, man, very interesting, man. On the clock, the Packers on the clock.
Well, you see Sawyer fitting with the Steelers, though. I mean, you think they're going to put him in on the end in the 3-4 look, or they're going to try to convert him to a linebacker?
That's a good question, DC.
Because I wouldn't think. I mean, his mentality and everything fits him. But he's a 4-3 defensive end, in my opinion. I don't know how they would utilize him.
Well, they got Derek Harmon and Cameron Hayward, and Cam getting up in age there, man. So in that 3, and they do run a 34 look. So you're right. It might be a linebacker guy. Yeah, it could possibly well be, there. So we'll see. They got their linebacker.
Go from being a linebacker, it'd be him.
Yeah, T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith, and then inside Pat Queen and Peyton Wilson are they starting 4 currently. So some kind of way, Mike Tomlin, Mike Tomlin can see the future. There was a rumor where Mike Tomlin look at you. If he mad at you, he look at you for 5 minutes, you burn a hole through your chest. That's a weird rumor. Boy, Mike Tomlin, yeah, man, he can see, look through you and see. He can see all the evil in you. That's what a rumor that they got out there in the world. Mike Tomlin got the supervision, man. He can see the future, so that's why his teams always are competitive. All right. So anyway, big ups to the fam. We got Pops chiming in. What's up, Pops? Shout out to you, man. Welcome on in. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, son? I'm sitting listening to the program. I say it's been an interesting draft. I'm just hoping that the Saints pick well, they select well, and he can add to the team and help our defense and even help our offense. I'm just happy to see. We might hopefully make some progress with, the selections our new coach is making. I hope that everything will work out for us, and that's what I'm looking at right now.
And me too, Pops Q. What's going on, man?
How you doing, DC?
I'm good. I'm glad to see you. This the only time I could call Big Q Little Q now, because you here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got some interesting stuff going on here, Pop. So far, what do you think about the Saints draft? Do you like? The biggest point of contention is the Tyler Shuck drafting the reach at the 2nd round. What do you think of that? And what's your thought process on the fact that Shedeur Sanders continues to slide? What do you think about that?
Well, I think that with a lot of the coaches in the league, they looking at more of, looking for guys that have played in systems. And I'm not saying that Shedeur haven't played at a high level. He's an awesome kid. But I'm looking at more like the coaches seem to be more conservative in what they're looking for. The Saints that selected the quarterback that they got, the kid's got a strong arm. How do you read defenses? This is what quarterbacking is all about. How do you read defense? Know where to go. Either you got to make a quick decision, or you're going on the ground. You're going down.
He's supposed to be one of the best. That's what they
Yeah.
say in the draft.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to have wheels under your feet, like you're supposed to be able to skate. In this league, we need skaters, quarterbacks that can get out of trouble and buy time. Most of the quarterbacks that do that, especially I like Jaden Daniels, for example, how he does. He gets out of trouble. He didn't have a nose for getting out of trouble. You know, the guy that plays for the Washington Commanders. Love the kid. He's smart in his head, and he knows he's like a field general. And you got to have a field general to run your team efficiently. You can't just cock back 3 steps and fire the football downfield and hoping your guy get to it, because you'll get him clocked. You know, so we really need a strong mind at that position. And then guys that could stop the run. We were sorry at stopping the run yesterday. Last season. I'm sorry. Last season we were really pathetic at stopping the run. And then, like you say, the old raccoon, he getting up there with his
Awesome, Pop.
for the
This
pig.
awesome, Pop.
Awesome. Well, he looks like a raccoon to me. He just don't have the beady eyes around it.
He ain't lying.
But he's gone.
Boy.
Yeah, he's gone. So now we got a new guy, and I'm looking forward to the season, to be honest with y'all. We may not win a lot of games, but I think we're going to have a pretty good and exciting season if we can keep our guys healthy. That's the biggest problem that we have, even with the Pelicans. The biggest problem we've had is keeping guys healthy. And talking about guys that's our starters, keeping our starters healthy.
Right. Well, we got to look out for our quarterback, because he probably had the most injuries in college football. And we bring him over there with our unhealthy luck, so we'll see. But what'd you say about?
He'll be looking up at the ceiling, seeing the lights in the Superdome. I give an offensive line around the young man. If he's gonna be anything, we can't count on Derek Carr. Let's face it, we cannot count on this man.
So you like our the first round draft pick we had, our offensive lineman? You don't think that'll help?
Yes, it will help. That's what I'm saying. Help. We got to be able to protect the quarterback. That's a big time. But we got to give the other young quarterbacks a chance too. Like Rattler. Rattler was doing pretty good. We got to build a line around him. Then we got to run the ball better. So an offensive lineman is not a bad choice for them. Let's see what Rattler can do. If it's true that let's see what Rattler can do. If Rattler can hold us down for a little while, get us some wins, he has to learn how to win. Mm-hmm. And you have to put the players around him to help him to win. Because look what happened with Kansas City and their quarterback. They got the players around him. Got a big tight end around him that can catch anything you throw at him. And takes pressure. He can scramble to get out of pressure situations. And this kid's got to learn how to do that. Got to be taught to do that. So them bringing in some new blood on the offense and the new head coach. I'm optimistic. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, well that's good, Pops. I'm happy you're optimistic, man. Because we've been seeing a lot of stuff. I think that the draft is all right. Draft is not one of those drafts where we looking at like, man, the Saints are blowing away like I'm seeing with other teams. But it's still a lot of picks left to go. Ed 209 says, you think the threat of Deion following Shador and wanting the head coach position is scaring off the teams from drafting them? Hey, bro, listen. First of all, thank you for your super chat, man.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
The thing is, that's that I heard. Like a lot of teams, like kind of, because they know Deion Sanders, not right now, but Deion Sanders has aspirations of wanting to be able to go up to the next level. And I remember there was the Dallas Cowboys, all of them was talking to him, and it was, I think it's a $10 million buyout that he has with Colorado, but they're thinking like in a couple of years that Deion Sanders is obviously he has his sights set on becoming a head coach in the NFL. And this is a slow walk to get there. So you draft Shador Sanders. Deion Sanders is going to go to your football team and talk to his son. He'll show up during practice. he'll be in the building. And in many cases, if you're an insecure coach and Deion steps there, he's going to get all of those cameras. People going to ask him about Shador, all this kind of stuff. He ain't going to just let him. He going to visit his sons.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
so I think that's a part of this, bro. A lot of it is a part because why else? Like I said, we talked about the colluding thing. I've never heard that before done. Where coaches from separate teams were sharing game plans every week to beat Deion Sanders. To me, I'm like, I've never seen that happen. That was what time do you, as a head football coach, got time to sit on your ass and share game plans of how to beat somebody you ain't even playing them? You ain't got nothing to do with those two teams, but they were doing that.
Well, you know
They
what
were
that
doing
means?
that. So why would I not think there'll be a concentrated effort against the man's son if people organize like that against him like that? Why would I not think that something's going on? And obviously it is. You can't justify Dylan Gabriel going to Cleveland. Shador Sanders is still on the board in the third day. There's no justification for that. But yeah, I think that's a part of it. Thank you, Ed 209. DC, you want to add to that, bro? You want to drop on
I
that?
mean, Dion a threat. They're a threat, man. You have to look at the power that they have. Shador, when they put on the camera, did you realize that Shador and Travis Hunter were out there doing draft videos and all type of draft coverage, independent of ESPN and all these other major networks, and they had millions of views.
Probably more than they ass did.
Right. So you got him. Everybody loves Deion Sanders. As soon as Shador gets in the league, we know he's already going to be highly marketable. All he got to do is win a little bit. Extremely marketable. Got shoe deals. All of this, man. He coming in with power. Shador could get up there on his platform and put messages out and reach millions of people. And it could necessarily not be the message that they want to put out, right? So when you see somebody coming in there like that, and what Deion did, they was pissed at him for what he did with Jackson State. We got to remember that, man. It didn't last long, but Deion went over there to Jackson State, an all-black college, right? And he made an attempt to actually take, your 5-star recruits and start getting them to go to black colleges instead of the plantation cotton picking, racist alma maters we know that have existed. Times have changed in some places, but we know the history, right? So you can't forget that he did that, because I know the NFL didn't forget. So they're going to penalize Shador, in my opinion, for those two things. So right now, they're basically trying to neuter him. I don't know how long it's going to go on, if you're going to see him go undrafted. But there's no way you can't give him an opportunity. They have to give him an opportunity. I mean, the people going to make sure of that.
Mm-hmm.
But how long it will continue to go on, I don't know, man, because here we are in day 3, fourth round. This dude's projected as the 40th or 39th. Some people say 56th best player in the whole draft. And you sitting at pick 120 something right now? Where we at?
Mm-hmm.
You can't make that make sense from a football standpoint. Okay, he don't fit your system, so he don't fit nobody's system. Okay, well, we have a quarterback, so people don't get hurt. You know what I'm saying? You don't want a backup plan in case your quarterback get hurt. Then also, when you bring Shador in, it's going to be attention, man. So to me, outside of them putting the colluding out there, a team that really needs a quarterback and you scared to take a chance on a guy like this, it just shows me how weak and feeble-minded you are. Because the risk after day 1, the risk of taking Shador is relatively extremely low. If he's not good, his floor is probably still would be worth a day 2 guy at his floor. And him reaching his peak would be top 5 pick category. So how do you not go with that in day 2, man? We know what time it is. And that's right, my brother. It's definitely due to Dion, and it's due to Shador himself, man. And just this new NIL thing we're seeing, where these quarterbacks are coming in with money, they're coming in with power already. He already has everything together. Like Shador needs to be coached up in some areas, I'm sure, but a lot of things he already has figured out. And a coach that ain't strong-minded and strong-willed might be intimidated by not only Deion Sanders being around, but actually Shador. He's pretty intelligent. He's well-spoken. It's nothing more embarrassing as a coach than a rookie quarterback showing you up while y'all in the meeting. Well, no, coach, I think we should actually do it like this. I've ran that concept. Da, 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 da. And he got more money than you. He got more swag than you. Got more people listening to him than you. I think that they definitely scared outside of the politics too. It's a little fear there, man, because the brother's coming in with a lot of power.
All right, thank you, DC. Yoshi, shout out to you. 504 says, love Shador, but I'm glad we didn't draft him. We need to fix our floors before buying a Porsche. He deserves a serious team. Thank you.
I want to say thank you very much for picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, shout out to Yoshi. Also, let me get a quick breakdown of the last 4 picks. The Saints are drafting in 3 selections: Ravens, Eagles, then Saints at 131. The last 4 picks, the Chargers, Kyle Kennard was picked up by them, and he ultimately 6'4", 254 from South Carolina. He'll end up going to the Chargers, and Harbaugh at 126. The Cleveland Browns seem like they got 100 picks. Dylan Sampson, the running back, 5'8", 200-pound running back, led the SEC in rushing, had 100 rushing per game. That is almost 115 yards per game. He had 22 rushing touchdowns last year. Wow. He's a threat to pull away. Excellent contact balance, catching the ball out the backfield, can get skinny on runs, got good route running. 5'8", 200 pounds. Good pickup by them. Wow. 127 pick for the Colts is Jalen Travis, offensive tackle from Iowa State, 6'8", 340. They just seem to keep getting bigger. He was a transfer from Princeton. He, outstanding size, long arms, second best vertical leap, tied for the 4th best broad jump for the offensive lineman at the combine. But he's inconsistent pass blocker, but effective when his technique is sound, has a high ceiling as well. 6'8", 340-pound lineman. The Colts 128. Jalen Lane, the wide receiver from Virginia Tech, 5'10", 199 speedster, put on a show at the combine, finishing in the top 3 for the receivers in the 10-yard split. The 40-yard time, which is 4.34 on the 40, broad jump was 11 feet. The vertical jump was 40 inches. The 20-yard shuttle was 4.12, and the cone drill was 6.75. He's a dynamic player who caught, ran, passed, and returned punts for a touchdown in 2024. Excellent with the ball in his hands. He's quick with speed to pull away. He makes defenders miss, breaks tackles, and follows his blocks. He flashed as a route runner and has the skill set to get even better. He's a natural pass catcher with big hands for his frame. 5'10", 191. Jalen Lane goes to the Washington Commanders. So he has Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
Jaden Lane got a guy. And then, of course,
up there on the board.
And just another one up here. Teddy Buchanan. This is the linebacker from California. Teddy Buchanan is the UC Davis transfer. He finished 3rd in the ACC in tackles per game in his only season at Cal. He's a gap sound run defender, tracks the ball well, meets backs in the hole, shoots the gap, makes plays in the backfield. Buchanan reads the quarterback and breaks on the ball in coverage. He can match up with backs and tight ends. He closes well, had 5 sacks in 2024. Buchanan is fast enough to spy quarterbacks too and can cover kickoffs and punts. So the Ravens add a linebacker there to the defense and help.
What's new, huh, Q? The Ravens always adding a linebacker.
Yeah, what else is new, right?
Right.
They got a hell of a safety at Malachi too.
Yeah, they did, and they got Mike Green too.
That's right.
Ravens ain't playing, man. But
Man,
I think Cleveland is completely knocking it out the park, man. Right now, when you look at they got Judkins and Dalen Sampson. You know,
ain't that
they
something,
went and
DC?
got Harrington and they got Mason Graham. I forgot who did they draft in the second round.
Oh, hold on, I'll pull up their draft right
Man,
quick. Yeah,
Cleveland knocking it out the park, man.
Cleveland seemed like they got a
Can you
million draft.
imagine if they would have drafted Shador too on top of that?
Yeah. Yeah, they
Man.
got DC with the first pick. They got Mason Graham. The second pick, Carson Swessinger, a really good linebacker from UCLA. The second of the second round picks, Quishon Judkins. In the third, they got 2 third rounders. They got Harold Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green as the tight end. They added
They loading up, bro.
They're loading up. Dylan Gabriel as the quarterback they picked
That
in
was
the
a
third
stupid
round.
ass pick.
And Dale, that should have been, if that was Shador, this draft would be probably my favorite one for Cleveland. If that would have been, if they would switch Gabriel for Shador, that to me would have probably been my favorite draft. Cleveland definitely knocking it out the park. They got 2 picks left. They got a 5th round selection and a 6th round selection, and they're done. But they're having probably the best draft.
They got the best collection of players so far, man.
Yeah, they Cleveland is killing it. Atlanta so far, Jelani Walker. They all defense. DC, they got 1 pick left.
Defense?
All defense. Linebacker Jelani Walker with the 1st round pick. James Pierce Jr. with the other 1st round pick. The 3rd round pick was Xavier Watts and Billy Bowman, the safety. So 2 safeties, an edge guy, and a linebacker. They're killing it. They got a second round.
They got 2 good safeties too.
Yep. All right. Saints time, fam. Saints time. Saints are on the clock. I
wonder if we're gonna get the memo of what the Falcons doing and get a goddamn offensive player.
Well, with this pick here, I don't. We'll see what happens here coming up here, DC. But I think it should be wide receiver here, if not running back.
I think we can wait on running back. They still got some good ones out there, but why is Giddens gone? Why is Giddens sliding so much, man?
Giddens is on. Devin Neal from Kansas is still there. DJ Giddens is still there. Damian Martinez is there. Brashad Smith from SMU is there. Jordan James from Oregon. Jadon Blue from Texas is another good one as well. Ollie Gordon the second is still available. So they got Phil Moss.
We can wait. We can wait on running back, trade back in the 5th and get a running back. Right. Still got some good guys there. We need a receiver though, man, before they start getting real thin at receiver.
All right, back with y'all, man. All right, yeah. So we'll see what the pick is. Like I said, we talked about wide receiver Jalen. Let's see. If it's a wide out, DC, we talked about it. How about Torrey Horton, Alec Anya Minor, Drew McCoy, Daquan Felton, Nick Nash, guys like that. We'll see what the pick is in for the Saints, and we'll see what it is, man. Is it a wide receiver? Is it a cornerback? You know, what could it be? Well, you know, what could it be?
Well, I mean, we went 2 defense, so it should be 2. It should be 2 offense, or at least 1 offense right now. We went
Denzel Burke, if it's cornerback, DC, Zy Alexander, Denzel Burke, Dorian Strong. We go with a cornerback here.
Quincy Riley, too small, huh?
Quincy Riley, 5'11", man. I was trying to get somebody at least 6 feet and above. Dorian Strong is 6'1". Zay Alexander from LSU is he's another tall guy that had a production. He's 6'1". Denzel Burke is Denzel Burke is 5'11", but he plays big. So Kobe Black from Kansas is another good one. He's a 6 feet. I like Kobe Black a lot. A lot of people not really talking about him too much, but I think he's a pretty solid corner. So we'll see who these guys is. And there it is. It's Quincy Riley. DC, just when we said he's too small, Quincy Riley is the pick. So it's a cornerback.
Now, he's pretty good though. Quincy Riley is not a bad corner. But man, 5'11". So you know what? Maybe I know a lot of people think Alante is horrible on the outside, right? But I've seen Alante in his rookie year look amazing on the outside and then look horrible in the slot. Maybe they're going to take Quincy and put him in the slot and Alante is going to be our number one guy. Off season of him training to be an outside cornerback, I don't know, man. I think we may be surprised. We saw him do it last year, and was getting cooked at times. But Alante is a tough dude, and I think he has the ability to figure it out. So maybe they're high on Alante playing that outside cornerback spot. We are going to a 3-4-2 now. So, if we're going to run that 3-4 alignment a lot, your cornerback got to be able to tackle real good. And Alante definitely does that because he could be a safety as well. So I guess to me, this solidifies it that I don't think they're going to put Quincy on the outside. He could do a little bit of that, but I think he's probably better suited as a slot corner, in my opinion.
All right, let's get familiar with him, fam. Let me get him on the board, and we'll go over the breakdown. Then we'll read the former player because I know I talked about him, but we'll go over it for the family members that didn't see the linebacker. So the Saints in the fourth round, they get two defensive players, linebacker Danny Stutzman and cornerback Quincy Riley. So let's get them on the screen. We'll go through the breakdown here, as you can see here. And DC.
No, I was just saying, he's a good pick. I'm going to let Pops go ahead and take it over, man.
Let me go through the breakdown. Okay, it's time. He's sick. He's about 5'11", 194. They list him with a prospect grade of 6.10. Good backup with potential to develop into starter. The Saints take him with in the fourth round, pick 29. Of that, his 40 time is 4.48 in the 40. For him, this is his breakdown in 2019. He's been in college, 6-year player. Middle Tennessee redshirted, played 3 games as a reserve. 2020 Middle Tennessee State Conference USA all freshman team, played in 6 games, 5 starts, 4 tackles, a tackle for loss, and 2 picks. In 21, he was Middle Tennessee State first team all conference USA, tied 4th in the FBS with 5 picks, 1 return for a touchdown, played 9 games, 7 starts, 33 tackles, 4.5 tackles for loss, and a sack and a half, 9 pass breakups, missed 2 games with an ankle issue. In 2022, played in 13 games with 2 starts, 27 tackles, 1 sack, 3 picks, 1 return for a touchdown, 2 pass breakups. In 2023, honorable mention all ACC led team with 11 pass breakups, started all 14 games, 49 tackles, a sack and a half, tackle for a loss, 3 a tackle for loss, 1.5, 3 picks, accepted an invitation to the Senior Bowl, then decided to return to school. And then in 2024, second team all ACC, led the team with 13 pass breakups, tied for the team lead with 2 picks, played in 10 games, 8 starts, 33 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 forced fumble as well. So he missed 2 games with an ankle issue, did not play in Team Sun Bowl win over Washington. The breakdown on him goes by Lance Zierlein. He's projected to be a round 3 and 4 guy, in which he was. Riley's performance took a dip in 24 because his tape shows the same strengths and weaknesses from the year prior. The ball production looks nice, but his indecisiveness and lack of awareness cause inconsistencies from zone and off-man coverage. He's competitive with good makeup speed and the athleticism to improve his coverage squeeze if he takes to coaching. Riley needs to become more reliable in run support for teams to trust him as a nickel defender. The 6-year senior clearly has play traits that work in his favor, but he must learn to play with quicker eyes and better focus to become more than a quality backup with inside-outside potential. His strengths: has hips to hit coverage transitions with fluidity, nimble feet to hound the early stages of the route from press, adequate understanding of coverage leverage from pedal or shuffle, plays with willingness to overlap coverage areas from zone, good focus with soft hands when making a play on the ball, high school sprinter with above average recovery speed. His weaknesses are lack of play strength, shows up in press at the top of the route. Coverage can be passive, allowing unsupervised route breaks. That's not good. Below average vision and response timing from zone. Tendency to take indecisive angles when playing a throw. Average plant and drive bursts from the top of his drop, and 2 content diving low near the ankles against the run. I don't like none of that. That sounds like Usama Young to me and sports of Patrick Robinson. I seriously, don't that sound like Patrick? Where is he from again? From Louisville. Okay.
Put the tape on, dude. He not that bad. Put it to you.
Well, I'm gonna look for it, bro, and we're gonna see it. But
He can
what do you
return.
think?
He can return kicks and punts too. I didn't hear him say that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at it, man, because I was
Yeah.
thinking, I was looking at other cornerback. I thought Dorian Strong and what Zay Alexander, somebody else, but I'm not mad at the Quincy Riley pick. Pops, you want to comment on that?
Well, he's kind of in middle, a little above middling. I mean, I think he can play. I think he can learn the system. He has to be attentive, like you say. Sometimes he has those lapses, and sometimes he can get burnt. But that has happened to most teams, some of the good ones. Sometimes you turn into if you're not careful, you turn into a loaf, a slice of toast bread out there, and the man running behind you, bread, burnt toast, heading trying to catch him, and you can't do it. So the audience, so I think the Saints will work him out. I think he could, he has a position on the team. We got to give him a chance. I'm willing to give the young man a little chance. You know what I'm saying? Give him a chance to see how he going to come out. Just give him a chance to see how it's going to work out. I'm interested to see how a new coaching staff going to handle these guys. And that depends on a lot of it depends on his coaching. How he's going to be coached. So he got some good points, and he also has a few things that he has to work on. I'm quite sure the coach is going to let him know where his problem is and how he can try to help him deal with it. But he could if he can return punts and play a little coverage. I think it's gonna it's possible he could fit in the rotation and help the club out a little bit.
Yeah, well, you seeing the theme here. We're getting all old guys.
Yeah,
man was in college 6 years, and he brings special teams help. So the Saints are big on getting them special teams guys later in the draft. Seeing a pick like that here, but I think he has potential to be a solid cornerback, though. Like I agree with what you said, Pops. He's above Midland.
Yeah, he's above Midland. He's got good and he's got bad. Also, by him being a 6-year kid, 6-year kid. Well,
yeah, 6 years.
Yeah, so he's got the experience. I mean, he's played football for 6 years for his college, and I think we might have something here. Just have to make him recognize his faults and make sure he pays attention to what he's doing on the field, and that's going to be up to the coaches.
Most definitely.
Now, this is interesting too. So that's the two picks in the fourth round. Defensive players. We got a cornerback, new defensive back, Mr. Quincy Riley, and of course the linebacker the Saints had. Let me see if I can get him on there too. Danny Stutzman. I kind of read some of the breakdown on him. So the Saints had linebacker and defensive back in the fourth round. We don't have a fifth round pick currently, family. We have 2 6 rounds in the seventh. The Saints possibly could pivot and go up there, but this is the current draft for the Saints as it is. Round one, just kind of do a recap on the Saints draft thus far. Kevin Banks Jr. from Texas was the first pick in the draft for the Saints, 9th overall. In the second round, Tyler Shuck from Louisville in the 40th pick in the second round. Vernon, that's right. The third round was pick 71, Vernon Broughton from the University of Texas, an interior defensive lineman. The other third round draft pick was Jonas Sanker, safety out of Virginia. And then, of course, Danny Stutzman, linebacker, is what two of the fourth round picks. 112 was Danny Stutzman, 131 was Quincy Riley. So the Saints go defensive on the last several picks. Saints go defensive on those picks, man. So they kind of add another defensive back there. And this is Danny Stutzman's breakdown right here. Will eventually be average starter, is their comment. 6'3", 233 pounds. Danny Stutzman, 4.52 in the 40 time, 34-inch vertical jump. He is also a guy that's had 4 years of college production, played 10 games, he had 38 tackles, a sack, 2 forced fumbles. He missed 3 games due to injury in 21 and 22. Honorable mention, all Big 12 conference, led the Big 12 with 125 tackles, started all 13 games, had 3 sacks, 2 interceptions, and 5 pass breakups. In 23, third team Associated Press All-American, first team All Big 12, led team with 104 tackles, 16 tackles for loss, started 12 games, had 3 sacks, a pick that he returned for a touchdown to go along with 3 pass breakups. And last year, second team Associated Press All-American, first team All SEC finalists for the Butkus Award, which is the honor to give it to the nation's top linebacker.
Wow.
Led team with 110 tackles, 8 tackles for a loss and a sack, started 12 games, did not play in the team's Armed Forces Bowl, lost to Navy. Miscellaneous information. Father Steve played football at Baylor. His mother, Susie, played basketball at Baylor. Sister Sabrina played softball at Florida State. So they're an athletic family.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, his mark was a 3rd round selection. He went in the 4th, which that's what I was saying, telling people that Stutzman was listed, I think, as one of the top 5 best linebackers in the draft.
Good,
and he fell to the Saints in the 4th round. So that's actually a pretty good pickup. Inside linebacker with size and instincts to post a board full of high totals as a tackler. He's football smart, studious, play recognition to stay one step ahead of the blockers. His downfield flows narrow, the runner's angle. He's accomplished at slipping around blockers or sliding off them to the tackle. His block take on needs work, though he's efficient and productive near the line, but his effectiveness in tackling dip once the play moves into space. Stutzman's an adequate athlete with good size and special team talent, showing potential to become a starter inside backer. His strengths are instincts, play recognition, fuel his impressive production. Reads and adjusts instantly to what his keys tell him, slips and slides around blocks to stay in the action, shifts through moving parts with calm eyes and efficient movement, plays with inside out leverage and can slide off blocks to tackle, eludes dual block climbers and triggers into the A gaps, adequate bend and turn to knife into gaps as a blitzer, possesses demeanor and experience for special teams. His weaknesses are lacks explosive stack and shed pop in the take on, absorbs more contact than he delivers to blockers, can be a step slow sprinting wide to cut off outside runs, linear and perimeter pursuit and overruns tackle angles, average depth gain and change of direction in zone coverage, needs to squeeze catch space when he's in position. But overall, DC and Pops, all I can see is that Danny Stutzman is a football player, man, and I think he'll do real well with the Saints.
Yeah,
I think this is the best pick we had after the first round.
we gotta give him a little time. We gotta give him a little time, but I think I gotta say I'm trying to be optimistic, especially with our new coaching staff, to get these guys and get them, try to bring them up to their strengths before the season gets here. And I think we're gonna be successful with some of them. And in the long term, hopefully they can help the team, especially at the linebacker position. You know.
Yeah, indeed, Pops. I mean, this is what the Saints have done in so far as the draft right now. And the Saints took 2 offensive, like once again, we look at the flow of the draft. The Saints took 2 offensive players. They took an offensive lineman with pick 1. They took a quarterback with pick 2. And for the last 4 picks, the Saints are focused on defense, getting a defensive lineman, a safety, a linebacker, and now a DB. So, we still got 3 picks remaining.
The variety.
Right. Mm-hmm. So they're attacking the defense, getting the defense together. We have a 6th round pick, 184, and 2 7-round picks, 248 and 254. Those are the 3 remaining picks for the Saints. We do not currently own a 5th round selection, as we're about to get ready to go into I think what are we? We're almost close to going into we 3 picks away from hitting the 5th round. So we got quite a few
back in the 5th, man. We got to trade back in the 5th and get a playmaker. They still got a lot of playmakers out there. Running back or receiver. At this point, I don't think we're going to get both. So y'all need to pick who y'all want them to go get, because it's only going to be one or the other. They trade back up.
Right. Hey, look, and shout out to the fan. We got a new poll question I would like for you guys to answer. Over 200 people rocking with Tacoma on this Saturday afternoon. Please do us a service. Over 115 people have already chimed in. There's a poll question for you guys. Get your word in. Tell me what you think about this. Where does Shador goes? The options are 4th round, 5th round, 6th round, 7th round, which are UDFA, which is the same one. The last selection is UDFA. Right now, 56% of the pollers believe that Shador is going to go in the 7th round or be a UDFA. That to me is insane. But this is what's going on right now. 56%. The next one is 25% going into the 5th round. He's not worth a 6th round pick, a 7th round pick. Come on. It gets ridiculous at a point. And shout out to Maul, man. Thanks, Maul, for the super chat. Says the Saints make this.
He'll go in the 5th.
He said the Saints make this look harder than what it's supposed to be. Thank you, bro.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
And shout out to Yoshi, man, for being a member for 25 months.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, shout out to you, Yoshi. Appreciate you. Much love to the family members with the super chats and the cash apps. Much love. Thank you guys for it. And before I turn it over to the panel, the Shador thing, a few draft picks have happened since the Buchanan called Malachi Moore, the safety from Alabama, was taken by Aaron Glenn and the Jets with the 103rd pick for them. He's 5'11", 196 from Alabama. Pretty good safety they got. Of course, we get Quincy Riley from Louisville, and the Bears picked up Ruben Hippolyte, the second from Maryland, a linebacker. There they pick him up. The Jalen Royals, a wide receiver, comes off the board from Utah, 6 feet, 205, very quick wide receiver. He ends up going to Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. The Sean Payton Broncos gets an edge rusher, Q Robinson. He's 6'4", 245 pounds. From Alabama, Coach Payton picks him up to help out the defensive line. Tonka Hemingway, the big defensive tackle from South Carolina, 6'3", 285 pounds, is picked up by Coach Pete Carroll. And the wide receiver that we like is going to play with Cam Ward. Alec Anyamair, 6'2", 206 pounds, is going to Cam Ward to play with Cam Ward in Tennessee. And 2 picks left before we switch over to the 5th round. The Patriots just traded with Seattle to get the pick at 137. It's them and the 49ers at 138. Then we transition to the 5th round. Saints currently do not have a 5th round pick.
Still got Thornton out there, baby. Still got Horton out there, man. Hold out hope for him.
All right. So yeah, that's where we are with ours right now. DC Pops. But who do you guys think will be the next selection for the Saints? Now, can we the Saints done hit 4 straight defensive players? We got a defensive lineman, a linebacker, and 2 defensive backs, a safety and a cornerback. Where do we go? With the next pick? Where do you think we go?
I'm thinking we go with running back. We need somebody. We need a good dependent guy that could spell Kamara. When he as he's rushing, because most of the time he can't make a whole season before he gets hurt. So we need help at running back. I think if we can look at one of those options, there's a good runner out there, still out there. We might be a good opportunity to take a look at him. To get us somebody who can spell Kamara, not just a guy you give the ball off for a couple of handoffs, but somebody who can actually tote the rock and pick up yardage and help the team. We need we need a good dual tandem, Kamara and another player, but that has a skill set like him, who could give us the dual capacity like we had before when we had what is his name? The guy was here. What's his the guy that used to play for the Saints a long time ago? He don't play. He's out of football now. Mark
Ingram.
Mark Ingram. Yeah, that's him. We had that dual tandem, So we need that. That was because it gave the defense something to study, to think about. We need a young horse. We really do need a young horse. Somebody who could carry that rock when we, because notice that last season, most of the time when when Kamara was out, we couldn't run the football. We couldn't run it.
That's right.
You know? We had no running game, so that forced forced Carr to throw the football, and then so teams would tee off in the secondary, and when he tried to go after throw the football, he can't get to him, and then next thing you know, he's down on the ground. So we got to have a good running back that can spell Kamara. I love that dual tandem. That always worked for us. Saints have always had a nice, good little running tandem, running back tandem, and we don't have that. We haven't had that in years.
Yeah, the Saints, who they got right now in terms of the running back room, and then I'm gonna get DC to kind of chime in and get his thought known on it. But right now, Elvin Kamara turns 30 this year. Kendre Miller has not been available. He's been hurt the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
The Saints, they do have Clyde Edwards-Helaire like on a short deal. Jordan Mims is unproven, even though I like him. And Velus Jones Jr. was a guy the Saints picked up to kind of help there as well. But yeah, I definitely agree, Pops. And they have some really good running backs that are still available. Kansas, Devin Neal, he had 1,000 yards in 3 straight seasons. He's available. DJ Giddens, who's a really good running back, very athletic, can leap out of there. He ran a 4.43 in the 40. Really difficult running back, like him a lot. Damon Martinez from Miami is another running back, power runner. He rushed for over 2,100 yards and 16 touchdowns in 2 seasons. He's very Brashard Smith from SMU is kind of undersized, but he's a good running back. Jordan Ballou from Texas, another really good running back who did some stuff, and we seem to like Texas players. We got a couple of them in the draft. Ollie Gordon Jr., it's another guy that's really that people like a lot. Ollie Gordon Jr. Led FBS in rushing yards and ranked 2nd in rushing touchdowns in 23. Big back with size and strength. He's another dude, 6'1", 230.
That's my guy right there, Ollie, man. That's what I want us to get, Q. I think we could probably still get him in the 6th. He has extreme potential. 2023 he led college football in rushing. Ollie got a lot of potential, man, and I think he can be that workhorse, like Pops was talking about, that we need to spell Kamara. Big building, running downhill type back, but he got wiggle to him too, and he could catch. You know what I'm saying? He got some stuff he needs to work on. His pass blocking is horrible, but that's probably the worst of it in my opinion, and I think that's one of the reasons they got him down so far, and then he had a huge drop off from last year to this year. But when you look at their team, I just think it wasn't a lot there for him. Like, they were kind of gearing up on him, and he didn't get the production that you would like with all of that attention. But him or Martinez, man, I think we would have to do both of those. Would be nice. I know a lot of people. You like Devin Neal? I don't really like him. I think he's stiff. I think he get the job done. But I don't like him, man. I think he may be a 2-3 year guy that maybe could be dependable a little bit and just kind of fizzle out. He reminds me of a lot of running backs like that I've seen before. Mm-hmm. But DJ Giddens would also be very interesting. But y'all think he really fit? And I know your guy is Jadon Blue, right, Q? That's who you want, right?
I like Jadon. I think Jadon's a good player. I mean, Phil Moffa's another dude from Clemson. A lot of people. Phil? Phil north-south downhill runner type. He had over 2,000 yards and 21 touchdowns in the last 2 years with these people. So I mean, he's a guy that's he's a tough runner, downhill runner, power runner. A lot of people think that he's more than likely going to be an undrafted guy, but some of these guys could very well be gone. I mean, the Saints will have to move up into the 5th round to snatch some of these guys, man. To be honest with you. And there's
you think all of these? I mean, they got at least about 10 good running backs still here, man.
I know, but you got an entire. I don't think all of them go in the 5th round, but the Saints pick again at. Let me see where they pick again. Oh yeah, in the 6th round, 184. Pick 8. Yeah. 184. So we'll see what they got going on. And if that is indeed the move, we'll find it out. I just don't know if running back is the next shooter drop for the Saints. It might be something else. And of course, that's the end of the 4th round. We about to transition into the 5th round next. Joshua Farmer was the pick by the Patriots from Florida State. They traded up to go and get him.
That's a good pick.
6'5", 2-year starter, 14 tackles for loss, 8 sacks over 2 seasons. Joshua Farmer, 6'2", 305 pounds. And the 49ers, for last pick of the 4th round, was Jordan Watkins from Ole Miss, a wide receiver, 5'11", 196, undersized guy who ran 4.37 in the 40, averaged over 18 yards per catch last year, and is really good at tracking the ball. So that's the 49ers adding some talent there. And now we get ready to jump over to the 5th round. 5th round, here we got 3 rounds remaining. The Vikings starts it off.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with Pops on this running back, man. I want a receiver, but I think the Saints should draft a running back. You know why? Because every time we get an undrafted free agent running back that's good, we cut him. I don't know why. We never keep undrafted free agent running backs, even when they're good. We just find a reason to cut them, and then we go throughout the season, and everybody be like, "Damn, we should have kept old boy. Damn, we should." It's like a repeat theme every year.
That old boy being went somewhere else, and you done. They can't get him.
Right. And it's a repeat. They keep repeating that cycle. This goes back all the way to Sean Payton era. They keep repeating that cycle. So I'm with you, Pops. I think they should. I think they should draft a running back next, and hopefully we'll get our receiver in the 7th undrafted free agent. We know they'll keep a receiver.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of UFAs out there. So we just got to, take the best. If we can get away with the best runner that's available, give them a try. Because if they not, and Shador is still on the clock, and Minnesota's making their decision, and the pick is in.
They should pick him.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see what happens.
Let me ask y'all this: with the Saints, with the picks remaining, what's the position? What's the most important position left for the Saints to address at this point? Is this just simply BPA, or is it a position that we need to get? What's the most? And family members, y'all answer that as well in the chat. Which guy? Where do you think the Saints should go with the remaining? What's the most important position to need since after this?
I think the most important position.
We need run stoppers. Yeah, we need run stoppers. If we go in, if we can get another good run stop, a couple of run stoppers to help, because that's what killed us last season. That run with the run stopping ability of the defense was absolutely atrocious. So did they pick Shador? Did the Vikings?
No, not that I've seen yet.
Okay, I see his best available still up there. Somebody's gonna give him a chance.
All right, a couple of people saying, Big Sean says QB, edge, and wide receiver. All right, thank you, Sean. AKZ says receiver. Thank you, bro. Kelvin, what's up? Kelvin says we still need a quarterback. Jack says quarterback. Mont, what's up? Mont says left guard. KB, what's up, KB? Shout out to you, baby. Quarterback and wide receiver. What's up, Muse? Muse said they got to stop the SP era and let them play in positions they're playing best and stop trying to push a square peg in a circular hole. Thank you. Appreciate you, Muse. Much love to Muse. Drop the science.
Done that.
Queens drop the science. Queens dropping science. First pick in the 5th round is Tyron Ingram Dawkins. He's an edge rusher from Georgia, 6'5", 276. A hybrid player who can play defensive end, 3-man fronts and defensive tackle, and 4-man fronts. Edge setter who stacks and can forcibly discard offensive tackles at run defender, slips blocks and shoots gaps between tackles. His speed, length, and change of direction show room for him to develop into a more disruptive interior passer. At the combine, Ingram Dawkins had the quickest short shuttle time for defensive tackles and the 3rd quickest short shuttle time for all defensive linemen. He knocks blockers' hands off of him and mixes in arm over moves. So 6'5", 276-pound edge rusher goes to the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings pick again in the next 3 picks: Carolina, Baltimore, Vikings again. Could that be at some point somebody gonna pull Shador? It's a bargain at the 4 rounds. They're gonna eventually have to draft
at this point, man. I think they might have a deal just to make him the last pick of the draft, just because. Who
Jack
got the
says
last pick?
GM and head coach. We need a GM and a head coach, says Jack. All right.
I don't think we could draft that, but I'm with it.
All right. OG to the third degree. Say, I can't lie, Q. We need Sanders, bro. All right. Thank you, bro. Much love.
Okay,
All right.
Panthers have made their selection.
All right. Cam Jackson, the big defensive tackle out of Florida, the big Cam Jackson, 6'6", 330 pounds.
Oh,
Is going to Carolina. Yeah, Cam
Man, that was
Jackson.
a would be nice for us to get him. Probably could use
that's a
him,
big
bro.
guard. That's a
Big
big
old
guard
dude,
there.
bro.
6'6", 328.
We need a
Jackson.
backup for Gotcha, man. We still need a backup for Gotcha too. I guess
You
we
got
gonna have
the
to find
big
somebody.
nose tackle with long arms, effective two-gap run defender, shoots his hands, overpowers blockers, one-on-one, and sheds blocks in time to make plays. He's strong enough to hold his ground when he gets double teamed and keeps his pads down. Jackson is quick for his size and can slip blocks. He's powerful. He's a powerful bull rusher who pushes the pocket, has the ability to get off blocks late and gets his hands up. So the Carolina Panthers, DC, get a massive interior defensive tackle in Cam Jackson. The Ravens, Vikings, Dolphins are the next three teams to pick.
All right, Ravens. The pick is in on the Ravens. They've made their selection.
Well, they ain't playing around, huh? They probably gonna take one of these running backs, the Ravens. They ain't take nobody offensively. It's been all defensive picks, I think, for the Ravens.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So we'll see what the Ravens got going on here as well. And man, I tell you, the Baltimore Ravens are really, I mean, the Ravens had a solid draft up until this point. Malachi Starks, Mike Green. It just keeps, they just keep stockpiling talent, Raven type players.
Mm-hmm. But there, some of them will be on the street. Yeah, you can't hide all the talent.
Nah, you definitely can't.
You can't hide. So there'll be some on the street. I think the Saints might be looking at some of that. Remember, some of those guys once the draft is over, some of them that didn't make it, some of them that UFAs, to be able to take a look at them, and it could possibly be that Shedeur might be. I'm assuming he's going to get picked though. It might be in the last round. But I don't see the Ravens picking a quarterback and picking Shedeur. I just don't see it happening, son.
Yeah, and Pop's listening, and people are agreeing with you. A lot of the family members here, only 13% of all of the pollers. If y'all won't chime in, if y'all didn't get your vote on here, where does Shedeur goes? Only 22% says he goes this round. But 57% of the people believes he's a 7th round selection or a UDFA. So that's really interesting to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a Walk for Jesus International Disciple Revival says they act like they are allergic to offensive weapons. Thank you, fam. Appreciate you. As well, Yin, what's up? Yin says tight end. Mad Drummer says QB, running back, receiver. Jack says he said, seriously, offensive guard. All right, Young City says quarterback and running back. Carson Vincent is the pick for the Baltimore Ravens. They go offensive tackle. 6'7", 340, massive human beings coming off the board here. 6'7", 314, Alabama A&M. It's a 4-year starter for them, and he'll be the guy. 6'7", 314 going to Baltimore.
It's going to be a good one there. He could be a good one.
So there you go. Vikings. Seattle, Dolphins, and the Seahawks are the next 3 teams, Pop.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so the Seahawks are on the clock currently. It's a possibility they could snag Shedeur.
You think so?
It's a possibility. I mean, their quarterback situation has been a little flaky up there. Since Russell Wilson, they got, he went to Denver. They got rid of Russell Wilson, so they need a good young quarterback that could come in. They could train him to, take the reins of the team, or work behind an experienced veteran until his opportunity comes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a possibility.
They just gave Mr. I'm Seeing Ghosts, a big contract over there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they didn't draft a quarterback at all in the draft?
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think
Seattle didn't take anybody. That would be interesting to see him go over there, man. But at this point with Shador, I think the writing is on the wall. They're trying to do their best to just continue to embarrass him as much as possible, and it's probably not gonna get picked to the 7th round if he get picked at all. Because I would have never thought he would have failed to the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
There's a possibility somebody could take him in the 5th. I mean, damn, man, you get him as a backup guy, especially a lot of these teams would, they got solid starters, but you don't have a for sure, starting franchise quarterback. Like, why wouldn't you take a chance? Like, I don't understand the Colts. Somebody like the Colts, they had all type of problems with Anthony Richardson over there. He ain't really doing nothing. Why wouldn't you take a Shador? Cleveland, you know their issue with what they're dealing with Watkins. Obviously, us. The Jaguars even with Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence ain't do too good last year to me. The Bengals, Joe Burrow obviously is going to be their franchise quarterback, but he always gets hurt. The Rams need a quarterback.
Yep.
It's so many teams you could see him going to, and it's just crazy that nobody ain't taking them, man. Dallas, they could go for it too.
Yeah. Yeah, so Seattle made their selection. Riley Mills, 6'5", 291, out of Notre Dame.
What was his position? Let's see, Riley.
He's a tackle, defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle.
Okay.
That's right. There you go, Pops. Riley Mills is the man for Seattle. Through next 3 picks, Seattle's up again in 2 picks. The Dolphins, Seattle, then the Eagles are the next 3 picks.
Now the Dolphins have problems with their quarterback.
That would be a perfect spot for him.
Yeah, that would be an awesome spot. Then Dion Bear from Florida too. That's great. But,
that would be a perfect spot because only 2 quarterbacks they have on the roster is Tua and Zach Wilson, and Tua is 1 concussion away from being permanently kicked out of the league.
Yeah.
And then Zach Wilson,
they got a limit on how many concussions you got.
I'm saying you got to shut it down. That man got tore up a lot. I would have been shut him down, to be honest with you. I think it's incredibly ridiculous that he's still in the league. And I mean, this guy took some really bad hits where he got concussed, where he was frozen on the field, like they just pulled him out of a deep freezer. So I mean, it was just I mean. Pops, that man was laid up there looking like one of them action figures you pull out the pack. They don't be like this. And you join the and that boy looking like one of them.
Don't do him like that, bro. We got Chris Olave on our team, bro. We can't cloud on people with concussions too much.
Yeah, but DC, but that boy has some good concussions, bro. I ain't trying to make fun of nobody. I ain't trying to make fun of nobody. That boy was laid up there looking like one of them punch bots.
Yeah,
you got where you hit him like that, and he was laid out like that, like he was flash froze. Oh, what's going on?
What day is it? Monday.
I ain't trying to make fun of nobody, but goddamn,
Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
Okay.
I didn't see who it was, but Shakir is still there. Shadur is still there. So
he's gonna be there. He's gonna be there. He's gonna be sitting up there. Jordan Phillips is the move. The Miami Dolphins took a defensive tackle, Jordan Phillips from Maryland, 6'2", 312. Wrestled. He was a wrestler and competed as a weightlifter in high school. Low center of gravity, size, and lower body strength makes it tough to move him off the ball. With 1 blocker when he stays low, maintains his base. Presses blockers off his frame, gets off the block, slips blocks with hands. Phillips is a powerful bull rusher who gets under blockers and push the pocket as a pass rusher. He rips under and powers through outside shoulder and occasionally mixes in a spin move. 6'2", 312 from University of Maryland. Jordan Phillips is the pick at 143 for the Miami Dolphins. Next 3 picks are the Browns, Eagles, Patriots. So there you go on there.
All right. So the Browns on the clock right now.
Yes, sir. Browns on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, the question would be at this point,
they can't take a running back. They already took two
really good ones, bro. Judkins and Thompson. Boy, oh boy, the Browns are having a stat. Besides I ain't got a problem with Dylan.
Didn't the Browns take a receiver? Didn't they take who took Luther Burden? Didn't they take Luther?
I don't think they took Luther Burden.
Okay, maybe they take a receiver right here then.
They could. That's possible. They can.
Their defense is top notch. So I know they don't need a whole lot defensively, but if I remember correctly, they don't have a lot of receivers. They could use some help in that area. They got one of the better tight ends in the draft. I know you got Jared Judy,
Cedric Tillman, Michael Woods II, Jamari Thrash, David Bell, DeAndre Carter, and Caden Davis. So I mean, they can definitely use some receiver help.
None of them names ain't blowing me away.
Right.
Jared Judy is pretty much all they got. So maybe they go receiver here.
Yeah, he's a good one though.
Yeah, he's definitely a good one.
He's a good one. Jared Judy, a good one. He come out of Alabama.
And that's one of the two needs they haven't filled: receiver and offensive tackle, according to ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Here, the best fit is my guy Troy Horton. They got him as the best fit.
Yeah, Troy has some injury concerns, so I don't know if he's completely healthy.
He came back, man. He got back from the injury. Troy went out there and ran a 40, man, and ran a 4.40.
Okay.
And it was almost in the 4.3s.
Yeah, he's quick. That's the thing.
I think that number could go up a lot. I think he's gonna be ready to start the season. He's still coming back, but I mean, he got out there and ran a 40, man. I think he's gonna be fine. I know that ain't cutting and driving and all of that, but Troy is one of them dudes, man. He a dog, bro. I think he's gonna be fine, bro. They was talking how aggressively he attacked his rehab. And if you put the tape on and see what he did before, Troy's name would have been called. The only reason he's sitting here this late is because he had an injury. If he wasn't injured, his name would have been called. Day one or day two for sure. Huh?
You talking about Tory?
Tory, I'm calling him that. Tory.
Yeah, I was like, okay, you might be talking about somebody else. Yeah, Tory.
Man, I be messing people names up, Q.
Tory Horton. Yeah,
I get it from you, man. It's all them years doing podcasts. I get it from you.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, all right. I ain't gonna lie, man. I'll be butchering these people's names, especially the African brothers. I mean, no harm, brother. I'm just,
that's why I'm different from you. I mess up American name, African name, Chinese name. You know, man. Be messing them all up.
Indeed, bro. I mean, no harm.
You gotta listen to me with your spirit. You know what I mean.
Blame it on my head, not my heart, type of thing. Is that?
There you go. There you go. My spirit bigger than my brain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the top receivers remaining, according to the board: Tory Horton from Colorado State, Isaiah Bond from Texas, Brew McCoy from Tennessee, Tez Johnson from Oregon, Xavier Restrepo from Miami, Daquan Felton, Virginia Tech, Nick Nash from San Jose State, Isaiah Neor, Ricky White III from ULV, Kendra Lambert Smith from Auburn, Dominic Lovett from Georgia, Sam Brown Jr. from Miami, Ja'Cory Brooks from Louisville, Elijah Badger from Florida, Jimmy Horn Jr. from Colorado, and Kobe Hudson. Those are the top 16 wide receivers that left the draft that's on the board. So we'll see what the move is. Shedeur Sanders is off the board to Cleveland. The Cleveland Browns, Sanders, man. So Shedeur is going.
They wanted him this whole time. They just wanted to humble him.
The Cleveland Browns have selected Shedeur Sanders with the 144th pick in the 6th round. He is off the board. He is off the board.
So finally, how they gonna make the midget work with this? The little midget quarterback they drafted in the 3rd round. How they gonna make that work?
They're gonna practice squad his ass. That's pretty much all. I can't believe
for the 3rd round pick. They did all of that just to humble this man.
Or Joey Flacco gonna end up in the street. But one way or another, I mean, this could be the end of Deshaun Watson. I mean, you just picked. You got Joey Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. Somebody ain't gonna be there.
I'm just glad he's not in our conference, man, because Shedeur gonna be playing with a chip on his shoulder, bro.
Wow, that's crazy. This is crazy, Doc.
Cleveland got the best draft, man. They got. We just was
Cleveland,
talking about it, Q.
if they had a Shador, they drafted the
They
Cleveland's
got the
draft.
best draft, man. Ain't nobody gonna be able to do nothing to beat Cleveland draft, man.
They
At least on paper. You know, once these guys start playing, maybe that can change. But on paper, right now, Cleveland won the draft.
They really did, man. You look at Cleveland's draft.
And they're gonna sell a lot of tickets, man. Man, them games probably gonna be sold out now, man. What they trying to do should do. People ain't gonna go for that. They gonna get behind them.
Man, let me pull up Cleveland's draft here and show y'all. Man, Cleveland draft was brilliant. They had an excellent draft. They
need to sign a receiver in free agency though.
They got the dude for fifth. Oh, they still got one more pick remaining. Their draft is unbelievable. Cleveland draft is unbelievable. Look at this draft. Mason Graham, who's some arguably the best interior defensive tackle in the draft. Corey Schlesinger, who some argue is like a top 3 best linebacker in the draft. They got him in the second round. With the other second round pick, they got Quashad Judkins out of Ohio State. Y'all know how I got love for him. Harold Fannin Jr. was considered the best tight end. Not best, the second or third best tight end in this college class. They got him in the top of the third. Then you got Dylan Gabriel. Then you have Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, scat back. So you have Judkins and Sampson and Shador with the 5th round pick. And that's the end of it. They traded up to go and get Shador and close out the draft. That's the end of it. Their draft is off the Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, Quashad Judkins, Harold Fannin Jr. Even if you throw Dylan Gabriel, Shador Sanders, and Dylan Sampson, this is a phenomenal draft. This is phenomenal. They hit on, and you pull up. Let me pull up
I trade with them in a heartbeat, man.
Look at this. Look what they did. What they add, and this was a draft focused on a lot of key needs. They really helped themselves. Now they need to get another wide receiver to kind of help out there.
That's all they got to find.
They've done a phenomenal job. You get David Njoku, Harold Fannin will work in there. They got Quashad Judkins and Dylan Sampson. They're going to Quashad Judkins is going to push Jerome Ford out of that starting position.
I feel bad for Jerome Ford, bro. He going to get pushed out the starting position and probably the second position.
That's right. He's going to fall to the third back because you got Thunder and Lightning, man. These people they had a hell of a draft, man.
God damn.
They had a hell of a draft.
They got 4 quarterbacks, Q.
They got 5.
They got Kenny Pickett over there.
They got
Kenny
5.
Pickett. Oh wow, they got 5.
Watson, Flacco, Pickett, Gabriel, Shador Sanders. They got 5.
Why the Saints couldn't be this smart and forward thinking, brother? Just go ahead and draft 2 quarterbacks. You could have got 2 and let them battle it out.
Cleveland knocked it out of the park. I got to give them a round of applause, man. Cleveland knocked the hell out of this one. Knocked the hell out of it. Cleveland knocked the hell out of this draft, man. They really did. They knocked the hell out of the draft, man. They get the starter and Carson Schlesinger. He'll get in there. They did a phenomenal job. They added some key talent, offensively speaking. The running attack that'll help right away. Harold Fannin Jr. will be a good future tight end under Njoku. Njoku gets hurt. So Fanning will step in there with his receiving ability. And, man, listen, they're going to get Deshaun Watson out of there sooner or later. And Shador Sanders is going to take that job, and he'll be running the Cleveland team with all this terrific talent. Cleveland has done a wonderful job. And the dumb Saints sit up there and let them do it. That man sitting there, even if you don't like Shador, and this man made it into the 5th round, and they couldn't trade into the 5th round and just spent the 5th round pick. They blow them all the time. They blow these 5th round picks all the time and just take a filler on them. I mean, that's a value for a guy that was seen as a top 20 player, and you get him in the 5th round. The Saints sitting there stupidly. And now Cleveland sitting up there with him, and they talking about we draft good draft here, man. Listen, man, that is a phenomenal draft by a team. That's the difference between teams that's winning some shit and dumbass teams that don't. They're sitting at the bottom of the NFC South, telling themselves, "Hey, man, we good. We gonna win it all. I'll tell you, we gonna win." Nah, you're not good because your moves. These are not a lot of these moves that the team been making with dumb Mickey on the top. Is not intelligent moves. And
we got 2 starters, 2 starters, and everybody else is backups.
The 2 starters. Go for it, DC. I know you're saying Kelvin Banks Jr. Who's the other starter?
The other starter is Vernon. Both of the Texan boys, man. That's 2 starters. Shuck, I'm gonna be honest. I went and watched. I watched a film on All Shucks. I actually think he can be good, but what I know is gonna happen, and we all know is gonna happen. He gonna get hurt. He always get hurt. Everybody who come here get hurt. Every quarterback we had the last 5 years get hurt. So why you think a dude who's getting hurt in college gonna come here play and don't get hurt? So if they force him to start, he's still gonna get hurt, and Spencer gonna be out there anyway. That's how I see that. But watching him, to really be honest, on tape, man, the dude can make some throws, bro. He can make some weird, awkward, off angle, off platform throws. He could put the ball in the perfect spot. He can read through his progressions. He got a hell of a deep ball. He can throw back shoulder. He got a lot. But family, when the pressure get to him, he crumbled like a wet cookie.
Turn into Derek Carr. That's what he do. I told y'all that last week that Derek Carr can give Deers stand on side the road lessons.
But look,
you saying here that he turned the cookie dough.
Cookie dough.
You know how you drive it.
Play it in your hand, Pops.
For my country people out there that have a problem with deer, if they're around a wooded area and they got a deer issue, and you see the deers come out at nighttime, and the deer looking at you, and you driving by, sometimes they gallop at your car. They try to run over the road, but you see their eyes bucking, and looking all scared on the side of the road. That's Derek Carr. That boy can get them lessons. That boy, that teaching deer. That's what he doing right now. He got a school of deer he teaching. This is how you be scared when you get your buck like this, and then you said you just go to hell in the handbasket.
Well, he put mascara on him. He put mascara on the deer.
Mascara, DC, get it right. Mascara.
Carl Madagascar.
Mascara, brother.
Mascara. Say Marley say DC stop overhyping Shuck. Marley, I want to hate him just as much as the next person. My rational mind told me to go watch some film, and I really sat down last night. Because my Saints mind said, "The hell with him, get him out of here, Spencer Rattler." But I couldn't sleep last night, probably because of the trauma of our second round draft pick. So I sat and I watched a lot of film on Tyler Shuck, man, and he's not as bad, I think, as we're making it out to be as a quarterback. But the knock is definitely true as far as his age, his injury history, and the other thing is if he get rattled too much in the pocket, like garbage. If you could keep him clean and upright, meaning if you put him in a perfect situation, but this NFL is hardly ever perfect. If you put him in a perfect situation, I can see what the Saints see. He could really make all the throws. He can make some Patrick Mahomes type throws. Go watch the tape. I ain't trying to hype him up. I ain't saying he better than Shador. I'm not saying he gonna be a for sure starter and Pro Bowl and all this. But I will be honest and say the dude has a lot of potential. But unreached potential ain't worth shit.
All right, DC, I thank you for that breakdown, bro. That was very educational. Now I got a question for you, sir. With all that being said, is Tyler Shaw a starter for this year?
No. No, because I think even with all that, to ask him to come in and to be burdened with what we have, and Spencer Rattler already having a head start, I think Spencer Rattler jumps in front of him. But I think due to the nature of our team, our injury issues, the way things are, I think he will get a shot at some point, during the season. Let's say Spencer's out there and we're not winning at the rate we want to. They're going to set it up for him to get a shot. But coming out week one, I really think it's Spencer. I think it's Spencer. Shuck would have to be phenomenal, and he would have to be this phenom, the Saints had the number one sleeper pick in the draft to be the starter to me, because I don't think Spencer is going to be an easy out and beating him out. He can't go in there doing the bare minimum, looking like a game manager and beat out Spencer Rattler. I don't see that. He had already had people beating him out in college. He ain't Joe Burrow. People be like, oh, well, Joe Burrow got beaten Ohio State. I've been watching videos, reading the comments, and all. Tyler Shuck is not Joe Burrow. So I don't see it, but I do see the potential. So I at least understand what Kellen Moore may see in him. The only thing that I think could overtake Spencer Rattler before as him overtaking Spencer Rattler. Goddamn. He is smart, Q. And he had a lot of different offenses that this man has been through. I mean, he was in college for 7 years. He had a lot of learning to do. He went through a lot of football offenses too. I wonder if you think he got a degree? He was there 7 years. He should have graduated and got something, huh? But
I mean, something. He damn sure ain't getting no NIL deal, but he at least got his diploma.
Now he went through a lot of different offenses. And he ran a pro style offense. He done ran the air raid offense. He ran. I don't think he ran no running mobile quarterback type offense. Even though he can run, he really is a pocket passer. But if you let him get out, he's faster than Spencer Rattler, y'all. Faster than him. The dude got hurt running the ball. I think diving, trying to do a goddamn flip. He broke his collarbone. He. It's a lot more to him than these goofy throws I just looked at. But I still definitely all day would have took Shedeur Sanders over him. But I think if he can reach his potential, man, which is a big if, then we could eat our words on Tyler Shuck. Not betting on it, but the dude got talent. Can he stay healthy is the question. And can we see some of that talent before he get gray hair?
I mean, the dude turns 29. I mean, not 29.
29.
He turned 26 in the fall, but we shall see. I mean, he's a second round pick, so they're going to try to prop him up there. If Derek Carr is not there, which he's not going to be in my estimation, then Tyler Shuck will be the quarterback, the top one that they position going into camp, followed by what happens with Spencer Rattler. But Rich, shout out to you, says Q, you can't teach heart, and this QB is scary. Yes,
I want to say thank you very much for picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, two things, man. Shedeur Sanders pick at 144. Let me run down those quick picks up to date right now. Shedeur at 144 went to the Cleveland Browns. He finally is picked in pick 144 in the 5th round of the draft. He'll go there. As McWilliams, the cornerback for the from UCF Central Florida, is 5'10", 199, goes to the Eagles. That guy's real spunky, tough little cornerback. He joins the Eagles. LSU, another LSU player off the board, Mr. Brady Swinson. All right. That's our guys. Brandy Swinson ends up going to Patriot Country, 6'4", 255, very productive at LSU. The 49ers at 147 got Jordan James from Oregon, 5'10", 205.
On the running backs.
Real productive running back. He's undersized, about 5'10", 205, but the dude is tougher than what he looks. He doesn't have the 40 time you expect a smaller running back to have, but his game speed he looks faster than he actually is. Because if you run the 40 time, his 40 time ain't really hitting on nothing. But he's game speed fast and very productive for Oregon. And then of course, two more. Ohio State, Ty Hamilton, the big interior defensive tackle, 6'3", 300 pounds, picked up by the Rams. They're looking to solidify it inside. And Jadon Blue from Texas end up going in state to the Dallas Cowboys. So Blue is wearing cowboy blue, and he's from Texas. There you go. So he ends up there, 5'9", 200 pounds, undersized running back with a lot of acceleration speed, catch the ball out the backfield. Will be a good scat back, satellite back to go along with a north-south runner, but also really good in space. In the next 3 picks, Dolphins, Colts, Cardinals, Saints have not made a move to get inside there. And of course, final thing before I turn it over to the panel is grade the draft so far. That is available. This is the third question for the chat. Please, y'all, chime in on that. If you haven't had an opportunity, family, hit the chat up and vote on the poll. The question is grade the draft thus far, A, B, C, or the fourth option is D or lower. Right now, 44% of the family members have the draft at D or lower. The second highest total is 36%, which is C. 15%, now it's 16% giving them a B, and 8% is giving them an A. So it's kind of balancing off.
Who gave them an A?
Well, 6% of the people.
It must be some of the Tyler Shuck people, man. They must be buying without putting down right there.
Thank you, KB. She says, when the last time we had a good draft? Hey, yeah. What was what did we see? The Lattimore draft? The Kamara draft? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I gotta look at it, man. I want to be fair. We've had some good picks in some drafts after the Lattimore Kamara draft, but in totality, I would have to look at our draft classes, man, and look at them. I don't know, Q. I don't think we've ever knocked it out the park like that again, or even had like 4. It was always like we might get 1 or 2 good pieces, and then everybody else was just special teams in depth. Basically the same thing they look like they're doing right now. They keep following the same formula, and it don't seem to work, man. It's like, man, if we didn't have this here, the great Saints thing, I don't think I could watch the Saints, because how can you watch them of sane, sound mind and just hold all this stuff in that we talk about here? Because you're watching insanity. Like, these people have been stuck. They are stuck.
That is completely psychotic.
They stuck in the 2010s. They never came up to like 2020 and on. They've still stuck in the 2010s. They doing the same stuff we saw them do, not last year, not the year before last year, but the last decade. They still on the same thing. And on top of being on the same thing, it has not yielded positive results, not once in the 2020s. We halfway through the 2020s, and they still refusing to change. Got a new coach with the same philosophy. So you know what that means, right? The coach is either Mickey Loomis's pet or he handcuffed. Because you can't tell me Kellen Moore came here and this was his draft strategy.
From what I know,
they gave him his 2 guys though, and the rest of this been Mickey Loomis.
Well, the thing is, DC, I don't know. I'm gonna have to put Mickey Loomis is a moron. We know that. That's an established fact and reality that he's an idiot. The Kevin Banks Jr. call was he's a good player, so I can respect.
Oh yeah, that. He's awesome, man.
The second round pick for Tyler Shuck is an incredible reach. He would have been available in the next round. Yeah. So if you wanted, he would have been available in the next round.
Well, the consensus says he was the second best quarterback in the whole draft.
That's a bunch of BS.
Better than Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders.
It was chasing Jackson Dart. The board rolled out originally, even if you had Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders flipped, there's no common reason, no good reason why he should have fell all the way to the Browns in the 5th round. You take Dylan Gabriel, who's a 5'9", 5'10" quarterback over him. That is absolutely ridiculous. So we knew there was some bullshit going on with them colluding. They just wanted to humble him out, but it's all good. He's going to beat him. Eventually going to be a starter. And the Saints had an opportunity to get a top-notch quarterback prospect in the 5th round and sat her on their hands and didn't do nothing about it. Tyler Shaw has an injury history. He did 1 year production. Wasn't real. He didn't blow the top off either. He had 3,100 yards passing and 23 touchdowns, something like that. I showed people that yesterday. I said, family, Tyler Shaw, what he did in his best year.
Shuck, Q, not Shuck.
Shuck, shoe, whatever the hell.
He messing it up.
Yeah, they're messing it up. So we Tyler Shuck. That's where Shuck DC Shuck oysters.
All shucks. Yeah, that's what he said. He gonna come down here and shuck some oysters. He said that.
He did literally said that.
He said that for real. He can't wait to come shuck some oysters. Randy Raven bought our food, man. He all ready to get fat and stuff. He can't wait to get down here and eat.
Well, listen, the kid, the man don't know. He's a young player. He doesn't know. But that was
I gotta stop you there. I want you to finish.
Let me finish.
He's not a young player, Q. I can't let you lie. He's not young.
He's not enough. DC. He's 26.
Grown ass man, bro. He's not young.
He grown ass man. Playing with young people. That boy, he's 3-4 years older than everybody else. Still underneath. He's still up underneath.
He just got the NFL, so he's sucking a big baby bottle.
26 years old, and he's a 2nd round pick with injury history. 3 years worth, 1 year production. It wasn't even like he threw for 4. I can understand you having this reaction if the man beat all of that, and then he had 4. He threw for like 4,000 yards and 30 or 35 touchdowns. He's like, wow, this guy really just, when he had the opportunity to be healthy, this is what he was. There was no logical resources for that, man. There's no logical resources for none of that. None of that made any sense. You don't draft a guy that's 26 years old with an injury history like him and 1 year of limited production saying that he was the best dude. No, he wasn't the top 2 quarterback. That's cap. They were going after Jackson Dart. They was trying to trade for Cam Ward. That report came out that the Saints was trying to trade up to go and draft Cam Ward. They was trying to go after Jackson Dart. And then they come out saying he was the 2nd highest score. No, he wasn't. That was a lie. That's what they do. They lie all the time.
The Q, other people are saying that now. It's not just them. I've heard that.
I don't care who it is.
Even leading up to I'm just saying. The idea of him being the 2nd best quarterback in the draft is an independent to the Saints.
I don't get that. I don't care any about it. I don't care who said it. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Tyler Shuck is a dude. You don't have enough information on Tyler Shuck to say he a 2nd round
after
draft.
7 years, you don't have enough information.
If Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders would have had 1 year, if he've had the resume that this guy had, they would be lambasting them 8 ways of Tuesday. They turned off all the logical draft common sense and chose this guy off of 1 year of, and it wasn't even all that 3,000 yards and 20-something touchdowns. Mm-hmm. He had single-digit interceptions, 1 year, multiple years of injuries on him, and you are a team that's dealing with injuries. We talked about that last night. You don't bring an injury-plagued player here and say this is going to be the franchise quarterback at 26 years old. Oh, he's just 26, but that's fine. We'll be all right. I'm like, dude, what world are you from? What world are you from thinking that? No, it's not fine. It's not fine. But Tyler Shuck will be sitting on top of the team as the starter when Derek Carr is ultimately thrown out of your way into the trash where he belongs. But the case in point is Spencer Rattler will give him a run for his money. I personally think, based on some of these, because they lie all the time, that I'm anticipating the Saints to tip the room in favor of Tyler Shuck. So if Spencer Rattler is going, I'm anticipating because they did it before. Whether it's Dennis Allen,
we need to boycott. If Spencer Rattler clearly beat them in the preseason, man, we gotta do something. You gotta boom him on something, bro. That ain't fair.
You're not going to allow a 5th string quarterback that I didn't draft. I being Kellen Moore, a 5th string quarterback that I didn't draft. I drafted Tyler Shuck. I'm hitching my wagon. I am not going to allow Spencer Rattler to That's why I was telling Spencer, you're going to have to push this guy out. You got to have the competition. You got to blow it out of the water, because if it's even close, they're going to tilt the room toward to Tyler Shuck, and they supposed to, because he's a 2nd round pick that's 26 years old. He got to get in there and work it right now. It ain't no time for him to work. Talking about in 2 years he'll be ready. In 2 years he'll be 28 years old. In 4 he'll be 30. This is how stupid this is. This makes no sense. And then we move on to Vernon Broughton, DC. That was a reach too. Now, even though
It
Vernon
was a
Broughton
reach, but
looks
that was a
good,
good pick, though. I think he can be a starter for us.
oh, listen, they had linemen, at least 3 linemen that could do what Vernon Broughton did, that were better than Vernon Broughton, that was available on the board, that were ranked higher than him. So yeah, Vernon Broughton is going to be all right, but it was still a reach. He could have been that he wasn't going anywhere. This was a Coach Bowl said, "Hey man, y'all got any ideas of what y'all want to do? Hey man, let's get burning." There were several other linemen. I was watching the board on defensive tackles that do what Vernon Broughton does. He's a good lineman, but they had several other that were better players.
Who would you rather have taken other than Vernon Broughton?
I mean, it depends, bro. But like I said, let me just go down the list here.
Okay,
like I said, Vernon Broughton was a good player, but there were other guys. It's the same thing with Jonas Sanker. They had Xavier Watts on the board. Xavier Watts, it was one of the top high regarded players. He was Mr. Everything to Notre Dame. He ran that defense. That was a good defense. He was everything. Interceptions, hard hitting, intelligence, all that stuff. Better player than Jonas Sanker. Fit the Saints scheme too. Versatile, all that kind of stuff. Saints took Sanker. Oh, that's what it is. He don't play special teams. I got you. And then the Falcons takes Xavier Watts behind him. So like I said, Sanker is a good player, but they had better players that were ahead that they could have took. So when you do that, it kind of steals off the luster because some of these guys were available. So the Tyler Shough was the ultimate reach. That we'll see with that. He'll be completely analyzed totally with Tyler Shough from this point forward because the future is now for this guy. And I'm telling you right off the bat, this is the developmental quarterback. This guy ain't ready to go. So then you look at Vernon. I'm good with Vernon. This is Sanker, better player, but decent player there. Danny Stutzman, I like the Danny Stutzman pick. I think he was one of the top 5, top 6 best linebackers in college. Really productive. And the Quincy Riley
deodorant or something though.
Quincy Riley pick was interesting. I was looking at something else, maybe Dorian Strong. I was looking for maybe another cornerback with a little size on and whatnot. But I'm not mad at the Quincy Riley pick. I still got to look at some tape on him out of Louisville. So right now, if you look at the draft overall, it's an underwhelming draft. It's not nothing to be excited about. You look at it and you go, Saints had a draft, and you go, whatever, because Kelvin Banks Jr. is it. Tyler Shough is a question mark. Vernon Broughton needs some development. We'll see where he goes in there because the top 3 picks, DC 1, 2, and 3, and Jonas Sanker would ultimately be, perhaps he could be a potential replacement for Tyrann Mathieu when he leaves. So, and Stutzman is another guy that probably is a future starter behind Demario Davis. If Pete Werner gets hurt, he can step in. So that's a good one. Quincy Riley, to me, I need to wait and see what goes on with that. In the 4th round, maybe a developmental cornerback perhaps. But outside of that, it's a type of draft. And the family members are giving it the same way. They saying it's a C and D draft. Yeah. It's a C and D draft. So Kellen Moore's first draft is very underwhelming in my estimation.
Yep. When we ain't got no money, and we did not knock it out the ballpark in the draft. I mean, the way I see it, man, in the draft, I thought we were supposed to go for all high upside, high impact players that could potentially be starters instead of trying to play it safe. You can sign depth. We got enough cash where we can sign depth in free agency. We don't have a lot of money. We have like $20 million in cap space. You could have filled in some depth pieces, brought in a couple of $1 million contracts if you need to fill out the roster with some depth pieces. You're supposed to be going for people that you know for sure could be starters, I would think, or at least could come in if somebody was hurt and be a starter there. Like, for sure, high upside or a starter in the future. And I think they failed at that, man. We just trying to be safe. Like, it's more like instead of following the philosophy which you would think they would be following, the way they drafted without moving up and drafting the best player available. You know what I'm saying? They reach for needs. And I don't know how that's going to work out. Typically in the past, it never really works out for us. But, So stubborn and thick-headed.
Yeah, well, you can't change you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah, you right about that.
Hold on now, goddammit. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on now. Hold on, sir. What are you? Who you referring to as an old dog? Hold on now. Hold on. I mean, step in here.
Well, I mean, you think about it, son. I mean, I rank this as a D, the draft as a D. They're mostly trying to fill spots based on low money. They don't want to pay. They don't want to pay any money for drafts. They they were going to start all these guys in here, bringing some of them in. They got some good ones. They got a few of them that got potential. We just have to wait and see. But it seems like they're trying to avoid the big money hits that this was called for. Hopefully it'll work out. I mean, like I said, I don't see them elevating up out of the cellar this year. I mean, even Carolina's gotten better. They've drafted well. Atlanta's drafted very well. I don't know about Tampa Bay, but I know the two teams that Atlanta and Carolina really drafted well. So I just don't see. I can't figure out a way how we can really advance unless our key players and they get these guys up to speed where they can really be ready to go and step up and do what they need to do as what they were drafted for with great anticipation. Now defense has to be much better because all the things like I said earlier, all the main concerns I have is that how can we stop this run? We can, and then we can, like I said, we can play the pass. We can do pretty decently with the pass, but the run, they got to get run stuffers, and they just haven't really addressed that too much. What the draft choices they have, our linebacking core is getting old. I mean, DeMario's up there in age, and so I hope that the young linebacker that they drafted can learn to fill in and help to plug some holes at linebacker and then we need some defensive help to stop the run game, slow it down at least. And you guys got to have intensity. I mean, we need intensity players. We don't need players that's going through the motion. We need intensity players. With this draft, I don't see too many intensity players, with the exception of that young linebacker they got. I hope it works out for them. I'll be watching, keeping an eye on, see what happens.
Say, Big Q, I sent you something, man. You might want to check out. It's from one of your good brothers up in there at Twitter. But
okay.
Yeah, I hope it works out for him too. I think Vernon Brogdon may help with stopping the run as well as Devin Gotcha. I think they're banking on that. And to be honest, those two guys being, just in the way right there in the front, I think will tremendously help. But to point out linebacker right after that, you're absolutely right, because that might work well, but you're one injury away. Mario get hurt, and then, they still don't look the same because them dudes eating up space, but if they can get to that second level, now you're in trouble.
You get that secondary that free safety. Oh, I'm gonna tackle that guy.
Now we got a good safety in Reed though. Reed is a hell of a tackler. Now Tyrann Mathieu, he got the heart of a tackler, but I done seen him get trucked way too many times the last 3 years. But he gonna come and put his nose in there. He really is a honey badger. He don't care, but they don't care either, and they've been running him over. But I think we're gonna have to spend some money in free agency and probably get either another linebacker, or we may have to get some more depth on with those end pieces.
Yep.
And that's probably why our money gonna have to go and potentially maybe look at another cornerback. I know you got what's the cornerback from Miami out there? I ain't trying to pay him no $21 million, but he might get cut. And we can get that brother over there from Miami.
Yeah.
They want all old people, right? Like, we drafting all old people. I mean, we just go sign old people, right? Why we got to draft old people? I thought you draft young guys. We got to be drafted like 3 25 or 26 year olds. See if I can pull the age up on all these dudes, man.
I mean, a lot of these dudes are like 5 and 6 year college veterans.
Right. We went with all old people.
Not the old people, bro. But yeah, they were trying because the idea, the thought process on drafting college veterans, like guys that play 5 super.
That's
super
right, man.
stars.
Run the Ramsey.
A lot of these guys, they feel that the curb, the learning curve is shorter, like the Bo Nix thing. Like he got up there, Kellen Moore got up there yesterday talking about, he compared Bo Nix to Tyler Shuck. And I'm like, no. Bo Nix, that's not the case because Bo Nix played.
They both went to Oregon, Q.
Tyler Shuck did not play but 1 year. He played the rest of those
But
years.
when he played, they went to bowl games. The 4 or 5 games he played.
He was backing up people. And then, matter of fact, I'm gonna read an article right here. Give me a second. I'm gonna read an article from John Sigler. Shout out to John Sigler. Wrote a really nice piece. I'm gonna read it for y'all today. But first, let me do this. The super chats. Mad Drummer says, "Q, you can't tell me that Jonas doesn't look like Hurts, bro." And you know what? When you were saying that, I went and pulled it up. Man, you ain't lying. He is right here. He damn sure do look like Jalen Hurts. He really does.
Thank you
He looks like he might be his cousin. Yeah, much love. Thank you.
A clone or a doppelganger? Which one is it?
Oh, he looks almost like like Jalen Hurts. He really does.
Well, that definitely was a Kellen Moore pick right there.
KT says draft gems at wide receivers: Isaiah Neer, Rock Taylor, Daquan Felton. I've been talking about Daquan, KT. I think you sent me some stuff on him. Ricky White III, I mentioned him. DC Broughton is playing in, not nose tackle. Thank you, KT. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, we got Devon Gotcha at nose tackle. Brodman's gonna be on the end. Yeah, I know.
And then, of course, the last several draft picks that done happened for some of the family members that have been keeping up since the drafting of Shador. I think the last thing I mentioned was Jadon Blue from Texas going to Dallas. That's crazy. Jason Marshall Jr. was picked up by the Dolphins at 150 from out of University of Florida. Cornerback that's 6 feet, 195 pounds. DJ Gittens is gone. He's going to the Colts from Kansas State, 6 feet, 215. Just a phenomenal running back, full 4.3 in the 40 yards. The guy is just an excellent running back. He's going to the Colts. Shamar James, linebacker from Florida University, 6'1", 225, is headed to the Cowboys. Jalen Rivers, the offensive guard from Miami, 6'6", 320, is headed to Cincinnati. Marcus Mebo, the offensive guard from Purdue, 6'4", 305 pounds. He started 18 games at right tackle over the past 2 seasons. Will be going to the Giants. Dante Trader Jr., the safety from out of Maryland, 5'11", 200 pounds, is headed to the Dolphins. Jeffrey Bassa, a linebacker from Oregon, 6'1", 235, is headed to the Chiefs. Elijah Roberts, the edge guy from SMU, 6'4", 285 pounds, had 23 and a half tackles for a loss. He had 17 and a half sacks and 4 forced fumbles in 2 years at SMU. He's headed to Tampa Bay. We might be seeing that guy in future games. Kendre Lambert Smith from Auburn, 6'1", 190 pounds, is headed to Harbaugh and the Chargers. He led Penn State in receiving in 23 and led Auburn in receiving in 24. He ran a 4.37 in the 40 at the combine. He averaged almost 20 yards per catch last year, and a phenomenal talent. He's going to Harbaugh. So we got a bunch of picks left on the board. The next 3 picks is the Niners, the Eagles, and the Jets. Saints have no inclination of wanting to climb back into or get a 5th round pick to try to do something there, DC. And the top 5 players available, just to give y'all that. Miles Frazier of LSU, the offensive guard, is available. Torrey Horton from Colorado State is there. Mitchell Evans, the tight end from Notre Dame. Devin Neal from Kansas. Will Howard from Ohio State, the quarterback. And R.J. Mickens, the safety from Clemson. Those are the top 5 or 6 guys remaining that's on the board right here. And the 49ers are on the clock next up. So there you go. That's some of the stuff right there. All right.
Got a bunch of picks before we get one.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, yeah, Green Bay just made a pick there. So Green Bay gets a linebacker, Colin Oliver, 6'2", 240 pounds from Oklahoma State. Primarily he used as an edge guy in college, will mostly play off the ball. He's disruptive run defender who had 15 and a half tackles for a loss in 2024. Is quick enough to beat blockers to the point of attack and shoot gaps. So 6'4", 240, solid linebacker from Oklahoma State is going to Green Bay. Next up, Niners, Eagles, Jets. All right, there you go. So, like I said, man, it's very interesting, right? 38%. It's gaining, though. 42% gives the Saints draft so far a D or less, and 38% giving them a C. By all indications, a very underwhelming draft, in my estimation. There is no trading going on or whatsoever. But let me play. DC sent me this. This is a guy pranking Shador, pretending to be Mickey Loomis. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but let me play this for you guys.
He's gonna light us up when we get a chance.
Hey, is this Shador? This is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints.
How you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. Been waiting on you.
Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're gonna take you with our next pick right here, man.
This must be legendary.
Hey, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
All right, he obviously the guy that idiot doesn't sound anything like Mickey Loomis. He called Shador and pranked him, and told him that the Saints was going to draft him. And Shador obviously doesn't know what Mickey Loomis sound like because he doesn't sound anything close to it. But anyway, speaking about this, to kind of move to that, and I get the floor back to you guys momentarily. Drafting Tyler Shuck is Saints GM Mickey Loomis' latest fireable offense. This is John Sigler. Really good. He's slant, boy. John, shout out to John. I'm going to have to get John on the show. John Sigler is sounding more like a member of the Great Saint Think Tank.
Them people get tired of this.
They used to be. They didn't used to sound like this. Family, y'all know that. They didn't used to sound like this. I've been saying this for a while. I've been cutting into the Saints a long time. The guy, they used to sound like this, but this is the norm now. Listen to this. Mickey Loomis has gotten away with a lot of terrible decisions as a general manager of the New Orleans Saints. Many of them would have gotten GMs fired by more engaged ownership. Trading a first-round pick to move up for Marcus Davenport, hiring Dennis Allen as a head coach with his 8-28 Raiders record weighing him down, restructuring Derek Carr's contract without giving him a physical first, and setting $40 million on fire. Right? His latest bad move should cost him his job. Loomis drafted a quarterback, Tyler Shuck, in the second round, which by itself isn't a notable move, but Shuck spent 7 years in college football with just one season of starting experience. He lost his job at Oregon to Anthony Brown, a quarterback who was not drafted and who is currently completing 48% of his passes for the UFL's Houston Roughnecks. He didn't last at Texas Tech either, and his 12 starts at Louisville weren't impressive. He only threw 23 touchdown passes along the way. The Saints told anyone who would listen that they weren't going to be pressured into reaching on a quarterback in this draft, but that was a lie. Nowhere you look has Shuck ranked 40th overall. Not the NFL mock draft database where they ranked him as 70th, not Pro Football Focus where they ranked him as 133rd. The Athletics Dane Brogler had him 50th. NFL.com's Daniel Jeremiah put him at 75. The Saints could have waited a round to get Shuck, but they were desperate for a quarterback, so they reached on him. They were scared he wouldn't make it to their next pick at 71. And this should be the latest decision that Loomis gets to make as a general manager, the Saints general manager. He wasted too many draft picks on too many busts and made too many bad signings with Gail Benson's money to get to continue. It's beyond obvious that at this point that Drew Brees and Sean Payton were responsible for the success he found that success he found. Without him, his record is 49-66. Come on, man. Let's talk about it. That man putting it down. Now, who been telling y'all about Mickey Loomis is not who you think you are? He adds the stats to go along with it. Let me read that last part again. It's beyond obvious that at this point that Drew Brees and Sean Payton were responsible for the success he found. Without them, his record is 49-66. Yes, it's true that Kellen Moore should get to draft his own quarterback, but if the value isn't there, and it wasn't, Loomis should step in and caution against it. He didn't do that. And when taken with all of these other mistakes, it should cost him his job. Shout out to John Segler. God damn it. That's what I'm talking about. 49-66 without Sean Payton. 49-66 without him. Absolutely amazing. I love that article. He really took it to him on that. And that's the norm for our writers. And that's why we're giving these people all they do. Samil Munden is going to the linebacker that we like, is going to the Eagles. So from Georgia, they pick up another. No, I'm sorry. He's going to the Jets. Samil Munden Jr., the linebacker from Georgia, is going to Philly. The Jets are getting Francisco Mugaya, a linebacker from Miami. DC Pops, chime in on what you thought about that article, and it was a lot. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought more to the point. I mean, the decision making of Mickey Loomis has always been in the question ever since before, after Sean Payton left. He's making decisions for the squad, not giving the coaches a chance with big recommendations. The man spends the girl's money cheaply as he can, and it reflects in the players. You can't expect to win if your players are if you underpay your players and don't give them the money that they deserve. Some of them need to be high paid. But this last draft, I'm looking at it and looking over it as you was going over it, son. To me, it's not a very good draft. It's not a high type. I don't see any more anticipation with it being better. I'm counting on the new coaching staff really to help to develop these fellows and make sure that they can contribute. And they got to contribute this season coming up because, the quarterback controversy. If whatever his name is, Tyler, the
Shuck.
Yeah, Shuck, Tyler Shuck. If he can step up and he shows and comes to come to play, okay. That'll be a little bit uplifting. But what you got right now is going to be hard if we can't get quality play out of the young man that we have starting for us last year. And I'm thinking he can develop into that young type of player. I think he's got it in his hands. Just got to get a good offensive line. He has to be taught not to hold on to the ball too long, because that's been really causing him problems. Holding on to the ball, you don't scramble like he used to, and so we got to see some changes. And I'm hoping this new coaching staff is going to take this mess of players and make something happen with them.
Yeah, I mean, this is really something, man. To be honest with you, and then John Slickler makes a great point too about when Tyler Shuck was put up to Mickey Loomis. Mickey Loomis should ask him, "Hey, man, I don't think this is a good idea. This guy has had the injury history. He's 26 years old. We might want to wait on that." But like I told y'all, Mickey Loomis is a person that is he doesn't know what he's doing. I told y'all that he doesn't know what he's doing. That would have been a supreme moment to slam the brakes on Kellen Moore. Say, man, like if Kellen Moore's a rookie head coach, Mickey Loomis has been supposed to be a general manager, whatever he's been for 20 years. He's supposed to have the experience to govern himself. You see what I'm saying? If the coach wants something, he's going to give it to him regardless. He don't even think about it. No. Whatever they want, they get, even if it's bad for him. He's going to give it to him. And when it fails, he's going to sit there and lie and spin and run interference for the guy, like he did for Dennis Allen. When Dennis Allen was backstabbing his team, that asshole didn't even go up there and chastise Dennis Allen for obvious things that were off-code behavior. He don't even recognize when coaches are doing things that's not beneficial for their teams. The line of Jameis Winston, all this kind of stuff. So by my estimation, Mickey Loomis is an idiot. He's been a moron. I've been telling people, listen, the guy's living off a rep that he's a golfer. He's a gopher. If the guy, he has no imagination. If the guy says he wants him, you can go and have it. Well, if he got a mouthful of cavities and the guy asking for candy, he gonna say, "Go ahead and get it, guy." Well, you only live once, goddammit. Yeah, you got all these teeth in your mouth, and you got 2 or 3 good teeth. Hey, why not? You eat all the goddamn candy you want. Hold on now, you can have it. So I mean, he has the guy. Are you seeing it, people? For the family members, do you see who you have here? People saying Mickey Loomis is OG. Oh, Mickey Loomis ain't the OG of shit.
Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
That what people telling me. Mickey Loomis did this, that, and the third. I'm like, man, Mickey Loomis is living off a rep that he doesn't deserve. If he was that good, then the team would be winning right now. These decisions is why the Saints are sitting at the bottom of the NFC South. This draft here is a C draft to me. I do like the first round draft pick. I do not like the second round pick that high. I do like the linebacker we got. I do like the defensive player, even though I think he would have been there in the next round. This is a C draft to me. This is what this is. None of this is exciting. None of this is, to me, is like means that we got this and we about to catapult over these other teams. And we got to put it on the field and figure it out. But I've seen Atlanta have a very stellar draft. They attacked needs and positions. They went after. Fontenot was trading and moving and grooving to get players that can help them win right away and compete right now. Even though you have a rookie head coach and a lot of people that's coming is going to be new people, you still want to have an air of urgency and competitiveness. You're sitting 5-12 underneath the Carolina Panthers. You want to be able to compete. That's the mentality of the team. We have to compete. And I just don't like the fact that we have the Derek Carr thing hovering over the draft. Like, we should have went into the draft with all that solved. He's leaving him too much leverage and wiggle room when you got him contractually bound. You have the leverage. Why are you waiting for answers when you're supposed to be getting the answers? Go and be more of a leader and a force for it. But this is who you got. Like I'm saying, man, John Sigler really hit on that article, and he showed the record of him being 49-66 without Sean Payton's wins attached to him. How do you like that, my Mickey Loomis people out there? How you love that?
I love it.
That's right, goddammit. Oh, yeah. Hey, hold on. 49. What was the record there, guy? Put that back up on the screen. I want to see what my record is.
You have to look beyond the results in this here.
That's right. Hold on, goddammit. Let me say my own term here. See, goddammit. 49-66. That's right. Now, guess what? I'm going to be here next year, and the year after that, and the goddamn year after. You know why? Because I'm Mickey Loomis. I'm untouchable, baby. Goddamn it. Hold on now. Let me tell you. Hold on. I'm untouchable, baby. And you guys out there want me fired? Guess what? I'm Teflon Mickey. I'm not. You can shoot at me all you want, baby. I'm not going anywhere. God damn it. I'm gonna drink my own gourmet orange juice and I'm gonna eat my expensive the food on the side here. God damn it. I'm gonna be here, baby. Like it or lump it. That's how he acts. He can't make any move that dumb Gale on go and get him up out of here, or at least take the position, or Dennis Lauscher and take the job and give it to somebody else. Even if you want him to still be the VP, because he's not a bad VP, but he's a shitty general manager. A real good general manager would not have okayed the Tyler Shuck thing. That's a major red flag. Common, basic red flags all over the place. Kellen Moore don't know because he's a rookie head coach. He don't know. You got to protect these guys from themselves. Mickey Loomis been in the league for 20-something odd years as an executive. He old as dirt. He's supposed to know better. Look, Kelly. Hold on, Kelly. Listen, guy, let me tell you something. That's a bad pick. That goddamn guy is 26 years old. Hold on. He had 1 year of playing. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to wait and see if he's available in round 3, and we're going to go from there, okay? Now, you go ahead and pick another guy there. Hold on now. He should have did that. But instead, like I said, Mickey Loomis is an irresponsible parent. If the kid want candy and beer, he's going to say, you know what, goddammit? Hold on now. Beer's bitter. But I tell you what you do. You drink that beer, and then you eat some of that candy. That's how you neutralize hold on now. He's an irresponsible parent. You're supposed to be the caretaker of the team, and this is what you get. Letting the rookie-ass head coach pick a guy that he shouldn't be picking in the second round. So in the end, we're going to see how it goes because they hitched their wagon to this guy. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. Go ahead.
It's a boom or bust situation, man, with that. The I guess excitement we were looking for. We never expected to get it from a 26-year-old in the second round, but this is pretty much the most exciting pick that we've had all draft. Love the article. He basically broke down everything I said about the last decade. He did it way more eloquently than I could have, and he's absolutely right. Absolutely right, man. Even though the Tyler Shuck pick, I'm really curious to see. I want to see it, but there's no way you can justify taking this guy in the second round, man. Like, he was going to be there in the third round, and it was obvious. Matter of fact, did anybody take a quarterback after we took Tyler Shuck? We look on the draft board and see. I don't think anybody took a quarterback.
Jalen Milroe, I think Milroe or Dylan Gabriel. I think it was Dylan Gabriel that went to Cleveland. Wasn't it after that? Or maybe it was Jalen Milroe. I want to say that at quarterbacks that was taken after that fact.
Did they take it after 71 or before 71 is what I'm saying.
I don't think so. I think
I'm saying before 71. Did anybody take a quarterback before 71? The only team that probably took a quarterback really in the draft, who took Jalen Milroe and who took well, we know Cleveland took the other cat in the third round. So who took Jalen Milroe? And you would have to see if he would still be there. But Mickey Loomis, man, has been an utter disgrace. Thick-headed, continues to put lipstick on the pig and tell us she's beautiful. He's always out front.
Well, she is, goddammit. Hold on now. That pig is pretty.
he's always out front, man, trying to be the smartest person in the room. The more I look at Mickey Loomis, now that David Griffin is gone, I don't know, Q, you said that different. I'm starting to see parallels, man. It's very, very eerily similar. Mickey Loomis isn't as much of a micromanager, though. I give him that. He don't really micromanage. He kind of leaves you to your own devices, but it's almost like the opposite of David Griffin in the fact that he don't put his hands in everything. He sees stuff on fire, and they got a fire extinguisher 2 feet away from him. Mickey just go look at it and be like, all right, that's not my job. Somebody needs to put that fire out.
That's right, goddammit.
But you're responsible for fixing everything and all the damages that the fire has done. And you're going to blame it on the fire. You know what I'm saying? Not why the fire started. Not the fact you could have put the fire out and not caused as much damage. He just, man, if a car is about to go off a cliff and Mickey Loomis is in the backseat, he just going to sit there and not say nothing. He going to smile and say, look beyond the results. We can make it through this. Gonna go down in a ball of flames, you know, just watching. Too passive. Mickey Loomis is entirely too passive to be in the position that he's in. And I don't know what's going on with Kellen Moore and the quarterback pick. I think time will tell soon enough. We're gonna know what we got in the coach. Either he's a mad genius and we're all pissed about this, but it works out. Kellen Moore ain't know what the hell he was doing. It was a major mistake, and he saw himself in Tyler Shuck. Because that's one thing I keep thinking about. It's like, okay, wait, Kellen Moore was a failed NFL quarterback. So does he have like a soft spot for other potential failed NFL quarterback? Oh, he's been through a lot. His guy's been through a lot. He can overcome adversity. Well, like I did, becoming a head coach. So I can't argue with anything Singler said. He's right on point. I just wish this article was wrote years ago and somebody put it right in front of Ms. Benson's face, because wherever you found it, she obviously don't see it. So you might have to like print it up in black and white and mail it to her house or something. I don't think she'd be on the internet.
Do you see how we touched her where we got Dennis Allen out of here? And I told Mick, and I warned Mickey Loomis, I said, we can get Dennis Allen out of here. We can get you out of here too, buddy. And the thing is, we want him off we need another general manager. This is not working. His strategy to just keep kicking the can and, restructuring all these people, that Derek Carr debacle alone should have gotten him fired. And John Sigler said in his article that he gave him the money without giving him in the physical. To me, that was extremely egregious. Why would you do that? And that's the thing when they ask him about how did he get from, because the contract, you go and look it up. We covered it. We talk about it ad nauseum, that between last season and this season, he had to pass a physical to get that money, to get to here. He had to pass a physical. He wasn't healthy to pass a physical. Thus, he would have got cut off. And the Saints had an out to get from up under Derek Carr in their hands, and Mickey Loomis gave him the money without giving him a physical. Even Sigler hit on it in his article. That was, to me, that was the jewel within that article when he talked about Mickey Loomis, was the fact that he gave Derek Carr the money without giving him a physical. That right there should get him demoted. So the point is, you got to keep hitting on it, because there's a lot of myths out here about who Mickey Loomis is. I continue to hit at it. I cartoonize him and people starting to see how really stupid his decision making is. He's not doing anything. The guy like Kellen Moore, I got to give Kellen Moore some grace. He doesn't know anything. He's a rookie ass head coach. All he doing, he look like JFK, got these big ass teeth. He smiles a lot. The man, he just happy to be here, man. He just happy to be here. He's a rookie head coach. This is his first time going at it. But Mickey Loomis has worked with NFL coaches for years. He should know that you got to protect your coach from himself, especially if he's a rookie. You got to protect himself. If he brings me Tyler Shuck in the second round, I said, not going to work. Number one, he's too old. He's 26 years old. By the end of his rookie contract, he's going to be 30. That's not going to be where we need to go here. We need to wait to get him lower. Then we go after him, and that way we can go and use that second round pick to address another need or get another player. Mm-hmm. But I digress. In the end, Mickey Loomis atrocities is all over the place. And before us, we see what time it is with it. I continually point it out. I keep saying people believe Mickey Loomis is something other than what he is. If you believe that, look at his win-loss record since Sean Payton left. And Drew Brees left. Well, Q, is hard to win without Drew Brees. How to replace these guys? That's what I hear these other reporter guys talking about. Well, you don't have Drew Brees walking through that door. You don't have Sean Payton walking through that door. Well, goddamn it, if you knew they couldn't play forever and coach forever. You knew it. You could have got Drew's replacement and kept the winning. If Lamar Jackson is picked instead of Davenport, which is probably the stupidest draft decision I ever seen from the Saints' perspective, if you get Lamar Jackson there, Sean Payton ain't going nowhere, man.
That's the worst draft pick in probably. Can we say it's the worst in NFL history? I'm sure they probably have a few.
That was a horrible pick, man.
But it's got to be top 10, man. It's got to be
game right now, DC. He's one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the game right now. And you had an opportunity to land the guy, and you passed on him for a dumbass guy that I don't even think he's still in the league. And if he is, he's probably a backup. The guy was a miserable draft bust. So, I mean, it's just uncanny and unreal. These bad decisions impact what's going on. Drew Brees is not walking through that door. Of course he's not walking through that door. But if you were smart to understand and had foresight to know that Drew couldn't play forever, like Mickey Loomis would set even the decision when Tom Brady. Remember, this is another stupid ass Mickey Loomis decision. Tom Brady was leaving New England, and he was waiting on, this came out before, and I talked about this all the time. The Saints had an opportunity to get Tom Brady. They had an opportunity. Drew Brees, the Saints sat on their ass and waited for Drew Brees to make a decision. He was from up under contract. If Tom Brady's calling, Drew paid his service. If Tom Brady's there and he can throw the ball a lot better than Drew, I'm bringing Tom Brady in. They played for the same money. And what did Tom Brady do? Play long enough to take Drew's records, whatever he had to take him down. He wanted to come here and was waiting for the Saints to make the decision. But when the Saints chose against him to go to Drew, he went to Tampa Bay and he proceeded to kick the Saints' teeth in. He won a championship with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And ever since he went over there, he helped elevate the floor for them where they've been kicking the Saints in the ground for the last 4 years. Them people been winning the NFC South every year. That's 4 years straight the Tampa Bay Buccaneers been having it. So if you'd have pulled the trigger and say, okay, Drew, thank you for your service, and at least bring Tom Brady in for a year or two, you would have had that chip, the one that Tampa Bay has. So like I said, the guy does not have foresight. He's not a general manager. How many times can I say that? He doesn't have foresight. He doesn't know what he's doing. He just okays and rubber stamps everything. And when it blows up, he then lies and spreads interference to protect the guy. That's what he does. So in the end, like I said, man, and I've been saying this for a while, I've been exposed to this guy. People are starting to realize how stupid this guy is. He really is. He's stupid. He's not a general manager. He gets fleeced by other general managers. That shows you he's not a general manager. He doesn't pay attention to his team. He doesn't know the evaluation of what's worse about the team. He doesn't know. At the end of the season, he sits up there, well, we're going to evaluate during it. No, where your work, where your homework during the season? Going into the offseason, you're supposed to know who you're supposed to fire and trade or whatever you got to do. The guy don't put the work in like that. He treats the general manager position as a part-time job. His real job is VPing, and he treats the general manager position like a part-time job. We don't need that. We need somebody that pays attention to the people, that's there talking to the players, that knows what to do, when to do it. A hands-on real general manager, that's what he getting paid for. He ain't get paid to do nothing else but watch over his team, make sure he irons out wrinkles, make sure this guy is good, make sure his team is strong. That is not Mickey Loomis. He treats the general manager job like a part-time job. And Lauscher and Gale let him do it. So he could screw up as much as he want and still get away with it. It's just it's unfathomable how stupid this is. But the Saints are sitting at 5-12 in the NFC South, in a division where everybody is rebuilding except for Tampa's kind of doing their thing. And then, yeah, we can't seem to get out of our own way. So this right now, where we are today is we got a decent couple of picks, but a C draft. This is a C draft. I'm sorry, this is a C draft. None of this is overwhelming. Go ahead, DC. Pops.
Well, just what you're saying, son, you know, it's obvious that Miss Gale is not anticipating making any changes unless they continue to lose. It seems like he's become the Teflon man because he haven't had been a good businessman. He's trying to take on two jobs at one time, and it's time for the Saints to step up and hire another man, somebody who can help him out and let him do one job and then they do the other job. As long as this kind of process continues to roll, it don't seem like we're going to be making any progress. I'm hoping that this draft works out, but like I said, to me, it's a low energy type draft, and it remains to be seen what Moore can do with the players that he's drafting, and then even some of the older players. I mean, some of the players have to take pay cuts, or they're going to have to go somewhere else and play. The team needs money. Derek Carr not playing. I don't know if Derek Carr is the answer for the Saints. I don't think he really is. I don't think he's the answer for the Saints at quarterback. It's almost like we have to start all over again. Still trying to find our next Drew Brees. It's going to take patience, but they got to kind of, Derek is not showing me that he can be that guy. So we have to look at other talents. So I don't, but as for them picking up this kid, I hope this kid works out. But so far they haven't had a good draft the last 2 years. A couple of good players, but other than that, that's it. Like I said, I can't seem to understand why they don't go to a running back duo, and so they can run and exercise. So you can spell the other running back. Spell Kamara, spell the next guy they hire and bring in there. They need to go out there and find another big time runner that can help them with their running game. So to take the pressure off the young quarterbacks that they got to do that. If they don't do that, we're gonna be looking at 5 or 12, whatever it is, or worse. They're addressing the secondary, making some adjustments to the defense, but you got to give your defense rest. You got to have players who can. Once the defense gets the ball back, you got to be able to move the ball down the field. And if you're not able to do that, it's going to be a short field, and then you got the situation where the defense is just not holding up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you something in the chat, Q. The family may like it or not like it. They probably ain't gonna like it. But anyway, we stuck with this situation.
You know,
Mickey Loomis ain't going nowhere this year.
No. No, he's not.
Our draft is very mediocre. We may be surprised by a player or two in this draft, but we can pretty much all look at who we picked, and there's no way, absolutely no way in hell that we knock this draft out the park.
No, baptism by fire.
If we lucky, we can connect on maybe 3 to 4 of these picks.
Yeah.
The rest of them gonna be a wash, and maybe they do something amazing with the next pick coming up, but I severely doubt it. I do like the Strusman pick. I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Shuck, unlike everybody else, I'm a Spencer Rattler guy, but I'm gonna give Shuck a question mark. Big Q, I don't know where he at, but I put something in the chat for y'all, and it's basically Louis Riddick. Louis Riddick was extremely high on Shuck. Louis Riddick had him as the number two quarterback, and I've been looking at a lot of people. I'm like, who the hell is this Shuck guy? And if he wasn't 26 years old, I wouldn't, I guess, be so angry about it. Picking him second round.
Yeah, he only probably got about maybe 2 or 3 good years out of him, unless he can win in a hurry.
I mean, at the worst, he could be a bridge quarterback. I think it can work to our benefit, even if he sucks, because that way we can tank and we won't have to be. Let's say Spencer Rattler ain't it, and Shuck
the man a bridge quarterback. They draft him to be a bridge quarterback.
No, I say that at the worst. At the worst, he can be
at the worst.
Listen. I said at the worst, even if he sucks, he can be a bridge quarterback for us while we're sucking, and we can tank till we get something better. Because I think the worst thing. Come on,
quarterbacks.
Man, we've been stuck in hell. The worst possible thing for the Saints would be for Shuck or Spencer Rattler to be all right, and we go 7-9 again, 8-9. What is it, 7-10 or 8-9 or some shit, and we stuck in this perpetual state of hell in the middle. We either need to come out on the other side. Now I'd be cool with a 8-9 season if it looks like it can turn into an 11-5 or something next year. 11-6. I keep messing the numbers up. I keep forgetting the extra game. But if it looks like something where it's gonna be pretty consistent and we just keep chugging along the way, it was them injuries, man. If Kamara would have played them last 3 games, we could have did it. That's what I do not want here in week 15 or after the season. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be there. I either want to be we moving up. It's like, damn, the Saints are actually gonna be good. They just need a little time. Or we suck. That's what I want. I don't want to be in the middle no more. I'm done being in the middle. I can't watch this team with this in the middle. I just can't take them serious. Don't waste my time. I got a lot of quality things I could be doing on Sunday. I can always come back to the replay of this BS and pick it up during the week whenever I feel like it. Don't have me try to tune in like we about to do something. And really, we pump faking. We looking like we about to be something until we get 1 or 2 injuries, and it just turns the whole team upside down. Eric McCoy got hurt, and it was like they flipped the switch on the team. I was like, what the hell is this? Eric McCoy got hurt, and we couldn't do nothing, right? But we still had potential. And then Taysom Hill got hurt, and it was just like everything was gone. I was like, wait, Taysom Hill got hurt, and now the defense can't play no more? What the hell happened? We couldn't do nothing. So I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. And the other thing is Mickey Loomis, for some reason, he keeps saying, we're going to be contenders and we're contending, and he can't do the simplest thing, as in give us entertainment. The team has been boring, just boring for so long, man. We don't even have an excitement. Man, we had those 2 games last year. Man, I ain't never seen so many who dads smiling and just out with all they Saint stuff on. The flags was back on the cars and everything. And that lasted for a grand total of 2 weeks. we had an exciting. But in those 2 weeks, you know, everybody was ready to get season tickets again. Everybody was ready to go to all the games and tell their children about the Saints and buy jerseys and everything. Man, I'm gonna get me a Derek Carr jersey. They was ready to forgive Derek Carr and everything. And then they just fell off a cliff. And you know what happened, Q? We didn't do any evaluations. We didn't do any adjusting. The center got hurt. They went and signed the guy. What was that? From the Jets. I think they signed him. Guy was sitting out there. Used to be good from the Jets, so they tried. But other than that, that was it. Chris Olave got hurt. Rashid Shaheed got hurt. And how long did it take him before they went and got Scallon?
Took him a couple of weeks.
We had to go several games. It was a couple of games with no goddamn receivers. All right, but we contended, right? We serious about winning, right? It's like, man, why they think they can just keep lying to us and we supposed to just buy this shit, man? You know, so I think this is the breaking point right here. If Gail is paying attention at all, if Mickey Loomis does, if it's exactly what it was the prior seasons, like, he got to get demoted, man. If you can't, the record, I don't think is the biggest indicator. If this quarterback got to look good, let's say he looks awesome, but he gets hurt, because, you know, that's kind of what I think is a possibility as well. He could look like he might be the guy, but he get hurt. And then he come out next year and he look like he could be the guy, get hurt again. Like the same shit, the Derek Carr situation, but you look like you might actually have a quarterback. That still is a fireable offense. In my opinion, like, Mickey Loomis will still have to go, especially if Shador is over there balling out in Cleveland. You got to eat that. So we're in a situation where, yes, this is a C draft. It could very well be elevated to a B or A or D or F. We right in the middle, and we don't know where it's gonna go, because a lot of this is you know, you got to see how these guys fit in their system. But we're in a perfect situation for the Saints to be able to not be in the middle. And I think this draft is very telling, because if they didn't hit on the quarterback, they didn't hit on one of these guys in the later rounds, if nothing pans out other than the offensive tackle, we're going to suck. And that's good. We need to suck if that's the case, because that could set us up for a better draft next year. And it should open the eyes. Probably won't, but should open the eyes for Miss Benson of, like, look, you need some change. Especially if the Pelicans actually are good next year. I really think she would have to look at the Saints and be like, well, I got David Griffin out of here and Pelicans are doing better. Mickey, what's going on with you? And I don't think she necessarily has to fire Mickey. Mickey does a good job of kicking the can. That's probably his best attribute. You could put him in another position or make a title for him and move him somewhere else and get a GM in here that actually knows football. This man don't know no damn football. Y'all can't tell me Mickey Loomis know football, man. He don't know no football. He don't know what he watching. Can't possibly know what he watching when he talk about comparing Dennis Allen to Chuck Noll and Bill Belichick. Man, listen, if we had a real GM,
DC,
we would have got his walking papers that day.
DC, Tyler Shuck.
Not GM, a real owner, I'm sorry.
Why not, DC? Tyler Shuck is a supercharged Joe Flacco.
What?
Right. That's right. He's a supercharged Joe Flacco. I'm telling you, guys, we're going to win a Super Bowl this year. Take it to the bank. I'm telling you, we got it. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Y'all got it, huh?
That's right. That's right.
I want to believe you, Mickey, but I remember the last time you told me we had our Hall of Fame coach.
Well, look beyond that. You know, just pay attention to what we got going on.
He had like a 0.25 win percentage out of 1,000.
Well, see, DC, that's your problem. Yeah, that's all. Don't lie. That's your goddamn problem. You're always looking at the past. Look beyond the results and pay attention to the future. We got a supercharged Joe Flacco here. The guy's going to be a star. Let me tell you something. Hold on.
Joe Flacco wasn't even a star.
He won a Super Bowl. Goddammit. That's the supercharged Joe Flacco.
Ray Lewis and Henry did that.
Listen, I know I'm a little old here, but you ever watch Dragon Ball Z?
I love Dragon Ball Z, Mickey.
Hold on. Okay, but good. All right. I know more about that. I'm older than you. Now, hold on. Listen to this. You ever heard of Ultra Instinct?
Yes, I have.
Okay, hold on. Now,
I'm holding on. You're taking a long time now.
That's what Tyler Shuck is. He's Joe Flacco, Ultra Instinct. That's that Super Bowl, baby. Like, hold on now. That's what I'm telling you. We're going to the bowl. Hold on. I'm telling you.
Where is the Super Bowl? Do you even know what a Super Bowl at? You mean the Super Bowl? We're going to the Superdome. That's what you mean, right?
No, the championship, NFL champion. We're going to win it, baby. This year, stamp it. I'm telling you, goddammit. Put it, stamp it, and take it to the bank. I'm telling you. Hold on now. Look past the results. Look past the fact that he's 26. You got to look beyond that. Look beyond the fact that he's 26. Look beyond the fact that he's played in 7 years of college and had 3 injury years, and he only had 1 real year of production. Look beyond the results and understand we got Ultra Instinct Joe Flacco here. We're about to win, baby.
Hey, Mickey. Hey, I got a question for you.
I'm tired. I have to take a nap.
No. Don't leave us real quick. Real quick. If we don't get to the bowl or we don't even have a competent winning season, can we fire your ass?
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because I'm untouchable, baby. All right, you got that, buddy? All you guys want to come for me. Hold on now. KT, that's the guy right there. I told security, if that guy's anywhere around the facility, I want you guys to put plastic handcuffs on him. As soon as you see him, hold on now. Plastic handcuffs on him.
Say, Mickey, you keep playing with us. We're going to show your ass you can be touched.
Well, I'm untouchable, baby. Hold on. Yale can't do nothing with this, baby. Hold on now. Let me tell you something. I was there. I was there before she got there, baby. And I'm going to be there after she goes, baby. Let me tell you something. Hold on now. I'm telling you. Hold on. I'm the guy. All right. Now I'm going to take a nap. All right. So goodbye. All right. Make it. It took all his energy to say that. The most like that night he tired, he got to go take a nap. He got to get his body.
Mickey said we're gonna go to the Super Bowl. We ain't even been in the playoffs in 5 years. We're gonna go straight to the Super Bowl, Mickey.
Look beyond the results.
All right. Well, look beyond the results. What results does that get you, Mickey? Looking beyond the results.
I'm going to take a nap, DC. Enough questions.
Hey, get your ass the same results they've been getting. You better start looking at them damn results, Mickey. That's your problem. You keep looking beyond the results. That's your problem.
A lot of people told him a long time ago, DC, that Mickey says he got the plan. I've heard all that stuff, and I did his hands like that. Remember that?
All the negative noise.
Yeah, he showed. So Mickey's feeling untouchable, bro. He's feeling untouchable.
Yep, he sure is.
That's crazy, man.
So, Pops, what you think about Mickey's his position in the organization? Would you think there ever be a change to move Mickey Loomis from out of the general manager position? You think there'll ever be such a thing? Hold on before you answer. Let me get KT a super chat. Thank you, KT. Says on site for Mickey. And leave it to Beaver Kell. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
KT will put hands on
me. You know what, KT? KT said I'm selling copium out here.
DC selling opium, bro. Copium.
Copium. I'm selling copium.
What's worse, copium or hopium?
Hopium is definitely worse than copium. So copium is like if you go from selling heroin and then you just go down to the methadone clinic and you sell methadone to the people out there so they ain't got to go inside. I guess that'd be copium, right?
What's worse, family? That's actually the great say thing.
I said we need to suck. What's hopeful about that?
Copium or hopium? What's worse to you guys? That I think sound like copium is worse than hopium. I don't know. Mad Drummer says, Q, if they draft Brooks, the wide receiver from Louisville, that will tell you everything you need to know about Tyler Shuck's start. Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, shout out.
Copium is like it's reality with a little dose of heroin in there, just a little bit.
That's right, Charlie. Loomis, aka El Pacino. That's right, baby. Hold on. That's right, baby. You got it.
Oh, I bet you in the family, Shador says nobody had his phone number other than teams that were going to draft him. And they're connecting it to the Giants GM's daughter. She's an Ole Miss alumni, and the frat boys that called him were from Ole Miss. Ain't that cool?
That is cool. That's pretty cool how they pinned that back to her too that fast. I am very, very interested. But let me play this, DC. You said this.
Twitter is undefeated, Q.
This is backing up DC's hopium claim here. And this is
Hey. Come on, family, I got to get happy. Let me on the results.
All right, here it is.
You mentioned how ask the Packers, TJ, how to do it, and I get throw. And
I said, man, you were flying. And his response to me
it took
was
him 7 years to get that much.
White lightning, you gotta love it. I asked him why he ran, and he said, you know what? I wanted to come out here. He's competing, but it's always been a dream. This is the NFL Combine. Why not?
Let's go! Let's go! That's my quarterback!
The dude called himself White Lightning.
No, the girl called the White Light. He called himself White Lightning?
He said
was white lightning, and his response to me was white.
And I did say,
I said, man, you were flying, and his response to me was white lightning. To me was white lightning. White lightning, you gotta love it. I asked him why he ran, and he said, you know what? I wanted to come out here. He's competing, but it's always been a dream. This is
all right. We got Tyler Shuck, aka White Lightning. All right, we got him in the building, man. And Flash White. Well, there you go.
They say he can be Kirk Cousins or Jared Goff with a little speed. How would y'all like that, family? If we had Kirk Cousins or Jared Goff with a little speed.
I like this.
Ain't that some good copium for you?
Nah, you ain't got much of a choice right now, DC. We got the choice. The call already been made. Tyler Shuck is headed to New Orleans, so now it's all a point about proving what he can do. That's what it is, right?
We think he's gonna fail. We don't think he's gonna be good, including myself. But just looking on the other side, what if he is good? What if Kellen Moore? Kellen Moore is supposed to be an offensive genius, right? What if he sees something and he knows how to use this guy? Then what?
Then he does. I mean, this is the
he's taller than all his receivers, though.
Way taller, DC. Way taller than all of his receivers. All of them, man. I don't think.
Is he taller than Juwan? You might be taller than Juwan Johnson, too, huh?
Juwan's like 6'3", 6'4". So, yeah, he is taller. He's 6'5". So, yes, he is taller than all of his receivers. So that is a good point.
Somebody pointed out in the chat, everything Shuck did. Now, you got to realize he was number one in drop passes. They say he was number one in drop passes in college. So, he didn't have a really good receiving core. So,
I got you.
If he had a Travis Hunter, Luther Burden, Trey Harris.
We'll see.
Matthew Golden. Would his stats have looked different?
I want him to succeed, DC. I really do. It's just that is definitely a reach. That's an established fact. But we'll see what they're reaching for.
Y'all gonna take this copium and like it.
Yeah. All right, let me do this, fam. Let me do this and kind of mark the last picks going into the 6th round. As we are currently the first pick into the 6th round, the Saints are going to be coming up soon.
All right. I can't wait.
Several picks to go over starting from 159. Colin Oliver, linebacker taken from by Green Bay from out of Oklahoma State. Marquise Single, the safety from Kansas State, ends up with the Niners at pick 160. Samuel Munden Jr., the linebacker that we like from Georgia, at 161. The Philadelphia Eagles get him. Francisco Mugoa, the linebacker from Miami University, ends up with the Jets in Aaron Glenn. Mitchell Evans, the tight end from out of Notre Dame, gets drafted by Carolina. Yahya Black, the big defensive tackle from Iowa, 6'6", 340 pounds, gets drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Oronde Gadsden II, 6'5", 240-pound tight end, has been drafted by the Chargers. Torrey Horton, the wide receiver from out of Colorado State, ends up going to Seattle to join Clint Kubiak and them up there at 166. 167, Jackson Slater, the offensive guard, ends up with the Titans. Drew Kendall, center from Boston College, gets drafted by the Eagles at 168. Zah Frazier from UTSA, the cornerback, who's 6'3", 190 pounds, gets picked up by the Bears at pick 169. 170, Jordan Hancock from out of Ohio State, the cornerback, 6 feet, 195, is drafted by the Bills. Miles Frazier, shout out to Miles from LSU, gets drafted by the Detroit Lions. 6'6", Chris Paul Jr., DC, from Ole Miss, is gone. He gets picked up by the Rams. He's out of here. And Jackson Hawes, the tight end from Georgia Tech, gets picked up by Buffalo. Denzel Burke, the cornerback from Ohio State, we talked about him. The Cardinals draft him at 174. Robbie Aust, the tight end from Alabama, gets drafted by the Seattle team in 175. And the final pick of the 5th round, Tyler Barron from Miami, 6'5", 260, gets drafted by the Jets, and that's the final pick of the 5th round. And as we get into the 6th round, as you know, these picks are going to start flowing pretty fast. The first pick of the 6th round is Dorian Strong, the 6 foot, 190-pound cornerback from the University of Virginia Tech. He's off the board to the Buffalo Bills. So the Bills add some talent all the way around. The board will run like this: Ravens, Dolphins, Raiders, Eagles, Patriots, Titans, and Saints at 184. So the Saints picking at 184, and they also have another pick down in just one pick in the 6th round. One pick in the 6th round and 2 in the 7th is what the Saints have. So
the most surprising thing here is it looks like the Saints, probably for the first time since 1963, they're gonna use all their picks. We ain't trade up for nobody, man. We had 9 picks, and it looks like we're gonna take all of them. So this will be very interesting. Who you think we taking right here, Pops?
Probably defensive help, I would say. I think they would probably go after another defensive lineman or maybe even another linebacker. Whatever the best player available that they can find on the board, I would think at this point in time.
According to ESPN, the best player available is a running back right now, Devin Neal out of Kansas.
I would recommend, like I say, I'd like to see him get a big time runner. That would be good too, because you need somebody to pair with those other to pair with Kamara. But Kamara, let me tell you right now, Kamara's a hell of a back. And he'd be more dangerous if he had a running mate in the backfield with him. Somebody who can throw blocks. You need to look at the runners that can throw blocks out here. Break him free. So he can do what he normally does.
Right.
You got to get him some help. I think that's one of the positions that I would recommend they go after somebody like that. A good strong runner, a good blocking fullback.
Blocking fullback, okay.
Yeah, blocking fullback.
Matter of fact, I wonder if any fullbacks have even got drafted.
That's what I'm saying. So they got some out there.
They're not even listed. Like when you look at fullback positions on ESPN Draft Board, it says no players are available for this position.
No, man. Well, I mean, but you get a good strong. You can use the tight end. You get a good strong blocking tight end to come in there and play that role. You know, knock
That's
guys
right.
off. You got to be strong enough to knock guys off the ball so the runners can get free. But you can't have a running back to get open in the open field and the guy sneak up behind and punch the ball out and then cause a turnover. You know, we got to avoid turnovers. Got to fall. And then like the way Kamara, he need to be educated on how to tote that football. I noticed when he toting that football a few times last year, like a loaf of bread.
We don't fumble too much. Every once in a while, you see Kamara fumble or have a drop, but it's usually like a lack of focus for whatever reason for him.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I'm concerned about it, but he don't turn the ball over much. But when he does turn it over, it's usually because he's not toting and not tucking it to his chest, and the ball gets knocked out. That's what we have to avoid. We have to have those. Got to have a running back that's durable enough to hold on to that ball and punch that ball through the end zone, making first downs. But you can't turn the ball over and put it on the ground. As soon as you get hit, the ball done jumped out. Next thing you know, the other team is on it. So you just gave up your possession, and the ball is going the other way. So we got to get somebody sure-handed to handle that ball in those tight spots that they like, those tight running spots when you running between the tackles. You got to be able to hold on to that ball. You know what they're doing? They're clawing and pulling, doing all they could to get that ball out down in the trenches.
We've had 2 more picks, man, and one of my guys go off the board. Oh man, I hate to see that. But the Ravens have picked Bilal Cohn out of Western Michigan, a cornerback. So we saw a little short run on cornerback with Dorian Strong going from the Bills, and Bilal Cohn out of Western Michigan has went off the board. And then Miami doubled that up, and they took the guy I wanted to see the Saints get. This was one of my favorite running backs later in the draft, which is Ollie Gordon II. He goes to Miami. And I think they may have something in this guy, man. I know they have some injury issues sometimes over there in the backfield. Miami does already have a nice backfield with a Shea over there, and they get a dude that could be the bell cow back and match with Devin Shea and turn out real nice. So we got a few more picks before we get to the Saints, and it won't be long. We get to see what they're doing.
Yeah, it is. I'm surprised that there have been some packaging going on to move up. But because it's later in the draft, so I don't think we'll see many much more of teams.
They didn't waited this long. I don't think they're gonna do it, man.
No, they're not gonna be able to do it, because all the picks have been made pretty much.
Right. So I don't think it's gonna be one of them drafts, man. They probably took everything out of Mickey Loomis to sit pat and not trade up and get somebody. But now the picks I think maybe we should have traded up.
You guys are crazy. I can't do that.
This is hold on there now. This is a really important draft.
This is the best draft we've had in quite a while. You guys don't make something about it.
They're about to get up the podium and tell them, I'm really pleased with this draft. Kellen Moore go get up there. I'm really pleased with this draft. I think we got an extra selection of guys. They all believe in the process. Team up. These guys are very, very, very fine, upstanding young men. They all have amazing maturity. I couldn't have asked for a better draft. Come on, guys, let's get it. 1, 2, 3, bring it in. Go. What's the chant? Oh, who that? They're gonna get up here and talk it up like they got everybody they wanted and they did the best possible draft.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. We got to see how this turns out on the field, but we're gonna see right now what kind of coach this young man is and how he gets his team and getting his coaching staff together. And I think he's got pretty much his coaching staff put together. So getting these guys together on the same page will be a great determination of how we're going to be able, how this draft is going to work out if we got the right players. And you know, like you have to stay focused. Them guys, they got to teach these guys how to be focused because you got some big name running game that Tampa Bay ran the hell out of them when they played them last year.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We didn't have much of a running game. That's why Carr was forced to throw the football. We need that big guy, that runner that's quick and can inspire Kamara, but yes, work in the backfield with him. Throw blocks for him or an explosive tight end. You know, a good blocking tight end. Now, I don't think Juwan Johnson is much of a blocking tight end, you know, because he always get the ball thrown to him. He makes good catches, you know. He's got some speed, but we need somebody to block for Kamara. That's just primarily is used as a block in the scheme, but we also can use him to run the ball to spell Kamara. We need that. Right now we only got Kamara, all we have. And those other guys, they injured so much. I mean, I couldn't understand why a lot of them are still on the roster because they couldn't help the team, you know.
Right.
I think they're good players. I ain't got no problem with it.
And we have 2 more picks come in, family. So the Saints will be up in 2 more picks. You have the Raiders that drafted J.J. Pegasus, the big D tackle out of Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
And the Philadelphia, oh man, I was about to say the 76ers, Lord. The Philadelphia Eagles draft Kyle McCord out of Syracuse. So they take the FBS leader in yards this past season. They take him as their backup quarterback. And so now we have the Patriots on the clock and then the Titans, and then we will have the Saints. Maybe they can gain a little bit of our trust or give us something to be excited about.
Okay,
this pick here.
They made their pick. The pick
is in. The pick is in. Okay. Let's see who they got. You know, for whatever reason, it take a little while to load up.
I know.
Who you think they're going with, man, right here?
Oh, I'm assuming they're going to take a defensive player.
Now, you like defense in this draft, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, with the exception.
It is deep, though.
Go back to that good dual running back tandem they used to have years ago that helped them to win. You know, we won that championship. We had a good running duo, 2 good runners. Get the football, boom.
Yeah, I really wish the Deuce McAllister, Reggie Bush era could have lasted a little longer. But Deuce, you know, he was all tore down with injuries, man. They were looking like they were gonna be a hell of a tandem, especially Reggie's first year. That was amazing what him and Deuce were able to do, man.
Yep.
So yeah, we've always been pretty good with tandem backs. So definitely would love to see that. Keandre Miller, how you feel about him? You don't think he can maybe take up the mantle and put a lot of his foolishness aside?
If he could stay healthy. See, the problem we have with him is that he's always injured.
Well, you know, Dennis Allen had the man on the IR, and he wasn't even injured.
I don't know, but
he had him in the doghouse.
Yeah, Dennis Allen got problems. He had issues. So he rather sacrifice the quality of the team win because he didn't like the way the man was playing. Well, put the man on the street. Don't sit there and hurt the team. Get somebody to put in there to play so your team can win. It's about winning, not about attitudes and this one and that one and all that. He was. That's why I'm glad he's out of here. We need somebody, a coach, who's gonna stand these guys up, make them upright, make them come in. They could help the team win. It's all about helping this team win.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely all about that. I'm still waiting for this Patriots pick to come in, man. Yeah, all right. You got your gum, huh, Mickey? You got you some gum?
Well, I had to take a break. I had to go in. Hold on, I had to take a nap.
Quick little cat nap, huh?
Overdone it. Got all excited, goddammit, and I take a nap. You know, you guys, you know.
Who are we picking, Mickey?
Who I'm picking? Oh, I can't tell you that, guy.
I say we. I didn't say you. I say we.
Well, I'm we. I'm the Saints, goddammit. I know. Yeah, that's right.
Mickey, your ego will be getting you in all that trouble. You need.
Well, I've been had an ego problem. I got it right after when Tom Benson left. That's when I knew I was the man. I could show him that when I was there.
Yeah, Tom Benson would have fired your ass.
Well, that's probably right too. That's why I had to keep it. Oh, goodness. But yeah, this is pretty good though. DC Kyle McCord to the Eagles. How about that, man? That's very
Man,
interesting.
the Eagles had a solid draft too, man. We look at who they drafted. They always draft solid though. But yeah, you see my guy going to Miami, bro.
Yeah, I know. I seen that, bro.
And they match him up with Devin and Shea, bro. That's gonna be a hell of a tandem, bro.
That was a very good pick for them getting Ollie Gordon, man. But in terms of what we saying, I mean, we already 4 draft picks went to the defensive side. I got to say the Saints eventually bounce back, go offensive here. We could use another running back, Devin Neal. I know DC doesn't like Devin Neal.
I mean, listen.
First Kansas player
Devin Neal right now. Taking it right now, I'm okay with it, bro. I'm
3,000. He had 1,000 yards each of the last 3 years. That's 3,000 yards in 3 consecutive seasons. A good power run guy, zone guy type running back. Really good running back. I like him. With all the other guys off the board.
He'll be productive. We got DJ Giddens. He worked.
DJ Giddens is gone, DC. Your guy, Ollie's gone. Damon Martinez
is still Damon Martinez. I like him better than Neal.
Yeah, I know you you like it more a lot of them more than Neal. You do.
But after Martinez, it would be like Neal. It would be Neal for me.
About Khalil Mullins. I know KT talked about Khalil Mullins.
I'm gonna look up at Khalil Mullins.
Yeah, look him up, DC. He was a former He used to be a linebacker. They converted him to a running back, so you know what that is.
I like that. I like those type of running backs.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's also a very special. Khalil Mullins is another dude as well. I'll talk. Phil Maffa is another favorite guy to kind of talk about. But Phil Maffa, what he does as well.
Saints are on the clock.
All right, Saints up on the clock. Where do you think he goes, family? They saying the needs for the Saints is cornerback and quarterback.
We just drafted a cornerback. Like, how many do they want us to take?
They got That's right. That's right. What they want us to do, right? What they want from us. But the wide receiver, that's another thing to kind of talk about. Isaiah Bond, Bruce Daquan Felton, Nick Nash, big wide receiver, could do something positive right now. We'll love to have one of the big wide receivers. I'm telling you, we'll love to have a big wide receiver. DC, you got a quarterback that's 6'5". Don't you want a 6'5" wide receiver to go with him? You know, Daquan Felton.
It's the 6th round, Q. We all know what's about to happen. The Saints are not drafting the wide receiver. They're gonna go the undrafted free agency route like they always do to get their receivers.
I don't know, DC. I'm gonna have to
Shaheed. And then last year they had Tipton. I know they feel like they can do it again, man.
I say it's gonna be running back or wide receiver. That's what I say. I wouldn't be surprised if they go offensive line.
I say running back before wide receiver. A running back offensive line would make a lot more sense for a wide receiver.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that. I wouldn't be mad at another offensive lineman here, DC. I wouldn't be mad at that at all. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at all. They got Cameron Williams from Texas. He the top guy out. Do they go for another Texas offensive lineman? Chase Munt from UConn. He's available.
If they get another Texan, man, that offensive tackle we got is
DC, hush your mouth. Guess who the pick is?
Devin Neal.
There you go, DC.
That's all right. That's all right. I don't hate Devin Neal. I just liked a lot of guys a lot more than him. I think he can be productive. To me, it's just so many other people jump off the tape, and he's kind of like a boring but productive pick to me. I know he make people miss in the phone booth, but he just seemed kind of stiff to me. But I think he can be solid, and he can do exactly what we need him to do. So no problem.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, he go to call right here the breakdown on Mr. Devin Neal.
Actually,
5'11", 215 pounds. The prospect grade is 5.98. Average backup or special teams player. Saints get him in a 6th round pick, 8th. He's a 4.58 guy in the 40. You see that his vertical jump is 10 inch. And then, of course, he's been four years in college. In 21, he was honorable mention, all 12 conference, led team with 707 rushing yards off 158 carries. He averaged 4.5 yards per carry, 8 rushing touchdowns, and played in 12 games. Also caught the ball. He had a receiving touchdown. The following year in 2022, honorable mention, all Big 12, led the team with over 1,000 yards off 180 carries. He averaged over 6 yards per carry with 9 rushing touchdowns, played in all 13 games. His receiving stats, he had 21 catches to go along with that, with almost a 9 catch average there, had 1 receiving touchdown. In 2023, second team All Big 12 led team with 1,200 rushing yards, over 1,200 rushing yards on 200 carries. He averaged over 6 yards per run, tied for sixth in the FBS with 16 rushing touchdowns, played in all 13 games. In 2024, honorable mention All Big 12 led team with 1,266 rushing yards on 219 carries, averaged just under 6 yards per carry, had 16 rushing touchdowns, set school record with over 4,000 rushing yards, 49 rushing touchdowns, 53 total TDs, became the first Kansas player to rush for 1,000 yards in 3 consecutive seasons, started all 12 games, 12 catches there. You can see right there, averaged almost 11 yards per catch with 1 receiving touchdown, and the man was a team captain. So there you go. And this is the breakdown on Mr. Devin Neal for the family members projected to go between the 5th and 6th round. So it's workload runner with NFL size, 4 years of steady production, help elevate the program. Neal runs with a nice blend of patience and decisiveness to choose the right lanes and maximize each carry. He lacks top end burst and speed, which will shrink the field for him, but he's a fall forward runner with good contact balance and has a nose for short yardage conversions. He has good instincts and soft hands in space and can help as a leak out or swing pass option. His blue collar approach isn't exciting, but it's effective. And Neal has the ability to develop into a backup or a 3-down back. His strengths are runs behind his blocks while maintaining decisiveness, keeps the run on track, won't deviate unnecessarily, plays with sync up eyes and feet for sudden transitions, prioritize ball security, and has a low fumble rate. That's a plus. Pushes through initial contact
Excellent plus.
and falls forward for yardage, always falling forward. Converts short yardage carries with downhill mentality and forward lean. Capable receiver out of the backfield with smooth hands. His weaknesses are average early burst to keep defenses from crowding his runs, takes time to gather feet and cut on hard flow wide, lacks creativity to find alternative pathways when needed. Average make you miss after the catch in space, needs better strain and finish to keep his quarterback protected. And the sources tell us he's got size, instinct, production. It's all 3 in one package. He's going to be a good pro, NFC scout director mentioned. So there you go. Your 6th round pick is Mr. Devin Neal, running back out of Kansas.
I think he's gonna be good, but like I said, he run hard. I hear a lot of people saying that's why I didn't want him, because I feel like he's gonna be productive for a few years, and then the injuries are gonna start catching up. Smaller guy, had a lot of carries, and the theme continues. If you're not a senior, we don't want you. So apparently, you wasn't at the Senior Bowl, you can't be drafted by the Saints. They're not getting no younger guys, and this continues the same trend. So maybe they see him pushing Keandre Miller out the door, but I think having him out there, I think that'll turn up the intensity on Keandre, because we know he has the talent, but he definitely needed somebody to put a spark in his back. But he on the clock, Q, because I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire, they would hold on to him over Keandre if he's not really showing up in the preseason. He can't live on his name no more. And Neal gonna make sure of that, because he gonna come in there and he gonna show up and show out, man. It's just I don't know how long it's gonna last with Neal. That's really my major concern. And he look a little stiff to me, and he's small, man. He run like a big runner, a bruiser type, but he's not that big. He's very compact, and it's almost like looking at Genty a little bit, right? As far as his frame, like he's solid, but he's short.
Okay. All right, Pops, what you got? What you think about the move for the Saints? They switch, because the last 4 picks the Saints had were defensive players: Vernon Broughton, Jonas Sanker, Danny Stutzman, and Quincy Riley. On the defensive side, the Saints jump back to offense and get a running back in Devin Neal. What you think about that?
I think that might be that's a good move. I think the young man's got a lot of upside to his game. We want a power runner. We want somebody who can block, and also who can block for Kamara. Because trust me, that's what that Saints gonna want him to do with Kamara's style. These two could work together. They could have putting together that dual running back tandem that got them a lot of success over through the years. They got a lot of success with that running tandem. These two, him working along with Kamara, this could be, you might hit on something here, you know. And I'm looking forward to seeing the young man play and see how good he is, you know, see what he can bring to the table.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if he's developing right and the head coach uses him correctly, I think he can help the offense take some of the pressure off the guy that's throwing the ball, quarterback. Because you got to have a good running game to be able to win in this league. And this will help the Saints with their running game, having this young man dropped into their lap like that. I just hope they would give him the chance to see what he can do.
Yeah, this for me, drafting him and actually just taking a running back and one we know that's gonna be productive. Like he gonna give us what we need. I think this gives the Saints like a B plus, almost an A on the day for me. I like the Riley pick. I like Struessman. You know, they still got 2 more picks to go, so they got time to mess it up. But I can't be mad at anything they've done today. You know, especially they finally got us some form of a playmaker. I mean, that's what I was looking for. I would have liked to come out of the draft with at least 2 offensive playmakers because we love Taysom Hill, but we know he's injury prone. We love Kamara, we know he's injury prone. You love Olave, he's injury prone. You love Shaheed, he's injury prone. So we have playmakers, but they all seem to get hurt. And it's not like these guys get hurt, you know, one guy hurt this season and next. No, they all get hurt every year. So obviously,
one of them, the Saints haven't had their full wide receiver tandem available to them in the last couple of years. I mean, especially Olave. Olave gets hurt. You know, he's trying to go up for football. You know, catching battling because you got to wait for the ball to come because the ball is underthrown a lot of times by hand of Derek Carr. And you're supposed to be able to put some. Not necessarily put arc on the ball, but put a gentle throw to a spot and have your wide receiver, go to that spot where you threw the ball. Mm-hmm. He's trying to hit these guys. You got to be able to throw to a spot. Say, look, I'm throwing to this spot. Tell you guy, I'm throwing to this spot right here. I expect you to beat that guy to that spot. Or if you can't beat him to it, knock it down so he can't catch it. But that's a lot of guys are getting hurt by having to wait on the quarterback to throw the football to him or slow down and wait on him. And all of a sudden he gets his ankle rolled up or he gets hit from behind trying to catch the ball and you got injured. You lose the guy for about 4 or 5 games. Speed.
Yeah. And they still you know, what's the next, I guess, guy we go with? You know, tight end, I think is still one we could try to look the field based on who's out there.
Yeah, I would look for a big time tight end, especially a blocking tight end.
Because they're not gonna take a receiver, family. Y'all get y'all hopes up. We in the 7th round and took a receiver. The Saints ain't doing it. They are allergic to taking receivers at the end of the draft. So
they'll bring some in through the UFA system. You know, they'll find somebody. They'll find somebody to do the wide receiver position. They don't want to spend money on a big time wide receiver because they already have. You know, some pretty good wide receivers if they can stay healthy, if they can keep them healthy. But it all depends on the quarterback. You know, you got to hit guys in stride. I mean, Carr was able to do that a couple of times during the season, but there's times when he would lose his focus. Then he go try to throw the ball up. You can't put the ball in double coverage. You can't do that all the time. You can't get away with that all the time. With the speed that these defensive backs have right now, you got to be careful. You get if you got a guy that get a couple of feet on a defensive back, you could try it then. But if he's got to wait on the ball to come, that'll probably be a damn good chance that he's not going to catch that ball and might even get hurt.
Yeah, well, I mean, great points, both Bob's and DC, man. I was looking at the picks after Devin Neal. I actually like Devin Neal. I think he's a solid pickup for the Saints in the running attack.
Yeah.
The other picks outside of that they got right behind them, Pittsburgh got Will Howard, the Ohio State quarterback, 6'4", 240 pounds, won a championship with him. They take him on as a quarterback.
Who is their starting quarterback?
for the Steelers.
Yeah. They're gonna start Will Howard. Like,
I think Randolph is Mason Randolph still over there.
Mason
But anyway,
Rudolph, the dude who took the helmet off Jason Garrett.
Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson is the guys right there. Now I want to see it. Let me see if they're
doing, man.
I want to see what
Aaron Rodgers must be going over there, man. Got to be.
Let me see what he draft. I think they did draft. Didn't they get? Didn't the Steelers take another quarter? Let me look at their draft right quick and see what they're doing because they had some really good defensive pickups on the team. Yeah, they got Derek Harmon, the big defensive tackle, running back Caleb Johnson from Iowa, Jack Sawyer, the defensive end from Ohio State, Yaya Black, the massive interior defensive tackle from Iowa, and Will Howard from Ohio State. So I guess Will Howard, man, Will Howard could sneak in there and if he plays well, he might be able to kind of get that position. Steelers have Mason Rudolph as the top pass, so that's crazy to me. The first kick off the board, I think, is Tyler Loop from Arizona. The Baltimore Ravens get him. Jalen Reed, the safety from Penn State, is going to the Tennessee Titans. Next three picks, Titans, Colts are the next three teams up. Well, Titans and Colts twice, followed by the Eagles and the Seahawks. Saints don't have a pick left in the 6th. They have 2 in the 7th. So unless they trade both to move up into the 6th, we'll have to read.
You got Kobe King is still out there, man. I think that would be a good pick in the 7th round for another linebacker.
I heard you say, DC, that you don't think they go wide receiver. So
no.
Okay, no wide receivers.
We should, but I don't think they do it. Name this. When have the Saints ever drafted a wide receiver other than Marcus Colston in the 7th round?
Good question.
They don't do that. They go undrafted free agents, and they're gonna sign probably 2-3 wide receivers, undrafted free agents. They're gonna let them duel it out in a training camp, and one of them probably make the roster. But we need a big receiver. I would like to see him draft my man out of Arkansas. That's who I would go with. I know they got a lot of guys listed above him, but I like Andrew Armstrong on one of those 2nd round picks.
I agree.
We could do him. We could get him with our last pick. He probably still be there unless maybe somebody else sees what I see or we see. You watch SEC football, man. That dude was over there. He was handling his business in the SEC. And if you can do that in the SEC, I know you can do it in the NFL. It's just too much talent, But they got a lot of receivers still out there. If we needed a slot receiver, I do like Jimmy Horn. I like Joe Horn's son. He's still out there, but I mean he's short. When you got a bunch of short guys, I wouldn't take him based on that. But Ricky White is also still out there for Las Vegas. So,
all right, DC, I got a few people for you. Let me see.
Big man.
I asked the AI. AI. I asked the AI because I wasn't drawing nothing. How about where did A.T. Perry go?
A.T. Perry?
Wasn't it A.T. Perry? Hold on, let me see.
No, he wasn't a 7th round pick. He was like a 6th.
No, we said after the 6th round, right?
No, I said 7th round.
7th round. Okay, yeah, I'm about to say A.T. Perry was one of them.
6th round pick.
Hold on, let me see. After you said
in the 7th round, they don't draft receivers in the 7th round. We took running backs, we took all type of stuff. I don't never remember taking a receiver in the 7th round other than Marcus Colston.
Who was Jordan Jackson? Jordan Jackson?
No, what year was that?
I'm trying to figure it out. They got him listed. Jordan. They said Saints.
You got to check AI. They be wrong sometimes.
Oh, that's a tackle. Oh, that was your boy from Air Force. Remember the defensive line from Air Force? Jordan Jackson. Yeah. He ain't a receiver though. Yeah,
they go with big guys. They take a lot of guys in the trenches with that 7th pick.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right.
Don't take receivers, man.
You might be right.
Because all the undrafted free agent receivers are looking at the Saints and salivating right now. they be ready because they come over there and they get a chance. They get a shot. What position undrafted do we sign better, as far as undrafted free agents, better than receiver?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think, but running backs they do a really good job. Undrafted running
But
backs.
they never keep them. They go through training camp and they cut them. Never keep them.
They had a couple of them they brung back, but
We kept what was PL was undrafted. We kept PL Thomas, but outside of him,
Chris Ivory,
Chris
Corey
Ivory.
Robinson.
Okay.
That's quite a few. Y'all help me out in the chat, man, because I just gave three.
It's another one. I think Chris Ivory, man. We had high hopes for him. I don't know what happened there. Chris Ivory really looked like he could have been our number one back. Shit. Their names right on the tip of my tongue. It's been a couple of more guys too, man, that we had. But we are the kings of getting an undrafted running back and not keep holding on.
That's one Stephen gave Quan Baker.
Quan Baker, yeah, he was 7 round. He was a 7-round pick.
He was a 7-round pick.
Okay.
So you only got one, DC. So you was close to right, bro. You was almost there.
Okay. Quan Baker and Marcus Colston. And Quan ain't really turning into nothing. Do you even have a catch for us?
No, I don't think so. Maybe one. Maybe one. So we got quite the distance to go right here before we jump on over to the other side. But yeah, Pittsburgh got an interesting. I thought Pittsburgh. Why didn't they could have used? I don't know what Mike Tomlin doing, man. He got some good defensive player, but he
man, that front office. But you bet not bring all that niggatry over here.
That would have been an awesome selection. To be honest with you, man, that would have been an awesome selection for him.
GM shut that down, man. He said, "No, you ain't."
Let me see. Let's see the rest of it now. So yeah, we got quite a few picks. Riley Leonard is that. So there go Kyle Mullins. DC was going. Tennessee grabbed him. We were just talking about him. 6'2", 230 pounds, former linebacker, who big and powerful runner, hard to bring down, pushes the pile.
Is he better than Neil? He better than Neil to you?
No, I like Neil better than him. But I like his brutality though, his physicality. He's mean, nasty, downhill runner type guy, really nasty. Quarterback Riley Leonard from Notre Dame goes to the Colts. So he's 6'4", 220 pounds, had a 66.7% completion ratings for his career. He ran for over 900 yards. He had 17 touchdowns. And they said he gets the second and third reads when his first option isn't there. Arm is strong enough to make the throws. He follows his blocks, runs behind his pads, can push the pile on the design quarterback runs. Leonard didn't run at the combine, but he runs well on tape and is a threat to break explosive runs on designed quarterback plays and scrambles. So a 6'4", 220-pound quarterback out of Notre Dame, Riley Leonard, goes to the Colts at pick 189 in the 6th round. And then the Colts they had back-to-back picks. They get Tim Allen, the big defensive tackle from Alabama, 6'4", 300 pounds, who's a two-gap run defender. And they add him there along with Riley Leonard. So you go. And then the Eagles get Miles Hinton, an offensive tackle from Michigan, 6'7", 330 pounds, started 20 games for Michigan at right tackle, 11 games at left tackle across 5 seasons in college. So you got a guy right there to bring some help to Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles. Seahawks, Bengals, Jaguars, Seahawks, Bengals, Jags, Bears, Lions, Broncos, and Packers are all up next to draft next. So there you go on that. So you say no wide receiver. We got.
I mean, I would like one. I see some guys I would like, but I just don't think they do it.
Well, I see some wide receivers, DC. I would like to have a
Mickey go in there. Hold on there now, Q. We ain't gonna waste no goddamn picks on no wide receivers.
No, don't you dare pick that goddamn wide receiver.
They're gonna be undrafted. We ain't paying them all that goddamn money in 7th round. We're gonna give them half it.
You're cutting into my clam chowder money over here, goddamn it. Hold on now.
They're gonna do that, bro.
I'm telling you something, man. These guys are going crazy. They're cutting into my clam chowder money over here. God damn it. Wayo says, Big Q, watch Mickey fam. Watch him. All right.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right. Thank you, Wayo. Much love, Brother Prime. Shout out to you. Say, I will not be spending $1 on the Doge Saints 5 and 12.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Oh, man. Shout out to Prime. Good to see you, brother. Brother Prime, a bronze flat power guy. Shout out to you, man. Member for 60 months. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate your support. And big ups to KT. Says Quan Baker was a seventh round receiver. I think KT was lined up. I don't know, KT, did he get a catch? Did DC want to know, did he I think he was in a couple of games. Let me see if Quan Baker.
I mean, he was blocking.
No, I remember him playing. It wasn't a lot, but let me see, because he was one of those players. It's like, okay, Quan Baker had a potential, but they didn't they didn't realize it. Like we talk about guys like what was the big watch? Shaq Davis, KT Perry, AT Perry. Those guys they got rid of too soon. They allowed them to kind of develop like you would want to see them do. But let me see if I could pull up stats on Quan Baker. Did he get a catch? Because he came from South Alabama, DC. He was a guy out of South Alabama. He had a lot of good.
Okay.
Let me see if I could pull up and
How'd
see
that
if he
how'd that work out for him?
Yeah, well, he got a 7-round selection. He became 7-round selection in the draft for the Saints. And I don't know if he caught one pass. Let me see.
Now, I was looking for your guy out of Michigan, Kyle, right, man? I found another Kyle out of Rutgers. You familiar with him? Man, this little dude won hard. Kyle Mangini. You know I can't pronounce no names. I'll be messing people's name up. A running back out of Rutgers, yeah. He's small.
Yeah.
He's like a power back, but he's small. Man, that dude runs so hard, man. And he running. It's really weird because he's like he's smaller than him, but he's running over him.
Yeah, you know what? I remember watching his tape, DC.
It's crazy, man. That is just so unique.
Monagai, or I think that how you pronounce his name, but he kind of reminds me. Remember, he got a running style that's a little bit more physical.
It's like Darren Sproles with a power back.
It was a bowling ball running back. We had several years.
I thought you were talking about Maurice Jones-Drew, but you talking about a running back we had?
That we had. He was in training camp.
I know you're talking about, but I don't remember his name. He was small.
His style reminds me of this guy's style, Kyle Monagai.
It's like 2 years. That was 2 years ago.
No, it was longer than that. It was probably at least 4 or 5 years. Yeah, it was more than about 4 or 5 years. KT helped me out. You're right. It was the little ball.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember his name. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I can't think of the man.
I remember what he looked like and everything. Can't think of his name.
He a little bold. He went to the UFL too. He was in the UFL. He was leading them in rushing and stuff like that, and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, little dude was good, man. We just didn't stick to him. But yeah, he got.
Remind you of him? Yeah, he seemed like he a little more shifty than him, Q.
No, I'm saying his running style is.
Oh yeah.
He is more shifted. He does use some power. Got a little jump cut.
This little dude is amazing, man. I just kind of want to see where he go. I might have to tune in and see what he turned into. He might be undrafted.
Probably so. We still got a couple.
The way he runs, it's like I know they're looking at it like, man, you ain't gonna be able to do that on grown men with your frame because he's really short. Like he about 5'8".
DC, this was Adam Schefter reported this about the kicker Tyler Loop, who the Ravens just selected at pick 186 in the 6th round. The Ravens selected Arizona kicker Tyler Loop. The pick comes as the NFL is investigating Ravens kicker Justin Tucker for sexual misconduct. Tucker is accused of inappropriate behavior by multiple massage therapists, and he's publicly disputed the allegations. We got a kicker on some Deshaun Watson type stuff going on.
Yeah, not Devin. No, it's not Devin Zigbo. You say Devin Ozone? I think you're thinking about Devin Zigbo. That's not the guy though.
That's not him.
Nah, it ain't. We drafted Devin Zigbo. That ain't him.
Devine Zigbo. That's his name.
It's Devine. I thought it was Devin.
No, it's Devine. Devine Zigbo.
You know it's messed up when Q checking me about names.
Well, I'm just telling you, brother. I'm telling you the truth, and it is messed up. I'm checking your names. All right, see. So you don't just say thank you. That's what you say. You just say, you know what? It's messed up. That Q's checking.
You know what? Thank you. I check you on names a bunch of times, and you do tell me thank you. So thank you, bro.
Right. I'm saying, where that coming from, DC?
Yeah, it's a shocker, bro. I hit a new low.
Family members already know I be screwing up names. There ain't no secret.
You just be letting me screw them up. You be like, well, I can't say nothing. I be messing up people.
I be saving it.
If
So
you tell me something about messing up a name, I was like, I got to do better.
No, I'll be letting you make it because I be saving them shit. So when you come back and I'm gonna say DC be messing up names, he messed up such and such.
The family be letting you know, man. They be on my neck.
I save my bullets, DC. Okay, I ain't gonna shoot one at your time. I'm gonna save them all, and then when the right time to do it, I'm gonna shoot them up all back at you at the same damn time.
That's all right.
This, that, the third, this, that. Yeah,
I wear full body every time I come in here.
KT got it, man. Round of applause for KT. I knew KT was gonna get it. Darius Victor. That's right. There you go.
That's right.
Darius Victor. Thanks, KT. KT. I knew KT was doing no thank you, Quavadas. Yeah. Yeah, so
he be eating that Geeka Cola. He be eating them leaves the elephants be eating stuff, bro. Can't remember everything.
Well, hold on. Steve got another one. Adrian Arrington was a 7th-round pick, receiver in 2008.
Y'all going back, man.
But you said,
all right, y'all found 3 in 25 years.
No, the great Saint Think Tank got you in check, brother. They gave you 2 of them, Adrian Arrington and Quan Baker. And then, by the way, DC,
in Marcus Coulson, that's about 3 in 25 years, Q.
But you said they don't.
They typically don't, man.
You gonna fix that comment, brother? You gonna kind of walk that thing back?
Well, let's watch them not draft a receiver.
That's not what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying that historically speaking, they gave you 2 of them. They told you Quan Baker was a 7th-round pick and Adrian Arrington was a 7th-round pick. DC, you got to walk that back, bro. They were right. The Great Saint Think Tank is undefeated, brother.
Oh, the Great Saint Think Tank is awesome, but I ain't walking back nothing. You.
Y'all see what kind of dude this is? You see how cheap DC is with this? He was dead wrong and he refused to apologize. Y'all hear this? The family did the research and came back and said, dude, that's not right.
So we drafting the receiver. That what y'all said? So I'm pointing out that they're not gonna draft a receiver because they typically don't do that. But the family is right. We did take Arrington, and man, if Arrington would have just did some track and field workouts as a kid, he might have lasted, bro, because he was awesome, but he was so slow. Oh my God, he was slow, Q. He was so shifty. He could catch. He could make a move after the catch, and then he just was running in quicksand after that.
That's right. My dog said DC Dollar stole cheap for giving us our credit. That's right, brother. That's right.
Oh no, hold up. I ain't gonna let. I'm giving y'all credit. I say I ain't walking nothing back to Big Q. Oh, come on, man. There ain't no show without y'all. Y'all have bailed me out so many times. I love Great Saint Think Tank, man. Hey, this ain't about y'all.
DC ain't gonna give me no credit because he know what that means.
I ain't give you nothing. I feel like Willie Green up here when it comes to you. I done gave all the credit away already. I ain't gave you no credit.
You see that, bro? That's like he give me some credit. I'm gonna use it against him. That's what he did.
Yeah, you is.
He said.
Yeah, you is.
He said. He said. Yes.
You gonna be on a Pelicans post-game for DC? You don't need to come on the draft show. You don't know football. Remember when the chat told you that you said they ain't draft no receiver, boy?
They got
you. About the bag from 2 years ago.
I'm saying, but the Great Saint Think Tank came with the facts. They was like, hold on.
Yeah, they on it. They on it, bro.
They was on it, bro. Shout out to you.
I forgot about both of them guys. They on it.
They was on it, man. They dug up Adrian Arrington and Quan Baker. I was like,
I can't give you no credit. You ain't do nothing. You was over there. What you was looking up? You was looking up some whole other stuff.
was trying to find if Quan Baker had a catch.
Yeah, you still couldn't find that.
Couldn't find that shit at all.
Ask Chat GTP.
This answer is this.
That'd be a good question for him.
Give you the wrong shit. Oh man, yo,
They gonna come back with all his college stats. He did nothing in the league. He didn't do nothing in the league.
Chat GPT comes back and say he wasn't shit as a hell of a college player, you know.
Can I move the goalpost on Quan Baker? Because if the man ain't never had a reception, is he really a receiver? We draft the glorified tight end blocker, man. Like
the man's still a receiver, even though he ain't catching shit, dog. I mean, he's still marked out. I think he returned some kicks too. DC. Is that a catch? Don't they count as he did receive the ball to return.
Oh man,
I don't see no stats on that, man. Y'all help me out.
You saw somebody else that catch it and hand it off to him?
Just tossed it to him. Here you go, man. Hey, y'all tell me, did Quan Baker have a catch as a wide receiver? Help me out, man. Help me out in the chat, man. Let me know what time it is on that, man, because I tried to look for it, man. I just gave up, man.
Hold on, KT. Now you gonna tell me our preseason All-Star in Arrington? I remember Arrington. Arrington was cutting up in the preseason for the Saints, bro. You ain't gonna do that. He was not just another player.
He was next to Mario Manningham. That's right. That's right. I remember that from Michigan.
Yes. And he came over here in the Saints. He was having an awesome preseason, and I think he got hurt. But he was so slow. Like they moved on from him. He was just too slow. He would like get a catch, and he would be like, and he would shake like three people. And he was like, "Oh,
why you gotta slow down, brother? Why you gotta slow down?" They get the idea.
I gotta explain it, Q. He would get a catch, and then he would shake like two or three people, and he'd be like, "Man, that was nice." And it'd be like a 9-yard catch, Q.
Oh, DC slow down. He's so slow. Yeah. He said the slow. Okay, DC, the man was slow.
Took 15 seconds. Took 15 seconds off the play clock to get 9 yards.
That's slow, bro. Come on, man. You making a man.
He was slow, bro.
Somebody. He wasn't that slow. So he was fat. He was slower than Eric Martin.
Yes.
No, he wasn't.
He was slow, Q. He was shifty. He was shifty, but he was slow.
He was shifty, but he's okay, DC.
Yeah.
All right, so let's look at this, man. The last 6 picks are several picks of the draft after the Tim Smith pick at 190. Miles Hinton, we talked about him, the big offensive tackle from Michigan, 6'7", 330. Philly gets him. Bryce how I got pronounce this man's name. Cabeldu. Bryce Cabeldu, who's let's see, he's a 6'6".
Don't feel so good, huh?
Cabeldu. All right, 6'6", 315 from Kansas. Seattle picks him up. Taj Brooks, running back from Texas Tech, 5'9", 214. He was the all-time leading rusher, Texas Tech's all-time leading rusher and Big 12 player in history to rush for more than 1,500 yards in consecutive seasons. Patient between the tackles, runner with strength to break tackles. He ran the 4th quickest shuttle time, regardless of position at the combine. Makes defenders miss in the hole and in space. He doesn't take straight blows by the defenders. Incredibly elusive. He catches the ball very well. He's headed to Cincinnati and Joe Burrow. Jalen McLeod, who's a linebacker from Auburn, 6'2", 240 pounds. Undersized edge defender who can play outside linebacker in 3-man fronts. He's headed to Jacksonville. Luke Newman from Michigan, big offensive tackle. He has started 37 games at Michigan State. For Holy Cross and 12 games at left guard. Well, at Newman, he started 37 games. For Holy Cross and 12 games at left guard, where he best fits as a guard. For the Spartans, he's quick and has the upper body strength to deliver a powerful punch as a blocker. Has lateral quickness and balance, make him a good fit for a zone-heavy scheme. He's headed to Chicago. And Ahmad Hassan, who is an edge rusher from Boise State, 6'2", 270 pounds, had 32 tackles for a loss and 22 sacks over the past 2 years. So That is who the Detroit Lions are adding to their team. And then we still have a ton of picks before the end of the 6th round with the Titans, Packers, Chargers, Jags, 2 picks from the Vikings coming up next over the next 6 picks. So we don't. It's not anticipating the Saints family look like they're going to jump into the 6th round. I don't know if they see anything they like. They're just going to let the draft come to them. But with that being said, DC, you saying we having the jokes about the wide receivers and about who they are in the 2nd round. I mean, not in the 7th round. If wide receiver is not the call, even though I would like to have a big wide receiver taken in the 7th round, if they're not the call, that's not the play, then where do you go? Where do you go?
Offensive line. I think
Okay.
They could look to possibly take a guard, because I wonder about the strategy we have for our backup center. We drafted Ruiz to be a guard, and he was a center, right? Why don't we ever use him as a backup center if Eric McCoy gets hurt? So maybe we try to get another guard so you can have possibly 2, because you already have Radix or Trevor Penning, however they go about that. And I know you have Will Clapp, who can kind of fill in all over the line, really. But getting one more guard, I don't think would help, because I'm not sold on the guy that we drafted that ain't really been panning out. What's his name? Drafted him in the 3rd round, and he really ain't showed us nothing so far.
Okay, what year was that, DC?
Probably about 2 or 3 years ago.
In the 3rd round, and he really hadn't showed. What position?
Hold up, I'm gonna look up his name, man, because I'm bad with names. I've been messing everybody's names. So let me get this right.
Tell me what position it is.
He's a guard.
Oh, Nick Saldiveri?
Nick Saldiveri, yeah.
He was not. He was
a 4th round pick. It was 3rd or 4th round, right?
It was a 4th round selection. I can look him up.
Maybe it was 4th round.
Yeah, 4th round. Pick
Look,
103.
He took a premium draft spot, and he ain't really gave us nothing.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm looking to get another guard and kind of replace him, man. He can go.
Yeah, he's a question mark, man. The Saints took him to find out what he was doing, but the thing with him is, injuries has been a major problem with Nick Saldiveri. They tried to actually hand Nick Saldiveri the starting job last year, and he was doing good up until training camp. Then he got hurt. Then they pivoted to some of the veterans they signed, because they had Lucas Patrick. They signed him. They had Shane Lemieux, and they had another guy that they picked up. They picked up Ali Udo, and I think they had another offensive lineman with it, and I think he got hurt or whatever. But that's how Lucas Patrick got it, because Nick Saldiveri wasn't reliable. But like, if you know that, then you have to walk that walk. Like, for instance, with the Saints, when they drafted Neal just now, that's because you don't know what Elvin turns 30 this year. Kendre Miller is a big question mark. He's loaded with talent, but he can't stay healthy. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is on a 1-year prove-it deal, whatever the case may be. Jordan Mims is unproven. Velus Jones Jr. is unproven. They're talented, but you don't know what they can give you. But you get Devin Neal here, and perhaps him and Elvin Kamara can, do the thing, or he could be insurance for Kendre Miller to come in, because this guy has production, and he doesn't have much of an injury history either. So he could be somebody that kind of helps out in that regard. So you would want to kind of pivot for insurance purposes, wouldn't you, Pop? I mean, that was the thing that I would look at doing if I'm the Saints. I mean, like, if you look, especially at the offensive line, they got Nick Saldiveri penciled in at the left guard position. Let me pull up the depth chart, the unofficial depth chart, like it's showing it right here. You can see they got Nick Saldiveri once again penciled in at that guard spot. This is the Tali Fuaga. You see Kevin Banks Jr. behind Trevor Penning there. Right. So that guy's not going to come in as a backup anyway. That's a 9th overall selection for the Saints. So he's obviously going to start at the 1st round position. Whether that is one of the
then Calvin
and then what the thing is really interesting is Saldiveri he got questionable that because he's dealing with injury. But Dylan Runnels was also brung in with a guy. He's not an old player. Like, Dylan Runnels is a guy that's in his prime. Like, he gave him a 1-year deal. He's 27, 6'6", 303, played a lot, like 50 games with a bunch of stars in there. And he's a former 2nd round pick. So, I mean, we don't know exactly what's going to go on with Dylan Runnels, but at the same time, the odd man out to me is Penning. But you would want a fortified offensive line. How do you guys feel about the depth there, DC, Pops? with Sel DeVere, Will Clapp, Landon Young, Kyle Hergel, those type of guys, Josh Ball, Josiah Rahim. I'm not really comfortable with my line. Before you answer, let me give a shout out to a couple of family members, man, who are doing some positive stuff. Shout out to Deborah for becoming a member of the Great Saint Think Tank. Shout out to Deborah.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Appreciate you, Queen. Much love to you. And Brother Doug here as always. Thank you for being a member for 31 months. Thank you, family.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, DC Pops. What do you think about that?
You always can use good offensive linemen. I'm telling you, Eric McCoy, Trevor Penning has a history of injuries. I don't know if he could unseat him, but we got to have good coverage there at the right tackle. With Trent Penning always seemed to be hurt. We can't keep him healthy. It don't look like he can stay on the field for a game or two, but then he gets hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So we need depth. We always need depth on the offensive line. That's a good deal. Bring somebody in who could play that position. Bring somebody in who would learn the position and then play it, and then have some protection back there, hopefully, to keep the quarterback upright.
I mean, it's still a problem. I know we're going to address it between the end of the draft and going into training camp. Pops, that's usually what they do. Maybe we got a couple of offensive linemen. They always do have offensive UDFAs after the draft that will be interesting. But, I would like to have some veterans, too. Like, I know a lot of people like Will Clapp. They see him as a reserve veteran backup guard, a center, and Landon Young. To me, I don't know why they brought Landon Young back here. I've seen enough of Landon Young. Young had 4 years here to develop into what he was supposed to be, and he simply didn't go anywhere. So, I prefer to have a lot sterner or better, more proven backups than some of these guys. So I'm still kind of leery about this backups.
Right. I agree, because it only takes one of our guys to go down on that offense on the front line there, and then you're stuck because they're going to attack that weak spot along that line. With the guy that went out, they're going to attack that spot. So we definitely got to have talent. We got to find some talent there.
Yeah, the offensive line, man, that was a point of contention last year I was talking about, boy, when the injuries started mounting up. We could not get good backups.
No.
Just to do anything. Them guys couldn't block. They were late. They couldn't open up anything. And that was just really, really frustrating watching that go on, man. That was really frustrating, man. Really freaking frustrating watching that happen. We couldn't do anything. We couldn't run the ball. That was really frustrating, man, to be quite honest with you. But
couldn't do anything. Nope.
Right. But DC, you want to chime in on that, man, before we take a look at it? Because the draft is moving on, man. It's moving on. Couple of picks were made in 197. Florida quarterback Graham Mertz was picked up by the Texans, and he was drafted. Another quarterback taken. 198, Warren Brinson, a defensive tackle for the Georgia Bulldogs, drafted by the Packers, 6'5", 315, started only 8 games at Georgia, but showed that he's a versatile offensive lineman. Branson Taylor at pick 199, an offensive tackle from Pittsburgh, 6'6", 320 pounds, goes to the Chargers. And Rayun Lane III, the really good safety from Navy, gets picked up by the Jags, 5'11", 200 pounds. 4-year starter, finished his career with 244 tackles, 7 picks, 28 pass defense, 8 forced fumbles. Excels at reading receivers, quick at breaking on the passes, takes sound angles, can undercut the routes as well. Playmaker, steps in front of receivers, plucks the ball out of the air with big hands, plays through receivers' hands, shows good timing. He missed some tackles, but a relentless run defender, according to the scouts. 5'11", 200 pounds, finds his way to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Vikings are up next. 2 picks from the Vikings, 201 and 202. Then the Ravens pick up at 203, followed by the Cowboys. So there you go. So offensive line could be a help here. So we getting kind of thin. Getting to a DC thoughts before. I'm going to spin Quincy Riley, and behind him, Danny Stutzman. Actually, we'll do it in reverse. Danny Stutzman the linebacker from the picked up from Oklahoma. He'll give his thoughts on being drafted. Then we'll go after that. Mr. Quincy Riley here starts. But DC, go ahead, brother.
Oh, I just wanted to point out my man Rose City. He found Quan Baker's catches. He had 10 catches in 3 seasons, Q. So that was 3.3 catches.
So he does qualify as a receiver. So there you go, DC.
He qualifies as a receiver. He had 3.3 catches a year.
Hey man, the great Saint think tank is in full effect, man. They got the information. All right, let's do this, fam. Let's hear from, this is Danny Stutzman. This is our new linebacker and potential replacement for Demario Davis. This is his thoughts on being drafted by the Saints. Here we go. Let's get this tuned up for the family members so they can hear what Mr. Stutzman has to say.
Start by asking you how you feel about this moment and how's it feel to be a New Orleans Saint?
Man, I'm pumped, man. I mean, there's no better team. I think, a lot of little anxious, going up into it, but I'm excited, man. I'm just add value to my name and just keep better, keep bringing better, man. I'm just a lot of emotion right now in this moment.
What was your pre-draft process meeting like with the Saints? Did you have a lot of interaction with them?
Yeah, I actually, their coach from Cal, he's the only coach to work me out in this process. So I had one workout, no visits. But I think they knew that in there. I thought I put on a good performance, clearly so. And it was great. Just had a great time.
What do you feel like you bring to this defense that you might have proved in that workout?
I bring energy. I bring intensity. Anytime I step on that field, I'm ferocious. I'm just going to bring effort, leave it all out there.
Would you describe yourself as a vocal leader or more of a lead by example guy?
Kind of both. A great leader can do it all. Obviously you can't walk in day one and start demanding things. You got to earn that respect. So just come in, every single day and just do what you can and just prove that, what I can do.
Danny, is there an existing player that you kind of compare your style after? And are you good on special teams? Is that something you feel like you're good at?
Oh, 100%. Special teams is where I kind of add value early on in my career in Oklahoma. The best players are the ones that play special teams and go out there and play defense. And so that's what I try and do. And you look at other players, it's hard to kind of just, emulate. I try and take stuff from, great players all over. At the end of the day, I am my own player.
Hey, Danny, a little off track question here, but are you the best athlete in your family?
It's pretty close. I come from a pretty big background of my dad played football, Baylor, my mom played basketball, and then my sister played softball. There's probably a little competition there, but I think as of right now, I think I am the best athlete.
Danny, you said one workout, and that was with the Saints. Does that put a chip on your shoulder at all? That it was just kind of the one?
I mean, a little bit. Obviously there's a lot that goes into the process, but you just got to take the most of the opportunities that you're presented with. I think I capitalized on that.
How many hats did you buy for today?
Yeah, so New Era didn't want to send me any, so I went to Lids and bought all 11 of them, and then I'll return them after. Shortly after. But hey, it worked out. It was a 33% chance, but it worked out.
Danny, how do you go from 2A high school in Florida to Oklahoma?
Yeah, that's a good question. Growing up, well, in high school, I actually went to school with Warren Sapp, his son. And so kind of just that name, I think, brought a little bit of attention. I think when you end up making plays that I was doing, you're going to, coaches, their jobs to find talent. And I think that's what I did.
Did you follow the Saints? How much do you know about the Saints and the organization?
Excuse me, what'd you say?
How much do you know about the Saints organization? Any players, or did you follow the Saints kind of coming up?
I'm gonna be honest, not too much, but I'm about to learn a lot. I know Brian Brees, played at Clemson. Coach V got me his contact, and I'm sure I'm gonna hit him up. He's coming from that, that same defense at Clemson, and I'm ready to get to know the guys. I'm excited to be a part of that locker room.
Danny, going back to your high school, it says that you played wide receiver as well.
Yes, sir. Playing at a small school, you got to try and do everything on offense, on defense. I don't think I left the field. Early in my career, I played wide receiver. And then, as the time went on, just tried to get the ball as much as possible, kind of move to Wildcat quarterback, running back, whatever it took to win.
The Instagram caption that you had about the communion already, it's kind of making the rounds. Did you come up with that, or could you just kind of expand?
I got a good team. That helps me out a little bit. But when you start putting out good captions, man, it puts a lot of pressure out there. And so, I ended up hiring a guy to run my social media, help me out a little bit. So it takes a little bit of pressure off me there. But I try. Sometimes I get a good idea every once in a while.
So was that one you, or was that the one that spawned the need to go and get the caption guy?
No comment.
How do you kind of see the team using you at the next level?
I mean, at the end of the day, however they want to use me, I'm going to do whatever I'm told. I want to eventually be a leader on that defense, but I know I got to start just every single day showing up and being the same person. That comes with, your consistency, your hard work, and your effort. And so, whatever coach needs me to do, if he wants me to run through a wall, I'll do it.
Danny, when you were there at Oklahoma, were you there any time when Spencer Rattler was there?
Yes, sir. My freshman year, Spencer was there, and he was a great dude. Right away, obviously, coming as a freshman, you don't really know too much about the guys, but obviously, I knew he was a 5-star quarterback, and he was great. Every time I ran into him, always hung his head up high. Great dude, great leader, and he really had command of that locker room.
Danny, I know you said you didn't necessarily follow the Saints, but I'm curious how familiar you are or where you are, of course, with Demario Davis and just kind of your thoughts on him.
Yeah, so Curtis Lofton at Oklahoma is actually pretty good friends with Demario Davis, and so I'm not gonna say I know too much about the system. I'm excited to get into that playbook and everything like that. I pride myself on knowledge of just defensive schemes, and so I'm excited to learn something new.
Just to clarify, you only had one workout in the pre-draft process, and that was with the Saints, or?
Excuse me? Sorry, it's hard to hear.
One pre-draft workout? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that was my one workout. Yes, sir.
What do you feel like you learned during that workout? Like just working with the coach, like your reflections of the coach you worked with, all that.
Yeah, I mean, I learned what an NFL workout's like. Kind of just, I didn't really know too much going into it, and so that was first for everything. But I had a good time. We went to dinner. It was a great experience. It was me and Ethan Downs were together, and I just wanted to perform my best. Took care of myself in that process. Was available, was ready, and just did everything I could. That's my ability.
What did they have you do? Did anything differ from the normal workouts?
Nothing too crazy. Had some cameras on me. Made sure I looked good and passed the eye test.
What areas, Danny, do you feel like coming into this that you'd like to improve on, that you feel like you need to work on coming in here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, early in my career, you're never going to be perfect. There's a lot I need to work on. Every single day, I evaluate myself. The best players know their weaknesses, and I think I can start off, just improving my coverage abilities. Obviously, block destruction at the next level is something that it's got to be big. The linemen get a lot better at the next level, and so just keep on improving those two things, and then just gotta make tackles in the league. And so I really want to pride myself on no missed tackles.
Have you taken any time to think about the new kickoff rules? Obviously, it's not something you do in college, but it's going to be even bigger this year with the changes and the
I mean, I haven't taken any time. I know obviously it's a little different. You're 5 yards apart, but I think it makes it a little bit easier. As a defensive guy, you can kind of see where the double teams are coming earlier. You can know exactly who's going to be blocking you. It makes it a little bit easier on the kickoff team.
All right, thank you.
Awesome. All right, that's Danny Stutzman, man, breaking it down about the about him getting drafted to the black and gold, man, Mr. Stutzman. And I'll actually like the pick. I think he'll work for the Saints, to be honest. I like the pick at him at linebacker. I think a lot of people seen him as one of the top 5, 6. I definitely inside the top 10 linebackers that's out there. And the Saints pick him up, and I think it's a solid move because eventually you're gonna have to pivot from Demario Davis. Perhaps we've seen what Pete Werner did. He was healthy last year for the first time, but just in case that don't happen, Danny Stutzman could come in and help you and be that guy. So you talked about him being better, getting better in his pass. But what do you guys think about Stutzman's interview, possibly before he pivoted? And Chase Munt, this guy's 6'8". That just got picked up, man. Chase Munt, I just talked about him the last 3 picks.
6'8". God damn.
6 months, 6'8", 304 pounds. He just got picked up by the Buffalo Bills. Bills getting a lot of big guys there, and add to the mixture there. But thoughts on Stutzman, and then we'll pivot to the interview. We'll hear from Quincy Riley. Go ahead, Pops.
He talking. You muted.
Unmute yourself, Pop.
All right. Okay,
There you go.
I'm thinking that he'll work out for us. Get the right once he gets in the system. I think he's going to be fine. He's going to work out fine for us. He's been playing in a good program, so I'm enthusiastic about the young man. Hopefully, he can step in and be a help to us and not a liability.
Right. I like him a lot. I think he's a good player. DC, what you think, brother?
I like him. I think he's intelligent, and looking at the pedigree he come from, he was sitting up there learning under Curtis Lofton. I don't know if a lot of people remember Curtis Lofton, but that's a hell of a middle linebacker. Him and Demario Davis is friends, and you kind of see he might have had a little bit of a Freudian slip there, because Curtis Lofton did play for us. He's friends with Demario Davis. Maybe he know a little bit about our defensive system that they used to run, or some things they plan on doing. Maybe he's been talking to Demario. We the only interview he had. He sounds like he knew he was coming to us at a certain point. When we get guys and it's like that, they usually plan out, or they'll be at the very least serviceable. He does have some special teams experience, so you gonna get him some action there. You know, that's what Zach Bryan started out at. Yeah. Hopefully we can utilize him better than we did with Zach Bryan, because we all knew he had the capability of being good, and we played him out of position forever. And then he goes to the Eagles, and in 1 year is the damn best linebacker in the NFL, which is still can't wrap my head around that one. That's a fireable offense that they should put in that article about Mickey Loomis too as well. But I gotta agree with Marley. Yeah. He looked like he got five kids and a wife, and he been through a divorce already. He look kind of old. You know, but that's the trend we got. So he's probably one of our younger draft picks, but he still looks old. So everything about this draft is just older guys, and they're obviously chasing maturity, because I think we're in a very, very good place for somebody coming on this team, where if you show out, you probably can get a spot in the rotation, man. A lot of stuff is up in the air, so they want a lot of guys that have the maturity, going to do all the little things right, show up on time, no hiccups, and be ready to compete. He got a first-time head coach in Kellen Moore, and I guess, man, they're not prepared to deal with anybody with so-called attitude problems, right? Kellen Moore probably is not really good at managing egos. Seems like a lot of guys we're getting, they're very, I wouldn't say mild-mannered, but, they know who they are. They stay in their lane, kind of type guys. We're getting good character guys, and he looks like he fit that mold, but I actually think he'll be a good player too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Let's go through. Let's do this and kind of go after the last several pickups that the Saints had. I mean, that draft, and then we'll get right into the interview from our next draft pick, which is Mr. Quincy Riley. We'll hear his thoughts on it being drafted. But going back to since the last pick, Kobe King, linebacker from Penn State, 6'1", 240-pound, 2-year starter, career high 97 tackles last year. Is picked up by the Vikings. They had back-to-back picks, and they pivoted and went with Gavin Bartholomew, 6'5", 250-pound tight end from the University of Pittsburgh, who's good. A good zone tight end type situation. Then they go, the Ravens are next. LaJohntay Wester, actually, 5'10", 165-pound wide receiver, undersized guy with speed, can return punts. The Ravens pick him up. Johnny Cornelius, at 204 to the Cowboys, a big offensive tackle, 6'5", 310 pounds. At right tackle, he started 22 games for Rhode Island and 28 games for Oregon. So the Cowboys trying to beef up the line. At 205, the Commanders take Kane Madrano from UCLA, a linebacker, 6'3", 225 pounds, sideline to sideline guy, fastest 40-yard dash at 4.46 for the linebacker group. So the guy can cover some field. And the Commanders get him to the defense. Offensive tackle Chase Munt, 6'8", 305, big guy, quick as a pass rusher, arms as sharp, And a punch isn't violent, but remains a punch well and does a good job of rewrapping his hands. So a big guy that the Buffalo Bills add to their line. Cameron Williams, the offensive tackle for the Texans, 6'6", 20 pounds, developmental right tackle, intriguing tools. He is picked up by the Philadelphia Eagles. In DC, Jimmy Horn Jr., the wide receiver for Colorado, that was where their 5'8", 174 speedster picked up by the Carolina Panthers. The remaining picks to finish out the rest of the 6th round as are as follows: the Eagles, Ravens, Cardinals, Ravens, Raiders, Chargers, Raiders, and Sean Payton's Broncos ends the 6th round, and then we'll be on into the 7th round. Currently, the Saints are sitting pat and allowing the draft to play out its way, and it simply is what it is. And let's just go ahead and skip over. We'll get to Mr. Quincy Riley with his thoughts on what he think about the Saints picking him. Here we go.
Music for my family, like it was a long wait, but I'm happy to be a Saint now, so I appreciate it.
Are you there with your family right now?
Yes, I did. I'm in the conference room right now, but they're all in the lobby.
Awesome. How many people you got over there?
A good bit. Yesterday it was a party for yesterday, but so it was early this morning, so about 50 right now.
Quincy, what was your pre-draft meeting like with the Saints?
Coach came to see me at the school. We went on some film stuff. He was tough on me, but then we had long conversations at a dinner, and I understand where he was coming from a lot. Like he taught me so much. It was just in that little hour we had together. So I was like, okay, I can play for somebody like him because he reminded me of my coach I got at Louisville now. So it was just a blessing to be back with him now, and I could finish some conversation we had.
Who was it?
It was Coach. Which coach was it? Nah. It was the corner. It was the corners coach too. I forgot his name. Nah, it wasn't Brady. It 100% wasn't Brady. He was an older guy in his 50s. I mean, like 40, like in the 40s. Terry Joseph. Yeah, Coach Terry.
We'll let him know you said he's old.
How y'all feeling?
What is it that you feel like you bring to an NFL defense?
I just bring a guy that's gonna get the ball back for one, but also a guy of leadership and knows football and is real passionate about the game. So like y'all gonna get somebody that's full go and all of that just love the game. So y'all gonna be happy to be around me. My teammates gonna love me, and just another guy on defense to help push the team to win more.
Is there a type of coverage you'd say you excel at?
Nah, not one particular, but I feel like I can play man zone, anything that I can play. Like I sell that I can make plays in the zone, or I can just go down and get in somebody's face and just lock them up straight up.
What would you say you did most at Louisville?
I played a lot of zone, but a match coverage, so it ended up turning to man. Even though it started off as a zone, but ended up turning to man. So a lot of match coverages.
What do you know the most about how the Saints defense is, currently constructed? Like, what do you know the most about the roster and what their defense looks like?
I'm not pretty sure what the defense look like, but I know y'all got like Lonzo Taylor, Kool-Aid, and then the only two I know so far over there at the Saints.
What was your Senior Bowl experience kind of like?
It was fun though, cause just going out, you was going against the best, like every rep, like they call it the best of the best for a reason. So it was fun just meeting those guys, being around those guys, and being around just other players that like really trying to achieve the same thing you're achieving. So everybody, it wasn't no real egos down there. It was just so much fun, and it was a competitive spirit where you like it kind of let you know like, okay, I compete with the best of the best. Cause like you think you're good until you actually got to go against like the real best day in and day out. So it kind of let you know where you really at.
Has Tyler hit you up yet?
I don't think so. My phone is ringing. He probably have. I just ain't see it yet.
Who's ahead in that competition on the practice field?
Oh, of course, me. Like the first day he got there, we always like it started like the first day he got to Louisville. It started a competition when we started going against offensive defense. And every time I go catch a pick, I always go throw the ball back to him or something, just hand it to him and let him know like, come on, man, you got to throw a better ball or something like. But he always loved it though, like, and he taught me so much from an offensive perspective. Like I got so much respect for him.
What does he kind of bring to this team? You feel like, Tyler?
A quarterback that's a real leader. Like I said, the first day he got to Louisville, immediate like leadership impact, and like he not like the throws I see him making practice. I always say he the best quarterback in the draft, like not being biased because he's my teammate, but things I see him doing practice and off the field, like soon, like some days after practice, he's like we watch film before practice with the team, but as soon as we get done with practice, I done seen him win hours like watching film after practice. So I'm like, oh yeah, this like the quarterback I want on my team, and he know how to win games. Like he brings so much swag to the team too. Like you got a serious quarterback, but you got the quarterback that know how to swag it out too. So he just unbelievable guy.
What does it mean to you that you're going to be playing with him at the next level?
It just not let me know I got a quarterback that know how to win games. So like it just same way from college. Like we won games in college, now we gotta win at the next level. And I know I got like a person in my corner too that if I need somebody to be down there with me, like talk to and just be there for me too. So I got a real friend down there.
Hey Quincy, where do your ball skills come from, man? 15 career picks, that's pretty good.
I was really good in baseball growing up. That's my first sport, and I played center and short. So probably just I say baseball had the biggest impact on it. Probably judging the ball.
Do you feel like did you spend most of your time at Louisville on the outside? Do you ever play on the inside? Is it something you would?
I love playing on the inside. So my last 2 years at Louisville, coach was rotating me in at nickel, and then I go out and play corner. But I enjoy both on. They both bring challenges that each other don't get. So like 1 minute I want to be on the inside, 1 minute I want to be outside. But wherever the play gonna be at, that's where I want to be at. So we can't really go wrong with neither one of them. I enjoy both of them.
You said you love playing on the inside, though. What makes you say that?
Really, when you play on the inside, a majority of the time, like you affecting the play somehow. Like even if you're not making the tackle or making the pass breakup, like what you do on that inside corner, like you because it's basically like a linebacker, safety, and corner in one position. So you got effect on the whole play at most of 90% of the time. So that's what I like more about it. I can really feel like I'm in the game at that position.
Quincy, can you go more into why baseball helped you with ball skills in football?
Just tracking the ball, like in the outfield, I play center, so just tracking the flight of the ball, distance, like how when it's gonna hang, when it's gonna fall, and that just helped me at DB to having confidence. So now when I'm looking for the ball, I don't have to panic or nothing. Like it just comes natural to a certain extent, if you get what I'm saying. So I think that's what helped me the most.
I'm gonna need to hear the story behind this chain here. What we got?
Just a little diamond chain, then Bad Boys, just a group from back home. Just me and my brothers, just anything we gotta do, we always gotta be in our bag.
So Bag Boys, BAG?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Quincy, and congratulations. Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hard times don't last. Remember when cops are rats talking out my ass, boy, you ain't shit but a bitch with rats.
I'm alive. They're trying to keep me down. Hold on, let Dirk wanted to sing after he finished his interview. All my life.
All right.
They're trying to keep me down. He should have walked out to that.
That's me his nickname, DC.
He should have walked out to that all my life, man.
That's where you get the chain from. I eat little dirt.
I have never seen somebody who look like a rapper and sound exactly like a rapper, and they play professional sports. Like this is new. This is new. I don't know, man. He might have some juice though. You know what I'm saying? He brings some of that Durkio attitude to the field, man. That might work. Be calling no bodies and stuff like that though, but
Hey, listen, DC, I like his energy, man. I respect the hell. I like that energy that he's bringing, man, because that's a big point. You look at the unofficial depth chart. I mean, they got him already. Now, this is unofficial depth chart. They got him penciled in right here behind Amadi. So you see right there. We'll see, bro. But look.
You heard what he said about Tyler Sugar, about our quarterback, huh?
I hear
brings instant leadership.
Okay.
He helped him a lot in practice.
Well, he's gonna pick up for his guy. Just expect that to happen. He's gonna come in and take up for his guy.
All jokes aside, I like him, and it's exactly what I thought it was. Listening to him talk, he loves playing in that slot position, as you can hear him say. That was his favorite. and that's why I think we're gonna have him compete to go, because they're gonna put Alante on the outside. I know that's gonna make some people mad, but I think Alante can handle it. But they're gonna put him on the outside with Kool-Aid on the other side, and he's gonna be right there in the middle. It's either him or what's the other kid we had in the slot, man? Not Howden, other safety.
Oh, the one. Oh, you're talking about not JT. Well, the one we just drafted is what you referencing?
No, his brother already on the team.
Well, outside of Justin Reed and Tyrann Mathieu, Jordan Howden, you have JT Gray, Milford Bradford, and Jonas Sinker. So I mean, that's pretty much your
What's
safety.
out? What about our what they got our cornerbacks listed? Maybe they got them listed as cornerbacks.
Isaac Yidam,
Yidam,
Rico Payton, Rajon Wright.
Oh wait, we got Rico Payton back.
Yeah, Rico Payton.
Oh wow.
Rico Payton's here.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I mean, we
I think we all right. We all right at cornerback.
Yeah, there's some nice play. Jonas Sinker and adding DC called the man Quincy Riley, Little Dirk. But this
man. If everybody in the chat saw the same thing, also
they did. I seen it.
I thought I was watching the OTF interview.
Yeah, that's they But this unofficial depth chart, just to go over with y'all before we jump back to the draft. We got Tyler Shuck behind Derek Carr. As you can see, he's ahead of Spencer Rattler. The second round designation makes it so. Devin Neal, the running back position, this is unofficial, of course, behind Kamara and Kendre Miller, you see there. And, of course, as we move further down and look at some of the linemen, Kevin Banks Jr. is behind Trevor Penning. They have him listed at the right tackle position. To go along with Vernon Broughton is at the right defensive end position behind Colin Sanders, according to the unofficial. Then you see Danny Stutzman, the linebacker, position behind Demario Davis, inside linebacker. You keep going, you see Jonas Sinker is there behind Tyrann Mathieu, and Quincy Riley is already penciled in as a nickel back behind Ugo Amadi. So there you go.
Ugo Amadi, that's what I was talking
That's what you think about. Okay, there you go. Ugo Amadi's there.
Ugo,
so
yeah.
There we go.
He gonna be competing to try to take that spot away from Ugo.
That's gonna be tough. Ugo is pretty rough competitor, man. He's
you gotta keep the talent there, man. You gotta keep them coming in.
Right. All right. And right now we're currently at pick number 213, family. We got 4 more picks before we're into the 7th round. Saints have 2 selections in the 7th round. The last couple of picks, 4 picks that happened after the Jimmy Horn Jr. selection of 208 by the Carolina Panthers. Antoine Powell Ryland from Virginia Tech, the edge guy, 6'3", 260 pounds. He was drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles. Aeneas Pebbles, big defensive tackle from Virginia Tech, 6'1", 285 pounds. Another energy and aggression guy goes to the Ravens. At 211, the Arizona Cardinals get Hayden Conner, a 6'6", 314-pound offensive guard out of Texas. He started 43 games for them at the guard slot. So a lot of production, a lot of games there. And at 212, Robert Longerbeam from Rutgers. He's a cornerback that's 5'11", 175 pounds, led the Big Ten in pass defense last season, had 2 picks and was tied for second quickest 10-yard split for the corners at the combine. He also ran a 4.39 in the 40. So there you go with Longerbeam. He joins the Ravens. So Ravens keep loading up on the defensive side of the ball. 4 remaining picks in the 6th round. The Raiders, Chargers, Raiders, Broncos, and then we're into the 7th round. So once again, we're timing it down. We're almost in the final round, and then after that, then we get into the aspect of then looking at the undrafted guys, and that's also another point. Once the draft is over with, people automatically start scrambling to figure out who's going to be a part of the UDFAs for the Saints this year. And usually that's a big part of the game for us, bro, because we be kind of looking at that too. So anyway, before we get to the rest of it, let's hear from our from our running back. Let's hear from our running back here, Devin Neal, and we'll hear from him and see what his thoughts on becoming a member of the New Orleans Saints. So here's Devin Neal. We'll get him.
All in my house in Lawrence. It's special. It's a special day, and I'm just super excited to for this great organization and just have the opportunity and the blessings that God has given me to play this game for a little longer. So I'm definitely excited.
What do you think about sharing the backfield with a guy like Alvin Kamara?
You know, that's a guy that's been on my top list of running backs in the league for a long, long time. And, you know, to learn from him, to, you know, try to follow his footsteps in the best way I can, you know, I'm honored, and, you know, I'm going to be a sponge as best way as I can just to learn from him and, you know, hopefully pick up a lot of great things that he does well. So definitely honored to be in the same room with him as well.
Hey, Devin, what were your pre-draft interactions like with the Saints?
You know, I talked to them briefly. You know, not too much. You know, I talked to him at Senior Bowl. I didn't really have any extra Zooms or anything like that with them. But now with Coach Thomas, the running back coach, he was actually with the Giants when he was the offensive coordinator for me at the Senior Bowl. But that connection is still there, obviously. And now that he's my running back coach, you know, it's special. We built a special bond, and, you know, we get each other. We kind of click in that way where we kind of understand, you know, what each other is going to bring to the table. And, you know, he's a straight shooter, and I really enjoy that about him. So definitely excited to be working with him as well.
Hey, Devin, how much did that Colorado game help your draft stock, you feel like?
I mean, I feel like it's just one of the games to my resume for sure. You know, I was one of the games I put it all together, but, you know, I think my whole body of work speaks for itself, and, you know, hopefully I can continue that for the Saints as well.
Hey, Devin, I noticed that in your bio it said Adrian Peterson was your favorite running back growing up.
Yeah.
What made him your guy? What did you like so much about him?
You know, I kind of, for whatever reason, my dad was an OU fan, and we always watched Oklahoma growing up. So when I was younger, watching Adrian Peterson, obviously he was easy to like as a football player and to see what he does. Then he goes to the Minnesota Vikings and does what he does there too. So he's just a special player, special athlete. He did everything the right way. And, you know, I just truly believe that he's one of the best running backs of all time in NFL. And, you know, hopefully I can follow his footsteps as well.
Is he who you would say you model your game after? Or are there any other players that you would?
You know, I wouldn't say so when it comes to AP. You know, I kind of, for me personally, I like to not necessarily model my game after running backs, but, you know, watch different running backs around the league and see what they do well and trying to imitate that the best I can in my game. So, you know, I watch a lot of film. I deep dive on these running backs and just try to apply that to my own game as well.
How would you kind of characterize your running style and what you do and bring to the offense?
Yeah, I think I'm a patient runner that has great vision and great feel for different run schemes. I'm a make you miss guy, but I can also use my power as well. I just believe for myself that I'm an every down type of back, and I can play on all downs and be well in the passing game as well. So that's just who I think I am as a player. And, you know, I'm hoping to, you know, do whatever it takes to get on the field and do what it takes.
Hey, Devin, you've been in Lawrence, Kansas your whole life, man. What's it going to be like to finally get away?
Hey, man. Hey, I've been waiting to get out of Lawrence. I'm so excited. So excited to go to New Orleans. You know, it's definitely a spot that, you know, I've been to before, and I enjoyed every moment of it. So I'm looking forward to getting down there and meeting the team and, you know, getting everything rolling and just playing football again. It's been such a long time, so I'm just really excited.
Devin, how did your Senior Bowl experience go?
I love the Senior Bowl. You know, it was another opportunity for me to go prove myself. And, you know, for me, I've always viewed myself as the underdog, and I've always felt like I've had to prove my way around. And, you know, this is no other test for me. It's just another day in the park for me just to go and prove myself. And that's exactly what I did at the Senior Bowl as well. So it was a great experience. I learned a lot, especially from Coach Thomas. And, yeah, I'm just looking forward to playing football again. Like I said, I'm just super excited.
Did you have any interaction with Tyler Shuck at all? Obviously, he's the quarterback the Saints took.
Yeah, for sure. We talked actually at the Combine a lot. We talked, you know, at the Senior Bowl a little bit. So, yeah, I definitely have a good rapport with him. And we played against each other when he was at Texas Tech as well. So I know a lot about him. I know about his game, and definitely excited to pair up with him and, you know, see how far we can take the Saints.
Hey, Devin, what kind of scheme did y'all run in Kansas?
I would say we were more wide zone versus this year. But, you know, in years past, I believe we were more of a balanced attack. You know, we ran a plethora of different run schemes, you know, wide zone, gap scheme. We were RPO as well certain times with play action mix in there. So, you know, I would probably say we're primarily gap and zone scheme type of team, but it's pretty balanced both ways.
So what's your kind of sense going in New Orleans with Kellen Moore? Obviously, you know, his offense had a lot of success running the football last year with Saquon and
For sure. Yeah, I'm definitely excited. You know, I know they love to run the football and be well at doing it. So, you know, I'm definitely excited to, you know, get under him, learn from all of them, and you know, just get my feet wet, honestly, and just learn what it takes to be in the NFL and be a good back in the NFL as well.
Devin, what was it like to become Kansas's all-time leading rusher?
It was special for me, and you know, going into KU, I never imagined, you know, that being my story. But for me to achieve that at that university, it meant so much to me, and I was super honored to be that and do whatever it takes to win ultimately at the University of Kansas, because that was my main goal. And
Hey, on top of that, what was the experience like as a team captain last year?
yeah, I mean, I take being a captain very seriously. You know, I don't think it's just something that you just put on your jersey. You know, I take it as a job, and your job is to take the good with the bad and to always hold guys accountable. So it's not the easiest job, and it's not the most welcoming, especially if you know what it takes. But, you know, I'm the type of guy that does whatever it takes for the team to win, because that's just who I am. I'm never a me first type of guy. I'm always about the team and ultimately just winning. I want to win a Super Bowl with the Saints and, you know, do whatever it takes for that. So, you know, if, you know, I need to take majority of special teams reps, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Because I'm just an unselfish player, and I do what it takes.
Hey, Devin, did you come to the New Orleans for the Final Four in 22?
No, I did not. No, I was watching at home.
Okay. Did you play against Kendre Miller?
Yeah, I did, yes.
What are your impressions of him now that y'all are teammates?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a great running back. You know, we faced each other, and it was a great battle. And, you know, I always kept up with him as well. So, you know, I definitely know about him. I know he was a great player at TCU. So, yeah, I'm just excited to be, you know, part of the unit. I feel like we have a great running back room, and, you know, I think we're going to be really diverse in what we do.
Awesome. Thank you, Devin. Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate you all.
Thanks, man.
All right, there he is, man. I told y'all would like this guy, man. I told you he's a good running back. Y'all gonna love this kid, man. He can play, and you can see his temperament right there, man. Ready to come in and contribute. And like I said, all time in the Kansas thing, the best all time running back in Kansas is a good accomplishment, and the guy is going to be a good little running back for us, man. We know Elvin Kamara is getting up in age. Kendre Miller,
he scared me, Q.
Okay, why he scared you, DC? What's wrong
when
with
he came on? He said, "Glory to God for allowing him to play football for a little bit longer." He's confirming my fears. Nah, other than that, man, I think he's a solid pick. I like the brother. He sounds real level-headed. I got a good head on his shoulders. He sounds like a hard worker. That's the type of guy he comes across to me. Listen to him, somebody who just gonna put his head down, come in, and put in the work, man, and get it done. I'm really looking forward to see maybe he can prove me wrong and me liking other guys over him and come in here and be really productive.
Yeah, like I said, man, I think it's gonna be an interesting pickup, man. To be honest with you, for the black and gold, we just need to handle some business, man. Finish out and get some more depth. See what the undrafted guys like. Of course, we have the period of time between after the draft is over with that you'll see the Saints before training camp bring in some of these undrafted not only just undrafted guys, but some of the free agents that might be remaining from free agency. Maybe some veteran offensive lineman guys. There's some vets, old lineman backups that can kind of fortify in the mix with some of these younger players that we have. Getting depth right there, because you look at what they have done defensively. They've added a lot of talent to the defensive line right there. Right, they've done some stuff here. As we get ready, hold on, before we get ready to count the pencil, we got one more pick before we cross over into the 7th round. Just for family members, the Raiders in pick 213 took Tommy Mellott, a wide receiver from Montana State. He's about 6 feet tall, 210 pounds. Finished his college career with over 3,500 rushing yards and over 5,800 passing yards. Inconsistent passer there. So he's looked at as a wide receiver with explosive runner and speed to pull away. So he ends up from Montana State going to the Raiders. R.J. Mickens, a safety from Clemson, 6 feet, 200 pounds. Good reader of the quarterback, steps in front of receivers when he drops into the box. big hitter. He ends up with the Chargers, Coach Harbaugh. And then, of course, the Raiders had another pick, Cam Miller from North Dakota State, the quarterback, 6'1", 215 pounds, two-time FCS National Championship quarterback, two-time team captain who led North Dakota State to a 45-11 record as a starter. He can get the ball out quickly and make plays with defenders in his face, extends plays and makes off-platform throws. He doesn't have great top-end speed, but he's quick enough to scramble for some first downs. So the Raiders get Cam Miller from North Dakota State, and the Sean Payton-led Broncos are on the clock with the pick is in. We'll see what Coach Payton has up his sleeve before that'll be the final pick of the 6th round. We'll then cross it to the 7th round. Saints have 2 final picks remaining. So there you go. And it kind of cross over to the unofficial depth chart to talk about it. The lines we talked about hearing and on the interview on WWL, the defensive coordinator, Coach Staley, was talking to Deuce McAllister. Their philosophy in terms of the defense was to build from the inside out. This is something we talk about often here on the Sports Coma. That's my core belief, is that you build a team from the inside out. And that's what they're attempting to do. The Saints have drafted Kelvin Banks Jr. They brung in the offensive lineman Dylan Runnels to help out there. They did re-sign Will Clapp and Landon Young, but still, in all, we still need help on the offensive line. We still need to fortify the offensive line. So we'll see what happens with the next 2 picks. Perhaps they're offensive linemen. We don't know. We ultimately will see. But what do you guys think about hearing what Devin Neal said, Pops? I know I heard DC. What do you think about the young running back Neal and what his contribution could be for the Saints heading to the season? What you think about him?
Well, I think he'll be a great addition. If he can get into the offensive flow and get an understanding of what the coach wants from him, I think he can be a great help to us. I like the idea that hopefully that they would be able to bring back the 1-2 punch that made them successful all those years. This kid gives them a chance to do that, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, and the final pick of the 6th round is Sean Payton. Guess what Sean Payton does? He takes a punter. Jeremy Crenshaw, 6'4", 200-pound punter from Australia, to be the bringing his punting. So Florida's punting duties for the last 4 seasons. He averages almost 46 yards per punt, ranks 7th in the FBS, and he placed a career high 25 punts inside the 20-yard line in 2024, kicked off twice as well. So Sean Payton ends the 6th round by getting himself a punter. So there you go, Coach Payton, making sure he solidify his special teams. I think Coach Payton them had a pretty solid draft thus far. And, of course, we're in the 7th round. The Cowboys were started off, followed by the Falcons, the Giants, the Patriots, and then the Jags. The Saints are, let's see where the Saints' first pick don't come in the 7th round until, 247? Yep, so they don't pick until 247 and 254. So those are the 2 picks, as the 217 is the first pick of the 7th round. So we got a ways to wait unless the Saints package picks to move up or whatever the case may be, or we just have to wait and see. Look like they're in the posture. They're just sitting on their ass, just waiting to see what falls on them from this point. So there you go. All right. Yeah, Tremont.
Why we acting like the Saints ain't predictable? They ain't pulled the trade right now. They ain't pulling one, bro.
Nah, they sure
They'd have been shot their gun probably around 3rd round if it was gonna be that type of draft.
Well, they had some. Remember the reports was that the Saints was trying to trade to get the overall 1st round draft pick so they could take Cam Ward. Tennessee slammed them on that.
I think I'd have liked that a lot better.
Right. Then they went from that. Then there was rumors about them moving around to see if they could get a hold of Jackson Dart. Giants killed that when they took him in the 1st round. And outside of that, there was other rumor that they were circulating about what the Saints were trying to do. But then after that failed, they just gave up and just let the draft fall to them.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, they just gave up and said, oh, shucks. We'll take him and roll out it. So like I said, right now, it's just simply is what it is. But the question is still in the chat. Over 300 people have already got their word in on the poll. If you have not gotten your word on the poll, please feel free to chime in. Grade the draft thus far, A, B, C, or D or lower. D or lower is the same mark. For right now, 38% of the family members polled, over 300 people, say that they're giving the Saints a C grade. Right now, the Saints with a C grade in the second large total, which is 35%, is giving the Saints a D or lower grade. 21% gave the Saints a B, and only 5% gave the Saints an A. So right now,
Man, what happened with 6%? What happened to the other 1%?
they jumped ship. It was 8%. People are like, you know what? You're right. Let me go over here and change
Was it Neil? What did it for you?
Hey, but I seen some comments. I highlighted some comments. DC Pops. Day one, people like day one. They like day three. They just didn't like how things ended up in day two. And I think that's particularly tied to a certain individual. Marley Mall says Q, that Nebraska tight end. Yeah, Fadone. Yes, he's still there. I was looking at the best available players, and you are right. He is still available. Tasha, shout out to Tasha. She says, who that Q, DC, and Pops Q. Salute to Tasha. She's in here. Shout out to my dog, Big Sean, as well. He's in and representing. Both of them are a terrific team of people. Mickey Luma said, Pelicans Nola says, Mickey Loomis has set a record for not trading up in the draft. Okay, thank you, fam. Appreciate you as well. Big ups to y'all. What's up, Montreal? Montreal gives the Saints a B. Thank you, Montreal. Shout out to you, fam, as well. All right, so yeah, the best available players that's remaining as the first pick of the 7th round is Jay Tayo, which is, I hope I'm saying that right, probably not. He's a big guy, 6'2", almost 345 pounds, man. What are these guys eating? He's a 3-year starter and stout interior run defender with size, strength, and low center of gravity, occupied double teams without giving up much ground. 6'2", 345 pounds. The Dallas Cowboys take him out of UCLA to kind of beef up what they got going. The Falcons have already made their pick, so these 7-round picks are going to move pretty fast, fam. They're going to be, the 7th round is going to be pretty fast. The Falcons already then got their call in is Jack Nelson, who's an offensive tackle from Wisconsin, 6'7", 315 pounds. He started 4 seasons at Wisconsin, lining up at the right guard position and left tackle for the past 3 seasons. He's quick, he has sound footwork in the running game, and very positive. So the Falcons trying to work back to the offensive side. Remember, the majority of the Falcons picks were defensive guys. Now they get Jack Nelson in offensive tackle position. The Giants, Patriots, and all these other teams are coming up next. So, and the best available players right now, fam, just to let y'all know, the best of the rest, I guess you can call them, that's still available. Let me kind of refresh this group. The best remaining people on the board right now is Quinn Ewers. He's still available, if you believe that, from Texas. The quarterback is still available. Damian Martinez from Miami is there. The center, Seth McLaughlin from Ohio State. Isaiah Bond, the wide receiver from Texas. Tommy Hill, the Nebraska cornerback, is still there. Logan Brown, the big offensive lineman from Kansas. CJ Dupree, the Alabama tight end, is there. Ketan Crawford, the safety from Nevada. Zay Alexander is still available as well in this draft. We'll see if he goes. Jared Ivey, the edge rusher from Ole Miss, 6'6", 275 is there. Brashad Smith, a running back, is there. And like we said, we talked about Thomas Fadone. Would be a good pickup for the Saints too. He's still available. That would be a solid pickup. Jake Majors. Also, this is another guy we talked about, and they consider him like one of the top centers, one of the top 5 centers in the game. In college, 6'3", 306. Jake Majors is available. Could we get some help there? Brew McCoy, wide receiver from Tennessee, 6'3", 210. Kobe Bryant, another cornerback, is available. Garrett Dellinger, the big offensive guard from LSU, 6'5", 330. He's still on the board. Tess Johnson, the wide receiver from Oregon, 5'10", 155 is there. Ja Joyner, the edge rusher from Minnesota, 6'5", 265. He's still on the board. So they got quite a few people. LaQuinn Allen from Syracuse, another running back, 6 feet, 205, led the ACC with 16 rushing touchdowns and set the program records for receptions with 64, receiving yards with 521 in 2024. So another really good little running back available. And there are quite a few people that are on the board. And even Matavo, the tight end from UCLA, 6'6", 260, led the Bruins with 41 catches, over 500 receiving yards last year. Good smooth route runner. So Jake picked, they still got quality players available in the 7th round. So DC Pops, we talked about this before with the Saints. At what position? I still say line. I want to see another offensive lineman. I still want a wide receiver. I wouldn't be mad if I got a tight end. So you can kind of do your BPA thing here, I imagine.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. You got it.
Thomas Fedone is off the board, by the way. Just as I mentioned, Thomas Fedone, Pops, the tight end from Nebraska. The Giants get him. Giants done got Thomas Fedone at 219. But go ahead.
All right. Yeah, but I'm still saying we could use some help at wide receiver. We could still use some help position. I think it was left tackle there. Nobody penciled in beside the guy next to behind the guy that they got there in that spot. We can use another offensive lineman, and no doubt about it. Somebody that could come in there and help them out in that position. I'm thinking that these running backs, the little running back that they got to help Alvin, I think that could be a good little tandem. And I know the coach likes to run the football, and that's what we need to do. We need to have that dual running back tandem instead of Alvin getting beat up. Well, he don't even make the season because he don't have any offensive help. Nobody who can block for him, open holes for him. So I'm looking forward to this. I'm hoping this little running back Neal can be really helpful to him.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you can see with Kellen Moore is kind of building his own little team of people, man. He got his quarterback and Tyler Shuck, Pop. So he's building his team. He got his quarterback, Tyler Shuck. He has his running back behind Kamara and Devin Neal. He got his offensive lineman to pair with the rest of the guys, Kevin Banks Jr.
Right.
He's added some defensive pieces along to get to the Saints. And some of these positional coaches had something to do with drafting some of these players. Like you talked about Vernon Broughton, which I like Vernon Broughton. I watched some of his film. But like I was saying, and you could ask KT this, we were looking at guys that can do what Vernon Broughton can do that were a little bit better. But they went with familiarity. Coach Bo knows this guy from his time when he was, out there doing this thing. So he kept the connection and he made it a way to make it pop and bring them on in. And so, they're going with their mode. Danny Stutzman was a solid linebacker acquisition. Jonas Sanker, no problem with Jonas Sanker. They had Xavier, what's the man? I forgot his name. Wood. I think was it Wood? I forget. But Xavier out of Notre Dame was also another player that I was looking at that was on the board that was a very good playmaking safety. Like I said, the man had 13, what was it?
Watts,
Xavier Watts, sorry. But he had like double-digit interceptions over the last 2 years for Notre Dame. And the guy, if you go and watch what Xavier did with Notre Dame and his contribution to that defense, man, he was all world back there. He was orchestrating it and how it was used as a terrific talent. No difference, no disrespect to Jonas Sanker. But getting him, we'll see what he does. And then Quincy Riley is also, I like his energy on the interview and saying that he liked the nickel position. They got him lined up on the unofficial depth chart to compete with Hugo Amadi for the position. So the Saints, defensively speaking, added some talent there, and offensively speaking, we still have a lot to be desired in terms of picking up depth there as well. So Thomas Fadone's going to the Giants at 219. The tight end, 6'5", 245 pounds out of the University of Nebraska. The Patriots took offensive tackle Marcus Bryant from Missouri. And then, of course, you got Jonah Monahan, the center from USC, 6'4", 305 pounds. Started 18 games at right tackle, 12 games at center, 12 games at left tackle, 4 games at right guard. The guy, projected as a center, but played all over the place. They're saying his best fit is a zone-heavy run scheme. So that's what they do with Jonah Monahan, and the Raiders are on the clock. Go ahead, DC. You want to chime in, bro?
Yeah, I think, like I said, they go guard. You got Joe Herbert still there for Wisconsin. I think I can see the Saints pulling the trigger on that, or Jared Levy out of Ole Miss. You got an edge rusher right there, pretty big for a guy off the edge. Maybe they could see him as backup depth. Or try to convert him to a linebacker. Who knows, man? What the Saints go, whatever pick they pick here, it really could be anything. This is where they usually get a lot of their project guys, or somebody who's probably developmental that they don't, really expect a lot of things out of. That's why I said, we're not drafting receiver. Like nothing really comes a lot of times of our 7th round picks, in my opinion. I think they're gonna take a swing on somebody. Probably go with a position of what they feel like is need to build depth. I don't see them going receiver. Maybe they go tight end. You got CJ Dupree still on the board. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they take somebody like that. So it's really up in the air what they would do. If it was up to me, I'm going receiver here. You know, I like Armstrong. I'll probably go with him. Nick Nash, Ricky White. I mean, either one of those guys could be good in my opinion. Just give me a big receiver, something to work with. Give our wide receiver coach, who's pretty awesome, somebody to develop, and maybe somebody could come up behind Olave if he gets hurt, and in the future, maybe you'll have a guy that could get a lot of those in the traffic type catches and high point the ball a little bit better. Well, not probably ain't gonna be better than Olave. I think he's pretty good at that, but he's reckless going up, man. A lot of times he got hurt. It was going up, climbing the ladder for some of those passes. So I think maybe we get one of these big guys so we catch some jump balls. But more than likely, I'll see him going O-line or D-line with this pick.
DC, good selections, bro. Good ones. Joshua Gray. I don't know if you mentioned that one, but
No, I didn't
he was another guy that kind of threw out there if you're looking for an offensive lineman in the seventh round. I think he'll do good. He started 56 games for Oregon State, 6'5", 300 pounds. He started
that might be good. We got that Oregon State connection with Fuaga. That might work.
56 starts. He started 44 games at left tackle, then moved to left guard for 12 games. So he has versatility. Played tackle and guard on the left side. And it's consider him more like a center and guard type tackle. So he does have the versatility that you want as an offensive lineman there. And then, of course, Garrett Dillinger is another LSU player, 6'4", 325. 26 games he started for LSU at the guard position. He even played games, about 2 or 3 games at the left tackle position, and he played a game at center. So you have Garrett Dillinger, an LSU connection. And then, of course, I think KT mentioned Luke Kandra, 6'5", 320. He's a 2-year starter.
Ooh, man, he a big boy, 320, huh?
Yep, 6'5", 320. And he's another guy that's a powerful guy, had the 33 reps at the combine. So he's another mention as well. So like I said, they got a couple of guys from an offensive standpoint that you can look at and as the guards that show you that guard tackle versatility. So, I mean, it's just, what your cup of tea, what you're looking for. A developmental tight end, perhaps. I guess there are a few guys that's still available there. Like I was saying, the Fadone was a really good one to look at, but what is it getting? Matavo from UCLA, one of those guys. I don't know. Luke Lachey from Iowa, big tight end, 6'6", 250. So there are a couple of guys there, but I think wide receiver. To me, I would like to get maybe an offensive lineman. Perhaps a wide receiver. McCoy is there. I think they still got DeQuan Felton, the 6'5" wide receiver out of Virginia Tech. He's still there. And if you want to go center, like if you need a guard that can do some center stuff, they got some pretty decent centers that's still left on the board for you. With Seth McLaughlin from Ohio State, he did his thing. 24 games over 3 years there for Alabama. 10 games in 2024. Good fit for a zone-heavy type scheme system. Jake Majors, I talked about him from Texas. He's another guy, 5th-year offensive lineman, 57 starts, a lot of experience, and then that blends into the Texas thing. That'll be 3 Texas players coming from there. So that would probably kind of almost make the Saints look like they got a little mini pipeline at first. But the wide receiver position, DC, like we talked about, big wide receiver. I would DeQuan Felton to Nick Nash. DeQuan 6'5", Nick Nash is 6'3". So, I would definitely like to get at least in one of those guys as well to kind of get bigger wide receivers. But then again, if you don't get them in the draft, some of these guys going to land in undrafted category. All right. KT added that QI will open the UDFA tracker and keep I got that already sitting up here. They got one. Let me see if I can. Maybe I got another one here. I got one sitting up here. If you got one, if y'all got a good one, send it to me. I'll send it to email it to me, KT, or whatever and I'll make sure I keep it open for the family members so they can see who the Saints about to bring on over to you because we got at least we're gonna run through some of this draft stuff going on because the 7th round gonna flow pretty damn fast. Let me see. So there it is. All right, it's 2 more picks remaining for the Saints, fam. 2 more picks remaining for the black and gold. And right now, like I said, 38% of the people liking the Saints draft as a C. That is taking over. So not so much on the D side. The family members is letting them know, hey man, listen. I mean, it's a C draft. There's nothing too great about it, but it's like one of them that type of thing going on with the people. All right, the last 3 selections, Cody Lindbergh, the linebacker from Minnesota, goes to the Raiders at 222, 6'2", 240. Damian Martinez, DC, from Miami, the Hurricanes is off the board to Seattle, and Clint Kubiak, 6 feet, 220 pounds. That was a good pick. He had over 2,100 yards and 16 touchdowns while averaging 6 yards per carry in 2 seasons at Oregon. Then he transferred to Miami, became the first Hurricanes running back to rush for more than 1,000 yards in a single season since 2016. So there you go. Damian Martinez. Wow. Keontae Hamilton is the next one at 224, goes from Rutgers, gets drafted by the Texans. And then the Keaton Crawford, the safety from Nevada, is 5'11", 202. Texas transfer, led Nevada in tackles in 2024. Excellent combine workout. He is now picked up by the Arizona Cardinals. Then Steelers, Niners, Patriots, Steelers, Lions. Hold on. Steelers, Niners, Pats, Steelers, Lions, Dolphins, Colts, Bears, Seahawks, Bucks, Jags, Packers, Seahawks, Cowboys, Bills, Broncos, Rams, Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Giants, Cowboys, Saints. 248. So we got a ways to go before we get to where they pick at. But the good news is the 7th round always flies. They always draft fast. So there you go. Go ahead, DC.
That's going to be a while. Oh, my man, Big Val was asking if Armstrong was still on the board. And I believe he is. Let me double check for you. But Armstrong out of Arkansas, I believe he's still on the board. Yeah. Andrew Armstrong is still there. So we can definitely pick him up. But we still got some time, man. You got to play the waiting game. Like you said, hopefully it moves fast. I had to go get me a snack, man. Y'all sat up there and ate. Stepped away. Stomach started growling, man.
Wait.
You.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
You was on camera eating. I saw you.
Are you sure?
You opened up that plate. Like, I ain't going to eat right now. You like, ooh, this shit look good. Let me get some of this. I saw you.
All right, fam. All right. So anyway, never mind what DC talking about. He don't know what he's talking about. All right. So anyway, we're gonna keep looking. Yeah, I got the UDFA tracker open there, KT, when it's time for them to start giving the word on these. As soon as the draft is over with, you're gonna start seeing those guys fly off the boards, and we'll have them on the UDFA tracker. We'll talk about it and cover it. We'll also, at the end of the draft, we'll open up the phone lines for family members one at a time to chime in on their thoughts about what they think about the Saints draft and that kind of thing. And we'll go from there. All right. Big ups to all of you guys, man. Appreciate y'all spending all this time, man. We've been at this thing now, family. It's about 5 minutes to 6 hours that we've been live. We went live around the start of the draft. It's been a day. It's been the last 3 days have been real interesting, Thursday, Friday, and now we're at the back end of it. 7th round, getting ready for the UDFA. The Saints got 2 picks remaining. We'll go from there. So, all right. Big ups to you. What's up, T-Mama? Shout out to T-Mama for being in the building as well. Much love, Queen. KB says, is it me or is it obvious that Mickey Loomis is hell-bent on proving his point that we don't know anything like dude loves to piss off all the supporters? What's in the damn clam chowder? All right, KB. Hold on. I finished my nap. Hold on, goddammit. Hold on. You guys here, I hear all of this. You guys, I don't understand you goddamn guys. I gave you a Super Bowl ring. I found Sean Payton. And I did that, and you guys are ungrateful.
You know, and that's why I'm not going to. Hold on, I can't say that. I'll get fired. But listen, man, it's nothing in that clam chowder. It's good. You need to try it. It'll chill you down. That's what the hell it'll do, buddy. I'm telling you, you need a nap, guy. Let me tell you something. That worked wonders for me. God damn it.
Tom Benson gonna strike you down for all that damn lying, Mickey.
Hold on now. Hold on now. I'm going to heaven, guy. All dogs go to heaven, guy. Let me tell you something. Hold on now.
You ain't a dog. You're a cat.
The crazy part about it is, yeah, it's a very interesting phenomenon that's going on with the Saints right now, man. You know, you get Kellen Moore, and he's picked some of these people. We might not agree on some of these guys that the Saints selected, like the biggest one is the quarterback. The rest of the guys, I don't think anybody has a problem with it. But the quarterback going that high, people have the problem. But it immediately puts pressure on the Saints to solve the QB issue. One of the family members just mentioned, hey, yo, okay, we got all this going on, but what's the latest on Derek Carr? What's going on with the Derek Carr situation? Because it's not like we could just overlook that. The guy sitting at the starter of the quarterback position in terms of New Orleans Saints, what are they going to do about Derek Carr? Because if Derek Carr is not the guy, and I think he's not, then Tyler Shuck, according to the undrafted chart, is lined up to take the team into the future. With Spencer Rattler competing with him, but they're going to give Tyler Shuck the opportunity as the top guy in the Kellen Moore system. Not saying a young man can't succeed, but you're going to need some help. You're going to need a lot of help here. You're going to need that running attack. They're going to have to power up that offensive line a little more than that. I don't know what Dylan Runnels gives you, but we'll just have to see. But I know Kelvin Banks Jr. is really good. There's conversation about kicking him to guard. I'm like, why would you kick him to guard when you got the free agent Dylan Runnels here and you got Nick Seldaveri there? Those guys are competing for that guard position. I think Trevor Penning could be in trouble here. In his final year with the contract, it's his final year. He's in his final year in the Saints, right? Remember, the Saints declined his 5th-year option. So after this year, he's unofficial. He's officially a free agent. I think he's going to be replaced by Kelvin Banks Jr. I don't think they kick him in the guard unless there's an injury situation occurs, because Dylan Runnels is competing for Nick Seldaveri with the guard position. So I think Penning is in trouble. They've identified Penning. They said we can do better over there. And they went with the top pick in the draft, the Saints' 9th overall selection, and got Kelvin Banks Jr. They looked at the line and said, hold on now, goddammit. That guy over there, man, listen, man, I could appreciate it, but it ain't really Penning's fault. He just was undeveloped here. He didn't get a lot of time the first couple of years. He really didn't. And that was the Saints' fault for that. So very interesting, man, to say the least, but as we approach 6 hours. So thoughts, guys, y'all feel free to chime in on y'all thoughts.
I think somebody gonna either try to sell somebody a lemon or do an insurance job on that car. But because I don't see how you come back from that. You know, he never got surgery, so somebody in the chat said Derek Carr gonna pop out and say his shoulder ain't hurt no more. He don't need surgery. You see that big old offensive lineman they got up there, you know, he might be getting all giddy.
Yep.
He said, I think my shoulder's all right now.
Right. I could sit back there in the pocket and not get touched and just throw. I can play. You know. And at this point, if he did play, how would we feel about that? Is that the worst possible thing that could happen? I mean, we got a 26-year-old rookie back there that you're taking time away from. You gonna make your 26-year-old rookie sit a year?
I think what they
play when he's 27.
I think what they plan on doing is, like you said, give the new kid coming in, gonna give him a chance. But they're gonna put Rattler in there to see what Rattler can do. But I think Rattler has a year's experience on his belt. He has to show that he's got to basically take that job away from Derek Carr while Derek Carr is out hurt. Take the job over and move the team down the field. You've got to be able to move the ball. So with a good solid running game behind him, he has a chance. If we got a good solid running game behind him, but don't count on him to throw the ball down the field. You know, he won't be able to do that. You have to have a running game to get it to help him out. And run good running games is important. All good teams have excellent running game. I think the Saints could have a pretty good running game with these two kids, Kamara and the other little draftee that they got in there. So it should be an interesting season to see how they go, how this is gonna proceed. I'm looking forward to it.
Go ahead, DC.
Yeah, the running game is definitely pivotal for whoever we have at quarterback. I think that's the one thing that can turn this whole thing around. Like if we have a strong running game, not only will it help the quarterback, it'll also help the defense. You know what I'm saying? We won't have to score as many points. I think we can preserve some of our line because the big linemen love to run, downfield instead of standing up there and going backwards. Pass blocking. I think it's going to get them more motivation and more amped up in the pass game. Running does so many things, and we've talked about it here for so long during the Drew Brees era, and with Sean Payton, you even saw Adrian Peterson cussing Sean Payton out to run the ball down their throat. You know what I'm saying? It's always been a sticking point with the Saints because for so long when we run the ball, we've been a productive, team, and we can win a lot of games like that. So them going O-line, getting a top 10, top 8 running back out of the draft, I think kind of signals what they plan to do. Regardless of Carr's back there, if Shuck is back there, if Spencer's back there, the common denominator is we got to run the ball. Now, defensively, that's where I'm still scratching my head. I don't know how this is going to look. Can't wait for the preseason. Are we really going to run the 3-4 this year, or are we preparing to run the 3-4? We're going to see the 3-4 in spurts and the 4-3 and the 3-3-5. Like, what are we doing? And I don't think we're going to know fully until we see it out there. So defense is up in the air. It was atrocious last year, but I don't think our defense is as bad as it looked last year. I think a lot of that had to do with the team quitting. A lot of guys are older. They collecting checks. They're not putting their body on the line for meaningless games that mean nothing, and they're still going to get paid, right? So we got to see, man. But I think there's a lot of positives that may be able to come about, or it's going to be just a disaster of a season. It's going to go one way or the other. We're going to have a really good season, and you're going to see the reemergence of the Saints, or we're going to suck. And that's how I like it. I just don't want to be in the middle.
Yeah.
If Derek Carr come back, we could very well be in the middle.
Yeah, because he just don't. His mind he focuses too much on one guy. That's how he gets wide receivers hurt. He focuses on one guy. I see, and they follow his eyes. Those cornerbacks and safeties follow this quarterback's eyes to see where he's looking. And once they see if you got a wide receiver, and once that ball is out of his hand, they're gonna make a break for the ball. And if the wide receiver it gets there before the cornerback, the ball gets to the wide receiver before the cornerback gets there, then it's okay. But when that cornerback and that ball meet at the same time at the wide receiver, somebody going down, then you got another injury on your hands because they don't have good quarterback fundamentals. Hopefully, I'll be honest with you, I don't want to see him in the starting lineup until he supposedly starts getting well. If his arm is as bad as they say it is, that's part of the reason why. And then it was unknown. That's part of the reason why our season went to pot. And the last regime did not prepare Spencer Rattler properly. Didn't prepare him for the game properly. Didn't prepare him properly for the game.
Spencer shouldn't even really been playing, man. When we ain't had no starters out there, they should have had some journeyman quarterback out there sucking those reps up and getting hit and looking trash. Because now the consensus, I think, on Spencer is that he's not that good. But I'm like, what quarterback would have looked great? Would he play with?
The offensive line was bad. The offensive line was atrocious. I remember one game.
He had no weapons either.
Dude, as soon as he got the football, the offensive line had him looking up at the lights up again. Over there. He's looking up at lights.
No, the one that got me. I think it was like
no opportunity to even get position to throw the football.
I think it was a Monday night or Sunday night game, right? And I'm watching the pregame press conference. They talking about Spencer Rattler. I said, yeah, I think Spencer Rattler, he's going to be a solid young quarterback. As you can see him down there meeting his new receivers for the night. They had pulled like 2 or 3 receivers off the street. And Spencer Rattler just getting to throw to these dudes 2 or 3 days earlier. He got to go out there and supposed to compete with that. Olave went down, Shaheed went down, and he was making something with Bud Means work, then he went down.
Yep.
And he still found some magic with MSV, you know what I'm saying? MVS, my bad, I'm saying it backwards. So I think the sky's the limit for the quarterback battle between these guys, but I don't want to see Carr in none of it. If they can have him healthy, and they're like, look, he's healthy, and they play him for a preseason game, and he looks awesome, and all of that's great. Open up the trade calls. Look, all y'all got to do is take $10 million off. Just pay $10 million there. We'll give them to you. We'll pay the $49 million or whatever we're gonna owe him over the span of the next 2 seasons. Just get him out of here. I don't like when guys don't want to be here, and then they got that just that energy and that attitude hovering around the team, man. Because if they allow Carr to stick around all year, even if we could be good, I don't think we will be, because it's always going to be an issue, man. It's just like bad juju. You got a player there doing all this stupidness. You either got to put him on an IR or something, and you got to pay him to not show up. Because if he coming around, like he just messing up the vibe of the whole team. Nobody don't really want him there.
If they trade him, they got to
other than Jake Hayner,
eat a lot of dead money.
They're gonna have to eat that anyway.
Yeah, if they trade him, they go. I think that's where the hesitation comes on whether or not they want to get his butt up out of here. Because they have a lot of dead money. Another one of them fabulous deals negotiated by Mickey Loomis. So it leaves the team with a lot of bad cap money. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Dead money. This is basically dead money. There's nothing they can do with it. But that money they got to give him wherever he goes at. Wherever they trade him to. He'll get that. He'll be playing with Saints money on another team. Excuse me. Mm-hmm.
I don't think ain't no getting around. No matter which way you look at it, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
They might as well try to get him out of here and see if you get a 7th-round pick, anything at this point, because I don't think he's gonna have no hell of a value. But if somebody really needs a player and they're willing to pay something for him, then you go ahead and you get it.
He did some of the things that he did last year. Some of the same stuff he was doing when he was with the Ravens. Some of the same, flipping the ball up, not just staring down receivers, throwing them the ball out the back, staring them down. He don't even look around. Don't take time. That one guy, excuse me, he focused on that one guy, and then he throw the football. And the team, oh look, this guy, we can fix this. But this guy, though, he looks off receiver, and he always going to the same guy. He always looking at him, staring him down. A quarterback got to be able to have the scanning ability to pick out the guys and then go to the receiver without staring them, because the defensive backs are taught to read the eyes of the quarterback. And that's how that determines whether or not they make a great play, or they can break up a play, or they can get an interception off the quarterback. And he was bad for that. He got the guys hurt. I think there was an incident where some of these wide receivers said, he's gonna get me killed and get us killed out there. He didn't want to get out there. Because he's throwing him a damn ball and he's looking him down and this way he's going. I see the ball leaving his hand. I'm gonna break on the ball. And so the guys couldn't make the catches that they were making. Only way he got away with it a couple of times because the guys got a step on the DB and he just happened to throw the ball fortunate enough where he could get a look. And then on a lot of those passes, he underthrew the football. Hitting the defensive back in the back and hitting him on the helmet, all this kind of hitting the wide receiver, throwing it over their head. They had to try to make an overhead catch because they threw the ball too far. So, yeah, I can see them getting him up out of here because he's not any good here no more. He's not a good quarterback for the Saints. He never have been. Had 1-2 games, he had a couple of successful games, then he started looking guys. And once the NFL figured out, We can get him because look, he's looking, he's staring down.
Whatever side of the field he look on, that's where he gonna throw it to.
That's right. They throw it to the right side. He's a right-handed quarterback, but he don't never throw the ball to the left side of the field because they're looking at they're watching him for it. They're watching his eyes.
The mascara-filled eyes, huh?
Yeah, the mascara because he put mascara around his eye. That's another cornerback there. I can see his eyes because he got mascara around him. Hey, what's going on there?
Man, I never understood that. Like he be staring people down, man. How you be a quarterback for 12 years and you still staring down your receivers, man?
Yeah, I don't know how you got away with that for 12 years. I never could. And he's gonna be out with the Suns. I predict by the end of the season he won't be coming back. He might be gone even before the next season comes. And they looking at quarterbacks. I would have took a chance. If you had a chance against Shadur, I would have took a chance on him because I know one thing. He's gonna bring fire. He's gonna bring some upstart. They would have brought upstart and fire to the offense because he's a scrambler. He would have been able to scramble around and make plays. This old guy, this guard guy, he's like the Statue of Liberty, standing there. He grab him, put him up, but turn him on his back. He's looking up. That's right.
Hey, Big Q, we got Kyle. He went to the Bears, man. The little running back I was telling you about. They drafted him.
You put him on the screen.
You put. Look at this dude, man.
Right. All right, shout out to the fam.
Face on something. I don't know. Are you all right?
Hold on, I was trying to find what.
It's like one of them robots, man. Like one of them, what they call androids. That's what he's standing there looking like.
Like android?
Yeah, like android, man. Dude, man.
It was one I got to show y'all.
I wear mascara, you know.
He look like ghosts. They can see him. I can see his ghost eyes. His eyes looking. Hey, that's a dumbass reaction because the DBs can see your eyes, so they know where you're going with the football. So they just break on the ball once you throw it. Oh, maybe.
Something I see somebody on.
The answers are in the Maybelline.
I'm tired as hell. I can see that. I'm standing about 40 yards. I can see that myself.
Oh man, these people cold-blooded on here, man. These people cold-blooded on here, man. They I'm seeing these ones that they doing, fam, and I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm looking for pictures.
Hilarious.
It's another one I'm gonna show y'all too. It's another one.
Yeah,
right
we got
here.
more. We got more. Oh wow. That's called after the post game, huh?
Oh, it's somebody made this up. They said make a statement extreme precision to 0.4 millimeters. The best play in your makeup routine. L'Oreal.
Give the long eyes.
Oh.
Yo, these people crazy, man. They come up with this stuff, man. They crazy, man.
Can you see his eyes? That's all I want to know. That's all I want to see. Yeah, he's wearing makeup. I can see him perfect.
Oh man, they funny, man. These people crazy, man. They come up with this stuff, man.
That's all they did was play his eyes. Because they know he only can throw the football right or left, and you like to go deep, right side of the field. You may occasionally go to the left side of the field, and you get the wide receiver clocked over there on that side. He can't come down the middle. I mean, what is this guy? I mean, come on. Have you ever throw the ball down the field sometime, you know?
Oh man, that was a good laugh right there, man, on this Corsair. All right, let's look at the draft. A couple of players have gone off the board. Curtis Rourke from Indiana, KT, 6'4", 220, bro, guard. In the sixth round, he started 46 games with Indiana, had a 6-year college career. Broke Indiana's records for single season completion percentage, almost over 69%. He had 29 passes, touchdown passes, and his only season plan for the Hoosiers. He's 6'4", 220 pounds. And he did have a torn ACL in 2024. He goes to the 49ers. Could this be a Brock Purdy type deal? Well, Curtis Rourke ends up with the 49ers. Brashard Smith, the SMU running back. He moved from receiver to running back when he transferred from Miami to SMU. He set the SMU single season program record for all-purpose yards, over 1,900 yards in 2024. Tracks and catches the ball well. He's one of the backs. He's one of 3 running backs to run a sub 4.4 40 at the combine. He's undersized, doesn't have much power, mostly like a satellite back that can help. The corner at 229, Dante Kent from Central Michigan, the cornerback, was picked up to play. He played 48 games for Central Michigan and finished his college career with 47 passes defense. He averaged 13.6 yards per punt return and returned a punt 6 to 8 yards for a touchdown. And he ran well at the pro day. Dan Jackson, the safety from Georgia, goes to the Detroit Lions, 6'1", 190. Quinn Ewers from Texas, he went to the Miami Dolphins, 6'2", 214. Had a really good, strong campaign with Texas. He finds his way out to Miami. At the end of the day, he did a lot of really good, positive stuff in Texas. But he's a Miami Dolphin now. Hunter Wohler, who's a safety for Wisconsin, 6'2", 213, ends up and with the Indianapolis Colts. He led the Big Ten defensive backs with 120 total tackles in 2023. Mason Richmond, the offensive tackle out of Iowa, 6'6", 312, went to the Seattle Seahawks. He started 52 games at the left tackle position for Iowa. At 235, the Buccaneers get a wide receiver out of Oregon, Tez Johnson, 5'10", 154 speedster. The lightest player at the combine. His 40-yard dash, his 40-yard dash was an average of full 5'1", but his short area burst is impressive, and he's productive. A smooth route runner with explosive speed there. They say with explosive route runner with his separations, has a gear. He didn't run well at that 40 time. I have to check on that 40 time. And then 236, LaQuint Allen, running back from Syracuse. 6 feet tall, 205. He led the ACC with 16 rushing touchdowns. I just talked about him. Led the ACC with 16 rushing touchdowns and set the program record for catches with 64. Had over 520 or 521 yards of receiving in 2024. Accelerates through the gaps between tackles and has the burst to turn the corner on outside runs. Makes defenders miss in tight spaces and in places and in space. Allen runs hard, spins off defenders, runs through arm tackles, lowers his pad level, and lines up the slot and splits out wide in addition to releasing out of the backfield. He separates from man coverage and finds windows and zone looks. He's willing to step up and meet defenders in pass protection. LaQuint Allen from Syracuse is gone to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Another Tulane player is off the board. Give him a round of applause. Mika Robinson. Mika Robinson from Tulane is off the board to Green Bay. So there you go. Another Tulane player is making it. And, of course, the next several picks is Seattle, Dallas, the Bills, the Broncos, the Rams, the Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Giants, Cowboys, then Saints at 248. So there we go. It's running down the wire, getting ever so close to finishing out the draft. So there you go.
Yeah.
All right, Pop. So what's up, Cartel? Shout out to you, man. Good to see y'all. The Big Valley says Bucks went and got another receiver. Bucks ain't playing, fam. I'm going to start looking at some of these drafts. Ricky White, the wide receiver. There you go, KT. Ricky White, the third from UNLV, is off the board to Seattle. Seattle got a lot of wide receivers, man.
Seattle.
They picked up a lot of
them too.
Yeah, they got MVS over there, and now they added up all these other guys here, and they given that
They got a rookie last year too, huh? Didn't they get one of the pretty good receiver last year from Ohio State?
They got them lining up here, DC. I'm going to take a look at Seattle's selections in the middle. But yeah, they added another wide receiver to the mix. Ricky White from UNLV, 6 feet tall, 185 pounds, led UNLV in receiving for 3 consecutive seasons. He gets into the defensive back's blind spot and gets to his landmarks. He can change speed, separate at the top of his routes, know how to attack the zone. He's tough going over the middle, and this is the guy that Seattle added to him. He also tracks the deep ball well, flashes the ability to come down with the 50-50 ball and lines up wide and out of the slot and block 4 punts, and was named the Mountain West Special Teams Player of the Year in 2024. So you had all of that in the fact that he's also a solid special teams contributor. Cowboys on the clock.
Yep.
Okay. We'll just see what we got left for the Saints, man. There's a lot of offensive linemen still up there. Ain't gonna have too many receivers left.
Yeah,
why Isaac Bourne, man? Why nobody never took Isaac out of Texas?
Man, Seattle that was the last Seattle pick. You know how many damn picks these people had?
How many picks they had?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They had 11 draft picks.
God damn.
11.
And they didn't trade any of their picks. They took all of them.
I mean, there was some trade. You could see trades going back and forth, but it looked like they took the majority of the picks. They must feel like they need the help. They took a lot. 11 draft picks. I'm like, damn. How many picks do these people? They had 11 picks this year. They trying to give Sam Darnold some help. So they also have Jalen. You asked about where the Jalen Milroe was drafted by Seattle.
He went to Seattle, right?
Yes.
He went at 92. So I mean, we could have got one of the best safeties in the draft in the second round. We could have got a lot of different people than Tyler Shuck, and then still double back and got him in the third.
But they added a lot of. Listen to the names from the draft that Seattle's added in its 11 selections. Jalen Milroe at the quarterback. Damian Martinez. They got Damian Martinez over there. They added Torrey Horton. I remember they had Jackson Smith, Njigba, Cooper Kupp, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling. They already have those at the top 3. They add Torrey Horton to the mix. Then they added Elijah Arroyo to back up Noah Fant. You know, they did a lot of stuff.
They did a good job, man. They all offense though, so I guess defense they must be set.
Well, Nick Amawori is picked up at this. So remember, they made him a draft pick is there, so they add him into the mix. But man, these people had a ton of draft people, and they brought them on to the team, man. I mean, damn, a lot of people. They had Gray, what's his name? Gray Zabel. A good guard from North Dakota State. He was the top pick at 18. Nick Imamori, the safety from South Carolina. Elijah Aurora, Jalen Milroe, Riley Mills, who's a defensive tackle. Torrey Horton, Robbie Aus from the tight end from Alabama. Bryce Cabeldu. Remember I said Cabeldu? Out from the tackle. Damian Martinez, Mason Richmond, and Ricky White the third. That's all they draft picks. So the people had a bunch of stuff, man. They had it. So I guess they feel like they needed to have that talent, man. Yeah. Phil Maffa is off the board. The running back from Clemson is drafted by the Dallas Cowboys.
I thought he might go on. Y'all said he was going to go undrafted.
Yeah,
somebody scooped him up, huh?
He wasn't a secret no more. Maffa had over 2,000 yards and 21 rushing touchdowns over 2 seasons.
He went to Cowboys?
Yeah, he went to Cowboys. Out of Clemson, they pick him up in the 7th round.
So didn't the Cowboys got another running back, didn't they? They got Blue. So they got Maffa and Blue over there.
Yeah. Blue is more on the speed end though, but
it's a good little tandem.
Yeah, a lot of people I seen some of the commentary on there. A lot of people weren't very happy about the Cowboys drafting this year. They thought they should have went wide receiver early. A lot of people wanted wide receivers there. But,
I mean, they don't have no wide receivers other than CeeDee Lamb. Like, who else they got over there?
Well, yeah, and that's what they feel like. People thought they felt like they should have did something.
The Dak Prescott era, when they were dangerous, they had 2 to 3 receivers.
Yeah, they definitely ain't get a man what he need to be what they need to be. But let me see if I can pull up the Cowboys, what they did so far.
They're ready to hang him out to dry, even though they didn't give him what he needed to work with.
That's why they say that's why you get paid the big bucks as a quarterback, man. You're gonna get all all the accolades when they win, and you're gonna get all the blame when they lose. Even if it's the defense or something else, they still gonna blame the quarterback.
Yeah, I don't see. They didn't get any wide receivers in the draft. I mean, they got Tyler Booker. A lot of people were surprised by that pick with the 12th overall pick. They got Donovan out of Boston College, who's an edge rusher. Siobhan Revel Jr. is there as well. You get the cornerback. Jadon Blue is the 5th round selection out of Texas. Shamar James, a linebacker from Florida. Ajani Cornelius, which is the offensive tackle out of Oregon. They got Jay Toa, Jay Toa, that's his name, a defensive tackle from UCLA, and Phil Maffa, the running back out of Clemson. They have one more pick remaining, which is the 31st pick in the 7th round. So we'll see what they got going on with that. But yeah, not to another. This draft doesn't look all that impressive for the Cowboys as far as I'm concerned. Well, somebody asked me who's left at wide receiver. All right, let me kind of look that up for the family members there. Isaiah Bond is still available out of Texas. He's definitely going to get drafted before that. Brew McCoy, the wide receiver, 6'3", 210-pound wide receiver out of Tennessee. He's still available. Xavier Restrepo, who is a 5'10", 210-pound wide receiver out of Miami. Daquan Felton, the big wide receiver from Vitek, 6'5", 213. He's still available as well. Nick Nash from San Jose State, 6'3", 203. Nash is the only of the 4th player in FBS history to lead the country in touchdowns, 16 receptions, 104, and yards, 1382 at the end of the regular season. He slots as a receiver and savvy route runner who's quicker than fast. Nash sets up defensive backs with his stem sinks and sinks his hips at the top of the routes, changes speed well, makes it harder for corners to jump his routes with the way he flattens out. His time speed is slightly below average at 4.57 in the 40, but he tracks the ball well, has excellent body control. Nash also has short arms and small hands, but he's able to come down with contested catches downfield. He can make the first defender miss, and he runs hard after the catch. Nick Nash, 6'3", 205, is a good call for them. Isaiah Neyor from Nebraska. He's 6'4", 220 pounds. He missed 22 campaign with a knee issue. He played one game in 23, but he flashed on tape. Ceiling is high, blender size, speed, and his length is rare. Defenders frequently hold him to prevent him from getting behind the coverage. Nair runs away from coverage and plucks on the run when running crossers. He moves into pockets and zone coverage. He's tough going over the middle and can hold on while taking a big hit. 6'4", 220 from Nebraska. So you got a couple of big guys there. Dominique Lovett from Georgia is a small guy, 5'10", 185, slot guy, 59 catches in 2024 for the Georgia Bulldogs. Sam Brown Jr. from Miami, 6'2", 200 pounds. Quick guy, has good size. For him, he's on the board there. Ja'Cory Brooks from Louisville, 6'2", 185. Doesn't have a second gear, but he did average 6.5 yards per catch in 2024. There you go. Just a couple of these guys. Elijah Badger from Florida, 6'1", 200 pounds. Arizona transfer. He averaged over 21 yards per catch at Florida. He's the deep threat if you need one of those guys. Kobe Hudson from Central Florida, 6'1", 193. Rock Taylor from Memphis, 6'2", 213. So on and so forth. So these are some of the guys that's remaining on the board. And, of course, Andrew Armstrong, 6'4", 202, is still available on the board as well. So, yeah, there you go. So that's some of the wide receivers. If the Saints are looking at that, I'm thinking probably offensive linemen. That maybe a setter. They got some good linemen left. Seth McLaughlin.
Armstrong all day, man.
Drew Armstrong. He'll be a good pickup, DC. Jack Majors is another center guard guy that can help you out there.
I like Nash too, Cottrell.
We talked about Josh Craig, Garrett Dillinger, Xavier Truss, Luca Cantra. We talked about some of these interior offensive linemen if you need a tackle. Logan Brown from Kansas is on the board. Brendan Crenshaw Dixon is on the board as well. So, I mean, it's a few people depending on where you want to go. Tight end is a whole nother thing altogether. Luke Lachey is there. I don't know, Sten Pickens there.
Who's your favorite tight end out of who's left?
It's hard to pick one that's left. I mean, maybe Matavo from UCLA, DC. That's the only one.
What about
41 catches on 500 yards.
The brother from South Carolina, Joshua Simmons. Simon? Yeah, Joshua Simon.
Joshua Simon. Joshua Simon.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
On it,
Simon.
yeah, 40 catches, 519 yards, 7 receiving touchdowns in 2024. Ran the second 40 time, second fastest 40 time for tight end. 4.65 in the strength to make big plays downfield. Might be not a bad pick.
6'4", 240.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Not a bad. Might be a stealer right there, bro. That might be a good call by you right there. Not bad at all. All right, we'll see what KT said about it. I know KT probably scouted him. What you think about Joshua Simon, KT? Throw it in the chat, bro.
Resident scout, KT.
Cartel says Nick Nash is a sleeper. Hey, bro, I like him, man. I was kind of sneaky.
I like Nick Nash too.
That could be a sneaker for us. He got the size, you know.
Will we draft a receiver? Improve DC wrong.
But DC won't admit when he wrong. He ain't gonna tell you. So.
What you mean? Hey, Chad, didn't I tell y'all was right? I talked to the chat. We just cut out the middleman. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so we got a poll.
Stay out of this. It's between me and the chat. We've already talked about this.
Okay, there you go. All right, which player do you think will have the most impact coming up in the season so far? We got almost 100 people on this poll question. We had several poll questions during the broadcast.
Trevor Penning made that real easy.
Tyler Shuck, Devin Neal, Kevin Banks Jr., and Vernon Broughton. Who do you think will have the most impact? The family members automatically put out 69% of the family members says Kelvin Banks Jr. will have the most impact there. They got Tyler Shuck at 15%, which is the second in the poll. Right?
Okay. Boy, they coming around with Tyler, huh? Oh, shucks.
I don't think people have much of they got much of a choice. DC, the guy is already penciled in, man. He's already draft pick. So
Alexander is still available, family. Somebody was asking
Garrett Dillinger is off the board. DC, the Ravens just got him. LSU keep dropping them, man. LSU got a lot of guys drafted, man. Garrett Dillinger goes to the Ravens. 26 stars at left guard, 3 at the left tackle, 1 at center.
Savion Williams go to?
He's gone. He's gone.
He went to Denver. Savion Williams went to Denver.
He gone. Savion Jones.
Jones.
Yeah, Savion Williams went somewhere. Savion Jones, yeah. But yeah, Kanata Mumpfield, the wide receiver from Pittsburgh, 6'11", 5'11", 186 is gone. Tight end Caleb Lohner from Utah, he's gone 6'7", 250 to the Broncos. Coach Payton getting him a tight end. And we getting close. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks from the Saints at 248, the first of the 7th round picks for the team. Detroit's on the clock right now. These picks should run pretty fast, man. So we'll see exactly what the move is. I'm probably thinking offensive line. One of the line, because they got some good linemen here, like interior linemen that's still available. That if you're the Saints, you want to reach to and get your. You got to, because you ain't really working with much. Kelvin Banks going to turn Trevor Penning into a reserve. He's going to turn him into a reserve. Pop, watch.
Oh yeah.
You gonna turn. Let's talk about that. What y'all think about that battle? What y'all think happens with Kevin? But what happens to Trevor Penning with Kelvin Banks Jr. here? How do y'all think the Saints handle that?
He's probably going to be put on injured reserve.
He ain't hurt, Pops. Penning is healthy.
Well, one man beat him out. He gonna
put him on. Now, Pops, you could put him on injured reserve because his feelings hurt. I think that might be considered an injury.
Yeah,
his feelings hurt that he put his ass on IR.
He might well just face it. Come on, dude. You have been a good service to us. The team. People, guys, DPs running, a defensive lineman running around you like you're a swinging gate. The circular lights up there. You wasn't supposed to be looking up at the lights every time.
But you run around like you're a swinging gate, like he a spinning door at the fancy hotel.
Yeah, spin around like the 4 doors. The 4 doors they swing around like that. The door. Next thing you right up there on call. Look it up.
move Penning around like a vending machine on wheels, Pop. That's pretty much it.
You just don't have it no more. He can't. He can't hardly block. It's always there's something wrong with his knee. I think he had 2 knee operations. Come on.
No, that's you think about Ryan Ramczyk, Pops.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, Ramczyk is done, man. Yeah, I was wondering what you said. You thinking of Ramczyk at the right tackle position. Yeah, he gone, Pops. He retired this year, so you have to worry about him no more.
I ain't got to worry about it. We just got to deal with this one, this other one now. So wasn't he hurt? Wasn't he hurt?
Well, he was Penning early on. They just didn't handle the situation right. He struggled. They put him at the wrong position in his rookie year. He just got handled, and he lost a lot of confidence. They buried him on the active depth chart. He came back the next year, played a few games. Then the third year they had to start him to see what he was made of. He played the whole year. He struggled some, but he's way behind in his development. He's at least 2 years behind in his development because he was supposed to be starting from day one.
Right.
And now he's facing his 4th and final year. The Saints turned down his 5th year option, obviously, and didn't draft Kelvin Banks Jr. on top of it. And he's sitting there with 1 year left on his contract. Where does he go? So I mean, look like they pointing at the door like, oh, we got Kelvin Banks Jr. right here. It might be time for you to kind of get in a win. If they evaluating offensive line, man, they're not, looking at him. Go ahead, DC.
Tell old Trevor Penning, don't let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord split you. That look like where it's headed. Yeah. He got to have a hell of a performance at guard. And I think, maybe people disagree with me, but I think Trevor Penning might actually make a good guard and shock the hell out of everybody. He could stick around that way, but
he tried everything.
He ain't got a chance in hell. I mean, look at Andrews Pete. As bad as he was, he still was pretty a solid guard. Andrews Pete with 2 Pro Bowls as a guard. He probably would have still been here if we didn't have to overpay him. Like Andrews Pete wouldn't have got so much flack if it wasn't for the money we was giving him. Wasn't a horrible player, but he was a turnstile, as you call him sometimes.
Yeah.
But, Trevor Penning running as a run blocker in that guard position, I ain't gonna lie, Q, I'm a little intrigued. You know what I'm saying? I want to see what that look like.
I don't see how he gets there. I mean, you got 2 guys competing for the left guard position.
Well, we know Nick Saldiveri he gonna get hurt soon as they start trading. Like this a depth piece that's always hurt. Like he'll start. I don't understand.
And I mean, Dylan Runnels is a serious candidate for the left guard position.
Dylan Runnels was what was he like the 96th guard out of 200 something guards in the NFL? So I guess that'll put him middle of the pack. I mean, why the Titans let him go? He didn't command a lot of money. I don't know how high we gonna be on him. Can he be better than Patrick that we had last year?
Yes,
he can be better than him.
I think he can be better than him.
If he's better than Patrick, then yeah. I'm sorry, Trevor. Can they just void Trevor contract at this point? We just use some of his money to sign a depth piece. If he could be better than that,
you're not throwing over a high hill here, man. I mean, if you looking at Lucas Patrick and saying, "Well, man, could be better than Patrick," he spent a lot of time.
But I mean, he with the addition of Kelvin Banks. If you could just be that good, that's more than enough.
I think he'll be that good.
I think that's more than enough, man. So
that ain't nothing to shoot for to say, okay, can you be better than Lucas Patrick? Man, like hell yeah, man. What you talking about? I thought you was about to say, can I be better than somebody that was actually
come on, now, Q. The ball is low. The ball is low for these guys. We got 3 pieces where it's pretty high for I expect a lot out of McCoy, Fuaga, and our rookie this year. Everybody else, man, you just got to be able to play your part. Ruiz, you just got to be good enough to not suck. And the same thing on the other side. And I think it'll be an awesome offensive line. Everybody ain't going to be no damn Pro Bowler.
Oh, nah, man. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, Nick Saldiveri, they try to give him the job. You're still trying to figure out what he got going on. I think Dylan Runnels will push him because Nick Saldiveri, the only thing he's proven is that he can't stay healthy. And that's definitely a problem.
And when he was out there, did he look amazing to you? He didn't look amazing to me when he actually did play either.
It's nothing stellar about him. You're absolutely right, bro. I know it. Nothing stellar at all about Nick Saldiveri, man.
Hey, man, I've been waiting all this time for this.
It's very underwhelming. Like Landon Young, you wait for Landon Young in his 4th year, and they give him a 5th year. I'm like, dude, and then he regressed. I'm like, man, why is he back here? Why is Landon Young back here again? Why is he back here? I don't get why he's back. Why is he back? Because he only had a 4-year deal, and they re-signed him on a cheap deal. Why is he back here?
I don't get it.
You've seen the best of Landon Young, and I don't see him getting any better than what he is. And we need to really focus on getting veterans. If we're going to get veterans here, let's get ones that actually know what the hell they're doing. Landon Young regressed big time. Will Clapp was decent, but are you comfortable with Will Clapp as your backup center?
Well, I think Will Clapp could fill in spells at your backup center. I think he'd be solid there, but I'm more intrigued by Ruiz. I think Ruiz can actually excel there if he's given a chance to do that. Maybe they don't think he can handle the responsibility of being prepared for both. But I was better than Lucas Patrick Sleeper. Hey, that's the bar though. You want to get out there? Hey, go be a walk on. You might be able to get on the line. You might make the team. But I like to see Trevor Penning up, man. Give him a shot at guard, just because I think as a run blocker, not pass blocking, that might be his Achilles heel, and where you got to put Radis in there. But as a run blocker, I think Trevor Penning. I know he would be really good in the guard position as a run blocker. But pass blocking, I don't know, man. With the clumsy ass feet, I don't know.
All right. Cartel says, Q, I think it's safe to say we only drafted 2, maybe 3 starters out of 9 picks. We flopped on this one, bro. All right. Thank you, Cartel, man. Shout out to you on there.
Man,
well, who you starters?
I can't agree with him. I can't disagree with him.
Well, I mean, if the starters, Kelvin Banks Jr., Tyler Shuck, because obviously
I don't think he was talking about Tyler Shuck.
Okay, Cartel, who are the 3 starters you're talking about in your comment, man?
It's got to be Vernon, man. Vernon, watching him on tape, Q, I actually think he could start on the end.
What's up, Country Rail? Shout out to you, brother. Say, could we find Marcus Colston in the 7th round again?
Yeah, he right down. He right down Arkansas, man. Do we pick him?
I mean,
do we pick him?
We'll see, man. But right now they send the Cowboys on the clock. The Saints is behind the Cowboys. They draft at 248. The Cowboys is 247, and then Saints again at 254. So the Saints going to pick within what 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 picks of each other. So they're going to pick one, and then they'll get to the next one in 5 or 6 picks. We're trying to see what.
Then it's a wrap. Huh? We can go ahead and give them this final grade of a C, right?
Yeah, you can get on the draft, and then we'll pivot to the undrafted aspect, and we'll have the UDFA on screen. The post press conference of the Saints also will be going through that, because Kellen Moore will then pick up and talk about day 3, give a breakdown on day 3 as well. That's supposed to be coming on at about 6 o'clock, which is about 15 minutes from now. So at the end of the draft, we'll then go right into the post draft aspect of it with the day 3 recap by live with Kellen Moore answering questions about draft picks from today. So that'll be coming up momentarily. But yeah, there you go. So the selection being made right now is the Cowboys pick up Tommy King Basodi. Hope I said that right. Sound like I got that right. The way that flowed right there, I think I might have nailed that one. I ain't gonna try it again though, but I think I got it right the first time. 6'4", 306 from Maryland, a big defensive tackle. He'll be heading to Dallas to help out stop that run. Saints on the clock. All right, so maybe 2 things: offensive lineman and wide receiver. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm thinking. What do you think, Great Saint Think Tank? Y'all tell me what position the Saints get here. 2 offensive linemen, one lineman, wide receiver. What do you guys think? Put it in the chat. Maybe a special teams player, kick returner, punt returner here, whoever's left up there. Because right now they got it kind of penciled in, because the pick is in for the Saints. They already made the pick. This is going to roll pretty well. Velus Jones Jr. is listed as the kick return, punt return man.
So, we'll see. All right. Mad Drummer says he wants Zay. Ocharimo says wide receiver. Wide receiver says AJ. Wide receiver says Mad Drummer. And we'll see. We'll see what the call is, man. Well, who the next guy is, who's the Saints pick at 248 in the 7th round. These are developmental picks. All right. Tight end says Mad Drummer. Wide receiver. Okay, I see y'all, man. Country Rails. But everybody's saying wide receiver. Chris Coleman says edge. Okay, thank you. T-Bob said, I think Isaiah Bond or Zay Alexander. Okay. All right. We'll see what they got going on, fam. B. Griffin, wide receiver. Pelicans Nola says tight end from UCLA. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at that here, looking at footage of that kid to see what he can do. So we'll see. We'll see what they got going on.
Mhm.
The tight end room is really packed, though, y'all. It's really packed this year. The tight end, but because you got so many of these guys. You got Juwan Johnson, Taysom Hill, Foster Moreau, Jack Stahl, and they got a couple of the other guys that's not even listed there. So we'll see what the pick is for the Saints. I'm thinking it might be an offensive lineman because they got a quite. Okay, there you go. UCLA tight end Matavo. There you go. Maliki Matavo, 6'6", 260 from UCLA. Maliki Matavo is the pick for the Saints. They get a developmental tight end there. And let me see if I can pull up his quick breakdown for Maliki Matavo. 6'6", 260-pound tight end out of the University of UCLA. How about that? All right, so here's the breakdown right here on Matavo. 592 draft grade. He's an average backup, a special teams guy. He's a 4.81 in the 40 guy. And let's see what the breakdown is. His bio. 2021 from Oregon, played in 14 games, had 2 starts. 9 catches for 75 yards, averaged 8 yards per catch and a touchdown. In 2022 at Oregon, he played 12 games with 6 starts, had 10 catches for 134 yards, averaged 13 yards per catch and had a touchdown. In 2023, he was honorable mention All Pac-12 Conference. He played in 13 games, had 6 starts, had 14 catches for 283 yards. He averaged 20 yards per catch and he had 2 touchdowns. Last year, he led the team with 41 catches for 506 receiving yards. He averaged over 12 yards per catch, had 2 touchdowns, and played 11 games with 8 starts. All right, he was listed as a 6th and 7th round selection, exactly where he went. Big inline tight end who flashes as pass catcher, helped to improve his draft stock. Matavo possesses a pro frame. He gets into the routes early. He gets into routes and early break points with above average quickness. His play speed has an expiration date, though, and coverage tends to close him out if the route lasts too long. Matavo will do what he's asked as a run blocker, but lacks pad level, hand placement, and aggression at the point. The frame and athleticism could help him make a roster, but sticking around might require an upgrade as a run blocker. His strengths are well built with the prototypical size for an inline tight end, good initial quickness in the first 5 yards of his route, movement are smooth and athletic for a man his size, works the middle and secures with focus in traffic, adequate catch to run transition when working underneath. His weaknesses are play speed falls off as the route progresses, below average adjustments to catch all frame throws, ordinary with the ball in his hands, getting what is there, slows feet and lacks pop into split zone blocks, catches blocks with outside hands and limits his leg drop. So those are some of the weakness for Matavo. Maliki Matavo, 6'6", 260-pound tight end from UCLA. That is the Saints' first of the 7th round picks. Got 1 left, so we got a developmental tight end for the black and gold, y'all. There you go.
Let me look at these highlights, man. I don't know how to feel about this one, dude. Just hearing that breakdown, this show don't sound impressive. He got nice size to him, though. He's a big guy. Man.
I mean, but DC, come on, it's the 7th round. What you
not gonna, you ain't gonna get nothing.
Not gonna get superstar. These are developmental players.
I like the guy out of Alabama better than him, though. Maybe they got a reason to go. Maliki Matavo.
All right.
He got a pretty decent
Maliki
grade
Matabo.
to be in the 7th round. No? He's almost graded at what, like a 6? It's like 5.9.
So is he
Definitely.
Indian? I think it would be more like Polynesian, huh? Maliki Matabo? Because he would be Hawaiian or
That's
Polynesian.
Hawaiian, man. Yeah, and they UCLA. A lot of the Hawaiians go to UCLA.
Yeah. I probably would say
It look
that.
like he's scared to take a hit. I mean, he's tight end, so you got to be prepared there.
One more pick. Jerry said
He's a solid catcher, man. Like he could be something. He might be all right. Not fast.
Charlie
though,
just looked like Shiloh. Shiloh will be undrafted. You know, you don't get one. You don't get one son. You get the other one. I think Shiloh probably is going to be undrafted, y'all. I would definitely agree with you on that.
I think he worth taking a shot on him, like taking a risk.
I mean, if you're the Saints, why not get another defensive back shot? They're not going to take it. They don't want none of Deion Sanders.
already pissed with New Orleans, man, after the prank call, and then they got Deion on TV. You know, when the Saints was picking, and we took the tackle, and he was shaking his head. He had New Orleans colors on, like whatever the jacket was. He had a black jacket on with like gold lettering on it. So they really thought Shador might go to the Saints, man.
Yeah, several times he could have ended up with the Saints. They passed over him.
They wanted to come there, so I guess now we got to deal with it. Hopefully, we ain't got him in our division, but when Shador see the Saints, just like most rookie quarterbacks do, he probably gonna light our ass up.
Yeah, Miscellaneous Mail says Foster Monroe, Dallin Hawker, Jawan Johnson, Jack Straw, Taysom Hill, and Maliki Matabo. So the Saints got a littered tight end.
Two of those guys was Kellen Moore's guys, man. So somebody getting phased out.
Yep.
He already committed to Jawan Johnson, so I would think Foster Moreau is, I think one of those guys probably gonna be able to do what Foster Moreau was able to do. I mean, to me, he's solid. He ain't that impressive though. He ain't like he's not replaceable. Good competition, but we got 5 tight ends, so ain't no way we signing all of them. But could we sign 4? Could we keep 4? I don't know.
You're going to have a couple on the practice squad, so, I mean, it depends. I mean, you got Taysom Hill. They're going to use Taysom. They're going to use Foster. At least 3. I mean, you can go off Johnson, Foster, Monroe, Taysom Hill. And who would be the 4th guy? Dallin Hawker played some, so we'll see. 4 tight ends, I would probably say 2 or 3 of them, DC, but you're going to put a lot of these other guys on practice squads.
That's why I like Jack Besh, because I think he's a guy that where you could have kind of mixed him at like tight end and receiver. Like he can do a little bit of both.
Chris said we got Jacobson and Trenton Welsh at tight end as well on the practice squad. So yeah, there's going to be some movement in the tight end room. No doubt about it. There's definitely going to be some movement in the tight end room. We're not going to keep all these guys,
And Kellen Moore, guys, I guess a certain something he's looking for his schemes, man. Are they able to execute the tush push? It might be the defining factor, huh?
Yep.
All right.
I'm looking at Matabo, man. He's solid, bro. He looked like he got short hands. He don't catch away from his body, though. He's kind of a body catcher. Catch with his hands a little bit, but he don't extend them like way outside his body. I don't see him getting a lot of jump balls and stuff like that. But he look pretty short-handed. He ain't no super duper athlete, but he gets you a few yards after the catch. Running hard, seems to be a solid blocker too. He's a project, so ain't nothing perfect about him, but I definitely have seen a lot worse that we've had in the tight end room. So maybe he could be our next Josh Hill, okay?
Josh Hill. How about that? That's a name for you, boy. Josh Hill. Forgot all about him.
He got number 88. He was number 88.
Yeah, Josh Hill was solid, man. He just was. They tried to turn him. Coach Payton tried to turn him into a starter. He didn't want that. He didn't want that problem. But he was a solid backup.
That That's what he was looking at moving on from when after Jimmy Graham left. It was Josh Hill, the Josh Hill show.
That's right. They
Supposed to
tried to
be the
get.
next guy. Yeah,
He didn't want it. He didn't live up to it, man.
I like
Didn't
this
live-
pick though. I like it, man. Watching his highlights, I like it. I think it's a solid pick.
All right, All World Trucker. Shout out to you, my friend. Says, hold on here. He says, Q, do you think Rattler's going to start? Now they're gonna put him in the competition, but by all indications, Carr's out of the way. They got Tyler Shuck lined up. Well, it's on the official depth chart. It has Tyler Shuck there. And you gotta, I guess you put it there because of the fact that he carrying a second round grade and he's gonna be 26 in the fall. So the pressure is on Kellen Moore and the team to get him going away. Now this guy spent 7 years in college.
He should be ready, right?
Football, so he should have 7-year college quarterback. It's not like 3 or 4 years, extra years around football, all this kind of stuff. So he should have a more mature look at what to do from a football standpoint, right? Because he's 2 or 3 years older than some of these players.
Yeah.
He'll be 26. These guys are like 21, 22, 23. Some are 24. He's 20. He's going to be 26. So he comes in really mature, 4 years over 30. So you would expect his curve to be shortened. And we'll see if Kellen Moore can get it right, because like I said, he can throw the deep ball. He can make several different throws. He can move. I get it, but the injury history, last 3 years of having all the injury stuff going on, hope that's behind him. But how fast can Kellen Moore get the kid or the man involved in whatever this offense is? And that'll just pretty much based around them running the football, getting the play action. So they could have success depending on how fast they get that running attack, because that's where it at. Building up that offensive line, getting into the running attack, getting to the play action. That'll help any of these quarterbacks out. Go ahead, Pops. You want to chime in on that? Oh, hold on. Thank you, World Truck.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, go ahead, Pops. You want to chime in on that?
The Saints made their pick. They picked Khalil Diggs, I think it was.
The edge rusher from Syracuse, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Fadil Diggs. Fadil Diggs from Syracuse, 6'4", 250.
Fadil Diggs, okay.
Fadil Diggs.
There you go, Pops. You got you somebody else to shut that run down, huh?
Oh, we need him, buddy. We need him. We got to have somebody to stop to shut down that run game. Can't have teams run. They need to plug the middle too. That's what they really need to plug the middle, because teams are just running straight at us. We got to stop that. No.
All right, put Fadil Diggs on the screen. The Saints' final pick of the night, Pops. Fadil Diggs, 6'4", 260 pounds from the University of Syracuse, 584 in his prospect grade. His 40 time, of course, you go into looking at some of the stuff with these guys, 4.57 on the 40 for a defensive end. How about that? And then, of course, you go to his bio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 years in college, high school. They give you the high school stuff. He was a Gatorade Player of the Year as a senior at Woodrow Wilson High School. Then in 2020, Texas A&M redshirted. 2021, played in 12 games, had 9 tackles and a sack, 1 block kick. In 2022, he led the team with 3 forced fumbles, started 8 games, 28 tackles, 5 tackles for loss, 3 sacks. He was a team captain, missed the end of the season with a lower body injury. In 2023, he then kept it going with Texas A&M, started 12 games, entered the transfer portal after the regular season. He finished with 36 tackles, 11 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, and 2 pass breakups. He was also a team captain. And then in 2024, honorable mention, all ACC, led the team with 14 tackles for a loss, 7.5 sacks. Started 12 games. He had 45 tackles, 1 pass breakup, and a forced fumble. Did not play in the team's Holiday Bowl win over Washington State. He's also a team captain. Some miscellaneous information. His brother Fatim joined Syracuse football as a part of the 2024 class. He's projected to be a 5 or a 5th or 6th round player. He fell to the Saints at 7. Diggs' his versatility to play edge and odd or even fronts, his measurables are favorable. However, he doesn't play with enough aggression or know-how for those measurables to work in his favor at a high enough rate. Diggs will flash once. Hold on, let me stop this video right here. All right, they said that Diggs will flash once he's beaten protection, but he will need to work to beat pro
tackles. As a run defender, he has the tools but doesn't find the football or diagnose the action quickly enough. Despite those issues, his traits pro day testing gave him a good chance to be drafted, and they did. Strengths: possesses NFL size and length. Strong pro day testing helps his cause. Versatility to play edge and odd or even fronts. Strikes with leverage and lifts as a down lineman. Adequate hand quickness to dismiss blockers' punch. Uncorks a quality arm over inside rush move. His weakness: plays with a lack of feel and instincts versus the run. Fails to locate the football with much consistency. Doesn't play with enough decisiveness or burst. Needs to deliver a forceful initial punch as a stand-up edge, and pass rush is too rigid and lacks flow. That's
Yeah.
some breakdown there on Fadig. Fadil
He's still,
Diggs. Fadil
still,
Diggs.
man.
but
He's
6'4",
still-
260.
He got no bend. But I watched him. He was giving Cam Ward a goddamn headache on his highlight tape. I'm looking at. He got some speed with him, man. He looks to be pretty strong to be 250 going up against these big guys. He don't have no bend coming around the edge, and it's almost like watching Marcus Davenport run around. That's what it reminds me of, like how he just didn't have that stiffness. He's got that stiffness like Davenport. It's like he's slightly explosive but stiff. So I think he could do something, man. He take bad angles sometimes too, and that's what they're talking about on the run. But he got a motor. He don't look like he ever gives up on a play. I see him fighting through stuff on these highlights. If your dude Isaiah Foskey don't turn into nothing, he could take a depth spot from him if he can improve on some of these negatives.
Well, Foskey's a second round draft pick. You know they're gonna do everything to make sure he gets an opportunity to do something, man. He's another guy you got to keep an eye out on.
Just turn him into a pure pass rusher. Give him a pure pass rushing role. Both of these guys, that's what they look like to me. Like, you gotta give him an exact role because they right about his processing speed.
Right.
And looking at him come off the line, he don't look like he see the ball like that. He kind of, he's looking around trying to see. Then he goes. So if you give him an exact role and where he ain't got to think too much, you might be able to get something out of him.
Mm-hmm.
But Foskey should have definitely been in a pure pass rushing role. I don't know why we didn't. Or maybe they did try it and in practice it just looked horrible, so we never seen it real time.
Also, sometimes play bad. It's some of these players that play bad on the field, and when they have practice, they really play better when they're actual in the game time situations. I've known players like that.
Yeah.
A bad issue. They don't play too well when they practice, but when you put them in the game, they understand what they're doing.
Right. Well, that's it, family. Now we living for the real draft. After the fourth round, it's pretty much irrelevant with the Saints. Just waiting for the undrafted free agents. this way they gonna make their money at right here. See what we pick up.
Right, we got the undrafted tracker that's on screen, and the draft is one more selection in, so a lot of these guys are already going to be in. So we'll be reporting, what's going on with the team. Of course, the Saints are going to be firing up in a few minutes. They are supposed to go live with Kellen Moore coming up here soon, so we're going to be kind of looking out to see what he has to say about the.
Let me go get a cup of coffee right quick.
The guys that we picked up. All right, DC. All right, we've been doing it, man. This is 7 hours worth of Saint Talk. Y'all do us a service, man. We've been here representing the mighty. Thank y'all, World Trucker. We've been here representing the mighty Who Dat Nation, holding it down for the fam. Shout out to you guys. Saints complete the draft. We have, like I said, we got the undrafted tracker that's on board. We know that the Saints with Kellen Moore and them are supposed to be popping up here soon to kind of talk about day 3. We'll listen to them, but let's just kind of do a brief recap on the Saints draft so far from what we've seen. We'll put these guys up on the screen here so that we can see what we have here for 2021. So here it is right here. The first pick, Kelvin Banks Jr.,
the big offensive lineman from Texas at the first pick. He was the massive offensive line we had, bringing him in to help kind of create them bookends. He could play the guard position. We'll see what the vision is on this guy going forward. The second round pick has a lot of controversy. A lot of people are upset with the Tyler Shuck move, but he's here now. So it is what it is. We'll see what he can do. He'll automatically be penciled in as a unofficial starter for the team, bearing what happens with Derek Carr, the situation with Derek Carr. So he will open up camp as the starter because of his grade. He'll compete with Spencer Rattler for that job and Jake Hayner. So it'll be a good battle there. And then the third round, 2 picks, 71 and then 93. Vernon Broughton, the defensive lineman from Texas. He comes in there to kind of help out the Saints defensive line. The Saints did a really good job of just going at the defense, man, to be honest with you. In 4 straight picks after that, Jonas Sanker, the safety from Virginia, hard-hitting safety, has some playability as well, potential heir to the safety position behind Tyrann Mathieu. Once he's gone, Saints pick him up. And then speaking of potential heir, Danny Stutzman, a guy that a lot of people believe will go in day 2. He ends up going to the Saints there at the 112th pick. He is back. Could be a potential replacement for Demario Davis. Solid linebacker, a lot of production. Saints kept it going. The 4th straight defensive player, and pick 131 in the 4th round, they take Quincy Riley, the cornerback out of Louisville, the teammate of Tyler Shuck. And he talked about how Tyler is a leader, this type of thing, and that he likes playing the nickel position. We shall see. And then, of course, the Saints then switched and got a couple of offensive players. In the 6th round, they picked up Devin Neal, the running back out of Kansas. He's the Kansas Jayhawks all-time leading rusher. He ends up being picked up by the Saints in the 6th round. And then, of course, 2 7th-round picks. Maliki Mutavo, the big 6'6" tight end out of UCLA, smooth. They had him as a developmental player. And finally, Fadil Diggs, the defensive end edge rusher out of Syracuse. He had 7.5 sacks last year for them, and he's a developmental player. So the Saints end out the draft with this. And like I said, we'll kind of put the cold question up. I'm going to ask the guys again, what do you guys think about this particular day of drafting? What do you guys think about it? I'm going to put that poll up momentarily as we got the UDFA's list up right now, and we're waiting to see if anybody will be added there, and we'll kind of pencil that in. We see a couple of people being signed up right now, to be quite honest with you. Looking at it, Buffalo Bills got Hayden Harris, the defensive end from Montana. Howard Cross, the third from Notre Dame, is signed with Cincinnati. Mason Miller, the offensive lineman out of North Dakota State, signs with Detroit. Jacksonville gets Jordan Wright, the defensive back out of UConn. Ja Joyner, the edge rusher out of Minnesota, goes to the Raiders. Florida State quarterback DJ, I ain't going to even try to pronounce that last name, DJU, signs with the Chargers. Max Brosmer, the quarterback from Minnesota, goes to Minnesota, the Vikings, and right now the Saints have not officially signed anybody. The Titans have signed 2. Brendan Crishaw Dixon, the offensive tackle from Florida, signs with the Titans. So does Isaiah Reichs, the nose tackle from Auburn. Tight end Anthony Landfear, who's from Memphis, signs with the Tampa Bay squad. So anyway, Saints hasn't signed anybody yet, but when they do, we'll let you know. You know. All right, so here it is, man. We in this thing, man. All right, draft over with, fam. The post-draft stuff is coming up. We got the Saints on screen. We'll see what what's his face pops up in a little bit to see.
He been demoted to what's his face after drafting.
It's been a long.
After Chuck, what's his face now?
The guy that is the head coach of the Saints.
The JFK Jr. to what's his face?
I just said JFK. I didn't say JFK Jr. All right, so he'll pop
You
up.
did say Jr.
Did I say? I said JFK.
I you said JFK Jr. All right.
No, I just said JFK. Yeah, that's what I said. JFK. That's what I said. All right, so let me
get up there and say a whole bunch of nothing.
All right, who that daddy says Q? Danny Stutzman is our Bobby Boucher, LOL. All right. He kind of crazy. Y'all listen to him? He kind of crazy.
We need crazy, man. You need a little crazy. You got all them straight lace guys. You need a little cuckoo in there.
Yeah, he. I think he's good though. I think the guy is a solid linebacker, man.
Yeah, that's the 4. He one of the 4 for me. Picks I like.
All right, DC. Okay, go ahead and break it down, brother. Now that you got a chance before we get what's his face? JFK on screen. What picks you like? What picks you don't like? We're gonna let Pops.
I like Vernon out of Texas. Obviously, I like Calvin. You know what I'm saying? I like Neil. I like Strutman. And I'm on the fence about liking all Shucky Ducky Quack Quack. I gotta see something. I'm trying to like him, but it ain't quite crossed over yet. Taking some copium on him. I'm trying not to overdose though. Might get you in trouble.
All right, so
they got 5 potential guys. I think where we can get maybe starter quality value out of, and also the safety we got out of with us Virginia Tech too.
Yeah, Quincy Riley. No.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts at safety. You know, yeah.
Jalen Hurts at safety.
Yeah,
that's Jonas Sinker.
Jalen Hurts. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, Hurts at safety. So it's Saints, but that's interesting. So the position groups, you break it down. The Saints added this talent, man, to the team. Now, like I said, I don't think the Saints draft, by all indication, was even close to some of the better drafts that I've seen. I would give it like a solid C. I would probably do that, maybe even a B minus.
I said a B minus because I think we can get 3 starters.
A second thought, I'll say with C plus. That's the best I'd do. I would like C plus. C plus. That's what I would get a draft. It's not a bad draft. It's just you got some quality players there to add to it that they did. I mean, the favorite pick is definitely Kelvin Banks Jr. We'll see what happens with Tyler Shuck. We'll see what happened with Vernon Broughton. But both those players, people see them as reaches. Like they thought Tyler Shuck will be available the following round, and people knew that Vernon Broughton could be available the following round. So those guys kind of strike me as reaches. Jonas Sanker, I like that move. I like Danny Stutzman. Quincy Riley, we'll see on Quincy Riley. I like certain things. I don't like certain things. I was listening to some tape about him. Devin Neal, I like the Devin Neal signing. I like him being here. I like that running back. Malika Matavo has potential, and Fadil Diggs. These are projects. These are guys that all right, Pop, what you think, man?
Black Sway say you shucking and jiving. What's that, Miss Wade?
Well,
shucking and jiving.
If they're going back to improving the dual running back tandem to give Kamara some help, I think that was a good move to get a young man like Neil. With the physical ability that he has, could bring to the team, we can get our dual running back tandem established again. Hopefully, I like this. I like it wasn't too bad of a draft, which I still would give it about a C, maybe a C plus. But it seems like they've got some talented people they bringing in. I mean, Coach Moore, he seems to know what he's doing, and he's trying to put a good team together for the field. We're gonna just see how it plays out. But I like a couple of the picks, especially the one with the kid Neil. I think that's going to be a very positive move for the Saints. They can get him incorporated into the backfield along with Kamara, or just use him to spell Kamara, but then you teach him how to block so he can help Kamara. He's a good blocker. That's the biggest bad. You can be fast as lightning, but if you can't block, it's no good. He's going to have to be in a position to block, to make open holes up for Kamara, which we didn't have last year. Every time you look around, when Kamara got the football, they were right there. The other team was right there on him, put him on his back. So it's time for to see how this is going to play out. And I think we're going to be all right, with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I we'll see, fam. We'll see, Pops, how it all goes. But I'm thinking, as a team, you have some good players here to add to it. But I mean, it's still very early on, and this is maybe the closer look that we can get to see what the vision of the Saints is doing, because we went through the free agency period. It wasn't a lot going on. We had a few, Justin Reed was added. That was good. You seen them add Dylan Runs later on. Clyde Edwards-Helaire came back. It added a few, Isaac Yiadom, those guys. But then you have that aspect of the first free agency layer. Now you come with the draft and layer that onto it. So we'll see, we got a kind of an idea of what we think is going on here, but who's going to take your team into the future. You got guys here that, you're looking at Tyler Shuck that's going to take the team into the future. And only time
you coming around?
No, I'm saying.
Oh shucks, you coming around?
Yeah, it's what it is. It ain't it's just what it is. He's gonna be the guy that takes the team into the future. Ain't no doubt about it. This is Kellen Moore's guy.
Yeah.
Kellen Moore believes this man is the future of the Saints. So I mean, we gotta afford him the opportunity to see if he can gather success with the guy at the quarterback position, because this is Cat Terrell's breakdown of the Saints draft picks up to this point. With Kevin Banks, she talks about them, and he definitely going to have some type of ability to start at the right tackle. I say, whether they flip flop the tackles, we don't know, but at Kelvin Banks at 9, he's going to. It could be pushing Trevor Penning to the bench, making him a reserve. Then Tyler Shuck is there, and he'll compete with Spencer Rattler and Jake Haener for the starting job. I think Derek Carr it will be a thing of the past. Vernon Broughton's another dude. He's an interesting pick, right? The Vernon Broughton pick was really interesting because you want to kind of look at him and say, is this guy like a reserve or whatnot? What is it? What is Vernon Broughton?
I was mad until I watched the tape.
Yeah, that's what. But yeah, what is he actually going to be? So, which her tape is Broughton is the first defensive player picked by the Saints in the draft, and like Shuck, he's a player that did not thrive until late. He was a 1-year starter at Texas who had 4 sacks in 16 games, played well as a senior. Broughton will join a defensive line rotation that is currently heavy with veterans, including 2023 first-round pick Brian Bresee, Colin Saunders, Nate Shepard, and recently acquired Devin Godchaux. Ties to the team: the Texas ties are heavy this year with both new players and new coaches. The Saints have now selected 2 players from Texas this year, with Broughton joining Banks. Saints defensive line coach Bo Davis is that link there. He coached Broughton at Texas from 21 to 23. Defensive pass game coordinator Terry Joseph was also at Texas from 21 through 24. So that's the link. So that to me is like, out of all of the pickups, because Broughton, we looking at like, okay, he a 3rd round selection. Do they see Broughton as a guy that impacts and competes right away for a starting position at that 71 selection? That's what I'm thinking about. What radius, and then you look at the defensive ends there. Like you said, it's going to be tough there. Then the 2nd, 3rd round pick, 93 overall, Jonas Sanker from Virginia. Somewhat of a surprise in terms of need, but a few things stand out about Sanker. A 3-year starter at Virginia, a team captain and known for being a standout tackler. He led the ACC in tackles for 2 straight seasons. He was also a Senior Bowl participant, and that game has been a pipeline for Saints picks lately. They really do rely on the Senior Bowl. ESPN analyst Louis Riddick praised the pick and said the tape was real solid. New Orleans needs run support after struggling against it last season. So there you go. Jonas Sanker there. The other picks in the 4th round, 112, is Danny Stutzman. And Danny Stutzman I like Danny Stutzman's tape, incredibly productive. Saints linebacker Demario Davis is 36. The teams need to start looking for a younger linebacker. Stutzman started 37 games at Oklahoma and had 376 career tackles. In 2024, he started all 12 regular season games at the Mike linebacker position. Stutzman's selection is not only a sign that the Saints are looking to the future of the position, but it shows the team's commitment to fixing the run defense issues from last year. Stutzman's solid pickup.
Yes.
131. In round 4, they pick up Quincy Riley, a cornerback from Louisville, 2 Texas guys, 2 Louisville guys. The Saints needed to restock the corners after parting ways with starters Marshawn Lattimore and Paulson Adebo. Riley played outside and inside. He had 8 interceptions in 3 seasons at Louisville, including 3 last season, 1 return for a touchdown. Coach Moore has mentioned position flexibility as a preferred trait, and Riley has that trait with his ability to move around on the field. Then we jump to round number 6 at 184. Saints draft Devin Neal, the running back from Kansas. Neal was a 4-year starter at Kansas, 4-year, and rushed for 1,000 yards for the last 3 seasons. He ran for 16 in 24 and 23. He's also been productive as a pass catcher, and he has at least 20 catches and 1 touchdown each of the last 3 seasons.
Neal is also the all-time leading rusher at Kansas, so at the Jayhawks. So that was pretty good.
Mhm.
Then we
Yep.
jumped to round 7, 2 picks in round 7. 248, Moliki Mutavo from UCLA, 6'6", 260 pounds, played for UCLA and Oregon, moved around at several positions on the field for UCLA in the 2 seasons there. He had 41 receptions for 506 yards and 2 touchdowns in his final season at UCLA. He joins the tight end room currently hampered by injuries. Taysom Hill and Foster Monroe. Mickey Loomis did give us a carrot saying that Taysom Hill is kind of a ways off from getting going. So, could this be a thing? But like I said, you still got Dallin Hawker, who a lot of people were big on. What does Dallin Hawker bring here? And it's going to just be a competition thing, I think. And of course, the final pick was Fadil Diggs, which I think she didn't finish her breakdown on it. I don't think she finished. Hold on, let me see. Did she get to it? No, she just got round pick. She had remaining pick. She's probably going. Let me update it. Maybe she finished it. She's working on it. All right, but anyway, Fadil Diggs, and like we talked about, I just read the report on him. Oh, there you go. She got it. Just put it up. Diggs, and this number 254 from defensive end from Syracuse. Diggs led Syracuse in both sacks. He had 7.5 sacks and tackles for loss, which is 14 last year. His lone season as a starter in a 4-3 front. He previously played at Texas A&M from 2020 to 23 and started 12 games for the Aggies in 23 with 4 sacks. Drafting another pass rusher was a need for the Saints, who chose to wait to the end of the draft to seduce it. So you got a pass rusher who had 7.5 sacks and 14 tackles for loss last year. And these are the last 2 guys, the tight end Moliki Motavo and Fadil Diggs, as developmental players for the Saints draft. Y'all chime in the chat. We redid the poll question for the family members at the end of the draft right now. Y'all get your words in. Let me know. Grade the draft. Grade the draft. A, B, C, D, or lower. What do you say? The majority of the family members polled right now, 40% of the family members give the Saints a C, and 32% of them give the Saints a B. So between a C and B, between Who That Nation, vote, and the poll is in the chat. So there you go. All right, Pops, DC, y'all want to chime in before we because the Saints look like they're about to fire this thing up, and we'll get Kellen Moore probably pop up here and start breaking down the draft in a second. So y'all guys can kind of chime in and give thoughts on the draft.
Well, it seems like a pretty good draft. I like some of the choices that they made. They have a lot of needs to fill, and I think they went after some of the more pressing needs that they have. The running back position, they addressed that. They addressed the defensive position, some of the defensive positions. So overall, and then they also added some beef to their secondary. So it was a pretty decent draft for them, I think.
DC. All right, DC, what you got, bro?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm gonna give them a B minus for the draft, man. I think they had a real chance of having an A+ draft, but they dropped the ball. The only reason they're getting a B minus because they really cleaned it up in day 3. The last 2 picks are probably not my favorite, but I mean, what you expect to get in the 7th round. But I think all 3 picks that they had day 3, other than those last 2, they probably did about best as you can do. What they wanted to do, they came out with an A on the day for that. I think they nailed. They got an A for me in the 1st round. And you just Tyler Shuck and those 3rd round picks with the positioning. I think we could have had an A+ draft if we wouldn't have took Shuck. They really sold on him, and you wanted to take him with that 3rd round pick. Then you could have still got Vernon with the next 3rd round pick. He would have still been there, and you could have got. In my opinion, I probably would have took the Gamecock safety. The 2nd best, our 1st best safety in the draft, depending on who you talk to, behind Malachi. We could have got him on day 2, or somebody else, man. You had Mike Green there. You could have got Mike Green. You could have got a bunch of other people, and still had Shuck and Vernon and a safety if you wanted to get a safety. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think they dropped the ball. Not because they got Shuck. Obviously, Sanders would have really knocked it out the park. And looking like you could have got Sanders winning the end of the fourth round. But hindsight's 2020. They're gonna regret that. I think this is gonna look similar to the Jalen Hurts picks and maybe the Russell Wilson pick and Dak Prescott and all those type of guys. Well, we've seen, and you wonder why they keep dropping. And we're gonna be one of the teams at the forefront of that. And I think that will prevent this from. No matter what happens, it probably won't ever be an A draft. Even if we do get 3 to 4 solid starters out of this draft, because everybody gonna look back and say they could have had Shador Sanders, unless Shuck miraculously turns into some type of Pro Bowler. That's the only thing that can save you. If you fail at the Shuck pick, this will forever be a failed draft. So I don't think they can go higher than the B, no matter what everybody else does. The Neil pick, although I would have liked to have Ali, he wasn't there. I think that's probably the best pick you could have made in the 6th round, is going ahead and taking your medicine, getting you a playmaker at running back that could possibly be a starting running back for you. If Alvin Kamara gets hurt, you don't have to worry so much about trying to put Kendrick Miller there. Maybe it's too big for him right now, or maybe he don't pan out with us. You can move on from Kendrick if you have to, or Alvin gets hurt and they wind up being a 1-2 punch in the meantime. Because I think he could fill in and do what Kamara does. Kendrick, I'm talking about, not Neil. But Neil is, in his own, in that right with what he does. Looking at the 3-4 defense and Vernon being an end, at first when I saw it in D-Tech, I'm like, what are we doing? But when I thought about him being on the end, I think KT was talking about the same thing. It's like, this makes a lot of sense. And seeing how explosive he was off the line, pretty much unguardable, great in the run, and can put pressure on the quarterback. Really good pick. And Calvin Banks, man, the more tape I look at him, I'm wondering, I'm like, damn. So we got Calvin Banks. If he can be as good as Fuaga, man, we are awesome. We are awesome with our bookends. And watching so much of him, it's like, damn, I wonder who's gonna be better, him or Fuaga. That's an interesting thing to watch between these two guys to see how high the ceiling is for both of them. Will he play left all right? Will Fuaga play left or right? It's a lot to get excited about the offensive line, and that feels so weird to say because it's not usually exciting with the offensive line. It's usually kind of boring, or you look at that as boring, but knowing the Saints' troubles and the fact that we can get back to running the ball after them seeing them draft Neil, it's a lot of excitement to that line, as well as the prospect, at least for me, of trying to play Trevor Penn in that guard. It's just something about somebody who's 6'7", 320-something pounds, bro. Like, if you could get that dude to be any type of way useful and you can get him at a solid contract, I think we can make something out of Trevor Penn. And as long as we keep depth pieces behind him in a backup plan in case he revert back to his old ways after he start looking good. Because how old Trevor do? He'll be doing good. Trevor ain't that bad. And then you go a few weeks and it's just like his rookie year all over again. Well, really, his rookie year was like his 3rd year because he kept getting hurt. But y'all get the point. So the Saints get a B-, on the draft, man. Bearing the circumstances, I thought they did a pretty damn good job of filling all their positions in need. And my man, Big Sean, I saw your comment too. I was thinking the same thing. But I thought they did a bad job of getting exciting or swing for the fences players. They kind of stayed safe and just went with the basic moves, which if we were the Super Bowl caliber team that Mickey Loomis thinks we are, that would be okay. But we're not. So we needed to take more risks, swing for the fences a little bit more with certain players. And we just really, in my opinion, even though I'm giving it a B, I think we kind of dropped the ball, man, because this could have been easily A++ draft. Man.
Oh, Mickey Loomis is on the mic, DC. Mickey Loomis.
Don't look like he just woke up, Q.
He goes slick Mickey.
Cool.
Let's see what he got to say.
Yeah, look, excited about the day. Excited to get the players we got.
Hold on now, goddammit. Hold on.
Felt like it kind of fell the way we had hoped in a lot of ways, and Yeah, just excited that it's over too. So it feels like a long draft, to be honest with you.
Yeah, do nothing. Sit up there in the chair all day. Shut up.
Actually made all 9 picks, no
We did.
trade ups. Was that a
Well,
mission?
first of all, there was no trade down. There was no trade ups and no trade downs. Yeah, you're right. So that's progress, I guess, in your guys' eyes.
Was that something?
No, with the mission. Look, there was a lot of discussions. At times we had things that I thought we were going to do going both directions, believe it or not. But either the player that the team, we thought we were going to make a deal with wasn't there for them, or, we decided that, we had a better opportunity to stay where we were. So there were some deals on the table that we talked about. I felt like in general, there were fewer deals this year than most. I know for us, there were fewer calls. And so it'll be interesting to see when it all gets added up, how many deals were done, but it just felt like there was fewer than normal.
Any chance you can tell us one of the players that was there on the board that made you stay where you were?
Yeah, I think no. It really wasn't a matter of, a couple times it was like, hey, do we need to go up to get one of these 2 or 3 guys that we have targeted in this area? And then look, it looked like we were going to at least get one of them. So we stayed where we were. And then there was a couple times where we were talking about moving back because we thought that there was going to be some guys gone, and they weren't, so we didn't. And I didn't think that any of the deals were like really great value either. So they were fair, but it wasn't like a deal that we can't turn this down.
Taking a quarterback in particular at 40 was especially when we saw the Giants go up and get one, I think at 23 was it hard to stay patient when I assume he was probably the one guy at that position you were?
No, I think that we felt like that was the right value for us, and that there were some other players. If Tyler hadn't been there, there were some other players that we were going to feel really good about in that area. So I didn't think the way we talked about, obviously we talked about, moving up for not just him, but there was a couple of other candidates as well. But we just felt like we'd have to give up too much in order to do that. And we were still going to get, players that could really help our football team.
What is the thought process on that decision? Obviously, you probably had heard it's the highest this franchise has taken a quarterback in like over 50 years. I mean, it doesn't happen often. And how easy is it to weigh that against other positional needs?
Yeah, I mean, it's just part of the process, every year. And there have been times where we've I don't want to say targeted. That's not the right word, but we talked about taking a quarterback, even in the first round, and it just didn't fall right for us. So some of that's, just circumstances as opposed to desire, I guess is the right way to say it. But yeah, we love Tyler that, through the evaluation process, we really liked him, and he was available when we were picking, and so pulled the trigger on that.
Inside that process a little into some of the things that made him the guy, and some of the things you really liked about him?
Yeah, again, it's just the whole process, and it's obviously it's the tape, it's the background, the interviews. I think it's a benefit when a guy's had a lot of experience, and has a little maturity to him at that position. And, you get a player that's a little older. So in some cases, that might be a detriment, but I don't think it is a quarterback. And so,
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Talked with him, every person that interviewed him, and the coaches that spent time with him really, really liked him. And, I feel really good about it.
Just when you guys were discussing trading up in the first round, did that Atlanta trade kind of change the trade market a little, with just how much they paid to move up? Like, does that affect who you're able to?
No, I mean, not really. I mean, when we discuss whether or not moving up, we have a pretty targeted value, and in general, we're not gonna come off that. I did feel like there was a lot of teams in the back half of the draft that were trying to move backwards, so the market was probably a little softer than maybe some other years, but ultimately we didn't do it.
You hit pretty much every position group, but where do you feel like y'all are at receiver right now?
Yeah, I think that going into the draft, we probably there were some receivers that we really liked and we hoped that we'd have the opportunity to get, and it just didn't work out. So I think that's probably the one position that going into the draft you'd like to have, but when you follow your board and you take the value presented to you, and it just never really presented to us at receiver. I think there was a couple times when we thought we were going to get a receiver at a particular slot, and that guy got taken a few picks in front of us, so it just didn't work out.
How about Kelvin? What did you like about him?
Yeah, look, we thought like he's one of the top linemen. I mean, obviously Outland Award winner. He's we think he's versatile in terms of where he can play for us, and we just felt like, hey, we're going to get the best 5 linemen on the field, and love his makeup. I mean, love it. I got several texts from people after the pick that are associated with the program there, and just think he's one of the greatest teammates that they've ever had, and one of the great people they've ever had. So we're really excited to get him. Really worried that he was going to get taken in front of us, and but excited that he was available. It's funny. I think we had 2 guys from Texas and 2 from Louisville, right? So there's a trend there, I guess.
You told us on Wednesday something to the effect of, when you're picking that high, when you're picking that high, you want to have a player that will be there for 8 to 10 years, and you can sleep at night. I mean, were you picturing Kelvin Banks when you were making that?
Yeah, and there was a few others, but yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Talk about a guy like Tyler. You mentioned a few things you liked about him, but was there one thing that really kind of stood out about his on the field ability? And when it comes to his experience, do you think his experience makes him the kind of guy that could compete, for the job right away when he gets in here?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be a competition. We like the guys we've got, and we'll see. We'll just see what happens, going forward.
Going to play? Is that something that you have an idea of now, or is that something that gets decided?
Yeah, that's gonna be a decision by our coaches, and look, we've got a long time to make that. And, what's comforting is that we've got people on the offensive line that are pretty versatile, and we'll let that sort itself out. We don't need to make any of those decisions right now.
How do you feel like Kellen handled himself in the draft?
Yeah, he was outstanding. He really was calm and outstanding. We had really good communication between him and myself and Jeff and our coaches and scouts. It was fantastic. It really was.
After
he was like a veteran as a head coach in there.
My apologies.
That's okay.
After you talked to us the other day, Derek Carr's brother said, kind of went on NFL Network and talked about him and said that y'all had known about the injury since the day it happened. Now that the draft is over and y'all have selected a quarterback, is there anything else that you can publicly say about that?
I don't have anything else about that right now. We'll get that sorted out.
Did the uncertainty at that position increase any desire, urgency to draft one?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I said to you guys, we're in the business of quarterbacks, and there was an opportunity to get a guy that we valued really highly, and he was available to us. So that's what we did.
Tyler had been available. Were there other quarterbacks you liked potentially lower in the draft that you like? Were you said position groups you wanted to hit? Was quarterback one that if you hadn't got Tyler, you still would have wanted to hit it?
I mean, there's guys in this draft we like. There's no question about it. And if available at the time, I would say yes.
I mean, you obviously did not take one at 9, so is he the only one that you guys would liked in the top 2 rounds?
Yeah, I don't really want to say that. There were some guys we liked, yes.
Just to clarify, were you surprised by? Look, it's the biggest story in the country by the whole Shador Sanders thing and how
Yeah.
it played out?
Yeah, I was surprised he wasn't taken earlier. Yes. Yeah.
Mikey, what do you like about the linebacker that you took today?
Yeah. Well, first of all, highly productive, 3-year starter, a lot of juice, high character, just lots of good things. He's the, mainstay of a defense at Oklahoma. And I think he had, almost 400 tackles in his career. There's just, what's not to like? He's big and long and fast, and he's going to fit right in with our group. And I'm sure learn a lot from DeMario and Pete, and just gives us a lot of depth at in that room, and so excited to have him.
How much was Quincy Riley's versatility a factor in your decision to draft him, and what else did you really see from him?
Our defensive coaches talked about that. Is that here's a guy that they think can play inside and outside, and another guy that was productive and played a lot of games, and probably a bit of a surprise that he was available when we took him for us. And so excited to get him as well. That was kind of the theme today, is that, some guys that we maybe didn't expect to be available, and they were. And so that's why there wasn't a lot of movement, I think, for us.
Those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Another guy, I keep harping on the same thing, production, right? Production. Here's a guy that had 3, 1,000-yard seasons, and can play third down. He can catch a ball. He can protect. So I know our coaches are excited to put him in that room with the guys we've got.
A lot of guys in this draft that were captains, a lot of guys who were 3 or 4 year starters. Do you guys maybe put different emphasis on those kind of things than other teams? Because it seems like you've got a lot of those guys.
Yeah, I don't know what other teams do, but I know makeup, which is what we're talking about, that's really important to us. It's really important to us. And there are, things that we look for. Our guys, team captains, are they, have they been through some adversity and come out the other side of that? Have they, are they intelligent football players? And so I think that's one of the things, team captain, are they good teammates? Number one, so those are things that we spend a lot of time talking about. And frankly, there are guys that we rule out because it's not good enough for us in our eyes. So, yes.
Not getting the wide receiver.
Yeah.
But the flip side is you touch really every other position on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
You must feel good about that.
Yeah, we do. I think. Yeah. Yes, we do. I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, I just think that, when you look at our roster, we've got a lot of good players in a lot of different rooms, and yet there are, there's depth that you want to gain. There's guys that you want to put in a room where maybe you've got an older player, and so you're looking forward to, hey, 2 years from now or 3 years from now, this guy can step into, were a factor in terms of who we took at those spots. I mean, Vernon Broughton was a discussion about the second round, in the past few days prior to, the draft. We talked about, hey, this is a guy that's probably going to be a second round pick. And so, when we get him in the third round, obviously we feel really good about it. I think, again, this is part of the structure of the defense. It's changing. And also, look, we have a coach in the building who's been with him. So we feel like we got a little inside information, and Bo and Brandon and Jay and our defensive staff, can look at this player and say he exactly fits what we're looking for in that position, that defensive end position. So
Does wide receiver become a priority with undrafted free agents?
I mean, we're gonna sign a few, yes. So if that, I would say, absolutely,
Become a little bigger.
yeah. So we'll have some guys targeted in the undrafted free agent pool, and hopefully hit on one. We've had some success in the past at that, and hopefully we will again.
Earlier that there'd be a quarterback competition. Does that include Derek if he's healthy?
Yeah, I mean, Derek's a starter. So
you said earlier, in regards to Shuck, that you liked his experience and age, things like that. Is there, when you're looking at that position specifically, is there any pause or negatives for an older rookie, or does it really?
Well, I think it depends on who you are. I think some people look at that differently than others. Some of the people look at the younger guys and there's a bigger growth opportunity, and there's some truth to that. And others I think playing the position is like super difficult in our league. And what is going to happen? You're going to have some failure. You're going to have some adversity. You're going to get a lot of blame. And so if you've been through some of those kinds of things in your past, then it's easier to handle. If you haven't, then it becomes more difficult. So there's an experience factor, a wisdom factor that comes with just going through it. And so, a guy that's, last year was Bo Nix. He had 60 starts, right? So he had been through a lot. And Tyler's been through a lot, including a lot of injury adversity. So I think that can be a real asset and a real value.
Easier to gauge the injuries when they're like bone breaks and they're not like something maybe has more long term.
So what was the question?
Past like some of the season-ending injuries with him, since they were like kind of bone breaks and maybe not like the longer term rehab.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd phrase it that way, but look, there's a broken leg, right? So that's going to heal, and there's not really a greater risk of that recurring. The shoulder and collarbone, I think, so that's different maybe than a knee or a labrum tear or something. There's things that you have some ongoing concerns about, and then there's other injuries that you have lesser concern about. So
what stands out to you about Tyler on the field? What's he elite? What's the elite?
Yeah, I think he's decision making. He can make all the throws. Listen, you guys will get to. You heard it from Kellen the other day. He talked about the things that he really liked about him. So we all like the same thing.
Not always.
Something Kellen also mentioned about is just the way he handled adversity. What stuck out to you about the way that Tyler handled adversity throughout his?
Yeah, I think we had a really good visit with him and talked about starting at at Oregon and why that ended up not working out, and going to Texas Tech, and then going through the injury stuff, and then ending up at Louisville, and things that he had to do to in a short period of time to be the leader of that team and perform really well. And it's just all these experiences and how he's handled them, and how that you talked about how that affected himself, and how he felt like that benefited his growth as a quarterback, and it was impressive.
The transfer part of that is interesting. I mean, you guys almost have to do due diligence when players are transferring this many times now, and kind of the same.
Yeah, listen, I think the job that our scouts have to do is tougher now, because sometimes, especially when it's over a 6-year period or a 5-year period, you go back and you talk to, a lot of the people they've been with at these other places. And so you can understand, what happened, what the growth opportunity was, and how that, any player, not just Tyler, any player who's changed schools has matured. And man, more and more of these guys have gone to multiple schools. We've got a number of these draft picks have done the same thing. So
information, does it make it easier or harder to sift through?
Yeah, I think, look, we're in the business of gathering a lot of information and looking for, what I call red flags or green flags, things that concern you and things that enhance your opinion. So more information is better.
Achieved with this draft class?
Oh man, I don't know yet. Ask me in 3 years.
But did you do you feel like it's about building depth or finding foundational pieces? Like what's
I think there's some of both of that there. I mean, there's I think there's a lot of guys here that have opportunity to be, starting contributors for us and good players for hopefully a long time. But that it's up to them, and it's up to us to help them grow into that and give them the opportunity. But pretty pleased with the group right now.
And how important was it to have kind of, I get specifically with Kelvin, that foundation for Kellen's first draft, like a cornerstone?
Well, I think, I don't know. It's a good question, but I think we both believe you build, from the inside out, in offense line, defensive line, and here's an opportunity to, enhance the offensive line again. We did that last year, and man, we feel like we've got the elements of a top flight offensive line, and how long that takes to develop, we'll see. But one of the things that I think Kellen talked about when he was hired was alignment, right? Being aligned. And I felt like in this draft, we had really good alignment. And that's part of it.
If he plays left tackle, and let's say you guys, I know it's not decided yet, but
excuse me. And you're only going to be bring it on. So.
If it does move over Huaga to right, how do you think that impacts kind of his development? Like, was there still value of seeing him playing left all of last year? Or?
Yeah, I mean, look, again, we're right back to, versatility, right? I mean, Tally played right tackle his whole college career and moved over to the left, didn't bat an eye, and I thought played really well for, rookie left tackle, and he was fantastic. And so we'll let that all sort out. I'm not concerned about that. It'll sort itself out. We've got a lot of time. Last one.
And again, it's theoretical, but we might not talk to you about it for a long time. But when you guys have evaluated Trevor Penning over the years, I know we've talked a lot about don't really see him as a guard or whatever, but if that's his best chance to get on the field, does he have traits that you guys have ever seen in him?
He has great traits, and I thought he made a lot of progress at tackle last year. So again, we're just going to let all these things sort out. Yeah, I think I don't know the answer to that yet, because we'll talk about that. But obviously we did talk about, how do we envision this? But ultimately it was like, okay, we're going to get the 5 best linemen on the field, and we'll see how that sorts out. And I don't want to get pinned down to we're going to do this or we're going to do that, because I don't know how it's going to turn out yet. And I don't think our coaches do either, although they do have vision for each of those players. All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks for sticking with us for 3 long days.
All right, now, goddammit. Now, listen here. We did an excellent job in the draft, and I'm not going to ask any questions. Derek Carr is our quarterback. And listen, if you don't like it, I'm Slick Mickey. I approve this message. I don't lie now, goddammit. All right, big ups to the fair. Appreciate y'all being in the building. That was Slick Mickey Loomis. We'll hear from Kellen more momentarily, but a little undrafted free agent news. The Saints did sign this gentleman right here from one of our UDFAs, Omari Thomas.
big defensive tackle from Tennessee, 6'3", 300 pounds. And we'll go over his breakdown here before Kellen gets back up to the mic. Candidate for the bottom of the roster or practice squad. There you go. Priority free agent overview. Highly experienced SEC defensive tackle with good measurables, but the lack of consistency in important areas. Thomas isn't a natural bender, which hinders his ability to stand his ground and clog gaps as a run defender. He's not a threatening pass rusher by league standards. Team will like the experience and length, but Thomas might not offer enough against the run to earn a spot as a pro. Strengths. He's a team captain, 41-game starter at Tennessee, possesses broad hips, long arms, gets off the ball with adequate first step quickness, works forward and into the backfield on stunts. Has tools to be better in taking on blockers with more technique work. His weaknesses: doesn't create enough rush pressure to play on third downs, below average short area movements to find edges as a rusher, engages the block with a lack of knee bend and tall pad level, plays too high, unable to beat back double teams and down blocks with his anchor, below average upper body power to jar and shed blockers as a nose tackle. So this is the first UDFA that the Saints have signed. Omari Thomas, from the University of Tennessee. So all these guys are starting to fall. The Giants, I'm just seeing the Giants got Daquan Felton, the big wide receiver from Virginia Tech. They got him. So the Saints trying to see if they can land some people. Zay Alexander is going to Seattle. He is being picked up there. So Jake Majors, the center that I was looking forward to, maybe the Saints will get. He's end up going to Tampa Bay. Shiloh Sanders is going to Tampa as well. So yeah, the Saints is just kind of creeping along on the free agency tip. Let me show y'all the list right here of the trackers thus far. So Shiloh's going to go where he is. Nick Nash, the wide receiver from San Jose, guess where he's going? Atlanta. He's going to the Falcons. So we see a few of the people right here that we seeing. Let me see if wide receiver, if the Arkansas wide receiver is still available there. A lot of guys. Major Burns, the safety, is going to Chicago. You can see it right there. Howard Cross, the third from Notre Dame's ended up with Cincinnati. Let's see who else. You guys to kind of talk about. Quite a few guys going where they're going. But yes, Brendan Stool, the tight end from Clemson, has ended up with Kansas City. And as you can see, man, a lot of the guys we're looking forward to. We'll see who the Saints end up with. But a few of these guys going elsewhere. Jack Conley, the inside offensive line, is going to New England. And the Saints right now kind of bringing up the rear right now. So there you go. Corey Kiner, the running back for Cincinnati, is going to San Francisco. Like I said, Zay Alexander's going to Seattle. Jake Majors, the center, is going to Tampa Bay, along with Shiloh is going to Tampa Bay as well. Xavier Restrepo from Miami is going to the Tennessee Titans. So that's a few of the guys right now. We're going to keep peeking in on this list as it continues to grow. That was the end of the Saints press conference. And Mickey Loomis got the hell out of Dodge. And, of course, did anybody, any of the family members, just to ask you guys, did any of you guys learn anything with Mickey Loomis up there? Pops, I know you listen to Mickey Loomis. Did you learn anything from what Mickey Loomis was talking about? Did you learn anything? Because I damn sure didn't learn anything listening to Mickey Loomis. People ask questions, and I don't know why he gets up that answer because it's not a lot of information. Derek Carr is listed there. He says Derek Carr is the starter. You got to unmute, Pop. The Derek Carr, he listed him as a starter. He said that he was a starter. Gave no information on the clarity of the situation tied to Derek Carr, which is the biggest point of contention here. You got this stupid cloud over the team dealing with the quarterback, and I don't know what to make of it. You know, Derek Carr, either he's in or he's not. He's not, man. It's not hard to figure it out. Are you in or out? If you're not in, then we're going to get rid of you. We're going to post June 1st, cut you. We're going to get you from the team. We need to focus on winning. So what is it? Is it in or out? What are you going to do here? That's what Mickey Loomis needs to do. He's allowing Carr to take his time, whatever the case may be. I'm just tired of the whole ordeal. Unmute, Pops. You and both DC are muted. All right, what's up, fam? Big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all. Did anybody learn anything?
Okay.
There you go. Did anybody learn anything? I didn't learn a damn thing. No. Young City Night War says nope. A couple of family members says nope. Who that daddy says, Q, I learned that he's more dumber than we thought. The guy is out of it, man. All right, Noel Aldridge says salt. He says the quarterback is only older. He says he's a year older than Rattler. The guy will be 26 and in the fall. And I think Rattler's 24 right now. I don't know when he changes. But yeah, Pops, go ahead. You got the mic.
Well, one thing he does, to me, he doesn't sound like he's saying much. You have to, in other words, you have to pick your poison on what he's saying. He always like all these different guys. He's not telling you anything about it because he doesn't know anything about what he's doing with that. So it's going to be on Kellen to try to get these guys, whip them into shape. I just don't, I don't even concern myself with what he's saying out of his mouth because it doesn't make sense what he's saying out of his mouth. We just hope that Kellen could take and whip the team together and bring us some wins. That's what we count for, wins. As for him going anywhere, I don't see him going anywhere unless Miss Gail decides she tired of him and want to cut him loose, hook him up, and get him up on the out of here like she did with their last coach. So I don't see her really making any moves. I was looking to hear what Kellen had to say. I didn't want to see him too much, just making talking points and blank talking points. There's no information inside the points. You ask him questions, he's dismissive of how he's answering because he don't really understand how he answers. He just got these guys, so he don't know what he's talking about or what he's doing.
Exactly, Pops. He's very dismissive. Usually that's the technique for I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Right.
But he's definitely he's definitely out of it, man. And the Derek Carr debacle is ridiculous. I thought that was stupid. And Mickey Loomis continues to operate this business like this. This Derek Carr thing should not have been allowed to carry into the draft and now into the season. And his thought process is, as always, as it is, well, we got time. We got time for that. No, we got time to figure it out. Hold on, goddamn it. We got time to figure it out. We got time to figure it out. No, you out of time, Loomis. You out of, because a lot of these things you're supposed to already know. The Deion Sanders question, they asked him, what do you think about Deion Sanders? Shouldn't he have been drafted higher? He said, yeah, he should have been drafted higher. Like, you're the general manager. You could have pulled the trigger on him. What are you talking about? Why didn't you draft him? Why didn't you pick him up? Why didn't you trade back to get him? But that's a moot point now. Tyler Shuck is the guy. This is who Kellen Moore's hitching his wagon to. Derek Carr is ahead of him. We don't know what's going on. According to Mickey just told people that Derek Carr is the starter.
That's right. So
if Derek Carr is the starter right now, and he's still sitting up here waiting for clarity from Derek Carr, I don't know what to tell y'all, man. I just think it's piss poor management as usual from Mickey Loomis, who's not motivated to do anything, man. Totally unmotivated. Totally just out of it. He got 6 steps in dementia land right now, and he's still holding on the position of general manager. He got 2 damn jobs. He don't do it's just ridiculous. All right, big ups to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. We just crossed over in 8 hours of broadcasting. We still are the post-draft portion of the show is over with. Mickey Loomis was the talking point. We won't get Kellen Moore when I probably said nothing tonight. Mickey Loomis addressed the press. Kellen Moore did not. And of course, like we said, this is the list of draft picks. We're currently monitoring to see what the prospect list would bring. And currently, like I said, it's just one defensive tackle, 6'3", 300-pound, 41-game starter, Omari Thomas out of Tennessee. The defensive interior lineman is the call on one of these, and we're just monitoring to see what goes on right now. Anyway, a lot of people being picked up. Like I just told y'all, Daquan Felton, the big wide receiver, goes to the Giants. Shiloh is end up going to the Bucks. Zy Alexander's going to Seattle. And it's just a few of the people. So we're gonna see who the Saints bring in as well. Like I said, just one, but look like some of the better ones are off the
played. So we'll see what the Saints is. How many guys would it be in the undrafted? Maybe like 10 guys or something like that. The UDFA. Something tell me this might be a little less than that.
Right.
This year, the way them top guys moving off of that, Pops. Most of these other guys I was looking at are gone.
Yeah. Yeah, and nothing we can do about it. Hope our fellows can stay healthy. We don't have to run back out in the field in the middle of the season to try to find some wide receivers who run good routes and everything to catch the football. Because if Derek Carr is going to be, and then what frustrates me, he's going to say Derek Carr to start. He's not physically able to play when the season gets going. If his arm and his shoulders in as bad a shape they say it is, I mean, he may not even play the rest of the season. He may miss the entire 25-26 season, you know?
Cantero asked somebody, he told him what David Carr said, that they've been knew about the issue. So I guess they feeling like the Saints are hanging him out to dry. No. That's what they're saying. Like they believe that that's what's going on. That that the Saints are hanging them out to dry with these injuries, and that's something that that they're making out to believe. Which, if that's the case, that wouldn't be the first time that's happened because they did Mike Thomas that.
Yeah.
Sean Payton did Mike Thomas the exact same thing when he was talking about injuries and them talking about why didn't you get the surgery and all that. And they put basically when it came out, they made it look like Michael Thomas was negligent in deciding not to get the surgery when he was told to allow it to heal naturally. And if it didn't heal naturally, then get the surgery. But they did not. They had omitted that detail. And he came out and told what was going on and let them know they told me to do that. But they were about to let him twist. They were letting him twist in the wind until he got back. Say, I'm about to tell it. And he said, sent a cryptic tweet about what he's about to say. And then next thing you know, it was all squashed under the cover of darkness. So this ain't the first time the Saints are hanging their players out to dry to make them look like that the fault falls on them. Carr's brother said, according to Catero, that they knew the whole time that the man was hurt. And Mickey Loomis allowed him to pass didn't even force him to take a physical to get to the money. So I don't know what to tell you how dumb of a move that is, and that makes any sense. But this is a guy operating with zero accountability. She's not going to do him nothing, and he can mess up. He can do all this stuff, and that's a smug bastard up there. That's why he's like that. No accountability. That guy has no accountability at all, man.
No, he doesn't. I look at his face. He just there's a blah 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 blah. Got a saucy, what you call it, non-saucy affair about the whole thing. You don't care. You just I'll tell them what I want them to know. Tell them what I want them to hear. You know, instead of telling them the truth. They knew that if they knew something was wrong with Derek Carr, they should have addressed that right after the season was over last year. You know, get the operation. Come on, what's up with this? You know. So I like I say, man, enough of him with his bull crap. I ain't want to hear him no more.
I know he dead on the mic, Pops. You might as well go get some bandages and wrap his old mummified ass up because he ain't delivering nothing to the conversation whatsoever. All right, here's a few of the Saints undrafted free agent trackers. Shout out to Canal Street Chronicles. KT sent me this link. Saints are bringing in Alabama punter James Burnip to compete, according to the source. That's Nick Underhill. James Burnip, the punter from Alabama. Omari Thomas, the defensive tackle from Tennessee. I just covered that, gave you the breakdown on him. Aaron Wilson has said the Saints are signing South Dakota State defensive back Dales Beenum. And we'll kind of pull up some of these people and get the tracker and see what they are. But yeah,
they still haven't addressed the wide receiver position, you know, so you know, I don't know what the plan is with that. You know, it's not a good thing to go into the season with especially a pair of wide receivers that was hurt most of last year. And we need some more. We need some more. Need some more, at least bring in some guys to try for wide receiver to help these guys get the wide. You know, get them in the wide receiver room so they can work together and help the team win.
All right, James Burnip signs with New Orleans as undrafted free agent, and this is from Todd Illustrated, giving the school. Burnip
Burnip didn't hear his name called in the draft, but the former Alabama punter will still get an opportunity to prove himself at the next level. Minutes after the conclusion of the draft, Burnip signed a free agent deal with the New Orleans Saints. He will now compete with fellow Australian Matthew Hayball for the punter role in New Orleans. Before
Man,
joining
he sucks.
Alabama ahead of the 21 season, Burnip had never played American football. The former Australian rules footballer made steady improvements with the Tide, earning second-team All-SEC honors in 23 before putting together a solid senior campaign last fall. He averaged almost 46 yards per punt last season, booting 20 of his 52 punts more than 50 yards while dropping 19 of them inside the 20-yard line. He also delivered nice hang time on his punts, allowing Alabama to lead the nation, averaging just 1 yard per return. So he's punting them up high and letting the coverage team get there. So there you go on Burnip as a guy. And then, of course, the other guy to make mention of, thank you, KT, for the pronouncement. He said the guy's name is Dallas Beanham. Dallas Beanham, who's from South Dakota, I think South Dakota State.
Mhm.
Let me pull up some information on Beanham and see what he got to say, maybe a profile or something on Dallas Beanham. All right. Hold on. Just give me. All right, here we go. This is the best I can got right here. Hold on. Oh, God damn it.
All right.
Hold on now. I am telling you something. Hold on now. All right, let me see. I don't have anything on him. I can break down on him. Maybe let's see, NFL draft scouts, perhaps. 6 feet tall. Let me see. Where is his measurements?
That's the new punter.
Yeah, that's the one they just signed.
Mhm.
Let me see. I'm trying to find Dallas Beanham. Get some information on this guy here. All right. Okay, he's a special team that could target. Now, this is something the Packers were looking at. I'm gonna get an article sooner or later on him. This is something the Packers were looking at drafting this kid prior to it, and they said goodbye to some of the special teams guys. They could replace those snaps targeted by players, and they said they dived into few of the players that could potentially.
Mhm.
I don't want people to know me as football player. Let's search your K1. This is American football.
All right, I'm back at it, man. Trying to figure out what's going on with this. Sorry about that, fam. Had a little computer snafu that happened.
All right.
All right, I'm back.
I don't know what they had.
Yeah, we be trying to figure it out right now. This who this guy is, Beanham is.
Beanham.
Trying to give us information
Willie
about
Beanham.
Beanham, but I'm gonna keep looking to see what he's about, man. Anyway, but yeah, that's some of the stuff that the Saints are kind of rolling out here in the undrafted side of things. Let me see if I can go back to the original spot where I was at. Here we go, going back here. So yes, Beanham, South Dakota State defensive back, is signing with the Saints, and I'm trying to find his measurables. Let's see what he is. Okay, over 4 years at South Dakota State, Beanham has hold on, let me kind of get back into this thing. Yeah, hold on, just give me a second. Hold on now, people. Don't rush me, goddammit. Hold on, no, goddammit. Hold on, don't you dare rush me, oh, goddammit. All right, so for over 4 seasons at South Dakota State, Beanham has racked up 77 solo tackles, 44 assisted tackles. He had 12 interceptions in 4 seasons, 31 pass deflected, 1 forced fumble. Through 9 games this season, Beanham has 33 total tackles, 1 interception, 1 forced fumble, and an 88-yard punt return for a touchdown. And that's sourced from the South Dakota SDCU, the Collegian. They call him a lockdown specialist. So that's some of the things, trying to see his
measurables here, because this is a small town, small prospect player from the Jackrabbits. So there you go. So the Saints going small there so far. Let me refresh this to make sure that we stay consistent here on Canal Street Chronicles, providing the Saints start rolling these UDFAs to us. So right now, James Burnip, the punter, Omari Thompson, the defensive tackle, the defensive tackle, and Dallas Beenum, the DB from South Dakota State, the Jackrabbits.
Yeah.
So let me show a picture of Dallas Beenum. This is him right here.
Oh. What's his position?
Cornerback. He's a DB.
Okay.
He's carrying the football.
6'1", 6.
Got an interception. He got an interception.
It's a return. He returns too, they say.
Oh, he do?
He had a return for a touchdown. So could have been an interception or a return, depending on what you're looking at. But yeah, he has 6'1", 6'1", 200 pounds. Senior. So there you go. At all Missouri Valley Football Conference honorable mention in 22-23. MVFC Commissioner's List of Academic Excellence. MVFC Honor Roll. And then, of course, they show his career notes and all this kind of stuff down here. And they talk about the man. He's 6'1", 200 pounds. Good size cornerback. You know what this guy kind of remind me of? We had a similar cornerback a couple of years ago. Y'all might know who I'm referencing. He kind of reminds me of KT, help me out. You know who I'm talking about. You know exactly where I'm about to go with this. Can't remember the man's name. But Dallas Beenum, man. Kind of remember the kid. Was it West Virginia or what was the other dude? Was it Cal? I don't remember. We had a lot of undrafted DBs that come through here. And Dallas Beenum kind of puts me in mind of one of those guys. But yeah, these are a couple of the undrafted guys currently right now that the Saints have. 3 currently on the list. We kind of waiting to see if anybody else is going to be added to this list. We're going to wait to see what's going on. But like we said, in other situation, you had a few other guys like Shiloh. Those guys, they went elsewhere. So, they went. I think Shiloh ended up in Tampa. Yeah, he ended up going to Tampa. Daquan Felton ended up going to the Giants, the big wide receiver that we wanted. I think the big wide receiver from San Jose State. I think somebody pilfered him too. I was looking for the wide receiver that you like, DC. I hadn't seen his name up there. Yeah, Nick Nash is going to Atlanta. Atlanta got Nick Nash, the big wide receiver that I was telling y'all about. Mm-hmm. He's going to him. Darryl Porter Jr., the defensive back's going to the Buffalo Bills. Ethan Garbers, the quarterback from UCLA, is going to Carolina. They got quite a few. Major Burns, a safety from LSU, didn't get drafted. He going to Chicago. What else? What other major name guys y'all might be referenced? Y'all might know. Jai Joyner, the edge rusher from Minnesota, is going to the Raiders. Who else we got? Raheem Sanders, the running back from South Carolina, going to the Chargers. Let's see who else we got to talk about. So they got quite a few players, man. I can show y'all the list right here. This is from Draft Network's undrafted free agent list as well. Mm. Showing y'all Raheem Sanders, I just mentioned him. And there's a few other guys going elsewhere as people are building up their UDFA lists going into the season. And Saints got 3 people right now. So there it is. But I do not see the wide receiver out of Arkansas on this list. So maybe that's somebody the Saints might be looking at. He is still out there. So hopefully we can land him, because that's the thing I'm looking at to see if the Saints land any wide receivers or, something like that, the skill set players, another running back perhaps. We'll see. All right. Big ups to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. We are at 8 hours. All right. KT says Q. We got Marcus Yarms, right defensive. He says Marcus Yarms, right Delaware. Tyreen Powell, outside linebacker, Rutgers. Elliot Davidson, safety from UTSA. Yeah, Armstrong, Cartel. Yeah, Andrew Armstrong. I hadn't seen him. Did anyone get Andrew? No, I didn't see him on the list unless they slow updating the list. I did not see him
him on anybody's list. I just looked for him on this updated list right here. I didn't see Armstrong on there, so hopefully that's one the Saints get. All right, but KT says these are some of the people that we got. I guess they didn't upgrade this list yet, because this thing is fluid, man. They got different lists that's coming, and we'll see how they add them out. But I'm gonna kind of move around a little bit and see what's going on here. All right, because usually, hold on here. Hold on, goddammit. I'll figure this out, man.
Mickey Loomis, can your slow ass sign a receiver, please?
Hold on. We did a great job on this draft. I'm glad it's over so I can sit down and eat.
We ain't got no receivers, Mickey. It's a major need. We didn't sign any yet. We didn't draft that. We must be getting you gonna get Keenan Allen? Is that what it is?
We got plenty of guys.
Oh, what about DJ Chalk? We're gonna get DJ Chalk? What's going on? What's going on, Mickey?
We got plenty of guys.
Who?
The Saints.
Who we got, Mickey?
We got plenty of guys.
Can you name them?
Yes, players. That's right.
I'm not doing this shit with you today, Mickey.
Well, you ask a stupid question, you get a stupid answer, DC. Come on now, goddammit. All right, so let me see. I'm going on Aaron Wilson. He's usually the one that drops the scoops on a lot of these guys that they're signing. Aaron Wilson, and here it is right here. Aaron Wilson says Saints are signing UTSA safety Elliot Davidson to an undrafted deal. So that's one right there, Elliot Davidson, undrafted guy from just Marcus Davenport, where he came from. And last year, the guy is a 6 feet tall, 190-pound safety from UTSA. His numbers are 45 solo tackles and 4 pass breakups. He is a 5-year starter, a 5-year player in college. So this is a 5-year player, Elliot Davidson, who were with the Roadrunners the last couple of years. He is a cornerback. He got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 interceptions for his career. And his best year was last year. Let me show you a picture of Elliot Davidson. There he is right there, fam. This is another guy that the Saints are picking up or have agreed to sign. As we look at him, keep looking to see if I can update and see if I can find more people that the Saints might have signed here. But it's interesting, man, to say the same. The Saints will try to add some more defensive back help. I'll be interested to see if what wide receiver help that the Saints get in the undrafted ranks. So, Amari Thomas is one of the guys that we picked up. Gonna be interesting to see. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out the rest of this stuff here. Go ahead. Let me see. Okay, yeah. Another guy is let me see, Tyreen Powell. Tyreen Powell. Let me see if I can pull up Tyreen Powell. Is signing with the Saints. Violent native and Rutgers linebacker Tyreen Powell signing as an undrafted free agent. Tyreen Powell. Let me see if I can get Tyreen Powell's.
Is he a receiver?
No, he's a linebacker.
We don't care. We need a receiver,
like a
man.
linebacker, if I'm not mistaken.
Tyreen Powell, UTSA. Okay.
Tyreen Powell. I'm gonna put his prospect.
That's Elliot Davis. You got up there.
Yeah, this is another free agent that the Saints signed. I'm trying to get him up here. So here's the next one right here to talk about right here. Tyreen Powell, linebacker from Rutgers. He's 6'4", 240 pounds. A senior, they got him a 5.65 grade, candidate for bottom of the roster, practice squad. Played in 5 years in college. Redshirted the first year, 21 played 13 games, 3 starts, 20 tackles that year. 2022 played 12 games, 71 tackles, 3 sacks. 2023 played in 8 games, 7 starts, 53 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 pass breakups, missed the rest of the season with hand injury. In 2024, started 10 games, 57 tackles, 3.5 tackles for a loss, 2 pass breakups, forced fumble. He was a team captain, and he missed the first 2 games
coming back from a torn Achilles. And his overview, big inside linebacker who plays with good physicality but troubling athletic deficiencies. Powell is well built with long arms and willingness to mix it up in the box. He plays with average diagnosis of quickness, but heavy hands to greet and discard climbers and lead blocks headed his way. He labors with scrape quickness and sudden change of direction, but is firm. Consistent tackler when he gets his chance to wrap up. Unfortunately, he simply lacks fundamental pro speed and allows too many runners to eat up his pursuit angles, leaving him on the wrong side of the play. Strengths: team captain with impressive size, long, well-timed punch, starts climbing blocks cold, physical between the tackles, will thump on contact, widens and tackles with body up wrap-up technique. Core special team experience, roster value, below average short area quickness and scrape and mirror, lacks functional pursuit and speed for wide flowing runs, takes time to read play design, limiting downhill playmaking, below average reactive quickness to tackle sudden cuts, heavy feet and slow change of direction make him exploitable in zone coverage. So he sounds like a practice squad player, reserve linebacker, 6'4", 240 pounds, Taheem Powell from Rutgers. So this is another guy the Saints are adding to the practice squad there. So there you go with him. And I'm gonna keep seeing if I can find other people to kind of add to that thing, man. We already covered Burnip. Talk about him being added to the squad now. We talked about okay, and here go another player for the family members, a defensive back from Delaware. He's now running back. I'm sorry, running back from Delaware, Marcus Yarns. Let me see if I can pull up something on Mr. Yarns. See if I can get well, they got this combine information from him. But 5'11", 193 pounds was his 40 time. Let's see, his 40 time is a 4.45 in the 40 for Marcus Yarns. And let me give y'all a picture of him right here. This is Marcus Yarns, running back. Here, Delaware running back started on-field test. This is the combine kind of breakdown of his production. Finished his on-field testing unofficial, 9.0 relative athletic score, ranked 192 out of 1,900 people. He also earned an estimated athleticism score of 80, ranking number 10 among running back prospects in the combine. He's 5'11", 193 pounds. He got a 4.45 in the 40. And here's a couple of some highlights and stuff like that. But I just want to try to see if we can get down to the breakdown on what he does here. But they're just showing you this. Let me see if I can play one of these. Is just one of his tapes of him running.
On the list, Marcus Yarns. He spins a 4.45.
And that's him running the 4.45. Nothing special about his game. Here's some tape right here. Maybe I can kind of pivot to see what he can do. See what his set is here. And here goes some right here for y'all. That's showing you him running.
It's quiet during drills. We're in between drills and near sub 4.3.
DJ, I like this young man out of Delaware. I thought he had a nice senior ball game. Yeah, my comp was.
All right, so there you go, the Saints.
DJ, I like this young man out of Delaware. I thought he had a nice senior ball game. Yeah.
All right, so there you go. That's a little bit on him, and of course, we're gonna kind of come back with the undrafted show later on, probably tomorrow or Monday, to get more of an in-depth breakdown of some of these guys. But Delaware running back Marcus, what's his name? Marcus Yarns is there as well. So these are a few of the people currently being picked up right now as we keep it rolling and trying to see if we can find more people to add to the mix here. But man, listen, man, Saints adding them in, man. Let me see if I go back to my original article right here, see if they kind of updated that thing to get it in there. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, Dallas, and they starting to add them on that. We see Marcus Yarns there. Elliot Davison, we covered him as well. There it goes, as you can see it rolling. Elliot Davison, we showed him. Here's another one, Torricelli Simpkins. interior offensive lineman from South Carolina. Let's get a breakdown on Simpkins. See where he lands. Let me see if I can find an NFL breakdown on him. Scout report on Simpkins, Torricelli Simpkins. Here it is right here. It's his profile list on Torricelli. Let me see if it opened up. There you go. He's listed as a center, 6'5", 312-pound guy, average backup of a special teamer. As you can see with Torricelli Simpkins. In 2020 from North Carolina Central, school did not play due to C-19. The next year in 21, started 11 games at the center position. 2022 for North Carolina Central, first team all Eastern Athletic Conference, started 12 games at center. In 2023, first team all MAAC and offensive lineman of the year. HBCU All-American, started 12 games at 12 games, 8 at center and the other 4 at right guard. And in 2024, third team all SEC, started 13 games at the right guard position. So you're looking at a guy that played center and guard, right guard and center for you. So he has some versatility right there. This guy could be somebody to come in and help you. The breakdown is as Stusson, powerful interior lineman who proved he belonged in a single season in the SEC after transferring from North Carolina Central. Simpkins is a durable 4-year starter with NFL size, guard center flexibility, his best tape in a running game where he punishes defensive tackles against their will and has the athleticism to play in space. He makes good use of his length and pass protection, but he struggles to recognize and adjust to gaming fronts. Simpkins' size and strength and position flexibility gives him a chance to hear his name called on day 3. His strengths are size and experience to play center or guard, impressive power in his hands or as a run blocker, good rhythm and quickness getting from block to block, operates as both a drive blocker and pulling option, makes good use of wingspan in protecting the edges, clobbers rushers nearby when he's uncovered. He said he clobbers them. Good Lord, that's a unique thing. I don't hear that too much on some of these scouting reports. He clobbers rushers nearby when he's uncovered. Weakness, sloppy footwork hinders double team success. Waist bending gives him quick loss at the point of attack. Vision and awareness against blitzes can be disappointing. Leans forward and drops feet behind him into pass protection. Excessive base width limits ability to slide and cut off inside move. So that's why he is listed as a round 7 or a undrafted free agent, a PFA. So there you go. This is the Saints have signed this guy's undrafted free agent. He's a center with guard capability, Torricelli Simpkins III. That's he's another member, a new member as one of our undrafted free agents. All right, y'all want to comment on a few of these guys? That seemed to be all we got currently. I'm gonna keep looking while this is going on, of course.
Any help we can get would be pretty good. Just once we get them in camp, take a look at them, see if they can cut the muscle. I'm talking about the free agents. See if they have an opportunity to make the team. If they can, if they can't, then we got to move on.
Yeah, I think getting another big fella up front is definitely always a good thing, especially right now, because we need depth. We can't trust in the depth that we have. So maybe you see if you get something in one of these undrafted free agent guys, man. The grade they got on him, man, you could have drafted him. 320, 6'5", 32-inch arms. You're looking at him playing center or possibly guard. I think we can definitely use depth there. We know when Eric McCoy goes down, Cesar Ruiz, you lose your other guard. We don't have anybody that we really can depend on once we lose our initial guys up front. That's why our offensive line sucks so much, far as him. But the other cornerback, I actually was looking at him a little bit. I think we might have something in him too, defensive back. And Elliot Davidson out of UTSA. But they got some tough competition back then in the secondary, man. We got a lot of guys. So ain't no telling who going to come out this thing on the other end. But right now, you know, they stockpiling bodies, man. Some of these guys gonna be camp bodies, but can't really pinpoint who's gonna be that diamond in the rough yet. Marcus Yarn, I don't know about him. I ain't really seen nothing that jump out at me, but I'm intrigued by the punter though, James Burnup, because the other Aussie that we got, man, he ain't really living up. So if this guy, like, we go from one Australian to another, I guess, as long as it works, I don't really care. But we definitely need a punter. So hopefully we can fill a hole right there with him.
All right, KT, thank you, bro. Says Q. We got Tyrone Powell, athletic freak linebacker. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you for that knowledge.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Shout out to KT, man, with the information. Mad Drummer got 2 of them. So he says, so you think they're just going to go after Keenum? All right. Thank you, Mad Drummer. Out of
Thank you
Keenan Allen.
very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
I mean,
It gotta be, man.
I mean,
that's gotta be the plan.
Right. I know even at this point, if you take a practice squad or a UDFA, I mean, could we really seriously say, okay, yeah, he has an opportunity to go in there and do something or have an impact in the wide receiver room? I mean, you would want a high, well, I ain't gonna say a high price free agent to come in, but you would definitely need a respected veteran to come in to command to get there. And I think Keenan Allen would be a good fit. The Saints do have $20+ million in cap. The position after the draft, once they get these guys signed, then they'll still have a significant amount of money where they can be able to then patch a contract together with Keenan Allen and place him in the Saints offense, if that is indeed the case. We'll see how it all figures, because Mickey Loomis doesn't seem to have any answers at all dealing with this thing. So we'll just have to wait and see. And Mad Drummer says Andrew Armstrong is with the Miami Dolphins. Okay, there you go. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
So you miss out on him. There you go, DC. Armstrong's gone, man. So you missed out on him. What's up, Steve?
They ain't getting nobody. I don't want him.
Yeah, Derek White. What's up, Willar? Shout out to Willar. Trey, BC, Lewis. Much love, man. Appreciate y'all being here. Yeah, this is the undrafted situation, man. Is we gonna keep monitoring and see what happens. But you know, a couple of these guys, I was looking at some stuff here on a few of them on the side, man, on the side monitor, and yeah, some pros, some good stuff. But I have to keep on looking at them. We're gonna see what the Saints have as they keep adding to this, man. So hey, man, that's what they got thus far, and five people. I want to say that they've added so far in the free agents, the UDFA side of things. Mm-hmm. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how it keeps rolling here, man. It keeps rolling down. Here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. So anyway, like I said, we got the poll question there, fam. Available there. Grade the draft right now is 40%. If people have given the Saints a C grade, right? That's pretty much what I said, like a C plus, somewhere along
C plus and B minus. That's about right.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with the C plus. I think that was my initial impression of the draft right now. I mean, I do like a couple of the players. It was a a okay draft. It wasn't nothing to get excited about like you see some of these other people draft. I mean, the Cleveland Browns beat the hell out of everybody in the draft. I mean, the Cleveland Browns draft was awesome. Seattle did some positive stuff too. They got a lot of good players. But
the Ravens got two heavy hitters in the first 2 rounds too.
Yeah, a lot of positive stuff going on, man, for a couple of these people. Our NFC South people as well, they had really solid drafts, man, in the NFC South, to be quite honest with you. They put together some decent stuff too, to be real with you, man. And here, and maybe I'm going to show y'all a few of their drafts here as we keep this thing moving along. Hold on, let me see if I can pull the teams. But yeah, because we'll start with the Falcons. The Falcons draft was actually pretty solid. Fontenot had a plan, man. Fontenot came in there with a plan, man, and he executed. And we'll keep monitoring the undrafted side of things, fam. So
they got a hit on who they gave a first round draft pickup for, though. He got to be a Pro Bowler, man. Or they shit the bed on that one. As much as I like him.
What, Walker?
No, not Walker.
Pierce?
Pierce, yeah, they.
Man,
I think he gonna live up to it though. But if they don't hit on Pierce, man, they draft is horrible because they first next year is gone for Pierce, so they paid a heavy price to move up just
they
in
try
25. You know,
Fontenot's under the gun, DC. He under the gun this year, so he definitely making the moves to make the team relevant. He know that they need help on the defensive side of the ball, and he had 5 picks and 4 of them was in. Actually, he had 5 picks and 4 of them was defensive players. He had 1 offensive tackle from Wisconsin with the 7th-round pick, but Jelon Walker. Some consider he was a top 5, top 10 player in the draft. The Falcons got him at 15. You had James Pierce Jr., who some people, including myself, mentioned this guy as a plug-and-play guy. They got him with the other 1st-round pick. They traded up, did that. They then get Xavier Watts. This was after the Saints got Jonas Sanker. They didn't get Xavier Watts, so they get linebacker, edge rusher, and safety, and another safety in Billy Bowman. 3 levels of their defense. The Falcons went to in the draft to try to improve.
one of them safeties gonna start. That's what they tell me. They trying to see like one of y'all gonna be our starter. So who won it? They went safety back to back, man. So
right. The next one is Carolina, as you can see, just the Carolina.
But they still the Falcons, Q. They're gonna find a way to mess it up.
That's true too. You can't discount the implosion factor. All right, and this is the Carolina Panthers, man. They got Ted McMillan with the 8th overall pick they didn't buy the fall. The 2nd round, Nick Scorton from Texas A&M, an edge rusher. Then they went Princely. I didn't realize they got Princely and Nick Scorton. That's ridiculous, man. They got Princely. I did not realize they got Princely, man, from Ole Miss. So they got Scorton and Princely. And then they get Trevor Etienne, the running back speedster, to help out in the tandem. They get a good safety and Latham Ransom from Ohio State. Cam Jackson, this is a massive defensive.
Damn, they heavy defense too.
6'6", 330-pound Cam Jackson from Florida is there for him. They did the tight end in Mitchell, and then Jimmy Horn Jr., the wide receiver speedster, in the 6th round. So they gave some big help to Bryce Young. They got pass rusher with Scorton and Princely. They had a good safety and Latham in an interior tackle just to help stop the run in Cam Jackson. Pretty solid draft.
So you mean to tell me every time I see Jimmy Horn and Shador Sanders, I gotta be reminded. No, Shiloh Sanders, I gotta be reminded that we didn't pick Shador. I gotta deal with this for 4 games.
Man, listen, Tampa Bay Buccaneers was the last squad that was up, and they get them a wide receiver out of Ohio State with the 19th overall pick. Emeka got there. Then they get a really good cornerback out of Notre Dame with the 2nd round pick in Ben Morrison. And Jacob Parrish, the cornerback from Kansas State. They go David Walker out of Central Arkansas at edge, and Roberts at SMU, and Tez Johnson to close it out. So Tampa Bay draft wasn't all that. I respect the Benjamin Morrison selection. Emeka Egbuka was not a bad player either. So, I mean, it's just their drafts. But you look at what Carolina did. Boy, in Atlanta, they swinging for the fences.
What about Philly? You know, Philly be drafting good. What'd they do?
Philly got Jahad Campbell, who's some say the best linebacker in the draft. They got Andrew Makuba, a knock you out safety in the 2nd round. Mac McWilliams, the cornerback, undersized corner from UCF. Ty Robinson, Nebraska defensive tackle. Samuel Munden Jr., one of my favorite linebackers of the draft out of Georgia. They're always picking Georgia players to get that. Kyle McCord, they bring him in as a developmental quarterback in the 6th round. And Cameron Williams, the big offensive tackle out of Texas. So they got a ton of picks. So, yeah, Philly keeps doing Philly type things, man. So yeah, and Seattle, we talk about Seattle, what they did, getting Gray Zabel, the big offensive guard from North Dakota State, Nick Emori from South Carolina, the big safety, kind of become the new Cam Chancellor. Elijah Aroro, the tight end there. Jalen Milroe goes there. Torrey Horton, who we wanted from Colorado State, he's there. Damian Martinez goes there. Ricky White, the wide receiver, the productive wide receiver out of UNLV, is also there. So they really added a lot of talent to help the quarterback move the ball. So, yeah, Some of these teams, man, had some pretty solid drafts. Saints was, Saints did C grade type stuff. And then, of course, the team I thought won the draft was the Cleveland Browns. Go thinking they had a stellar draft.
Yeah,
We
best
talked about
round.
it. The only thing was missing was if they landed Shador, they turned around and got him with the fifth in the fifth round. Mason Graham, considered the best interior defensive tackle in college. Carson Swessinger, who's another linebacker, some consider a top 3 in college. They got in Quashad Judkins, a beast of a running back. They got him. Harold Fanning, some people consider it the second best tight end in the game. He led all tight ends with catches last year in college. He fell all the way down to them in the 3rd round. They got Harold Fanning. They got Dylan Gabriel, which you could say probably the weakest of the picks, even though Dylan Gabriel did a pretty decent job at Oregon. Dalen Sampson, undersized but speedy, really good running back from Tennessee, very productive. And then Shador closes it out. They had this was a stunning draft because these are very good players.
All they need is a receiver. Go sign them a receiver in free agency, and they cooking.
Right. They put it together. I have to give it to them now. In terms of them putting together on field, on paper, they really had a solid draft. Then they have to take that and then make it work offensively. And then the Bengals, I want to talk about the Bengals did a lot of good stuff too to help themselves. Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher. Demetrius Knight from South Carolina, another good one. Dylan Fairchild, the big offensive lineman from Georgia. Carter from Clemson, the linebacker. So they did some good moves right there to kind of beef up their lines, add some talent there, kind of helping Joey B. And then, of course, y'all remember there was a change in Chicago.
I did pretty solid too, look like.
Chicago did good, DC. That Coach Brian left from over there. He was the offensive coordinator from the Lions. He went to Chi-Town, and he started really helping out. He got Colston Loveland at 10 to be the tight that's giving your boy a safety blanket. Then he gives him a weapon with Luther Bird.
Wait, so they got DJ Moore too? What are they doing all these receivers?
Just have weapons everywhere. They had some offensive help with Ozzie Trapillo, Shamar Turner at the defensive tackle position to go along with a few other players. So, yeah, they had a pretty solid draft at the top. And they're trying to get that thing right over there, man. So a lot of positive stuff that we seen happen in the draft today, man. Very solid. The Saints ultimately kind of did, it was Kellen Moore's first draft. Like Kelvin.
Was it?
It was okay. It was okay draft. It ain't nothing that we bragging about. Like we just was talking about how Cleveland knocked it out of the park, right? Wasn't none of that going on. But all right, fam. Listen, man. Let me do one more final chat. We're gonna get ready to leave. Listen, fam. I'm gonna set up a reaction show for you guys. Come back tomorrow. We're gonna set it up for you guys to get y'all words in on the show. We about to hit almost 9 hours of broadcasting a day, sun up, sun down. We was in the building. Represent the Sports Cone. Give us a like, give us a share. If you're not a sub up. We was in this thing. Shout out to Pops. Shout out to DC. Shout out to the family members chiming in, KT in the chat. But listen, we're gonna be back. Set up a reaction stream. We'll have a complete and full undrafted list for the family members. Grades on the draft. It was just a phenomenal effort. Y'all know we do this every year at the Coma, man. So give us a like, show some love, show some hearts, all that beautiful stuff for a full day. Almost 9 hours of broadcast. And I ain't do this one in a while. Last time I did a 9-hour broadcast was the last draft. Last draft. This is some serious business, right? People on, you can't get most of the local people to do that.
Right. Ain't you happy it's over, Mickey?
And stand up there screw face that they got to sit up there on there for 9 hours. So, I mean,
Mickey was looking all toe up.
Mickey Loomis' hair all upside his head and shifted up here, his shirt wrinkled.
Yeah.
Mickey Loomis looked like he took that damn shirt off and balled it up and used it as a
He was
pillow.
back there sleeping in that one of them sofa beds they had back there in the draft room.
All right. Shout out to y'all, man. What's up? We got my boy Lo chiming in. Lo, how you doing, sir?
What's up, dude? I didn't know you was live, Bo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, my bad, Bo. I was just calling to check up on you.
Oh, you just called to check on me? What for, brother? I'm doing well. How you doing?
We trying to make it both better parties. I didn't mean to interrupt the show. I was just checking to see how you felt about the draft.
Oh, feel pretty good about the draft, Lo. We all right, man. It was a all right draft. Not too
happy about it, but I gave it a C, brother. How'd your draft do? Wait, hold on, Lo. Hey, Lo, I got you on there, brother. So, so tell me, I just went over looking at the Falcons draft, man. Y'all got a former a Saints man there. They about to chop him down if he don't get it right this time. You know, and I know he's swinging for the fence. He had to be super aggressive. But tell me what you thought about your draft.
Man, well, first of all, shouts out to the family. Shouts out to everybody that's watching. I mean, yeah, look, I think it was a really good draft, Q. I think, you know, if I was in Terry Fontenot's situation, I would have done the exact same thing he did. You know, he traded that first round pick next year to get first round picks this year because he's not sure if he's going to be here next year. So you might as well cook the best meal that you can and leave the dishes dirty for the man afterwards. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's well put, Lo. That's well put, brother.
Yeah, man. So
let his ass clean up. That's right. We gonna eat good. You want it, you clean that shit up over there.
You want it, you clean it up.
That's right.
I
That's
did what I could do.
right. There
So
you go.
yeah, look, I would have did the exact same thing. You ain't gonna lie, but I mean, great draft. First two picks, edge rushers. I believe both guys are 1 and 2 pressure rate in college football the last 2 years. Then Xavier White, I believe, had 13 interceptions. I think that might have been the most in college football for the last 2 years.
Yes.
With 7 the year before last and 6 last year. Then you turn around and got Billy Bowman Jr., very aggressive safety / nickel cornerback. Then, you know, we went ahead and got an offensive tackle. I didn't get a chance to see exactly who it was because I was on the golf course whenever that pick came in. But, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, I'm more than happy. You know, everybody was kind of going into the draft somberly because we only had 5 picks going in. But I mean, you know, the Terry was cooking.
Hey, bro. Like I said, man, y'all did a wonderful job in the draft, man. Y'all went straight for what y'all needed. Pierce is one. He's my favorite pass rusher in the draft. That's a plug and play guy. Walker's big time. Xavier Watts is a true lead on that back end. These players will help you. Will step right on in low, and they're gonna help y'all right away. But I don't know if they'll help y'all from that ailment that happened every now and again.
Dang, go on, Q. Look at here. I'm going to tell you something. So, James Pierce Jr., I actually know him personally.
Okay.
You know, throughout our college recruitment process, and you know, it's one of them situations where, you know, since he was your first pass rusher in the draft, I'll see if I can get him to sign an Atlanta Falcons hat or something and send it to you.
No. No. Can you get him to sign something black and gold? I mean, that would be good.
Come on, you're a dirty bird, man. Like you
That's right.
You don't do no colors.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that no more. I guess you're right.
Come on, Q. Hey, come on. Man.
No, but Lo, hey man, y'all did a great job in the draft, man, swinging for the fence. All picks were defensive except for the last guy. Tell us about that last lineman. How y'all feel about that? Was he from Wisconsin?
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, think about it. Anytime you get a lineman from Wisconsin, you know, that's always a plus. I mean, like I said, I don't know too much about him yet because, you know, I'm coming back from the golf course. So,
okay, what you doing on the course? You were celebrating the draft?
Man, you know, I tried to get in a couple rounds a week. You know, it give me a good excuse to get my steps in. You know, it's just a newfound passion that I've been having.
All right, now, okay, bro.
Get out there, sip a little bit of moonshine. You already know what's happening.
Okay, moonshine and golf. That makes for an interesting pairing, brother.
Boy, what you talking about? I did want to ask you, what's up with that quarterback that y'all got?
Oh well, you know, right now. Well, hold on, goddamn it, Lo. Hold on, let me get in here. Hold on. Hold on. Tyler sucked, man. Hold on. That guy is going to be all right. So, yeah, hold on.
Okay. I mean, is he eligible for AARP yet, or he got a couple of more years there?
Yeah, about 3 or 4. Yeah, he our couple more years. It's crazy, man. We not happy about the Tyler Shuck pickup, but yeah, we're not really enthused about that. That's why our draft grades are kind of low. But we gonna get a guy a chance and see what he can do. Being that he was in college for 7 years, he got to know something. He older than most of the people there. Yes, sir. He was in college for 7 years. Yes, sir.
Did he just pass in the classes or something? Like, wait a minute.
Hey, bro, he was hurt. He got hurt 3 years. 3 of the 7 years, and he kind of just extended it out, redshirted it, and finally it paired off for him. He found a team that'll take him in the high in the second round, and we'll see what he can do, bro. He got some good athletic ability. He tall and he got a strong arm, so we'll see. We'll start with that, Lo. We'll give him a running attack and see what happens.
Look, you gotta trust your new head coach, bro.
There you go.
Saints fans, look, if y'all don't like it, you gotta trust your new head coach.
Gotta give him a shot. Gotta give him a shot.
Give him a shot. I see a lot of people on Twitter knocking him and everything. That man ain't coached the game yet. Y'all gotta give him a shot. Like, he might know something that y'all don't know.
Okay, we're gonna see, Lo. We're gonna see what he knows,
I hope that's
brother.
not the case. I hope I hope that's not the case. I hope that card. Cause shoot, man, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you, Q. You know I'm an insurance adjuster. You know you pay the right. We can set that old car on fire that's upside down. You know, we can get you out of that upside down car payment.
It's definitely an upside down car payment. But listen, Lo, I gotta go, bro. I'm gonna get ready to close street. But listen, man, thank you for calling, and I appreciate you, bro.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy. Hey, take it easy, Saints, fam. Y'all already know. Rise up. What in the world, bro?
All right, rise up, low to fall down. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. He said, wow. All right, big ups to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Let's do this, man. Shout out to my dog, Lo, man. And then we got another update here on the undrafted side of things, man. The Saints added another player besides Torricelli Simpkins III. The guy, Jacene Davis, an edge rusher from Wake Forest. Cat Terrell is reporting that the Saints have signed him. And look, they have a dollar value on this right here because it's showing the other ones. They wasn't showing any monetary. So the Saints, usually they put money to some of these guys. They all getting money, but they're giving Davis $10,000 signing bonus and a total guarantee of $30,000. So JC and Davis must be somebody they really fancy. So let me see if I can find some NFL stuff about him as well and see what he got going on. JC Davis, KT, if you know something about him, throw him in the chat for us, my brother, and educate us and the fam. Let me see if I can pick up something from the draft from this brother and see what they got on him here. Jacene Davis, 6'3", 270. Let me pull up the profile here from the NFL draftbuzz.com. 6'3", 270 from Wake Forest. He had 5.5 sacks this past year with 33 tackles. Had one fumble forced anyway, and it says this is his profile right here. This is a defensive end here, Pops, that they bringing in on the board. Let me see if I can kind of see some of his scouts right. I mean, some of his stuff they're saying here. Davis, let me see here. The 3-star arriving at Wake Forest. He was a 3-star recruit. Quickly surpassed expectations after a limited action as a freshman. He exploded on the scene in 2021, earning second-team All-Freshman All-American honors. And let's see, from the Athletic, his sophomore campaign in 22 saw him land the Demon Deacons with 14 tackles for a loss and 7 sacks, garnered all ACC honorable mention. Davis Jr. year would solidify his status as an elite ACC edge defender. Starting all 12 games, he amassed 94 tackles, 6.5 tackles for loss, and 7.5 sacks. His production ranked him 32nd nationally in sacks and 9th in totals and tackles for loss, cementing his reputation as a relentless force off the edge. Davis finished the Wake Forest career with 20 sacks, good for 5th in program history. Some of his strengths for the new undrafted defensive end: explosive first step allows him to win vertically and turn the corner, putting immediate pressure on offensive tackles. Demonstrates ability to convert speed to power, keeping blockers off balance. Utilize an effective array of pass rush moves, including a rip, long arm,
club swim techniques to disengage from blockers, exhibits excellent linear closing speed and burst, allowing him to chase down quarterbacks and ball carriers from behind, shows a knack for shooting gaps and getting skinny, disrupting plays in the backfield before they can develop, relentless motor in pursuit of the quarterback, consistently giving maximum effort on every snap, got a high motor, versatile alignment options, lines up as a 4 technique or a 5 technique and a wide 9, providing scheme flexibility for NFL defenses. Special teams experience on punt return and fielding field goal block units adds value to his NFL roster potential. And this is a couple of his weaknesses: lacks ideal length for edge position, which may limit his ability consistently to set the edge against NFL caliber tackles. Displays some stiffness in hips, limit his ability to bend and flatten around the arc. When rushing the passer, struggles to anchor against the run, often getting washed out by down blocks and lacking the strength to stack and shed effectively. Pass rush plan can be one-dimensional at times, relying heavily on speed and needing to develop more counter moves. Can get caught playing with high pad level, negating his natural leverage advantages and making him easier to block. And then, of course, the summary. The complete summary says he projects as a situational pass rusher and special teams contributor early in his NFL career, with the potential to develop into a more well-rounded edge defender. His explosive first step and relentless motor will appeal to teams running a 3-4 scheme, which he can be utilized as an outside linebacker or a wide 9 technician. While Davis might not have the ideal size to be an every down defender or an end in the 43 system, his versatility and pass rushing acumen make him an intriguing prospect for teams to look to bolster their pressure packages. His ability to line up in multiple techniques and contribute on special teams adds value to his draft stock. As he transitions to the NFL, Davis will need to continue refining his pass rush repartee and improving his play strength to become more of a complete defender. If he can make these strides, he has the potential to become a valuable rotational piece in a defense that emphasizes speed and aggressiveness off the edge. Jacine Davis, family, is your New Orleans Saints practice squad player, UDFA, 6'3", 270. So there you go on that from Mr. Davis. It's very interesting, huh, Pop? This is an interesting pick.
Yeah.
For just seeing Davis, they gave him some money, 30,000 guaranteed, so they must really like him.
There's something in him that they like. That coach likes. He want to bring him in, give him a look out, see if they can work him out, see if he can make the team. He's gonna have to work to get to make the team, but there's something about him they like.
There you go, DC. Last word before we get ready to leave, sir.
Jacine Davis, man, 6'3", 270. Somebody else to line up and come off the edge, man. They're really trying to find these depth pieces. If I guess our 2 big fellas can't convert into being linebackers coming off the edge outside on 3-4, or maybe having some extra depth to running a 4-3. We're gonna have a hybrid system, so we got to see how that's gonna go. Brother definitely does have some potential. Obviously, he's got to iron out a lot of wrinkles. That's why we're getting him here as an undrafted free agent. Got to look at some tape on him, though. I hit a breakdown, but I got to see it, man. And so far, I want a receiver. I just can't. I can't get out of my emotions. I want us to get goddamn receiver. Just give me one. Defense is still a work in progress too, so I'm not mad at them picking up a lot of these guys, man, because they gotta get a coach what he need to run his system, and having as many big guys on the edge is going to be a real thing if we plan on running any variation of the 3-4. So you got Jacine Davis, you got what's the cat we drafted in the 7th round, Isaiah Foskey, I guess Chase Young. I don't know who else they're gonna put back there, linebacker, man. How we gonna figure this out? But we gotta stockpile bodies, man. See how they fit.
Yeah, the player name is Diggs.
Diggs.
Yeah, you got Diggs, man. Name is Diggs. So family, for the family members, listen, I appreciate all y'all for being here. It's been a long day.
Over 9 hours of broadcast today from start to finish. I'd like to thank all the family members who will set up a reaction stream where you guys get the opportunity to chime in. It won't be as long as this, to be honest with you, but this is just kind of, it puts a little tax on you. But I appreciate all you guys for being in the stream tonight. Do us a service. If you hadn't already did it, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And if you're not a member of the family, please feel free to subscribe. Join our platform, and as we continue to build the Sports Coma, we're going to be doing some great things coming up next month. Some life-changing experiences going on. Shout out to the family members out there, and we keep this thing moving. Scoob, shout out to my brother. I see you out there, Scoob. Big ups to you. All right. Love from the cheap seats. Never the cheap seats with you, brother. You in the box suite. Chilling. That's right. Shout out to you, man. Much love to all you guys out there. Listen, man, we're going to be back. We're going to be back for another reaction stream. Shout out to Pops. You got to be real about real to be on there for 9 hours, man. It's been a while since I used to do these all the time. It's been a while since I did a 9-hour stream. So it's fun talking to the family members. I hope, I know you guys had a good time today. We had to deal with some dumbness from Mickey Loomis, but it's all right. In the end, we had fun. All right. So anyway, so with that being said, man, we're going to get on out of here, man. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, show our sponsor some love, hit the links in the chat in the description section, help out the whothatdaily.com. That's our news service. And we're going to holler at y'all on the next one, man. Much love and who that, baby.
Yeah. Like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. 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 Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, brother like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Online is the world's most trusted betting platform and your number one source for online betting in 2025. Whether you're a seasoned fan or a first-time bettor, BetOnline is your ultimate game day companion with the largest selection of odds on everything from NBA and college basketball to NHL and UFC. BetOnline continues to be your number one sports betting source for every three-pointer to hat trick. BetOnline has you covered with odds, stats, and more for every game, every play, and every win. BetOnline, the game starts here.
whothatdaily.com. That's right, the whothatdaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, and even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who Dat and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, whothatdaily.com is your site. The whothatdaily.com for the sport Who Dat in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and Who Dat Too.